Chen, having transmigrated into the Su family of the Long Wu Huangqiao, initially aspired to navigate life with flair and ease. However, with none of his 8 meridians open, he found himself binding to a system at the age of 10. The first task issued by the system required him to survive for 10 years in the secret realm of the Black Forest, with the reward being the peak cultivation of the Sword God Li Chungang. After a decade, Chen returned, having attained the Sword God's prowess, and serendipitously encountered Miss Zhao Wan'er, one of the 4 great families. Wan'er, don't be afraid, just watch me. Sword come forth. Chapter 1. Attaining the peak cultivation of Li Chungang. On the flat ground, 2 snow-white peaks stood majestically. Not far down from the peaks lay a dense expanse of black forest. A meandering river flowed ceaselessly from the depths of the woods, splashing the roots of the trees that bordered its banks. It has been 10 years. Do you know how I endured these 10 years, you wretched system? Chen shouted into the void with fervor. Suddenly, the young man trembled, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground. Yet, there was no trace of pain on his face. Instead, it was adorned with a joyful smile. Chen was once an ordinary worker for Blue Star. While returning home one night after drinking, he witnessed a group of ruffians bullying a beautiful woman. Fueled by alcohol, he intended to play the hero. Unfortunately, as he dashed towards her, he was struck by a speeding truck. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself transmigrated. Unlike Blue Star, the world he entered was one of martial arts, governed by 4 great dynasties, with sex and noble families abounding. The Su family, to which he belonged, was one of the 4 great families of the Long Wu dynasty. Upon learning that he had entered a martial arts world and belonged to one of the ruling families, he could not contain his excitement. As an orphan in his past life, he had no ties, and his favorite pastime before sleep was to fantasize about becoming a master, reveling in the thrill of power. Now that he had transmigrated into such a powerful family, everything he had dreamed of could finally become reality. However, reality doused his hopes with cold water. At the age of 8, family assessments revealed that none of his 8 meridians were open. In other words, he was a complete failure, devoid of any martial talent. Nevertheless, due to his grandfather being the head of the Su family and his parents being extraordinary martial talents, he continued to live a life of luxury within the family. Yet, everything changed significantly when he turned 10. Lying in bed one day, dreaming of becoming a master and vanquishing foes, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Extreme Challenge system. Please choose whether to bind. As an avid reader of web novels, he understood the system's significance and did not hesitate to bind immediately. Extreme Challenge System Bound. The host is now presented with a task. You may choose one from 3 options, with corresponding rewards upon completion. Extreme Challenge Task 1. Survive for 10 years in the secret realm of the Black Forest. Reward. Peak cultivation of Sword God Li Chungang. Extreme Challenge Task 2. Remain idle in the Su residence for 10 years. Reward. Idle King title. Extreme Challenge Task 3. Decline the task, and the system will detach. The host has 30 seconds to make a choice. If no choice is made within 30 seconds, it will default to Task 3. The system then commenced a countdown. Idle King title. What in the world? Looking at the 3 tasks presented by the system, Chen was momentarily bewildered. As the countdown reached 3, he regained his senses and chose Task 1 without hesitation. In that instant, he vanished from his bed and reappeared in the Black Forest. Subsequently, the system disappeared, unresponsive to his calls. A full decade has now passed. During these 10 years, he braved the challenges of the secret realm alone, enduring hardships, and today marks his release. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the Black Forest Survival Challenge. Now, rewards are being issued. Reward 1. Peak Strength of Sword God Li Chungang, Earthly Celestial. Reward 2. The famed Sword Qi Xiao. Reward 3. Inverted Heaven's Insight. Reward 4. Clarity of Sword Heart. Lying on the ground, Chen listened to the voice resonating in his mind, excitement surging through him as he exclaimed, System, do you know how I endured these 10 years? However, the system paid him no mind. Just as his words faded, he felt a powerful force surging into his body, clearing the once blocked meridians instantaneously. In the next moment, he beheld a disheveled old man clad in simple garments appear within his consciousness. As the old man pointed with his sword, countless insights into the sword flooded into his mind, causing his head to throb painfully, nearly rendering him unconscious. After a considerable time, the sensation gradually subsided. System, could you be a bit gentler? In the snow, Chen rose while grumbling, yet his eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. At that moment, he felt an abundance of strength within him. The system announced, rewards issued. System task completed. It will detach from the host in 3 seconds to seek the next host. The host will return in 3 seconds, location random. 1-3. Subsequently, the system fell utterly silent. Soon, Su Chen felt a dizziness before he found himself amidst a vast forest. What the hell, where's to? System, you lack martial virtue. Su Chen's tone was filled with frustration, yet his face bore a broad smile. After calling out to the system a few more times without result, Su Chen began to sense his own strength. He calmed his mind and could distinctly feel that the previously obstructed 8 meridians were now like a river that had been completely unblocked, with true energy surging through them. The sword god's experience in swordsmanship had elevated his understanding of the sword to an extraordinarily profound level. Su Chen attempted to channel his true energy. He observed as his figure moved slightly, causing the fallen leaves beneath him to scatter in all directions, while he left behind a blurred afterimage on the ground like a ghost. He then focused his attention on the renowned sword Qi Xiao that he had just acquired. With a thought, the sword, which was planted in the ground, instantly unsheathed. As Qi Xiao emerged, a chilling sword aura rapidly spread, slicing through the surrounding air, producing a faint hissing sound. Su Chen gently swung the Qi Xiao, and a beam of sword energy shot forth from the tip of the sword. Wherever the sword energy passed, the towering trees fell as if they were fragile sheets of paper, effortlessly severed. The fallen trees crashed to the ground with a dull thud, creating numerous pits. The surrounding leaves were swept up by the residual force of the sword energy, swirling through the air like a sudden snowstorm. Is this the power of a terrestrial sword immortal? A casual strike, and it is so terrifying. Observing the scene before him, Su Chen excitedly murmured to himself. Ha ha! His hearty laughter resonated like a bell, echoing through the forest. Su Chen sheathed his sword and strode towards the edge of the woods, leaving behind a few lines of poetry that lingered in the air. Leaves fall, the forest silent and still. A decade of honing, steadfast in will. System assistance shatters obstacles. The sword god's legacy reveals its might. With Qi Xiao drawn, the winds and clouds stir. Sword energy traverses, breaking the firmament. The path of invincibility begins with me. I, Su Chen, the sword god, laugh proudly across the rivers and lakes. Chapter 2. Encounter with a female bandit. On a road outside the forest, Su Chen had just emerged from the woods, wandering aimlessly along the official path. I must find someone to inquire about my whereabouts, he murmured to himself while gazing at the seemingly endless road ahead. Not far in the direction he was heading, 2 figures crouched amidst the trees by the roadside. Miss, do you think this will work? Xiao Chui asked, her voice trembling. The scar-faced woman, referred to as the Miss, shot a fierce glare at Xiao Chui and replied with displeasure. Xiao Chui, how many times must I tell you? We are bandits now. You should address me as boss. After speaking, she nervously glanced towards the official road, her heart racing. After all, they were not genuine bandits. They had resorted to this desperate measure out of necessity. Boss, someone is coming, Xiao Chui announced. The scar-faced woman immediately turned her gaze forward to see Su Chen approaching them. She straightened her posture, attempting to adopt a fierce demeanor, tightly gripping a long sword in her hand. Xiao Chui, on the other hand, anxiously hid behind the scar-faced woman, her body trembling slightly. As Su Chen walked steadily down the official path, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He halted his steps, casting his gaze towards the distant forest, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes before he continued onward. Upon noticing Su Chen's pause, the scar-faced woman felt a pang of anxiety, fearing they had been discovered. However, seeing him continue towards them, she reassured herself that she was overthinking. Clenching her teeth, she whispered to Xiao Chui, when I charge out, you must follow and shout along with me. Remember to sound fierce. Xiao Chui nodded nervously, gripping the hem of the scar-faced woman's clothing tightly. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the hiding place of the 2 women. Halt! This road is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll. The scar-faced woman burst forth from the trees, brandishing her sword, her scar appearing particularly menacing in the sunlight. Xiao Chui timidly followed behind, her voice quavering as she echoed. Leave behind a toll. Seeing the duo's clumsy performance, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The scar-faced woman, infuriated by his laughter, furrowed her brows and retorted. What are you laughing at, kid? Hand over your valuables quickly, or else. Tell me, do you not choose your targets when robbing? Do I appear to be a wealthy person? Su Chen displayed. The 2 women exchanged glances, disappointment evident in their eyes. The scar-faced woman, looking at Su Chen, complained with irritation. What terrible luck. After finally deciding to become bandits, the first person we encounter is a pauper like you. Hurry along, and don't linger here. Su Chan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the female bandit had so readily allowed him to leave. A spark of mischief flickered in his eyes as he turned to the scar-faced man and declared, "Though I may be devoid of wealth at present, I assure you, fortune will soon grace me." The scar-faced man, initially stunned by this proclamation, scrutinized Su Chan skeptically, a derisive smirk curling his lips. "Umph, with that pitiful appearance of yours. You dare to claim you will soon be wealthy? Do you take me for a mere child, easily deceived?" As the scar-faced man beckoned to Xiao Chui to relocate, Su Chen's voice rang out, halting them. "Stop!" The sudden exclamation startled Xiao Chui, causing her to tremble, while the scar-faced man turned back to Su Chan, curiosity piqued. With a glint of mockery in his gaze, Su Chan boldly announced, "This is a robbery. Hand over your valuables at once, for I am now the one robbing you." The scar-faced man stared in disbelief, as if confronted with an absurd fairy tale. "What did you say? You intend to rob us?" Su Chan demandan fast, puffing out his chest defiantly. "Why is it permissible for you to rob others, yet not for others to rob you?" Xiao Chui, on the verge of tears, tugged at the scar-faced man's sleeve, exclaiming, "Miss, what shall we do? How has he turned the tables on us?" Unperturbed, the scar-faced man wore a mocking grin, drawing his sword and pointing it at Su Chan. "You dare to threaten us in that pitiful state? Ask my sword if it agrees." He attempted to display a fierce countenance, oblivious to the fact that the scar on his face had begun to peel. Su Chan glanced at the scar-faced man and remarked, "Perhaps you should tend to the scar on your face before challenging me." Infuriated, the bandit hastily touched the scar and realized it was indeed peeling. With a furious glare directed at Su Chan, she retorted, "Mind your own business. Humph, even without the scar, I could easily deal with you." With that, she lunged at Su Chan, sword in hand. However, Su Chan remained composed, evading her swift attack with the grace of lightning. Before the scar-faced man could regain her wits, Su Chan swiftly seized her wrist, locking it in place with precision. In one fluid motion, he wrapped an arm around her waist, drawing her tightly into his embrace. Flushed with embarrassment and fury, the scar-faced woman struggled desperately, shouting, "Release me, you scoundrel." Yet Su Chen's strength was formidable, making escape impossible. A sly smile played on his lips as he maintained control over her thrashing form, while his other hand slowly reached toward her face. The scarred-faced man realized Su Chen's intentions, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. He attempted to turn away to evade, but was firmly held in place by Su Chan. Subsequently, with a gentle tug, Su Chan swiftly tore away the scarred adhesive from her face, revealing the delicate and fair skin beneath. Yet, he did not cease his actions there. His fingers deftly pulled away the two fake mustaches affixed below her nose. In an instant, the fierce bandit visage that once adorned the scarred face vanished without a trace, replaced by a countenance that, though tinged with anger, was undeniably lovely. Su Chan caressed the woman's face, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "My dear lady, with such beauty, why not accompany me back and become the mistress of my stronghold?" The woman widened her eyes, her face a mixture of shame and fury, struggling even more intensely. "Release me, you scoundrel, who would want to be your mistress?" Little Chui, standing nearby, stamped her feet in desperation, exclaiming, "Let go of my lady, otherwise, I shall fight you." Yet, she merely voiced her threats, lacking the courage to approach. Unfazed, Su Chan tightened his grip, saying, "My dear lady, do not struggle. Yield to me, and I shall treat you well." The woman, both furious and anxious, felt her eyes redden as she retorted, "You rogue. If you dare to act recklessly, I will haunt you as a ghost." Amused by her reaction, Su Chan found her demeanor exceedingly entertaining. Chapter 3. A serendipitous encounter in Yunlan City. Noticing the woman's reddened eyes, Su Chan chose not to continue his teasing and released her, saying, with such meager skills, "You dare to attempt robbery?" Regaining her freedom, the woman swiftly retreated a few steps, regarding Su Chan with wariness. Her face still bore the remnants of her indignation, and, biting her lip, she declared, "Do not feel triumphant. I shall reclaim today's humiliation tenfold." Su Chan raised an eyebrow, dismissively replying, "Very well, I shall await your return. However, with your limited prowess, spare yourself the futile effort." The woman, infuriated, stomped her foot but found herself at a loss against Su Chan. Casting him a fierce glare, she turned and pulled little Chui, ready to depart. Observing their intention to leave, Su Chen hurriedly called out to them. They paused, glancing back at him with guarded expressions. Furrowing her brow, the woman inquired, "What more do you want?" Su Chen chuckled lightly and replied, "Do not be anxious. I merely wish to inquire about this region and how far it is to Gusu City." The woman tilted her chin slightly, her tone still tinged with discontent. "Humph. Just ahead lies Yunlan City. As for Gusu City, it is quite a distance away. Even on horseback, it would take nearly half a month of travel." Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement, thanked her, and continued along the official road. The woman, after watching Su Chen's figure disappear, took little Chui and headed towards Yunlan City. Yunlan City, from a distance, rises majestically, seemingly shrouded in ethereal mist. The city walls stretch endlessly, fading into the obscurity of the fog, where the silhouette of the fortress becomes indistinct. The clouds enveloping Yunlan City cast a shadowy veil over its myriad peaks, while the mists obscure the towering pavilions that reach towards the heavens. As he gazed at the distant stronghold, Su Chen couldn't help but murmur softly, and soon quickened his pace towards Yunlan City. Upon entering the city, Su Chen found himself amidst a bustling thoroughfare, alive with the ebb and flow of people. However, he soon noticed the peculiar glances directed at him from the crowd, with some individuals even retreating at the sight of him. Observing this, Su Chen cast a glance at his own attire and let out a wry smile, contemplating that it was no wonder he had drawn such attention. It appeared he would need a change of clothing. As Su Chen pondered this, he lifted his gaze to find a pawn shop directly across from him. He promptly made his way inside. Just as he stepped into the shop, a young boy, who was about to call out, swallowed his words upon seeing Su Chen's disheveled appearance. The boy's face contorted with a hint of disdain as he scrutinized Su Chen, seemingly doubting that such a downcast figure could possess anything of value to pawn. Unperturbed by the boy's reaction, Su Chen walked directly to the counter. The shopkeeper, noticing Su Chen, also furrowed his brow slightly. Without waiting for the shopkeeper to speak, Su Chen produced a jade pendant from his bosom, the very same he had carried with him into the secret realm. Upon seeing the jade pendant, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up with interest. He swiftly reached out to take the pendant, examining it with great care. The pendant, with its warm hue and delicate texture, adorned with intricate carvings, was undeniably a treasure of no ordinary sort. The shopkeeper's face brightened with delight as he exclaimed, "Esteemed guest, this jade pendant is indeed a precious gem. May I inquire how much you wish to pawn it for?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen replied, "Please offer a fair price." The shopkeeper pondered for a brief moment before extending 5 fingers, saying, 500 taels. Though Su Chen was unaware of the pendant's true worth, he deemed 500 taels sufficient for his needs and agreed to the proposal. The shopkeeper's face beamed with joy as he hurried to fetch the 500 taels in silver to hand over to Su Chen. After accepting the coins and tucking them away, Su Chen turned to leave the pawn shop. Upon exiting, he ventured into a nearby clothing store. When he emerged, his appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. Once clad in tattered garments, he now wore a robe as white as snow, flowing gracefully with his movements, exuding an aura of ethereal elegance. His hair had been neatly arranged and tied back with a white ribbon, further enhancing his scholarly demeanor. Is this not a depiction of a refined gentleman, unmatched in the world? Su Chen mused, admiring himself with a hint of vanity. Just then, a rumble echoed from his stomach, reminding him of his hunger. Alas, even a sword immortal can feel hunger. It is indeed time to satisfy my inner cravings. Thus, he made his way towards the tavern, and upon reaching its entrance, he spotted 2 familiar figures. "Boss, I am so hungry," exclaimed the girl disguised as a boy, as she inhaled the delectable aromas wafting from within the tavern, swallowing hard. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, surprised at the swift encounter with the 2 women who had failed in their earlier attempt to rob him. A faint smile graced his lips as he strode towards them. Just as the leader was about to respond to the girl's lament, she suddenly sensed an approaching presence. Turning her head, she found herself locking eyes with Su Chen's amused gaze. She stood frozen, captivated, as a wave of admiration washed over her. Such beauty existed in this world. Beside her, the girl named Xiao Chui noticed her mistress's dazed demeanor and felt a pang of urgency. Gently tugging at the hem of the woman's garment, she whispered, "Boss, boss." The woman remained unresponsive, still entranced by Su Chen. Xiao Chui, increasing her efforts, softly urged once more, "Boss." At that moment, the woman seemed to awaken from a dream. A flicker of panic crossed her face as she hurriedly composed herself, suppressing her voice to ask, "Who are you? What do you want?" observing the woman's feigned calmness. Su Chan found amusing. He chuckled. Have you forgotten me in such a brief span? Are you planning to rob this tavern, having failed to rob me? The woman's eyes widened in realization as she took 2 steps back, gazing at Su Chan with astonishment. You're that scoundrel. Her surprise was palpable. Her eyes wide, as if struggling to accept that the very person standing before her was the one who had vexed her not long ago. Her heart raced involuntarily, and she recalled the moments of being teased by Su Chan, her cheeks slightly flushed. Then, meeting Su Chen's gaze, she asserted, "We have come to dine." Su Chan's smile broadened, laced with playful sarcasm. "If you've come to eat, why not step inside?" The woman's eyes flickered, and she averted her gaze awkwardly. Su Chan feigned ignorance. "Ah, I see. It's a matter of finances. I assent it." Upon hearing this, the woman's face flushed crimson as she retorted, "Who says we have no money? We are merely considering our options." "So ten replied, oh, ise. I was under the impression you lacked funds and was prepared to treat you. It appears that is unnecessary. I shall proceed to dine alone. So take your time to deliberate." With that, he turned to enter the tavern. Xiao Chui, noticing this, quickly tugged at her leader's sleeve. The woman, realizing the situation, immediately exclaimed, "If someone is treating us, we mustn't refuse." Su Chan halted, turning back with a hint of a smile playing upon his lips as he regarded her. The woman, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, lifted her chin slightly and spoke. "What are you staring at? It was you who insisted on treating us." "And we reluctantly acquiesced," she said, lifting her chin as she strode into the tavern. Chapter 4. With such meager skills, how dare you attempt to abduct a maiden? Inside the tavern, the woman showed no semblance of politeness as she loudly addressed the waiter. "Bring forth all your signature dishes for my esteemed self." The waiter, momentarily taken aback, quickly adorned his face with a courteous smile and replied, "Of course, esteemed guest, please wait a moment." Before long, an array of delectable dishes, rich in flavor, aroma, and color, was presented at their table. The woman wasted no time, devouring her meal as if she had not eaten in ages. Xiao Cui, watching in astonishment, whispered, "Boss, do slow down and be mindful of your image." With her mouth filled to the brim, she mumbled indistinctly, "Image is of no consequence. First, I must satiate my hunger." Su Chen observed her with a slight smirk, teasingly asking, "How long have you been starving?" The woman shot him a glare, retorting, "Mind your own business," before resuming her feast. At that moment, a murmur of conversation arose from nearby. "Have you heard? The daughter of the Zhao family from the frontier city, Zhao Wan'er, has eloped with the second prince. The emperor is furious. Now both the Zhao family and the court are searching high and low for her. A reward of 10,000 taels awaits anyone who can provide her whereabouts." A diner animatedly declared, "Zhao Wan'er is quite audacious to escape from the second prince," another chimed in. The tavern buzzed with chatter and the expressions of Su Chan. The woman and Xiao Cui varied in response to the gossip. Upon hearing the news, the woman's eating came to an abrupt halt, her countenance shifting slightly. But it was only for an instant before she regained her composure. Su Chan, keenly perceptive, noted her momentary change and grew increasingly curious. He discreetly observed her as she resumed eating, though her actions now seemed somewhat more deliberately casual. Xiao Cui also sensed her mistress's unease and anxiously glanced at her. Her eyes filled with concern. The woman subtly gestured for her to remain calm. Meanwhile, the discussions in the tavern continued unabated. Does Zhao Wan'er think she can truly escape? This world belongs to the emperor. Where can she hide? A burly man bellowed. Indeed, she fails to consider the repercussions. Not only will she suffer, but the entire Zhao family will bear the brunt, another voice chimed in. The woman listened to these remarks, silently lamenting her predicament. Yet she could only endure in silence. Soon after, they finished their meal, and Su Chan settled the bill before exiting the tavern with the 2 women. At the entrance, the woman patted her full belly and shot Su Chan a playful glare, saying, "We are even now." As they prepared to depart with Xiao Cui, a sudden emergence of formidable figures obstructed their path. The sight of these imposing individuals caused the woman's expression to change dramatically, her heart sinking with foreboding. Beside her, the maid Xiao Cui trembled involuntarily. Su Chan regarded the figures before him with a playful demeanor. Leading them was a middle-aged man, his gaze icy, embodying the cultivation of the initial stage of the profound realm. He addressed the woman, disguised as a man, saying, "Miss, please return with us. The family head is quite worried about you." Zhao Wan'er bit her lip and defiantly replied, Uncle Ho, I will not go back. I refuse to marry the second prince. Uncle Ho frowned and said, Miss, do not be willful. This engagement was personally bestowed by the emperor. Defying a royal decree is no trivial matter. Zhao Wan'er scoffed and retorted, What of it? I simply refuse to wed someone I do not love. Uncle Ho sighed helplessly and stated, Miss, why put yourself through this? The second prince hold a prestigious status and a promising future. Marrying him would not be a misfortune. Zhao Wan'er glared at him, saying, You only care for power and status, without a thought for my feelings. I would rather die than return with you. Uncle Ho's expression darkened as he replied, Then I am truly sorry, Mississippi. The family head has given orders that you must be brought back, even by force if necessary. With that, he gestured, and the imposing figures behind him advanced, encircling Zhao Wan'er and Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui clutched the hem of the woman's clothing, trembling as she whispered, Miss, what shall we do? Although fear gripped Zhao Wan'er, she feigned calmness, shielding Xiao Chui behind her and shouting at Uncle Ho, Uncle Ho, how dare you? If you lay a hand on me, my father will not spare you. Uncle Ho merely chuckled, unfazed, and replied, Miss, I am merely acting on the family head's orders. I beg your pardon. At that moment, as tensions escalated, Su Chan suddenly laughed, his mirth strikingly out of place in the charged atmosphere. All eyes turned to him. Stepping forward, he languidly remarked, Oh, what is this? Bullying the weak? How shameless to use force against a young girl. Uncle Ho shifted his gaze to Su Chan, scrutinizing him, and upon realizing he was merely a well-dressed young man, snorted dismissively, Brat, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. This is a matter for the Zhao family. Raising an eyebrow, Su Chan, holding his weapon, crossed his arms and declared, A family matter? This hardly resembles a family matter. It appears more like an abduction of a common girl. Besides, I detest the strong oppressing the weak, so I shall certainly intervene. A flicker of anger crossed Uncle Ho's eyes as he admonished, You foolish boy, do you think you can involve yourself in this? Then, he subtly signaled to the figures behind him, who swiftly obeyed, darting towards Su Chan like phantoms. Zhao Wan'er, witnessing their aggressive approach, was taken aback and instinctively sought to intervene. However, she was startled to see a slight smile playing on Su Chen's lips as he nimbly evaded their attacks with the grace of lightning. While dodging, Su Chan mockingly remarked, Is this the extent of your skills? Trying to abduct a maiden, are we? The assailants, realizing their initial strike had missed, exchanged glances and swiftly altered their tactics, launching another assault on Su Chan from various angles. Within him surged a powerful force, and with a few well-placed kicks, he sent several figures hurtling backwards. They crashed heavily to the ground several yards away, stirring up dust and emitting dull thuds upon impact. Uncle Ho, observing the scene, grew increasingly grim, roaring, Brat, today you will learn the consequences of meddling in affairs that do not concern you. With that, he transformed into a shadow and charged towards Su Chan. Unfazed, Su Chan remained composed. As Uncle Ho lunged at him, Su Chan deftly swung his sword sheath, unleashing a brilliant sword aura that shot forth, aiming directly at Uncle Ho's face. Feeling the imminent threat of death from the approaching blade, Uncle Ho hastily dodged, barely escaping the lethal strike, though the sword aura still left a scar across his face. Now on high alert, Uncle Ho's expression was one of astonishment and caution. He could hardly believe that Su Chan possessed such formidable power. Even a casual strike had conveyed a palpable threat. Beside them, Zhao Wan'er stared at Su Chan, equally astonished, seemingly unable to fathom his strength. Chapter 5. Perhaps I should offer myself instead. Su Chan smiled faintly and said, Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you shall not take her today. Uncle Ho gritted his teeth, retorting, Do you understand the repercussions of opposing the Zhao family? Su Chan, indifferent, replied, And what is Zhao family? If I dare involve myself in this matter, I fear not your clan. At that moment, the figures he had previously sent flying regrouped, but their eyes now reflected trepidation, rendering them hesitant to strike. Uncle Ho recognized that, with just their numbers, they would struggle to contend with Su Chan. Don't get too smug, boy. Even if I cannot take the young lady today, the Zhao family will surely hold you accountable, Uncle Ho declared vehemently. Su Chan raised an eyebrow and replied, I shall await your arrival. After a moment's hesitation, Uncle Ho chose to withdraw. Let us go, he commanded, and with a wave of his hand, he led the figures away. Zhao Wan'er and Xiao Chui exhaled in relief as they watched Uncle Ho and his companions depart. Grateful, Zhao Wan'er turned to Su Chan and expressed, Thank you. If it weren't for you today, I fear. Upon hearing this, a wicked smile graced Su Chen's face as he teased Zhao Wan'er. If you wish to thank me, you must show a bit of sincerity. How do you intend to repay me? Perhaps by offering yourself? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan'er's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot a reproachful glare at Su Chen, exclaiming, "You lecher, how shameless!" Xiao Chui, observing the exchange, could hardly contain her laughter. Subsequently, Zhao Wan'er, with a grave expression, turned to Su Chen and warned, "Do you realize you've offended the Zhao family? Their influence in the Longwu dynasty is vast and intricate. They will not let this matter rest easily. You must flee. Run as far as you can. I would want you to be embroiled because of me." Yet, Su Chen maintained his nonchalant demeanor, a slight smile playing on his lips as he replied, "Is it already a cause for concern for you? Even before we cross the threshold?" Zhao Wan'er, upon hearing his words, felt her face grow even warmer. Flustered and irritated, she retorted, "At such a time, you still joke about trivialities. I am being serious." Observing her urgency, Su Chen ceased his teasing and, albeit still relaxed, assured her, "Fear not, since I've chosen to intervene in this matter. I am unafraid of the Zhao family." Zhao Wan'er stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "How can you be so stubborn? The Zhao family's backing is convoluted and powerful, and by openly opposing them, you will surely attract their ire. No matter how great your support, what can it achieve? Two fists cannot contend with four hands." Looking into Zhao Wan'er's eyes, Su Chen sensed her genuine concern and responded with a smile, "I am untroubled. After all, I have you by my side. If the Zhao family truly seeks to trouble me, should I find myself outmatched, I shall use you as leverage. Who knows, they might just let me off the hook." Zhao Wan'er's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "You, how could you say such a thing when I am sincerely worried about you? I must have misjudged you." With that, she turned as if to leave. However, Su Chen swiftly pulled her into his embrace, grinning mischievously, "I'm still waiting for your promise of repayment. Where do you think you're going?" Zhao Wan'er gazed at the grinning Su Chen, momentarily entranced. At that moment, she could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from his chest, his strong arms enveloping her tightly, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to burn even more. For a fleeting instant, her mind went blank, and she entirely forgot about her desire to break free. Yet, it wasn't long before she regained her senses, struggling to escape his hold while indignantly protesting, "You lecher!" Who agreed to offer themselves. "Let me go." Su Chen merely chuckled as he released her, admiring the blend of anger and shyness on Zhao Wan'er's face, finding her utterly endearing. Then, turning his gaze toward her, he suggested with a smile, "Wan'er, since it appears you have nowhere to go, I'm heading to Gusa's city next. Would you care to accompany me?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan'er paused, momentarily taken aback, and then discreetly appraised Su Chen from head to toe. In her heart, she pondered, "This Suzhou city is indeed the territory of the Su family. If I venture there, the Zhao family, even if they seek trouble, must exercise some caution." With this thought, she crossed her arms and slightly raised her chin, gazing at Su Chen. Since you have sincerely invited me, I shall agree to accompany you to Su City. However, let me make it clear from the outset that all expenses for food and drink along the way shall be your responsibility." Su Chen smiled fondly, a hint of mockery in his eyes, and replied, "Of course, spending on my own beloved is only natural." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan'er felt both shy and indignant, her face flushing as she retorted, "Who is your beloved?" Su Chen paid her no heed and cheerfully continued, "All right, let us not delay any longer. Let's set off swiftly." At the frontier town, a robust man stood before Zhao Wujia, the head of the Zhao family, respectfully reporting, "Patriarch, we have received news from Ho Keqing that Miss has been spotted in Yunlan City. However, she is accompanied by a young man of remarkable strength. Although Ho Keqing and his associates attempted to take her away, they were thwarted by this young man and failed." Zhao Wujia narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression stern as he inquired, "A young man? What's his background? How could he possibly be a match for Ho Keqing?" The robust man bowed his head and responded, "At present, we do not know the specifics of this individual. Ho Keqing mentioned they could not ascertain his true capabilities. However, judging by his skills, he is certainly not an ordinary person." Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth in the room. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Send Mu Keqing on a trip. He must bring Miss back as soon as possible. His Majesty is already extremely furious about Wan'er's elopement, and we cannot afford any further delays." The robust man replied, "Understood, Patriarch. I will arrange for Mu Kaching immediately, and as soon as there is new information, I will report to you at once." Zhao Wujie waved his hand, signaling for the man to withdraw. Once the robust man had departed, Zhao Wujie's expression turned grave. His heart filled with worry. He was acutely aware of the delicate position of the Zhao family. With the passing of his father, the Zhao family no longer had a celestial figure to safeguard them. The dynasty had always viewed the four great families with suspicion. Now, without his father to anchor them, maintaining their position among the four families required seeking more external support, and marrying into the royal family was undoubtedly the most expedient and effective path. Although the second prince was not the crown prince, he held considerable influence in court and was favored by his majesty. Should Zhao Wan'er successfully marry into the royal family and become the second princess wife, the Zhao family would gain a solid backing in the court, facilitating future endeavors and securing their family standing. With this in mind, Zhao Wujie sighed deeply and murmured, "Wan'er, do not blame your father. He has no choice but to act for the sake of the family." Chapter 6. A Sword That Breaks 100 Armors. On the official road, Su Chen drove the horse-drawn carriage at a leisurely pace, with Zhao Wan'er and Xiao Chui seated across from one another inside. "Rogue Chen, how far are we from Xuanwu City?" Zhao Wan'er inquired loudly. Upon hearing the appellation she used for him, Su Chen's expression darkened. The origin of Zhao Wan'er's calling him Rogue Chen dated back to the past few days of their journey. Ever since they embarked on their way to Gusu City, Su Chen had seized every opportunity to tease Zhao Wan'er. Each time, she would stomp her feet in frustration and exclaim rogue. Thus, during these days of travel, Su Chen's various antics had left Zhao Wan'er both exasperated and helpless, leading to a growing familiarity between them. Gradually, the term rogue evolved into Rogue Chen. Despite Su Chen's repeated requests for her to address him as husband instead, Zhao Wan'er consistently dismissed his pleas, continuing to call him Rogue Chen with impunity. This time, upon hearing her call out the name that irked him once more, Su Chen could only sigh in resignation, urging the horses onward while turning to speak into the carriage. "Wan'er, how many times must I remind you to call me husband? If this title spreads, my reputation as Su Chen will be ruined." Zhao Wan'er, however, merely huffed dismissively, replying, "Humph, who told you to keep teasing me? This title suits you perfectly. I shall call you that, and what can you do about it?" Xiao Chui, observing their playful banter, stifled a laugh and chimed in, "Miss, Master Su is only acting out of kindness. You should refrain from speaking of him so harshly." Zhao Wan'er shot a glare at Xiao Chui, retorting, "You little minx, why are you defending him? Just wait until we return." Xiao Chui stuck out her tongue, silenced by the admonition. Just as Su Chen and Zhao Wan'er were exchanging witty remarks, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed, accompanied by a tremor in the ground. Su Chen turned to see a troop of armored soldiers galloping towards them, soon drawing near. Inside the carriage, Zhao Wan'er and Xiao Chui grew tense upon hearing the commotion. Su Chen furrowed his brow but remained unperturbed, calling out, "Who are you? Why do you block our path?" The leader of the group, mounted on a tall steed and clad in gleaming black armor, bore a stern expression, his gaze exuding an air of superiority as if all in the world were beneath him. He lifted his chin slightly, coldly regarding Su Chen, and spoke. "I am Li Ao, the commander of the garrison in Xuanwu City, dispatched by the second prince to await Miss Zhao and escort her to the capital for her wedding." He then turned his attention to the carriage, stating, "Miss Zhao, I know you are inside. Do not hide any longer. Your attempt to flee from marriage has angered the dragon countenance. The second prince is magnanimous and still wishes to accept you. You ought to comply with the imperial will and return with us immediately for the wedding." Inside the carriage, Zhao Wan'er trembled with rage upon hearing those words. Biting her lip, her eyes were filled with anger and defiance. Just as she was about to speak, Su Chen interjected, declaring, "Wan'er has already pledged herself to me. She is mine. If you wish to take her away, you must first seek my consent." Li Ao, taken aback by this proclamation, quickly masked his surprise with a flicker of anger and disdain. He scoffed, "Humph, you insolent brat. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Miss Zhao is betrothed by the emperor to the second prince. She would never belong to you." Yet Su Chen remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow as he replied, "Believe it or not, but as long as I am present today, you shall not take Wan'er. I advise you to retreat now, otherwise." At his words, Zhao Wan'er's cheeks flushed crimson. She felt a mix of shyness and gratitude, astonished that Su Chen would utter such words at this moment. Xiao Chui, standing beside her, widened her eyes in astonishment, whispering, Mr. Su, he is incredibly brave." Zhao Wan'er shot Xiao Chui a glare, admonishing, "You silly girl. What nonsense are you spouting?" Yet, a glimmer of joy sparkled in her eyes, and she herself was unsure of the source of her elation. "Furious, Liao Belovid. You fool, you seek death. Seize him, capture this brat, and take Miss Zhao away. Show no mercy if he resists." At his command, soldiers surged forward like a tide towards Su Chen. At that moment, both Zhao Wan'er and Xiao Chui felt their hearts leap into their throats, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene outside the carriage. As the soldiers advanced, a glint of cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He grasped the Qishao sword beside him and, with a swift motion, unleashed a single arc of lethal sword energy. This fierce wave of power surged forth like a tempest, instantly toppling the oncoming soldiers as if they were mere stalks of wheat being harvested. Though Su Chen did not exert his full strength, the sheer force of his strike sent dozens of soldiers sprawling across the ground, some groaning in pain, others losing consciousness entirely, creating a scene of utter chaos. Even Li Ao, the commanding officer of the Xuanwu city garrison, could not evade the onslaught of this fierce attack. The sword energy sliced towards him, and he barely had time to widen his eyes in terror before being struck. With a sickening thud, he was hurled from his horse, crashing heavily to the ground. His once polished black armor now lay in disarray, coated with dust and scratches. Zhao Wan'er stared in disbelief, realizing she had underestimated Su Chen's prowess. She never imagined that the man who often teased her could fell an entire battalion of fierce soldiers with a single swing of his sword. Mr. Su, he is truly extraordinary," Xiao Chui exclaimed, and Zhao Wan'er, still in a daze, nodded in agreement. Li Ao gazed at Su Chen with a disheveled appearance. His earlier arrogance completely vanished. His eyes were now filled with shock and fear as he struggled to utter, "Who on earth are you?" He could hardly fathom that this seemingly ordinary young man possessed such formidable power. Su Chen bade no heed to Li A's disgrace, guiding the horse-drawn carriage forward until it came to a gradual halt before him. From his elevated position, he looked down at the pitiful figure of Li Ao sprawled on the ground and said, "Return and inform those behind you to cease their attempts on Zhao Wan'er. She is under my protection now, and should there be a next time, you will not be so fortunate." With that, he urged the carriage onward. As he watched the carriage make its way towards Xuanwu City, Li Ao gritted his teeth and struggled to rise, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. "Kid, I refuse to believe you can withstand the might of my army," he declared menacingly. "Send my orders to assemble 5,000 troops at the northern city gate." "Yes, Commander," a soldier responded, immediately heading towards Xuanwu City. Chapter 7. A sword's arrival signals knowledge across the land. Su Chen continued his journey towards Xuanwu City and inside the carriage. Zhao Wan'er wore a worried expression as she inquired, "Rogue Chen, are we truly going to Xuanwu City?" Su Chen turned slightly, offering her a confident smile as he replied, "We still have some distance to the next city. We must replenish our supplies here. Do not worry, with me around, there will be no surprises." Zhao Wan'er bit her lip, yet upon seeing Su Chen's resolute demeanor, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. As the carriage progressed, the silhouette of Xuanwu City gradually came into view. When they finally entered the city, the streets bustled with life, vibrant and lively. However, Zhao Wan'er and Xiao Chui found little joy in the bustling scene. After a brief meal in Xuanwu City, the trio set off once more. Throughout the journey, an unease lingered in Zhao Wan'er's heart, prompting her to glance around apprehensively. By this time, the afternoon had passed, and logically, there should have been many people about. However, as they approached the northern gate, the number of citizens dwindled, and by the time they reached the gate, it stood firmly shut. "Rogue Chen, something feels amiss," Zhao Wan'er said, her tone tinged with gravity. Su Chen chuckled lightly and reassured her, "Do not fear. With me here, no one can take you away." Although Zhao Wan'er still felt a hint of anxiety, her panic began to subside. She gazed at Su Chen's upright figure, a wave of inexplicable trust washing over her. "Ha, kid, even at death's door, you still boast. Today, you shall find no escape," came a voice from atop the wall as Li Ao appeared. A triumphant expression plastered across his face. He looked down at Su Chen and the others, his eyes brimming with mockery and disdain. Su Chen glanced up at Li Ao, a slight smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "It seems my words have not reached you. It is my first time encountering someone so eager to meet their demise." Li Ao's expression darkened, and he bellowed in fury, "Arrogant!" With a swift wave of his hand, a throng of soldiers surged forth from all directions, encircling Su Chun and his companions. The soldiers atop the city walls drew their bows, aiming their arrows at Su Chun. Xiao Chui, pale with fear, clutched Zhao Wan'er tightly, who gazed at Su Chun with concern and said, "Rogue Chun, what shall we do? There are too many of them." Yet, Su Chun remained calm and composed, gently patting Zhao Wan'er's hand, reassuring her, "Fear not, they cannot possibly restrain me." Liao stood atop the city wall, laughing triumphantly. "Boy, let us see how brazen you are now. Surrender willingly, and perhaps I shall spare your life." Su Chen scoffed coldly, a hint of a smirk crossing his face. "Do you truly believe these men can confine me?" With those words, Su Chun rose slowly from the carriage and called out softly, "Sword, come forth." In an instant, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. It was as if the entire Xuanwu city had been stirred by his utterance. Swords hidden in every nook and cranny, whether they were sheathed in weapon racks, held by warriors, or abandoned in blacksmith shops, were all drawn by an enigmatic force. They broke free from their confines, transforming into glints of cold light that whizzed towards Su Chun. In a heartbeat, the sky was filled with a swarm of flying swords, manipulated by an unseen hand. Swiftly gathering above Su Chun's head before hovering in midair, their tips pointed menacingly at Li Ao and his legion. Sunlight cascaded upon the blades, refracting dazzling rays, resembling a brilliant river of swords, exuding an aura both chilling and awe-inspiring. In the next moment, Su Chun stood upon his sword, soaring into the air. His figure was tall and imposing, his garments billowing in the gentle breeze, as if he were one with the myriad sword shadows, becoming the focal point of this breathtaking tableau. On the carriage, Zhao Wan'er and Xiao Chui were rendered speechless by the scene before them. Xiao Chui's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Su Chun suspended in midair, exclaiming, "Miss, is young Master Su a celestial being?" Zhao Wan'er was equally taken aback, her gaze fixated on Su Chun, who stood like a deity, her previous worries replaced by profound admiration. Upon hearing Xiao Chui's words, she snapped back to reality, lightly slapping her cheeks as if to confirm she was not dreaming. She opened her mouth, but found herself momentarily at a loss for words, eventually murmuring, "Rogue Chun, he is truly formidable." At that moment, Li Ao's earlier confidence had dissipated, replaced by wide-eyed terror and disbelief. Gazing at Su Chun, who resembled a god of swords in the sky, his legs trembled involuntarily, and though he opened his mouth, he could not form a complete sentence for a long while. The soldiers were paralyzed with fear, gazing up at Su Chun with eyes filled with awe and trepidation, their minds devoid of any thought of offense. Su Chun, however, was indifferent to their reactions, continuing to mockingly fixate on Li Ao. With a subtle wave of his hand, the swords suspended in midair emitted a resonant hum, as if responding to his command, poised to strike at any moment. "Li Ao, I have afforded you an opportunity, since you have chosen to squander it. Do not blame me for the consequences." Su Chen's words were icy and laden with oppressive force, making Li Ao feel as if a colossal mountain were pressing against his chest. Though fear gripped him to his core, he clenched his teeth and forced a semblance of composure, shouting, "You insolent wretch! Do you think you can intimidate me in such a manner? Charge forward. Whoever can subdue him shall be handsomely rewarded." At this, a cold glint flickered in Su Chen's eyes. "Let's see who dares," he declared. He then pointed his sword, and the suspended blades surged forth instantaneously, some plummeting towards the ground, while others soared toward the city walls. In an instant, the area surrounding the carriage was dotted with swords, their blades glinting ominously in the sunlight, as if warning the restless soldiers. Before the warriors on the walls, a sword hovered, aimed directly at their foreheads. The soldiers stood frozen in terror, scarcely daring to breathe, their bodies rigid with fear. Witnessing this scene, Li Ao's dread intensified. He realized he had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Yet, unwilling to accept defeat, he gritted his teeth, searching for any flicker of hope. "You've gone too far, boy. You are openly defying the imperial family. Your fate will be dire," Li Ao shouted, his voice wavering with a facade of bravado. Su Chun regarded him coldly, refusing to engage in further dialogue. With a precise gesture, a sword pierced through Li Ao's brow. Li Ao's eyes widened in disbelief as his body began to topple backward, crashing heavily against the city wall. Upon witnessing Li Ao's fall, chaos erupted among the soldiers. "Open the city gates or perish," Su Chun declared from his elevated position. The soldiers trembled at his words. They glanced at the lifeless form of Li Ao sprawled against the wall, and then at the imposing figure of Su Chen in the air. Their resolve to resist utterly extinguished. In a flurry of panic, they began to unlock the city gates, the heavy barrier creaking open under their collective effort. Go! Su Chen commanded as he observed the gates parting, and the swords in the air and on the ground swiftly returned to him. Chapter 8. I possess a sword. I invite you to appreciate it. In just a few days, the astonishing events at the northern gate of Xuanwu City rapidly circulated throughout the martial world. Whispers of a sword deity emerging into existence began to be fervently discussed in every corner, tavern, and tea house among the denizens of the realm. Upon learning of the events in Xuanwu City, the second prince was instantly consumed by fury, shattering the teacup in his grasp upon the floor, sending porcelain fragments scattering and tea splattering across the tiles. Absurd, utterly preposterous. In a fit of rage, he paced the hall, his complexion flushed and his eyes ablaze with indignation and disdain. What is this so-called sword god? It strikes me as mere hyperbole. At that moment, a strategist beside him cautiously interjected, Your Highness, this matter has already stirred considerable chatter in the martial world. While there may be an element of exaggeration, the fact that Su Chen managed to escape unscathed from the encirclement of numerous soldiers, and even slayed Li Ao, suggests he possesses some skill. Merely an arrogant fool, unaware of his own limitations, daring to thwart my ambitions and openly oppose the imperial family. The second prince retorted vehemently, Convey my orders. Immediately dispatch additional personnel to thoroughly investigate this matter. I demand the capture of this so-called sword god and Zhao Wan'er. I wish to discern the true identity of this alleged sword god. The attendants responded in unison, swiftly retreating to mobilize a search party. After several days of travel, Su Chen and his companions arrived at Luoyuan City. They entered a tavern, eager to indulge in a hearty meal and rest for a while. As soon as the dishes were served, they overheard animated discussions around them. Have you heard? A sword god has emerged in Xuanwu City. It is said he can command the swords of the entire city, exclaimed an exuberant. Others chimed in enthusiastically. Indeed, I have heard the same. It must have been a spectacular sight. They say the sword god acts for a woman, truly a sight to behold when a sword god rises in wrath for love, commanding the city's blades against foes. Upon hearing the chatter, Su Chen raised an eyebrow, secretly elated. Ah, this marks my first grand entrance since my journey began. Zhao Wan'er, upon hearing this, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Instinctively, she cast a sidelong glance at Su Chen, only to meet his gaze, which sparkled with mirth. Her heart raced, and in a blend of embarrassment and irritation, she shot him a glare. Meanwhile, Xiao Chui watched the two with amusement, stifling her laughter. After finishing their meal, the sky had darkened, prompting them to take lodging in the tavern for the night. In the dead of night, Su Chen, who had been peacefully asleep, suddenly sensed a disturbance. He promptly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, swiftly leaping from the window to the rooftop like a wisp of shadow. Standing quietly atop the roof, he embodied a figure of poise, framed by the luminous full moon casting its cool glow. Clad in white garments, he seemed to meld with the night itself under the moonlight. The silvery beams illuminated his handsome features, and as he surveyed the tranquil expanse of Luoyuan City, the only sounds were the distant barks of dogs and the watchman's calls echoing through the stillness. With a smile gracing his face, Su Chen glanced toward a nearby alley, questioning whether his visitor was ready to reveal themselves. As if summoned by his words, a stern man emerged slowly from the shadows, leaping to stand before Su Chen. Clad in black, he seemed to merge seamlessly with the night. The man appeared to be around 30, his expression austere and features sharply defined. His eyebrows arched dramatically, leading to a pair of deep-set eyes, reminiscent of a frigid pool, radiating a chilling brilliance. He held a long sword, standing resolutely against Su Chen, exuding a powerful aura. You managed to detect my presence. The tales of the Jianghu are not unfounded, the man in black remarked coldly. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the figure before him, and inquired, Are you from the court or a member of the Zhao family? The man, his face inscrutable, replied slowly, I am Mu Jiansheng, a guest of the Zhao family, here initially for Miss Wan'er, but now, I am here for you. He then regarded Su Chen with an unwavering gaze, hands clasping the sword before his chest, and slightly bowed. I seek your guidance, Su Jiansheng. Observing the unmasked eagerness for the duel in Mu Jiansheng's eyes, Su Chen silently mused, truly worthy of the name Mu Jiansheng. He is indeed a sword enthusiast. Maintaining a calm demeanor, though confidence radiated from his eyes, he began. You're not my match. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. Mu Jianxing's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. Proud by nature, he could not accept Su Chen's blatant dismissal of him as a rival. In the next moment, Mu Jianxing drew his sword and charged at Su Chen, his movements swift as lightning, closing the distance in an instant. His sword transformed into a streak of cold light, striking fiercely at Su Chen's vital points. Yet, Su Chen remained composed, firmly wielding the Qi Xiao to defend. Though the Qi Xiao had yet to be unsheathed under Su Chen's command, it functioned as a formidable barrier, deflecting Mu Jianxing's attacks with precision. As Mu Jianxing intensified his onslaught, Su Chen continued to respond with calm deliberation, which only fueled Mu Jianxing's frustration. Su Jianxing, why do you hesitate to draw your sword? Do you look down upon me, Mu Jianxing, deeming me unworthy of your full effort? At this, Su Chen offered a slight smile, addressing Mu Jianxing. Very well, since you were so insistent. I shall oblige and allow you to witness my sword. With that, he stepped back, gazing at Mu Jianxing as he unsheathed the Qi Xiao sword. Its tip angled towards the ground, a formidable sword intent emanating from him. I possess a sword known as Liangxiu Qingxi. I invite you to appreciate its essence, Su Chen declared, and at once his aura transformed dramatically. The originally magnificent sword aura now surged forth like a tumultuous tide, radiating wildly from him at its epicenter. Subsequently, Su Chen lightly tapped the rooftop with his toes, his figure gradually ascending. Bathed in moonlight, he appeared ethereal in his flowing white robes, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, exuding an air of extraordinary nonchalance and defiance. In an instant, Su Chen swung his sword with fervor, and two sword energies, akin to azure serpents, erupted from the Qi Xiao sword, carving through the air and generating a howling wind as they lunged directly toward the wooden swordsman. The atmosphere seemed to be sliced by the sharpness, emitting a sibilant sound. The wooden swordsman, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback, yet exclaimed with fervor, "Well met. I too possess a sword, named Shadow of the Sword, Dividing Light." Before his words could fully resonate, the wooden swordsman spun rapidly, generating a small whirlwind at his feet with astonishing speed. His long sword danced in tandem with his body's rotation, and in that fleeting moment, the shadows of the sword multiplied, as if the blade had transformed into countless forms, radiating outward to create a vast circle of sword shadows. Each shadow glimmered with a chilling brilliance, sharp as if forged from the essence of steel itself. The sword shadows intertwined and overlapped, forming an impenetrable net as they surged forth to meet the approaching azure serpent sword energies. Chapter 9. The Sword Enthusiast, Wooden Swordsman. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp impacts resonated, filling the air. The sword shadows of the wooden swordsman collided fiercely with Su Chen's azure serpent sword energies, unleashing a powerful shockwave that expanded outward like a raging tide, sending roof tiles flying in disarray. Within the confines of the sword shadows, the wooden swordsman felt his arms tremble violently, the long sword nearly slipping from his grasp. The force emanating from Su Chen's sword energy surged into him like a relentless torrent, causing his blood to surge tumultuously. Yet unwilling to concede defeat, the wooden swordsman gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to withstand Su Chen's onslaught. Nevertheless, Su Chen's azure serpent sword energies relentlessly penetrated the layers of sword shadows, severing the wooden swordsman's long sword. A sword energy grazed his shoulder, instantly erupting in a spray of crimson droplets. The sharp pain coursed through his body like electric currents, eliciting a muffled groan from him. The residual force of the sword energy that had sliced past his shoulder left a lingering blood mist in its wake, the previously fierce momentum gradually dissipating into nothingness. The wooden swordsman swayed, dropping to one knee, barely managing to stabilize himself with his sword bracing against the ground. Blood oozed from the wound on his shoulder, trickling down his arm and pooling into a crimson stain upon the tiles beneath him. He lifted his gaze to Su Chen, who stood not far away, still poised and composed. Though the spark of determination in his eyes had dimmed considerably, a flicker of indomitable pride remained. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. "Thank you, Master Su, for your mercy. I have lost this battle, and I concede wholeheartedly. With a faint, bitter smile, he expressed an overwhelming sense of sorrow and self-mockery. Since childhood, I have dedicated myself to the art of the sword, earning the title of sword enthusiast. I once believed I had achieved a modicum of skill. However, today, in competition with Master Su, I have come to realize that I am but a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing up at the sky. Mu Jianshen paused momentarily, taking a deep breath as if making a resolute decision, and continued, "Now that I have been defeated by Master Su, whether to kill or to spare, it rests entirely in your hands." Just then, Zhao Wan'er's urgent voice suddenly rang out from behind Su Chen. "Rogue Chen, do not harm my brother, the sword enthusiast." Su Chen turned slightly, glancing at Zhao Wan'er with a gentle smile. "Do not worry, Wan'er. I had no intention of taking his life." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Wan'er felt a measure of relief. She approached Su Chen, her face filled with concern as she looked at Mu Jiansheng and asked, "Brother sword enthusiast, how are you?" Mu Jiansheng shook his head slightly, replying softly, "I am fine." After confirming that Mu Jiansheng was not gravely injured, Zhao Wan'er breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Brother sword enthusiast, I will not return with you. I refuse to marry the second prince." Mu Jiansheng gazed at Zhao Wan'er, a flicker of helplessness and complexity in his eyes. "Wan'er, do you realize the trouble your decision may bring to our family?" Zhao Wan'er raised her chin defiantly and replied, "I understand, but I cannot sacrifice my happiness for the sake of family interests. I believe there will always be a way to resolve this." Mu Jiansheng glanced at Zhao Wan'er and Su Chen, and after a moment of silence, he slowly stood up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, determination now evident in his gaze. He turned to Su Chen, his eyes reflecting a newfound resolve. "Master Su, I wish to follow you." Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, looking at Mu Jiansheng with surprise. "Oh, why is that?" Mu Jiansheng tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes shimmering with an unwavering passion for the swordsmanship. "This battle has made me acutely aware of my deficiencies in the way of the sword. Being by your side may allow me to progress further in my swordsmanship." Zhao Wan'er also exhibited a look of astonishment. She looked at Mu Jiansheng and said, "You are the renowned sword enthusiast, Mu Jiansheng, one of the strongest swordsmen in the realm. How can you?" She paused, but Mu Jiansheng understood her unvoiced concerns. With a scoff, he interjected, "What use is the title of the strongest swordsman? Only after witnessing Master Su's sword did I realize how far I still have to go." With that, he turned once more to Su Chen and implored, "I ask for your opportunity." Su Chen pondered for a moment, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Very well. Since you have made your decision, then follow me. I happen to need someone to drive the carriage. Of course, if one day you wish to leave, you may do so at any time." A flicker of delight crossed Mu Jiansheng's eyes as he solemnly nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, divine swordmaster Su, for your benevolence." Su Chen, observing Mu Jiansheng, gently waved his hand and replied, "From now on, do not address me as divine swordmaster. Simply call me Su Chen." Mu Jiansheng was momentarily taken aback, then respectfully nodded in agreement. Zhao Wan'er, watching the exchange, could not help but smile. Subsequently, the three returned to their room at the inn. Early the next morning, the quartet set off once more. As they reached the city gates, they noticed a throng of individuals wielding swords, hurrying towards the outskirts. Inside the carriage, Zhao Wan'er, intrigued, lifted a corner of the curtain to observe the hurried figures of the martial world and softly inquired, "Rogue Chen, what do you think these people are up to?" In response, Su Chen shook his head, leaned toward the front of the carriage, and patted Mu Jiansheng on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Mu, why not ask them what has them in such a rush?" Mu Jiansheng acknowledged the request, reined in the horses, and dismounted. He approached a young man, also armed with a sword, who appeared to be in a great hurry. The young man, momentarily surprised and displeased at being halted, relaxed slightly upon noticing Mu Jiansheng's similar attire and sword, yet still spoke with urgency. "What is your intention, brother? Please do not delay my journey." Mu Jiansheng clasped his fists in salute and politely inquired, "My good fellow, we notice that many are hastily leaving the city with swords in hand, and we are curious about the cause of this commotion." The young man, sizing Mu Jiansheng up with a hint of skepticism, replied, "You are not aware? The Swordmaster S Association is hosting a sword inquiry conference, and it is rumored that the recently acclaimed sword god will be in attendance. Everyone is eager to witness the sword god's prowess, hence the haste." A spark of realization ignited within Mu Jiansheng, and he instinctively glanced back at the carriage, pondering that the sword god in question could very well be Su Chen. The young man then circumvented Mu Jiansheng and continued his brisk journey beyond the city walls. Returning to the carriage, Mu Jiansheng relayed the information to Su Chun, young Master Su. I just learned from that individual that the Sword Masters Association is indeed holding a sword inquiry conference, and the renowned sword god will be participating, prompting all these martial artists to rush there. Su Chun, taken aback by this revelation, murmured, "Am I to attend the Sword Inquiry Conference at the Sword Masters Association? I was completely unaware." Zhao Wan'er, overhearing this, couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, "Rogue Chun, your reputation is truly soaring. Others are arranging your itinerary while you remain oblivious." Xiao Chui chimed in with laughter, "Young Master Su, you are indeed becoming quite the celebrated figure in the martial world." Su Chun, shaking his head in resignation, replied, "I am quite curious to see who this so-called sword god of the Sword Masters Association truly is." Subsequently, Mu Jiansheng drove 4 individuals through the throng towards the Yu Jianmen. Chapter 10. The Yu Jianmen offers you a divine weapon. The 4 arrived at the foot of the Yu Jianmen, gazing upward at the majestic mountain, shrouded in swirling clouds, where a winding stone staircase appeared to ascend into the heavens. As Su Chun and his companions disembarked from the carriage, they were inevitably stirred by the grandeur before them. Figures continuously passed by, ascending the stone steps. Su Chun, accompanied by Zhao Wan'er, Xiao Chui, and Mu Jiansheng, began their own ascent. While walking, Su Chun turned to Mu Jiansheng and inquired, "Brother Mu, how much do you know about the Yu Jianmen?" Mu Jiansheng pondered briefly, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes, before he replied, "The Yu Jianmen is indeed renowned in the martial world, famous for its sword mastery. This sword technique is extraordinary, enabling one to manipulate swords with their energy, striking foes from 100 paces away." After a moment's pause, he continued, 3 years ago, a prodigy emerged from the Yu Jianmen. At merely 20 years of age, he perfected the sword technique. I had the opportunity to spar with him." "Oh, what was the outcome?" Su Chun asked with curiosity. Though he possesses exceptional talent, he is still young and lacks sufficient inner strength. "After a bout, I ultimately prevailed," Mu Jiansheng replied. Su Chun nodded, his intrigue regarding this prodigious youth from the Yu Jianmen deepening. Soon, they reached the entrance of the Yu Jianmen. Before them stood a grand mountain gate, supported by colossal stone pillars, intricately carved with exquisite sword motifs that emanated an ancient and majestic aura. Above the gate, the characters for Yu Jianmen were boldly inscribed. In front of the gate, 2 rows of disciples clad in white robes stood erect, each exuding an air of poise, their sharp gazes fixed, and their long swords glinting with a cold light. These disciples radiated a unique charisma, embodying both the resolve of warriors and the nonchalance of swordsmen. Observing this scene, Zhao Wan'er softly remarked, "The Yu Jianmen certainly lives up to its reputation. Even this mountain gate is so magnificent." Xiao Chui nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, miss, the atmosphere here is truly imposing." Su Chun gazed at the splendid gate, slightly nodding before saying, "Let us proceed inside." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan'er and Xiao Chui promptly followed in Su Chun's footsteps. They navigated through the crowd and arrived at an expansive plaza. The plaza, vast and paved with smooth bluestone slabs, was bordered by towering stone pillars, each adorned with exquisite sword patterns that resonated harmoniously with those on the mountain gate. At this moment, a multitude had gathered in the plaza, some engaged in hushed conversations while others surveyed their surroundings. Standing at the edge of the plaza, Su Chun and his companions observed the unfolding scene. Zhao Wan'er curiously regarded the crowd, saying, "The atmosphere is bustling with numerous attendees. It appears that this sword inquiry conference is indeed a grand affair." As several individuals surveyed their surroundings, within a grand hall of the sword-controlling sect, the sect leader, Jun Ming, gazed upon his son, Jun Wuhan, with eyes brimming with anticipation and pride. Yun Ming solemnly stated, "This sword inquiry conference marks the moment for you to truly make your name known. You are the prodigy of our sword-controlling sect. Although you faced defeat at the hands of Mu Jiansheng 3 years prior, you have since evolved remarkably. In this conference, you must exert yourself fully and not disappoint your father." Jun Wuhan stood tall, dressed in a snow-white robe, his gaze resolute and self-assured. He nodded slightly and respectfully replied, "Father, rest assured, I shall give my utmost effort." He then furrowed his brow and inquired, "Father, will the sword god truly be in attendance?" Jun Ming pondered briefly before responding, "I cannot say for certain whether the sword god will indeed come. It remains unclear who spread the word of the sword god's participation, which has drawn many from the martial world. regardless of the Sword God's presence. You must remain focused on this conference and showcase your true capabilities. This is your opportunity to prove yourself, and also a chance for our sword-controlling sect to gain prestige in the martial realm. A glint of determination flashed in Jun Wuhan's eyes as he affirmed, "I understand. And I shall not disappoint your expectations, father." Jun Ming nodded in satisfaction and cautioned, "This conference is teeming with formidable opponents. You must not let your guard down. Though your talents are exceptional, the martial world is rife with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Vigilance is essential." Jun Wuhan responded earnestly, "Yes, father. I will approach each opponent with caution." Subsequently, the two made their way to the square. In the square, the anticipation among the crowd intensified, and someone could not refrain from shouting, "When does the Sword Inquiry Conference commence?" This exclamation immediately resonated with those nearby, prompting a flurry of discussion among the attendees. "Indeed, the wait has made us somewhat anxious," remarked Zhao Wan'er with a smile beside Su Chen. Xiao Chui nodded in agreement. "I wonder when this conference will actually begin." Meanwhile, Mu Jiansheng scanned the center of the square, seemingly searching for something. Su Chen smiled slightly and said, "Do not fret. The conference should commence shortly." Just as Su Chen's words faded, Jun Ming and Jun Wuhan arrived at the square. Jun Ming ascended the central platform, raising his hands slightly to signal for silence. Upon seeing the leader of the sword-controlling sect, the crowd fell silent, their attention directed towards the platform. Jun Ming cleared his throat and proclaimed in a resounding voice, "Esteemed heroes of the martial world, welcome to the sword-controlling sect for this Sword Inquiry Conference. Our aim in hosting this event is to facilitate mutual exchange and advancement among heroes. The victor of this conference shall be awarded a divine weapon-level sword from our sect. Without further ado, I hereby announce the commencement of the Sword Inquiry Conference." As Jun Ming concluded his words, the entire square erupted into fervor. Among the crowd, someone exclaimed in excitement, "The Swordmaster sect truly exhibits grand gestures. They are willing to present such a divine weapon. Indeed, this is a rare treasure. It seems the Sword Inquiry Conference will undoubtedly be spectacular." Another person concurred. "I wonder who will possess the fortune to acquire this divine sword." Others chimed in, engaging in lively discussions. Hearing the chatter, Su Chen and his companions felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the divine sword. Turning to Mu Jiansheng, Su Chen inquired, "Brother Mu, what's so special about this divine sword?" Mu Jiansheng pondered momentarily, his expression grave as he replied, "Young Master Su, divine swords are exceedingly rare in the martial world. Their materials are unique, forged through relentless trials. Not only are they extraordinarily sharp, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud, but they also unleash formidable power in battle." Su Chen pressed on, "Can you discern the grade of the qi xiao in my hand?" Upon hearing this, Mu Jiansheng furrowed his brow in contemplation for a brief moment before reluctantly stating, "Young Master Su, I cannot ascertain the exact grade of the qi xiao. However, I am certain it surpasses that of a divine sword. My own sword is divine. It was easily severed by the qi xiao during our duel. Thus, it is evident that the might of the qi xiao far exceeds that of an ordinary divine sword." A faint smile graced Su Chen's lips as he remarked, "The system does not deceive me." Zhao Wan'er, noticing Mu Jiansheng's expression, chuckled, "Fear not, brother sword enthusiast. I shall ensure my father finds you another divine sword in the future." Upon hearing this, Su Chen also noted Mu Jiansheng's demeanor and understood immediately. He scratched his nose and said, "But there is already one readily available." Zhao Wan'er and Mu Jiansheng initially appeared taken aback, but soon realized, with Zhao Wan'er exclaiming in excitement, "Rascal Su, are you referring to the reward for first place?" Su Chen nodded in affirmation and directed his gaze toward Mu Jiansheng, saying, "Brother Mu, how about I compensate you with the divine sword I earn as the first place reward?" Mu Jiansheng was about to decline when Zhao Wan'er interjected, "Brother sword enthusiast, do not be polite with Rascal Chen. This is what he owes you." "Indeed, I agree with your sentiment," Su Chen replied, a smile illuminating his face as he looked at Zhao Wan'er. Zhao Wan'er huffed in response, rolling her eyes at Su Chen before turning her attention back to the square. Mu Jiansheng, witnessing this, also smiled and refrained from further comment. Chapter 11. The mysterious gray-robed figure as the Sword Inquiry Conference officially commenced. The atmosphere in the square grew increasingly fervent. Individuals from the martial world continuously stepped forward to challenge one another. However, to Su Chen's discerning eye, while each displayed their unique techniques, their overall prowess could only be deemed mediocre. After witnessing several matches, he found himself gradually succumbing to boredom. Just at that moment of ennui, he suddenly sensed a faint yet piercing aura. Intrigued, Su Chen instinctively turned his gaze toward the source of the energy. On the periphery of the crowd, he beheld a rather unique figure. The individual donned a somewhat tattered long robe, his hair cascading loosely, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance. In his hand, he held a wine gourd, and at his waist, a long sword was sheathed, its hilt adorned with simple yet ancient decorations that emanated an unusual aura. When Su Chen's gaze fell upon him, the man seemed to sense his scrutiny, turning slightly to meet his eyes. After their brief exchange of glances, Su Chen averted his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he muttered, "Interesting." The man in the gray robe scrutinized Su Chen once more, his expression shifting from surprise to a gentle smile as he remarked, "Indeed, the younger generation surpasses the older. It seems this visit was not in vain." Beside him, Mu Jiansheng, intrigued by Su Chen's demeanor, inquired, "Su Xiao, what makes it interesting?" Su Chen, with a smile, replied, "Nothing much, just an intriguing person." Seeing Su Chen's reluctance to elaborate, Mu Jiansheng refrained from pressing further and redirected his attention to the square. At the elevated platform, Yun Ming lagoded Yun Wuhan, asking, "Wun, are you prepared to take the stage?" Jun Wuhan stood tall, his white garments billowing gently in the breeze, radiating confidence and determination. Without hesitation, he replied, "I am ready." Jun Ming smiled and encouraged, "Since you are prepared, go forth and let your name resound throughout the martial realm." Jun Wuhan nodded slightly, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he clasped his fists in salute, assuring, "Father, rest assured, I shall give my all." With that, Jun Wuhan lightly tapped the ground with his toes and executed a graceful leap towards the center of the square. His white figure swiftly traversed the gaze of the crowd, stirring a gentle breeze. The elegance of his form and the fluidity of his movements elicited gasps of admiration from many present. He landed steadily at the center of the square, clothed in white as pure as snow, his hair flowing lightly, exuding an air of pride. He raised his head slightly, surveying his surroundings, and his formidable presence seemed to momentarily still the very air around him. At that moment, all eyes in the square were drawn to Jun Wuhan. He was Jun Wuhan, the prodigy of the Yujin sect. Recognizing him, someone in the crowd exclaimed with excitement, "It is indeed Jun Wuhan, a true genius. Look at that aura." The square buzzed with discussions about Jun Wuhan. At Su Chen's side, from the instant Jun Wuhan appeared, Mu Jiansheng's gaze remained fixed on him. Su Chen remarked, "Brother Mu, he is the genius of the Yujin sect you mentioned, correct?" Mu Jiansheng nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, Su Xiao. He is the same Jun Wuhan I faced 3 years ago. His aura is even more formidable now." Curiously, Zhao Wan'er asked, "Sword enthusiast, is Jun Wuhan truly formidable? Can you still defeat him as you did back then?" Mu Jiansheng shook his head and remarked, "Wan'er, do not underestimate this man. Although he was defeated by me 3 years ago, he was young and lacked sufficient inner strength at that time. Now he has transformed entirely, and I cannot confidently predict the outcome of another encounter." In the square, Jun Wuhan effortlessly vanquished the previous victor, then bellowed, "Yujiman's Jun Wuhan once again challenges any friend to a duel." As his words resonated, a figure clad in black gradually strode to the center of the square. This man was tall and imposing, akin to a silent mountain. His visage was austere, with sharp angles reminiscent of a sculptor's chisel. His deep-set eyes were shadowy and penetrating, and at his waist hung a black longsword. As the black-clad figure approached Jun Wuhan, he clasped his hands in salute and declared, "Shadow Gates Li Xiao, I seek your guidance." His voice was low and powerful, exuding an undeniable authority. Li Xiao slightly narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Jun Wuhan, emanating an intangible aura of danger. Unfazed, Jun Wuhan maintained his confident gaze and replied, "I welcome Brother Li's instruction." With that, Li Xiao slowly unsheathed his black longsword. Then, like a wraith, he lunged swiftly towards Jun Wuhan. His speed was astounding, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. He unleashed a fierce sword chi aimed directly at Jun Wuhan's face. Jun Wuhan's expression sharpened. He swiftly evaded Li Xiao's strike by the narrowest of margins. Knowing he could not afford to be careless, he gestured with his sword, executing the Yujin technique. 9 long swords instantly soared forth from the hands of the disciples surrounding Yujianmen. With unwavering concentration, Jun Wuhan commanded the 9 swords to assail Li Xiao. They moved like a flock of agile birds, attacking from various angles. Some swords thrust forward, Others swept horizontally, while others plunged from above, their momentum fierce and nearly insurmountable. Li Zhao's countenance darkened slightly upon witnessing this onslaught. He moved with ghostly agility, his black longsword dancing through the air as he parried the 9 attacks. His speed was remarkable. Each swing of his sword deftly struck the incoming longswords, producing a sharp, metallic clashing sound. The onlookers in the square were captivated by the spectacle of this fierce duel, their eyes glued to the confrontation between Jun Wuhan and Li Xiao, occasionally exclaiming in awe. Su Chen and the others remained fixated on the center of the square, with Mu Jiansheng observing the two combatants and commenting. Jun Wuhan's mastery of a Yujin technique has become even more refined compared to 3 years ago. Zhao Wan'er inquired, Brother Jian, who do you think will emerge victorious? Mu Jiansheng shook his head and replied, It is difficult to say. Both still have hidden cards to play, and the outcome remains uncertain. That fellow named Li Xiao is no match for Jun Wuhan, Su Chen asserted. As soon as these words left his lips, Zhao Wan'er and Mu Jiansheng turned their gaze towards him, with Zhao Wan'er curiously asking, What makes you say that? Why do you believe that Li Xiao is not a match for Jun Wuhan? Su Chen inquired, narrowing his eyes as he observed the fierce battle between the two in the central square. You will know as you continue to watch, he replied. The onlookers turned their attention back to the combatants. Li Xiao exerted himself, deflecting the 9 long swords that assailed him with a single sweep of his sword, quickly retreating a distance. Then with a steely gaze, his aura surged dramatically. Grasping his black long sword, it began to emanate an eerie dark red glow, filling the air with a chilling and murderous presence. Li Xiao moved with a ghostly swiftness, his sword dancing through the air, leaving behind a trail of dark red sword shadows. With each motion, the ambient temperature seemed to plummet, enveloping the spectators in a piercing cold. Shadow absolute kill, Li Xiao bellowed, as the dark red sword shadows shot forth towards Jun Wuhan. As they surged forward, the air appeared to be cleaved apart, producing a sharp, whistling sound. Chapter 12. Jun Wuhan challenges the wooden sword master. Jun Wuhan stood resolute against the oncoming dark red sword shadows, displaying no hint of panic. With a flick of his finger, 3 long swords soared from the sidelines. These 3 swords rushed forth like meteors, converging with the original 9 swords to form a 12-sword formation, which radiated with brilliance as it met the dark red shadows. Upon collision, a dazzling light erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The sword shadows relentlessly assaulted the formation, striving to breach this defense, while the 12 swords remained steadfast, each working in unison to repel the onslaught. After a moment of stalemate, Li Zhao's sword shadows dissipated, and Jun Wuhan's formation was breached. 11 swords shattered, leaving only 1, which hovered firmly at Li Zhao's brow. At that moment, silence enveloped the square, as all present were awestruck by the tense situation. Li Xiao stood still, gazing at the sword before him, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. He understood that he had been defeated. Jun Wuhan, his countenance stern yet revealing a trace of exhaustion, bore the pride of victory. Breathing heavily, he addressed Li Xiao, Brother Li, I concede. After a moment of silence, Li Xiao nodded slightly and replied, Brother Jun, your strength is formidable. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. With that, he turned and departed from square. The crowd finally reacted, erupting into a fervent cheer and applause. On the high platform, Junming beamed at the sight of Jun Wuhan, while the disciples of the Swordmaster sect were equally jubilant. Some of the female disciples gazed at Jun Wuhan with admiration. Indeed, Jun Wuhan is a genius of the Swordmaster sect, skillfully wielding the sword technique to such an extent that even I would find it difficult to triumph over him, remarked the wooden Swordmaster. Su Chan shook his head slightly and remarked, Indeed, Jun Wuhan possesses commendable strength, yet I find myself more intrigued by Li Xiao. Why is that? Inquired Zhao Wan'er upon hearing this. Su Chun, with a profound gaze, slowly responded, I sense that he is a man with a story, and during the recent battle, he did not exert his full potential. Mu Jiansheng furrowed his brow and said, Young Master Su, are you implying that Li Xiao harbors hidden strength? Su Chen nodded in affirmation. In the square, after watching Li Xiao depart, Jun Wuhan called out again, Is there any friend willing to spar? Having witnessed the might of Jun Wuhan's sword technique, most individuals recognized their inability to contend with him and chose to observe instead. Noticing the absence of challengers, Jun Wuhan scanned the surroundings, and suddenly his gaze fell upon Mu Jiansheng. Upon seeing Mu Jiansheng, Jun Wuhan's face brightened, and he directed his voice towards him, Brother sword enthusiast, 3 years ago, I was defeated by you. Today, do you dare to battle once more? His voice echoed across the square, drawing the attention of the crowd towards Mu Jianxing. Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. He is the sword enthusiast? It is said that he bested Jun Wuhan 3 years ago. This duel promises to be captivating. The spectators' eyes were fixed on Mu Jianxing, eagerly awaiting his response. Feeling their scrutiny, Mu Jianxing glanced at Su Chen, then slowly rose to his feet, clasping his fists in respect towards Jun Wuhan. Yun Wuhan, I vividly recall our duel 3 years ago. Since you are inclined to fight again today, I shall gladly oblige. With that, he walked steadily towards the arena. Just as Mu Jianxing passed by Su Chen called out to him. In response to Mu Jianxing's puzzled expression, he extended the sword Qi Xiao, smiling as he said, "Allow me to lend you Qi Xiao for a moment." Mu Jianxing was momentarily taken aback, but gratitude flickered in his eyes. He did not hesitate, planting his own broken sword and sheath into the ground. Accepting Qi Xiao from Su Chen, he turned and confidently advanced towards the center of the square. With Qi Xiao in hand, Mu Jianxing strode towards the center of the arena. His upright stature and resolute steps emanated a powerful aura that captivated the crowd. Jun Wuhan observed Mu Jianxing's approach. His eyes filled with the spirit of battle. The two stood facing each other, their gazes meeting as if countless sparks ignited in the air. Jun Wuhan spoke first. "Brother sword enthusiast, it has been 3 years. At last, I can engage you in combat again." Mu Jianxing nodded slightly and replied solemnly, "I did not anticipate that within a mere 3 years, your sword technique would reach such heights. Let's commence." "Very well." With those words, Jun Wuhan gestured with his sword, summoning 12 long swords that soared from the surroundings, hovering beside him, exuding a fierce presence. In response, Mu Jianxing did not falter, and a formidable sword aura instantly enveloped the arena. As Jun Wuhan made his entrance, he unleashed a formidable attack, directing 12 long swords into a formation aimed at Mu Jianxing. In response, Mu Jianxing swiftly drew his Qi Xiao sword and struck at the oncoming blades. The moment the 12 long swords made contact with Qi Xiao, they shattered like brittle twigs, the crisp sound of their fracture echoing throughout the plaza. Jun Wuhan gazed at the broken swords on the ground, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Mu Jianxing shared this sentiment, equally taken aback by the sharpness of Qi Xiao. On the high platform, Jun Ming's expression tightened as he focused intently on the Qi Xiao sword in Mu Jianxing's grasp. He contemplated in silence, recognizing the extraordinary power of this sword, capable of effortlessly severing the 12 long swords that Jun Wuhan had meticulously manipulated. The crowd in the plaza erupted in astonishment. This sword enthusiast is truly remarkable, having dismantled Jun Wuhan's sword formation in the blink of an eye. The figure in gray robes regarded the Qi Xiao sword in Mu Jianxing's hand before turning to glance at Su Chen, murmuring, "A fine sword indeed." Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the plaza, a man clad in brocade observed the Qi Xiao with a glimmer of greed in his eyes. "Brother sword enthusiast, this sword of yours is no ordinary weapon," Jun Wuhan remarked as he finally registered the significance of Qi Xiao. "However, today's battle cannot be determined solely by the merit of a single sword. I, Jun Wuhan, shall not concede easily merely because you wield a magnificent blade." His gaze unwavering, Jun Wuhan gestured again, causing the scattered swords to rise once more. With a powerful shout, he declared, "Brother sword enthusiast, come again." He then commanded the broken swords to charge forward like a tempest, their momentum fierce and unyielding. Observing this, Mu Jianxing immediately unleashed the sword shadow, splitting light technique. With the Qi Xiao sword radiating brilliance, countless sword shadows emerged, each exuding a formidable aura. These sword shadows formed an impenetrable net, countering Jun Wuhan's assault. As the broken swords clashed with the sword shadows, a dazzling display of light and a thunderous cacophony erupted. The onlookers in the plaza remained tense, their eyes glued to the fierce duel, fearful of missing any exhilarating moment. Chapter 13, A Draw. Jun Wuhan's broken swords, hindered by the sword shadows, gradually lost speed. Yet, he persistently channeled his internal energy, striving to breach Mu Jianxing's defenses. Unyielding, Mu Jianxing firmly gripped the Qi Xiao sword, deftly maneuvering the sword shadows to repel Jun Wuhan's onslaught. Noticing the difficulty in penetrating the sword shadows, Jun Wuhan's expression sharpened. He once again gestured with his sword, causing the broken swords to spin like a whirlwind. Surging towards the shadows with renewed vigor, Mu Jianxing furrowed his brow, feeling the immense pressure of Jun Wuhan's strike. Taking a deep breath, he infused his internal energy into the Qi Shao sword, amplifying its brilliance and solidifying the presence of the sword shadows. The clash of the broken sword's whirlwind and the shadow of the sword erupted once more, resonating with a cacophony of metallic impacts and explosive energies. The stone slabs of the plaza shattered under the immense force, compelling those around to retreat, once again to evade this overwhelming power. Beads of perspiration formed on Jun Wuhan's forehead as he gritted his teeth, continuously adjusting the angle and intensity of his broken sword's assault. Mu Jiansheng remained utterly focused, wielding his Qi Shao sword with impenetrable precision, the shadows of his blade steadfastly guarding him. The two adversaries found themselves locked in a stalemate, as the battle escalated to an intense climax. After a brief moment of tension, Jun Wuhan retracted his long sword first and turned to Mu Jiansheng, remarking, "Truly a sword enthusiast, it seems that 12 swords alone cannot contend with you." With a flick of his sword, several more long swords materialized behind Jun Wuhan, their blades vibrating slightly, emanating a fierce aura. A resolute glint flickered in Jun Wuhan's eyes. In the next instant, the long swords began to whirl around him, their speed increasing until they formed a colossal vortex of blades. Jun Wuhan bellowed, "Tornado sword dance," as the vortex surged towards Mu Jiansheng like a tempest. Observing Jun Wuhan's maneuver with a grave expression, Mu Jiansheng sensed the formidable power behind this attack and dared not let his guard down. He gripped the Qi Shao sword tightly, channeling his inner energy into it, causing the blade to radiate with an ever-brighter glow. Then, in a swift motion, Mu Jiansheng spun the Qi Shao sword before him, instantly manifesting countless dazzling beams of sword light. These beams intertwined, forming an indomitable curtain of swords that shielded him. As Jun Wuhan's vortex of the tornado sword dance collided violently with Mu Jiansheng's radiant sword curtain, a brilliant explosion of light erupted, and energy surged forth. The sword curtain trembled under the vortex's onslaught, but remained unyielding, defiantly resisting Jun Wuhan's relentless assault. The spectators in the plaza were awestruck by this formidable display. While on a high platform, Jun Ming gazed intently at the battle below, secretly marveling at the extraordinary power of Mu Jiansheng's new sword technique. Zhao Wan'er turned her eyes towards the two combatants in the plaza, her face alight with excitement, as she addressed Su Chen beside her. "Rascal Chen, do you think the sword enthusiast brother can triumph over Jun Wuhan?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen replied, "If they were to cease now, it would be a draw. However, should they continue, both will suffer defeat." Zhao Wan'er furrowed her brow at Su Chen's words, her gaze returning to the two warriors on the field. Both men remained fixated on one another, their eyes ablaze with combativeness. Jun Wuhan clenched his teeth, silently resolving, "I cannot lose." Mu Jiansheng mirrored this sentiment, gripping the Qi Shao sword tightly, feeling the subtle tremors emanating from the blade. He understood that this battle was not merely a confrontation with Jun Wuhan, but also a testament to his own prowess. The tension between the two individuals crackled in the air, as if invisible sparks were igniting all around them. The crowd in the square held their breath, eagerly anticipating their next move. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Jun Wuhan inhaled deeply, once more channeling the inner strength within him. A faint glow enveloped his form, causing the swords that swirled around him to become even more formidable. Mu Jiansheng, sensing Jun Wuhan's actions, promptly prepared himself. He positioned the Qi Shao sword before him, concentrating all his inner power into the blade. Just as Jun Wuhan was about to launch his attack, Jun Ming, standing on the platform, interjected, "Gentlemen, do not act rashly. If this continues, you shall both suffer defeat, which benefits neither of you." Jun Wuhan paused momentarily, his mind clouded with hesitation. He glanced at Jun Ming on the platform, then at Mu Jiansheng across from him. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and slowly lowered his sword. Observing Jun Wuhan's action, Mu Jiansheng exhaled in relief, recognizing that persisting in their conflict would indeed be unwise. He too gradually sheathed his Qi Shao sword and nodded slightly at Jun Wuhan, stating, "Jun Wuhan, today's battle was exhilarating. Let us consider it a draw." Hearing Mu Jiansheng's words, Jun Wuhan inclined his head slightly in agreement. "Very well. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall seek your guidance again." At that moment, the crowd in the square collectively sighed in relief, the tense atmosphere gradually dissipating. Whispers erupted among the spectators, discussing the thrilling confrontation they had just witnessed. Besides Su Chen, Zhao Wan'er, witnessing the cessation of hostilities, relaxed her furrowed brow, and turned to Su Chun, remarking, "You were right, Rogue Chun." Su Chun lifted his head in pride, his expression beaming. "Of course. One must not forget who my spouse is." At this, Zhao Wan'er's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue as she retorted, "Rogue." Su Chen, unable to resist a mischievous grin, replied, "How am I a rogue? I never specified you." Zhao Wan'er shot him a fierce glare, yet Su Chun paid her little mind, instead focusing his gaze on the square. There, Mu Jiansheng was preparing to approach him. "Hold!" Suddenly, a powerful voice resonated through the square. 3 figures gradually entered the scene, the foremost appearing to be in his early 20s, adorned in an ornate brocade robe, his waist cinched with a belt embedded with jewels. 2 middle-aged men followed closely behind. To the left stood a tall, robust figure with a serious demeanor, thick brows resembling swords, his deep-set eyes piercing and sharp, as if capable of discerning the depths of one's soul. To the right was a slightly frail man, exuding a somewhat effeminate aura, clad in a deep blue robe, his expression cold and his lips pressed tightly together. Both emitted an aura of authority that deterred any from approaching them lightly. The brocade-clad man approached Mu Jiansheng and inquired, "Young man, where did you acquire that sword?" Mu Jiansheng, unfazed, chose to ignore the question and turned once more toward Su Chun. The man in the brocade robe noticed that Mu Jiansheng was ignoring him, and his expression darkened instantly. With an angry huff, he waved his hand, and a tall, robust, middle-aged man swiftly positioned himself in front of Mu Jiansheng. "Young man, did you not hear my master's inquiry?" The middle-aged man's voice boomed like a thunderclap, his gaze filled with authority. Chapter 14. That sword couldn't possibly be stolen by you, could it? Mu Jiansheng narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of coldness flashing within them as he replied, "A good dog does not obstruct the way." The middle-aged man seethed with anger upon hearing this, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he suppressed his rage and asked again, "My master inquires about the origin of that sword." A faint, icy smile appeared at the corners of Mu Jiansheng's mouth as he coldly retorted, "What business is it of yours?" The brocade-clad man took a few steps forward, a trace of a smile emerging in his eyes as he said, "It is indeed relevant. A few days ago, my residence was burglarized and a precious sword was stolen. The one you hold is identical to the sword that was lost." At his words, the crowd in the square collectively gasped, their gazes darting between the Qishao sword in Mu Jiansheng's hand and the brocade-clad man, whispers rising like a tidal wave. Could that sword truly be stolen? One person questioned skeptically, "It certainly isn't. The sword enthusiast is a reputable figure in the martial world. How could he engage in such petty thievery?" A young swordsman countered, "That may not be the case. What if that swordsman desires a fine blade?" Mu Jiansheng initially paused, then turned his gaze towards Su Chun, who gently shook his head in response. Besides Su Chun, Zhao Wan'er scrutinized him with a doubtful expression, a playful smile adorning her face as she half-jokingly remarked, "Rascally Chun, you didn't really steal that sword, did you?" In response, Su Chun lifted his chin slightly, a confident smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Wan'er, even if I were to steal, it would only be the hearts of women, not engage in such petty theft." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Wan'er felt her cheeks flush slightly as she retorted, "You rogue, always spouting nonsense. However, if this sword is not stolen, why is the brocade-clad man so adamant that it belongs to his residence?" Su Chun narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flickering within them as he slowly replied, "Humph. This person must have seen the Qishao sword as a divine weapon and harbored greedy thoughts, seeking an excuse to claim it." Zhao Wan'er nodded slightly, saying, "Indeed. That makes sense. What shall we do now?" A mischievous smile crept across Su Chen's face as he replied, "There is no need to rush. Let us observe their performance. If they insist on making unreasonable trouble, then I, Su Chun, am not one to be trifled with." On the high platform, Junming furrowed his brows slightly, his expression grave as he observed the tense standoff in the square. Hearing this, Jun Wuhan stepped forward toward the brocade-clad man, his demeanor stern as he stated, "Esteemed sir, the sword enthusiast is well respected in the martial world, far from a mere common thief. Your baseless accusations are rather inappropriate. Moreover, to assert that this sword belongs to your residence solely based on its resemblance is an excessive stretch. Are you certain that you, from the Swordmaster sect, wish to confront me?" The elegantly robed man turned his gaze towards Jun Wuhan. Upon hearing this, Jun Wuhan was about to retort, but was interrupted by Junming's voice. "Wuhan, do not be disrespectful. Step back." Jun Wuhan glanced at Junming, and upon observing his father's subtle gesture, he slowly withdrew. Jun Ming, watching Jun Wuhan retreat, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he was unaware of the young man's exact identity, he recognized the delicate figure beside him as Mo Hansheng, the grand ceremonial director of the dynasty. Anyone who could be in Mo Hansheng's company was undoubtedly of royal lineage. At a loss for how to proceed, Jun Ming could only dismiss Jun Wuhan and observe the unfolding situation in the square. Once Jun Wuhan had stepped back, the elegantly robed man turned his attention back to the wood sword master, saying, "I have heard you are known in the martial world as the sword enthusiast. I shall grant you a modicum of respect. If you hand over the treasured sword, I shall not pursue the matter further." Otherwise, the coldness in the wood sword master's expression intensified as he tightly gripped the Qishao sword and replied, "I believe your claim of losing a sword is false. Your true intention is to obtain the sword in my possession, is it not?" Upon hearing this, the elegantly robed man's expression shifted, and just as he was about to respond, the wood sword master continued, "Your excuse is far too feeble. Let us dispense with the idle chatter. If you desire the sword in my hand, come and take it by your own merit." As the wood sword master's words echoed, murmurs of discussion arose around them. "I told you, how could the sword enthusiast engage in such petty thievery? Indeed, this elegantly robed man clearly covets another sword and seeks a pretext for his coercion." Hearing these remarks, the elegantly robed man's countenance darkened further. He glared fiercely at the wood sword master and declared, "Very well, since you refuse my gracious offer, let me see just how capable this so-called sword enthusiast truly is. Seize him." With the elegantly robed man's command, the middle-aged man blocking the wood sword master immediately hurled a punch towards him. This fist, imbued with robust inner strength, surged forth with a howling wind, causing the surrounding air to ripple. The wood sword master's gaze sharpened, yet he exhibited no sign of panic. With a light step, he glided backward like a specter, effortlessly evading the fierce blow. Without further ado, he flourished the Qishao sword and charged towards the middle-aged man. Unfazed, the middle-aged man bent his legs slightly, his fists clenched tightly, fixating his gaze on the wood sword master, as a shadow of a formidable tiger, exuding an aura of dominance, began to manifest behind him. The wood sword master, recognizing the gravity of the situation, intensified the sword's momentum. With a glimmering chill, it seemed poised to shatter even the tiger's shadow. At that moment, the middle-aged man let out a thunderous roar, propelling himself towards Mu Jiansheng like a cannonball. Behind him, the shadow of a tiger leapt forth, its claws slicing through the air, stirring up a fierce wind as if to shred Mu Jiansheng into fragments. The Qishao sword, imbued with a piercing intent, collided violently with the tiger's shadow, resulting in a resounding explosion that reverberated like thunder across the ground. The powerful shock wave radiated outward from the point of impact, causing those nearby to stagger back several steps before they could regain their footing. The onlookers quickly lifted their gazes, witnessing the standoff between Mu Jiansheng and the middle-aged man, whose arm bore a deep wound from which blood flowed incessantly, saturating his clothing and staining the ground beneath him. Yet, the fire of unwillingness and rage still burned in his eyes as he fixed a fierce glare upon Mu Jiansheng, as if he intended to devour him whole. Besides Su Chen, Zhao Wan'er excitedly tugged at his sleeve, exclaiming, "Rascal Chen, Brother Jianji has won. Keep watching. The real prowess has yet to be unleashed." Su Chen turned his gaze toward the man in the brocade robe, Mo Hansheng, and remarked, "Chapter 15. It's my turn to take the stage. Yong, step back." Just as the middle-aged man prepared to strike again, the man in the brocade robe intervened. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man exhibited a flicker of reluctance in his eyes and saluted the brocade-clad figure, saying, "Yes, young master." The brocade-robed man then turned his attention to Mu Jiansheng, remarking, "It seems you, the sword enthusiast, possess some skill. Hand over the sword, and I shall overlook the previous incident." Mu Jiansheng responded with a cold smirk, his gaze as frigid as ice. "I have stated that you must earn it through your own ability." The expression of the man in the brocade robe darkened, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he stated, "You brought this upon yourself." With that, he turned to Mo Hansheng, saying, "This is entrusted to you." Mo Hansheng acknowledged with a simple, "Understood," before stepping forward with measured strides, addressing Mu Jiansheng. "Indeed, the sword enthusiast lives up to his reputation. But do you comprehend the gravity of your opposition? My master is not someone you can provoke. I advise you to surrender your sword willingly." Mu Jiansheng regarded Mo Hansheng with a newfound seriousness, sensing an intangible pressure emanating from him. Yet, he remained undaunted, declaring, "Whoever your master may be, if you desire my sword, you must earn it through your strength." His eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. At that moment, the atmosphere in the square seemed to solidify, all eyes fixated on the confrontation between Mu Jiansheng and Mo Hansheng, as tension permeated the air. Mo Hansheng narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of danger evident within them. He stood there, exuding an oppressive aura akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Mu Jiansheng gripped the Qishao sword tightly, its blade trembling slightly, as if resonating with the tumult within its master's heart. Upon hearing this, Mo Hansheng let out a cold laugh. "Very well. Since you are unwilling to accept the toast and instead choose the punishment drink, do not blame me for being impolite." With that, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged from Mo Hansheng, a formidable pressure bearing down on Mu Jiansheng. Gripping the Qishao sword tightly, Mu Jiansheng stood tall, resolutely confronting the oppressive force emanating from Mo Hansheng. With a swift motion of his hands, a frigid aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. The air itself seemed to freeze, inducing a chilling dread. Mu Jiansheng's gaze sharpened, his focus unwavering as he observed each of Mo Hansheng's movements. In a flash, Mo Hansheng darted towards him like a wraith. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Mu Jiansheng, conjuring an icy blue radiance in his palm and striking forcefully at Mu Jiansheng. Realizing the imminent danger, Mu Jiansheng hastily swung the Qishao sword to defend himself. The collision of the sword and Mo Hansheng's palm echoed with a resounding crash, the sheer force propelling Mu Jiansheng several steps back. Although he was taken aback by the tremendous impact, his fighting spirit remained undeterred. Steadying himself, he gripped the Qishao sword firmly once more, his eyes blazing with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Mo Hansheng. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Mo Hansheng's lips, revealing a hint of disdain. "Sword fanatic, you are but this." With that, he vanished in another swift motion, reappearing beside Mu Jiansheng with ghostly agility. The icy blue light flickered in his hands as he aimed a horizontal sweep towards Mu Jiansheng's waist. Reacting with alacrity, Mu Jiansheng quickly positioned the Qishao sword before him, successfully blocking Mo Hansheng's attack. Utilizing the recoil, he retreated a few steps, increasing the distance between them. Montauk Hansang snorted coldly, his icy blue, true energy swirling around him as he lunged at Mu Jiansheng once more like a phantom. In response, Mu Jiansheng unleashed the sword shadow splitting light technique, causing the Qishao sword to conjure innumerable sword shadows, forming an impenetrable wall of blades. Mo Hansheng's assault crashed against the sword wall, producing a series of crisp clashing sounds. Yet his onslaught did not waver. He danced his hands swiftly, the icy blue radiance intensifying as it relentlessly battered against the sword wall. Suddenly, Mu Jiansheng's gaze sharpened as he seized a fleeting opportunity amidst Mo Hansheng's attacks, unleashing a powerful sword energy that soared forth like a rainbow, piercing the sky. Racing towards Mo Hansheng. Startled, Mo Hansheng swiftly sidestepped, but the sword energy grazed his shoulder, tearing through his garments. "Well done, you have successfully incited my wrath," Mo Hansheng said with an edge of irritation in his voice. In the next moment, his icy true energy swirled rapidly, causing the air around him to crystallize with frost. His gaze grew even colder, as if capable of freezing a person in an instant. Gathering the frigid energy in his hands, the icy blue glow became increasingly radiant, as though intent on encasing everything around him in ice. His eyes narrowed, and with a powerful thrust, he unleashed a decisive strike. A formidable force of icy cold surged forth like a tempest towards the wooden sword wielder. Wherever this chilling power passed, the ground was instantaneously frozen, leaving behind a trail of grotesque ice marks. The wooden sword wielder felt the weight of this immense force, and his heart tightened. Gripping the Qishao sword firmly, determination glimmered in his eyes. After taking a deep breath, he channeled all the true energy within him into the Qishao sword. The sword emitted a resonating hum, its blade radiating a brilliant light, as if ablaze with a searing flame. He swung the Qishao sword, cleaving towards the oncoming icy force. The clash between the sword and the chilling power erupted with a thunderous sound, sending a powerful shockwave rippling outward. The icy force and the Qishao sword's strength clashed in a stalemate, neither yielding. The wooden sword wielder gritted his teeth, striving to uphold the energy within the sword. Observing this, Mo Hansheng's lips curled into a sly smile, and he suddenly unleashed his strength. The icy force surged explosively, bearing down on the wooden sword wielder with overwhelming might. He felt an unstoppable force strike him, sending him hurtling away. His body resembled a kite severed from its string, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The spectators gasped in astonishment, witnessing the defeat of a sword enthusiast. Who was this individual, possessing such terrifying prowess? I know now. He is Mo Hansheng of the Cold Shadow Palm. Someone exclaimed loudly. Mo Hansheng, infamous for his ruthless nature in the martial world, wielded formidable ice true energy. It was said he once froze a river with his cold shadow palm, only to vanish a few years ago. Who would have thought to see him here? So it is him. No wonder the sword enthusiast was utterly defenseless against him. This revelation prompted a wave of murmurs among the crowd. At the edge of the square, Zhao Wan'er, upon witnessing the wooden sword wielder being flung away, wore a look of deep concern. Listening to the discussions around her, she anxiously tugged at Su Chun, saying, "Rascal Chun, our sword enthusiast brother is no match for him. You must go and assist him." Su Chun, observing Zhao Wan'er's anxious expression, nodded slightly. Turning to her, he reassured, "Do not worry. Our sword enthusiast brother is not gravely harmed. Yet he is indeed not a match for Mo Hansheng. It is time for me to make my entrance." Chapter 16. Do you still believe you are someone I cannot provoke? Su Chun slowly strode into the square, soon positioning himself not far behind Mo Hansheng. The discussions in the square ceased, and all eyes turned towards Su Chun. At this moment, Mo Hansheng remained unaware of Su Chen's arrival, addressing the wooden sword wielder, who had just risen with blood at the corner of his mouth, saying, "Surrender your sword, and I shall spare your life." The wooden sword wielder wiped the blood from his mouth, glancing at Su Chun behind Mo Hansheng, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "To possess this sword, you are still unworthy." Mo Hansheng, upon hearing the words, was filled with fury, the chill emanating from him swirling violently. Just as he was about to strike again, a hand suddenly descended quietly upon his shoulder. In the next moment, a voice whispered in his ear, and Mo Hansheng felt as if struck by lightning, a fleeting look of terror crossing his face. Instinctively, he spun around with great speed, launching a powerful palm strike. Su Chun, however, reacted swiftly, sidestepping effortlessly. Seeing his attack fail, Mo Hansheng immediately retreated, stopping only after creating some distance between himself and Su Chun. The crowd in the square erupted in astonishment, buzzing with speculation about Su Chen's intentions. Who is this person? How dare he provoke Mo Hansheng? His audacity is astounding, remarked a man clad in a blue robe. Given his demeanor, he might be a formidable opponent, another added. A formidable opponent? Look at him. He is no more than 20 years old, hardly the mark of a master. He seems more like an inexperienced youth daring to confront Mo Hansheng. Regardless of who he is, this is bound to be entertaining, one person chuckled. Mo Hansheng steadied himself, scrutinizing Su Chun, murmuring to himself, "This individual managed to approach me silently. He is no ordinary foe." Yet, seeing Su Chen's youth, doubt crept into his mind. Mo Hansheng furrowed his brow, examining Su Chen once more. At that moment, the man in the embroidered robe stepped forward, addressing Su Chun, "Young man, I care not for your identity, but I advise you to refrain from meddling." Upon hearing this, Su Chun chuckled, then gestured with his hand, summoning the wooden sword, Qi Shao, to his grasp. He then replied, "You wish to seize my sword and instruct me to mind my own business? You have truly taken shamelessness to an unprecedented level." The embroidered robed man's expression darkened as he retorted, "Your sword? With your demeanor, you hardly deserve it. This sword was lost from my household, if you were wise." Before he could finish, Su Chun burst into laughter, interrupting him. "I have encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. If you desire the sword, simply state so instead of concocting a pretext. You claim this sword belongs to your household? Then I might just as well declare you a runaway servant from my estate. Now, kneel and apologize. Perhaps I might spare your life." His words elicited a roar of laughter from the onlookers. The man in the embroidered robe, his face flushed with rage, glared at Su Chun, at a loss for how to respond. Zhao Wan'er, arms crossed, watched the man's crimson face and felt a surge of satisfaction. She slightly raised her chin, her eyes gleaming with pride, as if to say, "Let us see how arrogant you remain." Nearby, Yi Yong, infuriated by Su Chen's words, exclaimed, "You dare insult my master? Do you know his identity?" Su Chen smirked, a hint of disdain on his lips. "Oh, what is your master's identity? Is he perhaps the king of heaven? Even if he were the celestial sovereign, seeking to seize my sword would require his inquiry into my consent." The man clad in a brocade robe, upon hearing this, darkened with an expression so grim it could almost drip with water. He fixated on Su Chen, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. "Very well. You are the first to dare defy me so boldly. Emohan Sheng, eliminate him." Emohan Sheng nodded slightly, suppressing the unease that lingered within him. An aura of chilling energy surged forth, freezing the air around him. With a gaze as frigid as ice, he advanced step by step towards Su Chen. The spectators in the square felt the terrifying aura emanating from Emohan Sheng and instinctively gasped, realizing that he was genuinely enraged this time. The young man was likely in grave peril. Su Chen, however, remained composed, displaying no hint of fear. As he observed Emohan Sheng's approach, an aura flickered around him, and an overwhelming force erupted instantaneously. With a flourish of his sword, the essence of the red sky sword surged forth, unleashing a fierce and piercing blade of energy. Emohan Sheng had no time to react and was sent flying by the sword's might, crashing heavily to the ground, where he found himself kneeling involuntarily, blood spilling from his mouth. The crowd stood in stunned silence, astonished that Su Chen possessed such formidable strength. Those who had previously doubted him now stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "How is this possible? Emohan Sheng has been defeated in a single strike," exclaimed a man clad in a gray robe. "Who on earth is this young man to be so powerful?" Another gasped in astonishment. Zhao Wan'er leaped up in excitement, her face alight with admiration as she gazed at Su Chen. "You are incredible, Robe Chen." Within the crowd, at the moment Su Chen unleashed his aura, the sword at the waist of the gray-robed man trembled involuntarily. Observing this, he took a sip of wine and, with a swift motion, calmed the sword, restoring its stillness. In the square, the brocade-clad man remained fixated on the kneeling, bloodied Emohan Sheng, slow to comprehend the situation until Su Chen's voice broke through his daze. "Do you still wish to claim my sword?" Su Chen asked, a playful glint in his eyes. The crowd turned their attention to the brocade-clad man, eagerly awaiting his response. Some wore expressions of schadenfreude, sensing that the brocade-clad man had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Upon hearing Su Chen's question, the brocade-clad man, now wary, fixed his gaze on him and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" "I am your father," Su Chen replied with a mischievous tone. "Father?" The brocade-clad man responded, perplexed. "Oh dear." Su Chen chuckled heartily, his laughter echoing in the air. Although the brocade-clad man did not grasp the meaning of father, he recognized that Su Chen was mocking him, and the realization dawned upon him. Thus he spoke, "Young man, I concede that you possess some strength, but what of it? You must understand that some individuals are beyond your reach." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's lips curled into a faint smile, a glimmer of disdain evident in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen moved, appearing suddenly next to the man in the brocade robe, his sword, Qi Xiao, poised steadily against the man's throat. The brocade-clad gentleman's face turned ashen with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. The onlookers were equally taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, their eyes wide with apprehension as they watched Su Chen and the brocade man. Beside them, Li Yong, visibly flustered, exclaimed, "Do not do anything rash. My master's status is exalted. If you harm him..." Su Chen disregarded Li Yong's pleas, his gaze icy as he fixed his attention on the brocade man, his voice imbued with authority. "Do you still believe there are those whom I cannot provoke?" Chapter 17, An Apology. The brocade man, gazing at Su Chen, was filled with trepidation. Before he could utter a word, the master of the Sword Emperor sect, who had been observing from the high platform, descended swiftly and approached Su Chen. Jun Ming appraised Su Chen for a moment before a gentle smile graced his face. He clasped his hands before Su Chen and said, "I am Jun Ming, the master of the Sword Emperor sect. Might I request a favor from you? Young friend, let us put this matter to rest." Su Chen responded with a cold laugh. "Master Jun, it is not that I refuse to grant you face, but they have slandered me, tarnishing my reputation. In this world of martial arts, one's reputation is often more precious than life itself. I am innocent and have been unjustly accused. How can I simply let this go? If I were to dismiss this lightly, would it not lead others to whisper behind my back, branding me as a thief?" Yun Ming is me to fold so slightly. Realizing the complexity of the situation, he looked at Su Chen again and inquired, What would it take for you to relent? Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, Master Jun, it is quite simple. He must publicly acknowledge his deliberate slander in front of all present and sincerely apologize to me, restoring my reputation so that everyone knows I've been wronged. As Su Chen's words fell, the brocade man shouted in indignation, You shall not. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen shifted Qi Xiao ever so slightly, causing the brocade man to feel a chilling sensation at his throat, followed by the trickle of blood seeping from the wound. The atmosphere grew tense to an unbearable degree as the crowd collectively gasped, taken aback by Su Chen's decisive action. The brocade man's eyes widened, his anger swiftly replaced by terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. He attempted to retreat, but was paralyzed by the fear that any movement might lead to Su Chen's sword severing his throat, leaving him frozen in place as he trembled. His voice quavering as he called out, If you dare to kill me, both you and your family shall meet a dire fate. Upon hearing these words, Su Chen let out a cold laugh and replied, At this moment, you still have the audacity to threaten me? Clearly, you have not grasped the gravity of your situation. And Mo Hansheng, who had just regained his footing, silently cursed under his breath at the insolence of his master's words. However, contemplating the severe repercussions should the man in the brocade robe come to harm, Mo Hansheng gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and clasped his fists toward Su Chen, saying, Esteemed young sir, my master spoke in haste and uttered words of folly. I beseech you to quell your anger. We acknowledge our wrongdoing today and wish to extend our sincerest apologies to you, restoring your honorable reputation. Su Chen cast a languid glance at him before redirecting his gaze to the brocade-clad man. Noticing this, Mo Hansheng hurriedly gestured towards the man, who, after a prolonged internal struggle, finally uttered, I am willing to apologize. The words emerged from his lips laced with resentment and helplessness. However, with his life on the line, he dared not continue his defiance. He swallowed hard, suppressing the rage within, and bowed deeply to Su Chen, though his clenched fists and trembling form betrayed his inner turmoil. Esteemed young sir, today I was indeed blinded by folly and wrongfully slandered you in a bid to seize your precious sword. I sincerely apologize and implore you to exhibit magnanimity and not hold this against me, he whispered in a tone only he could hear. Su Chen, upon hearing this, pretended to clean out his ears. Did you skip your meal? Speak louder. I cannot hear you. The brocade-clad man's countenance darkened further, fury nearly boiling over in his eyes. Yet constrained by the sword at his throat, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he raised his voice and reiterated his previous words. Su Chen slightly lifted his chin, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes, and remarked, Now that is more like it. He then sheathed his sword, fixing his gaze upon the man in brocade. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. In the future, tread more discreetly. After all, individuals as accommodating as I are few and far between in the realm. The brocade-clad man, upon hearing this, fell silent, casting a deep glance at Su Chen before turning to depart. Su Chen then disregarded the man and approached the astonished Mu Jiansheng, inquiring, Brother Mu, how fare you? Hearing Su Chen's question, Mu Jiansheng managed a faint smile, saying, I am unscathed, merely suffering from some superficial wounds. It is of no consequence. As he spoke, he wiped the remnants of blood from the corner of his mouth and continued, During our last encounter, how much of your strength did you truly employ? Initially, Mu Jiansheng believed that Su Chen had exerted his full might in their previous duel. But only upon witnessing Su Chen effortlessly defeat Mo Hansheng today did he realize that Su Chen had indeed held back. Upon hearing this, Su Chen pondered internally whether he should reveal to Brother Mu that he had only exerted 30% of his strength. After a brief moment of inner turmoil, Su Chen turned to Mu Jiansheng and said, I have utilized approximately 70% of my abilities. Mu Jiansheng nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries. Subsequently, Su Chen addressed Jun Ming. Master Jun, is it not time for the rewards of the Sword Inquiry Conference to be bestowed upon me? Jun Ming was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face, though he quickly masked it with a smile. Young friend Su, your performance at the Sword Inquiry Conference was indeed commendable. The rewards are rightfully yours. As he spoke, Jun Ming beckoned to a nearby attendant, who promptly approached, bearing a delicate brocade box. Jun Ming accepted the box, suppressing the pang of reluctance in his heart, and was about to hand it to Su Chen when a resonant voice interrupted. Hold on. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, holding a wine gourd and adorned with a long sword at his waist, his hair cascading loosely. With every step he took, he exuded an air of nonchalance and ease, yet there was a glint of sharpness in his seemingly languid gaze, commanding respect. Junming furrowed his brow and addressed the man with cupped fists. "My friend, do you have any concerns?" However, the gray-robed man appeared oblivious to his words, his attention firmly fixed on Su Chun, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Su Chun, in turn, met the gaze of the gray-robed man, and they regarded each other as if long-lost confidants. After a considerable pause, the gray-robed man finally spoke. "Young friend, I find myself inclined to spar with you in a friendly contest of swords. How do you feel about this?" His voice was robust, yet carried an air of carefree charm. In response, Su Chun let out a hearty laugh. "Since the esteemed elder expresses such interest, I shall gladly oblige." The gray-robed man's eyes sparkled with amusement. He shook the wine gourd in his hand, took a swig, wiped his mouth, and exclaimed, "Ha ha, splendid, delightful. This place is too confining. Let us find a more suitable location." "Naturally, Su Chen agreed." As the words left his lips, the gray-robed man leaped into the air, soaring towards a great river not far from the western side of the Yujian sect. This sight reminded Su Chun of the legendary duel between the Sword God Li Chungang and Wang Xinji depicted in television dramas of his past life. With a smile gracing his face, he surveyed his surroundings and silently declared, "Keep your eyes wide open. It's time for me to shine." He then turned to Mu Jiansheng, instructing, "Take good care of Wan'er." Upon receiving a nod of affirmation from Mu Jiansheng, Su Chun bellowed into the sky, "Lend me your swords." In the next instant, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. The swords of the Yu Jian sect disciples and the martial artists surrounding the square ascended in unison. As if manipulated by an invisible hand, hovering majestically in midair, a truly magnificent sight to behold. The sunlight cascaded upon the blade, refracting into beams of cold radiance that intertwined to create a dazzling veil of light, blinding those who gazed upon it. The crowd in the square was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into exclamations of astonishment. "My goodness, is this the art of sword manipulation? Could the techniques of the Sword Master sect truly possess such prowess?" A young man's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Some seasoned veterans of the martial world wore expressions of shock. Their hands, which had been stroking their beards, frozen in midair, their gaze transfixed upon the floating swords, filled with awe. Suddenly, someone shouted in excitement, "I understand now. It's the Sword God." With that exclamation, realization dawned upon everyone, acknowledging that Su Chun was indeed the recently celebrated Sword God. In an instant, the crowd's eyes brimmed with reverence and fervor. The tales of the Sword God's transcendent swordsmanship were evidently true upon this encounter. Such mastery of sword manipulation was simply extraordinary. Zhao Wan'er was not witnessing this spectacle for the first time, and thus felt less astonished. However, as she listened to the discussions around her and looked at Su Chun standing at the center of the square, an inexplicable surge of pride welled up within her. She slightly lifted her chin, her gaze filled with joy as she beheld his confident and upright posture. Mu Jianxing stared at the swords suspended in the air, overwhelmed with astonishment. His eyes widened as he fixated on the hundreds of swords emitting a cold gleam, his mouth slightly agape, yet he found himself momentarily speechless. The shock within him crashing like surging waves, impossible to quell. Though Mu Jiansheng was well-versed in the martial world, he had never encountered such a miraculous display of sword manipulation. "Is this truly a feat achievable by human strength?" he murmured, his eyes reflecting disbelief and admiration. Junming and Jun Wuhan stood frozen in place, with Junming muttering, "How is this possible?" His countenance was a blend of astonishment and confusion. As the leader of the Sword Master sect, he was intimately familiar with sword techniques, yet the prowess exhibited by Su Chun far surpassed his understanding. Yun Wuhan, too, wore a look of shock, gazing at the myriad of sword shadows, a complex array of emotions surging within him. After a considerable pause, Jun Wuhan turned to Junming and asked, "Father, our sword techniques cannot be false, can they?" Junming, still fixated on the swords hovering in the air, replied vacantly, "I fear it may be possible." Su Chun observed the crowd's reactions, a wicked smile gracing his lips as the crimson, celestial sword slowly hovered at his shins. He stepped upon the sword, rising into the air and soaring toward the river. His garments billowed, and his figure stood tall like a pine, resembling a deity descended upon the mortal realm. The hundreds of suspended swords closely followed his silhouette. The crowd in the square gazed upward at Su Chen's departing figure, their eyes filled with reverence and awe. He embodies the very essence of an immortal. The title of Sword God is indeed well-deserved, someone exclaimed. Quickly, let us head to the riverbank. The cry resonated like a thunderclap, instantly shattering the tranquility of the square. The crowd, as if awakening from a dream, came to their senses. Indeed, they must rush to the riverside. This grand battle must not be missed. Immediately, voices of agreement arose among the throng, and the square became alive with movement. People jostled one another, eager to hasten toward the great river to the west of the Swordmaster sect. Zhao Wan'er felt a tightening in her heart. She glanced at Mu Jiansheng and urged, "Brother Mu, let us hurry." Mu Jiansheng nodded, swiftly leading Zhao Wan'er and Xiao Chui towards the riverbank. Jun Ming and Jun Wuhan exchanged glances, and Jun Ming declared, "Let us also go and witness this." The crowd surged toward the riverside like a tide, stirring up dust and echoing with footsteps and shouts. Each heart brimmed with anticipation, as if they could already envision the breathtaking battle unfolding upon the river's surface, witnessing Su Chan once again display his extraordinary swordsmanship. Su Chan, standing upon the Qishao sword, soon arrived at the riverbank, where he found a figure clad in gray robes awaiting him upon the water surface. Observing the dense array of swords behind Su Chan, the gray-robed man displayed little astonishment. Rather, he regarded Su Chan with a smirk, saying, "You certainly know how to play. You possess half the flair of my youth." Su Chan could not help but roll his eyes at this remark, then turned to the gray-robed man and inquired, "Before we engage in this duel, may I ask your esteemed name?" The gray-robed man took another sip of his drink and replied, "I shall tell you after the fight." A formidable sword intent emanated from the gray-robed man, causing the river beneath him to ripple in response. This sword intent expanded like a surging tide, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Standing upon the river's surface, the gray-robed man's robe billowed dramatically, and his long hair danced in the wind, exuding an air of carefree elegance. Yet, Su Chan detected a glint of sharpness hidden deep within his eyes, radiating an unsettling brilliance. In response, Su Chan showed no sign of retreat. He narrowed his eyes slightly, unleashing a powerful sword intent of his own. The hundreds of swords behind him hummed in unison, their blades gleaming ever more brilliantly. Su Chen's gaze was resolute and confident, emanating an aura capable of shattering all that dared to obstruct him, as if he could cleave through any obstacle with a single strike. The Qishao sword beneath him seemed to resonate with its master's overwhelming fighting spirit, vibrating gently and producing a clear, melodic sound, as if joining Su Chan in declaring war against their adversary. At that moment, the two figures' auras reached their zenith, their invisible forces clashing and compressing against one another. The once tranquil river began to boil violently under the influence of their potent energies, raising towering waves that crashed against one another, creating a deafening roar, while white spray of water flew in all directions. The crowd at the riverbank struggled to reach the water's edge, only to be halted in their tracks by an overwhelming sense of pressure that washed over them. Faces pale with astonishment, they instinctively took a few steps back, their eyes widening as they held their breath, captivated by the two figures on the river, standing in a standoff reminiscent of deities. Chapter 19. The name of the sword god, truly deserved. Zhao Wan'er gazed at the two men in the center of the river, her voice laced with concern as she asked, "Brother Jianqi, do you think Lu Manchen can defeat that man?" Mu Jiansheng shook his head, replying, "I cannot tell. That man in the gray robe is a formidable expert." Around them, murmurs of speculation rippled through the crowd. On the river, Su Chan and the man in gray remained locked in their confrontation, their eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle, sparks seemingly igniting where their gazes met. Suddenly, Su Chan pointed his sword, and the long sword behind him surged forward, howling towards the man in gray. In an instant, hundreds of swords, akin to a swarm of deadly arrows, sliced through the air, producing a piercing whistle as their blades glimmered menacingly, overwhelming the gray-robed man in a tempest of steel. Unfazed, the man in gray swiftly drew his sword from its sheath, pointing its tip at the river surface. With a powerful sweep, he proclaimed, "The waters of the great river come from the heavens." Instantly, the river churned, forming a towering curtain of water before him, rising higher and higher, majestic and awe-inspiring. As the water curtain manifested, Su Chen's controlled long swords collided against it. Upon impact, the swords were halted, their tips trembling as they emitted a chorus of buzzing sounds, as if unwilling to be thwarted, desperately yearning to breach this barrier. Yet the water curtain remained steadfast, a colossal blue mountain forged from the swirling river, resolutely resisting the onslaught of the swords. Witnessing this, Su Chen summoned his strength anew, narrowing his eyes with a resolute glint. With a forceful push of his hands, a torrent of internal energy surged forth like a crashing wave, infusing the long swords with newfound vigor. The hundreds of swords shone brilliantly, their buzzing intensifying to a fever pitch. Then, a more potent sword aura erupted from their tips, spiraling madly towards the water curtain. In the next moment, the long swords pierced through the water curtain, racing towards the man in gray. His expression shifted slightly as he swung his sword, unleashing a blinding flash of cold light. A tourment du sword aura surgi fort, as if it were a tangible rainbow, cleaving through the air with a cataclysmic force. With a thunderous crash, the collision of Su Chen's approaching long sword and the sword aura resonated, creating a blinding flash that compelled the onlookers on the riverbank to instinctively shield their eyes. A sudden clash of metal resonated through the air. As the onlookers at the riverside opened their eyes, they beheld the astonishing sight of hundreds of long swords shattering beneath a single stroke of sword energy, collapsing like fragile twigs and plunging into the river, sending up splashes of water. Witnessing this, Su Chen gazed at the gray-robed figure with a gloomy expression and said, "You have shattered my sword. You must compensate me." The gray-robed man paused momentarily at these words, then a smile crept across his face. "You rascal, even at this moment, you are still concerned about your sword." He shook his head in resignation. "Very well, should you triumph over me today, I shall repay you." Su Chen's eyes sparkled with delight as his lips curled upwards. "You said it. You must not go back on your word, senior." The gray-robed man laughed heartily. "Let's speak of it once you have one." Then, the gray-robed figure moved like a specter across the river-esque surface, his sword dancing gracefully in his hand, as if it were an extension of his very being. Each motion was fluid and natural, reminiscent of flowing clouds and water, devoid of any hindrance. His robe billowed in the air with his movements, and his long hair danced in the wind, resembling an immortal in a mesmerizing dance. With the recitation of a poetic line, the sword shadow drifts along the river. Unrestrained and free, he suddenly unleashed a brilliant sword energy. It shot forth like a meteor streaking across the sky, imbued with a power that took the breath away as it surged towards Su Chen. Wherever the sword energy passed, the river was cleaved apart, forming a profound chasm, with white splashes of water soaring high on either side, akin to two colossal walls of water. The sword energy radiated immense pressure, as if it could obliterate anything that dared to stand in its path. The spectators at the riverbank were profoundly awed by the skill displayed by the gray-robed man. They had never witnessed such an elegant yet formidable sword technique. Zhao Wan'er was so tense that her heart raced to her throat. She fixated on Su Chen, silently praying for his safety. With a powerful shout, Su Chen lightly tapped his toes, slowly ascending into the air, his garments rustling in the fierce wind, as if he were an immortal standing against the breeze. The crimson sword, Qi Xiao, flew into his grasp. With a commanding voice, he proclaimed, "Two sleeves, green serpents." In an instant, he flicked his wrist, and two serpentine forms crafted from the river water materialized, coiling with a majestic aura as they surged toward the gray-robed man's assault. These two green serpents were vividly lifelike, their scales shimmering with a glimmering azure light beneath the sun, resembling true spiritual entities. They twisted their massive bodies, stirring up tumultuous waves upon the river, and wherever they traversed, the waters roiled and churned, resonating with a thunderous roar akin to the galloping of 1,000 steeds. They surged forward with boundless power, charging towards the dazzling sword energy that approached like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, the two forces collided with a tremendous explosion, the sound reverberating like thunder across the river, deafening in its intensity. At the point of impact, light erupted skyward, intertwining in shades of azure and white, dazzling to the point of nearly blinding the onlookers. A formidable shockwave radiated outward, conjuring towering waves several zhang high upon the river surface. The crashing tides collided, transforming into a spray of water that cascaded down like a torrential downpour, drenching the onlookers on the shore. Yet they remained oblivious, their gaze fixed intently on the breathtaking spectacle unfolding upon the river. As the mist dissipated, the crowd beheld two figures standing resolutely upon the water, their swords held aloft, angled towards the river. Su Chun, with his garments billowing gracefully, bore not a trace of moisture, while the man in gray robes exhibited only a few damp spots, which did nothing to diminish his imposing presence. The atmosphere on the river remained taut with anticipation, as the standoff between the two seemed to suspend time itself. The spectators on the shore were filled with awe and reverence, having never witnessed such a thrilling battle or encountered such formidable opponents. Indeed, the sword god Su Chun is extraordinary, remaining unscathed amidst such a powerful impact. One young man exclaimed in admiration. The man in gray is no slouch either, another replied. The gray-robed figure, gazing at Su Chun, remarked, "You truly deserve the title of sword god." To this, Su Chun responded, "It is not over yet. Prepare to receive another strike from me." Chapter 20. The Carefree Sword Immortal. On the river, the water rippled gently, the remnants of the setting sun casting shimmering reflections upon its surface. Su Chun slightly raised his hand, the Qishao sword emanating a clear, resonant sound. As if in response to him, taking a deep breath, his aura began to ascend steadily. With a flick of his wrist, the sword was drawn in an instant, a brilliant flash slicing through the sky. He then swept forward with great force, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged towards the river like an overwhelming tide. Where the sword energy passed, the waters parted instantaneously, creating a profound chasm. As Su Chen's movements quickened, the sword energy multiplied, akin to countless great dragons rolling and leaping upon the river's surface. "Rolling dragon wall," he bellowed. Instantly, a myriad of sword energies intertwined, forming a colossal wall of blades that surged toward the gray-robed man. The sword energy upon the wall shimmered with a fierce brilliance, as if intent on obliterating all in its path. The mist upon the river was stirred by the sword energy, enveloping Su Chun in a shroud of ethereal fog. Within this mist, his silhouette appeared both elusive and celestial, as though a divine being had descended. The gray-robed man, witnessing this, revealed a glimmer of delight and shouted, "Delightful!" He then twirled his sword, his figure soaring upward, his garments fluttering with an air of carefree elegance. With his sword tracing elegant arcs through the air, he recited, "The sword dances with the gentle breeze, chasing the moon, leaving behind the joys of the rivers and lakes." The sword's name, "Chasing the Moon with the Gentle Breeze." As these verses left his lips, a soft radiance enveloped his sword, and in an instant, crescent-shaped sword energies shot forth from the blade, converging to form a magnificent moon of sword light. The luminous full moon radiated a gentle glow, embodying a tranquil yet formidable power as it advanced towards Su Chen's imposing sword Qi rolling dragon wall. When the moon of the sword collided with the sword Qi, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to a clap of thunder resonating through the heavens, leaving the onlookers by the riverbank with ringing ears. The immense force of the impact surged outward violently, creating towering waves of several dozen feet high on the river's surface. The crashing waves collided and converged, transforming into a deluge of spray, cascading down like a torrential rain, leaving the spectators drenched and disheveled. Yet they paid no heed to their plight, their eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on the breathtaking scene unfolding on the river. In the aftermath of the tumultuous clash, a thick mist enveloped the river where Su Chun and the figure in gray stood, obscuring their forms. From the riverbank, one could only glimpse the flickering light of the sword and the swirling Qi. As the mist gradually dissipated, Su Chun remained steadfast, showing no signs of fatigue. His garments fluttered gently in the wind, his posture upright, exuding an air of composure and serenity. In contrast, the gray-robed figure appeared more soaked, his once billowing robe now clinging to him, yet he did not seem disheveled. Rather, he exuded an effortless charm. After surveying himself, the gray-robed man declared, "Youngster, do not presume you have triumphed. I did not unleash my full power just now." Su Chun, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes slightly and replied, coincidentally, "I too held back." The gray-robed man was taken aback for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing across the river, infused with a sense of joy and openness. You truly are an intriguing fellow, delightfully amusing," he exclaimed, waving his hand dismissively. "Enough of this. I can see today's battle." With those words, he turned and stepped onto the river, his form darting away with the swiftness of lightning. His voice carried across the distance, Encounters in the martial world are all fated. Today's battle was exhilarating. Winning or losing is but a trivial matter. True freedom lies in the carefree spirit. Youngster, we shall duel again another day. His words, imbued with a sense of transcendence and nonchalance, drifted on the river breeze, reaching the ears of all present. Su Chen stood on the river, gazing at the retreating figure of the gray-robed man, shaking his head slightly. A smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "A carefree spirit indeed. Such unrestrained elegance is truly enviable." Suddenly recalling that the gray-robed man had yet to return the sword he had borrowed, he looked up, only to find that the figure had long vanished. With a helpless shake of his head, he muttered to himself, "That fellow certainly knows how to make a swift exit." Meanwhile, the now distant gray-robed man wiped his brow in relief, murmuring, "Thank goodness for my speed. Otherwise, how could I afford to repay him for that sword?" The figure clad in gray traversed the riverbank, reflecting upon the recent battle, a faint smile gracing his lips. The onlookers remained engrossed in the thrilling encounter, engaging in animated discussions. Truly, the spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. The sword god's technique was simply astonishing. A young swordsman, his face alight with excitement, gazed at the prowess of the formidable. The skill of the gray-clad man was equally impressive. One could only wonder about his identity. Such a powerful individual ought to be well known within the martial world. I feel as though I have encountered his movements and swordplay before. Yet the memory eludes me at this moment. Another person furrowed his brow, straining to recall. Among the crowd of the carefree immortal, a middle-aged man murmured, "I know who he is." His voice rang out with delight. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him, prompting the man to exclaim, "He is the carefree sword immortal." The crowd erupted in astonishment at his revelation. The carefree sword immortal? A legendary figure indeed. Who would have imagined witnessing him in person today? No wonder he is so formidable. It is the carefree sword immortal himself. Su Chen, however, paid little heed to the chatter of the onlookers. Instead, he swiftly approached Zhao Wan'er, Mu Jiansheng, and the young girl Xiao Chui. His demeanor remained unperturbed, as if the earth-shattering battle had been merely an ordinary affair. Upon seeing Su Chen, Zhao Wan'er's face brightened with joy, her eyes brimming with concern. "Lunatic Chen, are you unharmed?" Su Chen offered a slight smile and replied, "Do not worry, I am fine. We should leave quickly. We may not have the opportunity to do so later." With that, he led the group away at a brisk pace. Mu Jiansheng and Xiao Chui followed closely, their expressions also reflecting a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Yunming and Yunwen, who had been closely observing Su Chen, hastened to catch up. The martial artists present did not follow them, but instead dispersed, watching Su Chen and his companions depart. Their gazes were filled with admiration and reflection, the extraordinary battle etched deeply in their memories. As the crowd dwindled, the riverbank returned to its former tranquility, save for the lingering marks left by the clash of sword energy and flowing waters, silently recounting the heart-stirring confrontation. The sun gradually sank in the west, and the shimmering waves of the river began to dim. Chapter 21, Reactions from All Sides. On the official road to Sioux City, Mu Jiansheng drove the horse-drawn cart forward at a leisurely pace, the rhythmic sound of hoof striking the ground stirring up a bit of dust. Beside the cart, Jun Wuhan rode a fine steed, sitting tall and commanding atop his mount, his gaze steadfastly fixed on the cart, exuding an air of determination. Ever since Su Chen and his companions departed the riverbank, Jun Wuhan had been resolutely intent on seeking Su Chen as his master. Though Su Chen was reluctant to agree, Jun Wuhan followed him with unwavering resolve, refusing to be dissuaded. Unable to shake him off, Su Chen ultimately relented, allowing him to accompany them for the time being. In the carriage, Su Chen, Zhao Wan'er, and Xiao Chui sat facing each other. Curiously, Zhao Wan'er lifted a corner of the curtain and glanced at the horseback figure of Jun Wuhan, softly remarking to Su Chen, "Rogue Chen, this Jun Wuhan is truly a genius. Do you not intend to take him as your disciple?" Leaning against the carriage wall with his eyes gently closed, Su Chen slowly opened them upon hearing Zhao Wan'er's words and smiled wryly. "I would not want to mislead the youth." Xiao Gui chuckled softly, "Young Master Su, you are the sword god. How could you possibly mislead anyone?" "Indeed, I am the sword god, but I shall not teach disciples," Su Chen replied with a smile. "Sir Maniac brother, how much longer until we reach Sioux City?" Zhao Wan'er inquired, looking at the driver, Mu Jiansheng. Mu Jiansheng turned his head slightly and replied, "At our current pace, we should arrive in 2 days." Meanwhile, News of the battle between the Sword God and the carefree Sword Immortal swiftly spread throughout the martial world, and Su Chen's name echoed across various locales. In taverns and tea houses, individuals from the martial realm gathered to discuss the astonishing battle that had transpired on the river, along with its protagonist, the Sword God Su Chen. Have you heard? That Sword God, Su Chen, fought the carefree Sword Immortal to a standstill, ultimately forcing the latter to concede. His strength is simply unfathomable, exclaimed a burly man with a bushy beard as he drank, his eyes filled with awe. Indeed, I have also heard of Su Chen's dragon rolling sword Qi. That spectacle was akin to a deity descending, its power immense, parting the river. The sheer ferocity of that sword energy was terrifying to behold. Added a scholarly figure in a blue robe, animatedly gesturing as if he had witnessed the scene firsthand. Within the grand and imposing hall of the Zhao family, the family head sat in the main seat, gently tapping the armrest as he pondered deeply. At that moment, a hurried individual rushed in, approaching Zhao Wujia with a respectful bow, before hurriedly reporting, "Lord Family Head, a message has just arrived from the envoy." Presenting a letter to Zhao Wujia, he watched as the latter read it. After perusing the letter, Zhao Wujia muttered, "The one protecting Wan'er is the Sword God, renowned throughout the martial world. Even Mu Jiansheng has submitted to him." His expression fluctuated as he contemplated, and after a lengthy pause, he finally instructed, "Send someone to inform the envoy to refrain from taking hasty actions. Monitor the situation covertly and report any developments immediately." The messenger complied and departed. Once the visitor had left, the Zhao family head remained furrowed in thought, his mind racing. At the same time, the second prince, Li Haoran, also learned of this news. His countenance darkened as he sat in the opulent yet stifling side hall of the palace, his expression revealing both ruthlessness and confusion. "Have we determined the identity of that Sword God?" Li Haoran inquired of a figure clad in black beside him. The cloaked individual bowed, slightly, and respectfully replied, "Your Highness, it appears that the Sword God, Su Chen, has seemingly emerged from thin air. I have dispatched individuals to investigate, yet we have uncovered not a single clue." Upon hearing this, Li Haoran furrowed his brow even tighter, striking the table beside him forcefully and snorting coldly. "Regardless of his status as a Sword God, anyone who dares to take my woman will certainly face the consequences." The second prince, Li Haoran, continued to inquire of the man in black, "Where have they gone?" The man in black hastily replied, "According to reports from those sent, they are heading towards Su City." Li Haoran's gaze sharpened at this revelation, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes as he murmured, "Su Chen, could this Sword God be a member of the Su family?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Haoran slowly commanded, "You must immediately send more people to Su City to covertly investigate whether this Sword God, Su Chen, has any ties to the Su family. Report back as soon as you have any information." The man in black responded, "Yes, Your Highness, I will arrange for this at once." Li Haoran gave a slight nod, flicked his sleeve, and settled back into his chair, gently rubbing the armrest, his expression still dark. In his heart, he had already regarded Su Chen as a thorn in his side and silently vowed to thwart his endeavors, ensuring that his plans would not be compromised. In Su City, within the Su residence, a middle-aged man and a woman sat across from each other, while nearby, a child of 7 or 8 frolicked with a couple of maids. The man, named Su Zhan, was Su Chen's father, and the woman, Shangwan Shui, was Su Chen's mother. At that moment, Shangwan Shui was lost in thought as she gazed at the playing child. Noticing her distraction, Su Zhan spoke up, "Are you thinking of Chener again?" Shangwan Shui returned to the present, a flicker of guilt crossing her eyes as she replied, "After all these years, we still have no news of Chener. I wonder if he is alive and how he is faring." Su Zhan took Shangwan Shui's hand gently, offering comfort. "Do not blame yourself too much. We have been searching for Chener's whereabouts all these years. Trust that he is blessed and will be safe. Perhaps one day he will suddenly appear before us." Shangwan Shui sighed softly. Just then, a young maid, around 20, entered the room. She was beautiful, clad in simple yet elegant attire, her hair neatly tied back, exuding a sense of competence. She slightly bowed in greeting and, with a clear voice, announced, "Master, madam, the residence has just received some news that requires your attention." Su Zhan raised his eyes slightly, signaling her to continue. The maid straightened and, with a calm demeanor, elaborated, "Recently, a sword god has emerged in the martial world, renowned for his prowess. It is said that he fought a breathtaking battle against the carefree Sword Immortal on the river, and in the end, the carefree Sword Immortal conceded defeat. Upon hearing this, Su Zhan's eyes widened in surprise, leaning slightly forward, curious as to why this news warranted a report to them. The maid hesitated momentarily before responding. Master, madam, the renowned swordsman is named Su Chun, and they are currently heading towards Su City. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Shui's face lit up with joy as she excitedly grasped Su Zhan's arm, exclaiming, Brother Zhan, could it be Chen? Su Zhan pondered briefly, but ultimately shook his head, replying, it is likely just a case of sharing the same name. Our Chen was merely 10 years old when he went missing, and it has only been a decade since then. You are aware that Chen had a natural blockage in his meridians, rendering him incapable of proper cultivation. How could he possibly achieve such a formidable level of skill in just 10 years to become the illustrious swordsman of the martial world? There are indeed many individuals with the same name in this world. It is probably just a coincidence. The sparkle of excitement in Shangguan Shui's eyes gradually dimmed. Yet she remained hopeful, saying, but what if? After casting a glance at Shangguan Shui, Su Zhan addressed the maid beside him, Qing Zhu. Please send someone to investigate the identity of the swordsman Su Chun and confirm whether he is indeed Chen. Have them report back with any news at the earliest opportunity. Qing Zhu respectfully replied, yes, master. With that, she turned swiftly on her heels, striding briskly out of the courtyard. Chapter 22. Arrival at Su City. Unbeknownst to Su Chun and his companions, they had already caught the attention of many. After 2 days of travel, they found themselves just outside Su City. Zhao Wan'er sat in the carriage, lifting the curtain to gaze at the distant city, which appeared hazy yet majestic amidst the morning mist, exuding an aura of ancient charm and prosperity. She couldn't help but softly recite. The dawn mist gently entwines the walls of Su City. Ancient verses serenade the passage of time. Hearing this, Su Chun smiled faintly and remarked, I never realized my Wan'er had such poetic talent. Xiao Chui proudly interjected, young Master Su, you may not know, but my lady is well-versed in literature and often delights in composing poetry. Zhao Wan'er raised her chin slightly, glancing towards Su City, and declared, this young lady is indeed a talented poet. Su Chun chuckled softly, but remained silent, and soon the group entered Su City. As they stepped through the city gates, the vibrant and bustling atmosphere enveloped them. The streets were teeming with life, filled with vendors calling out their wares, women leading children, and wandering martial artists bearing their knapsacks. The shops lining the streets were a feast for the eyes, adorned with crimson doors and windows, and bearing the marks of time. Inside the silk shop, bolts of vividly colored silk were neatly arranged, shimmering softly in the sunlight, attracting numerous wealthy young ladies who paused to select their favorites. The fragrance of herbs wafted from the apothecary, with a shopkeeper carefully weighed out ingredients on a small scale, while assistants busied themselves wrapping medicines for customers. The tavern was particularly lively, with laughter and the clinking of cups spilling out into the street, while a few inebriated patrons leaned against the entrance, animatedly discussing tales from the martial world. Not far off, a place known as Yixiang Pavilion came into view. At the entrance of the Yixiang Pavilion stood several exquisitely adorned women, gracefully waving their silk handkerchiefs and enticing passers-by with sweet voices. Dear sir, do come in and take a seat. Our ladies are truly the epitome of beauty. Honored guest, hurry over. We guarantee you will be utterly captivated. The melodious strains of stringed instruments and the lilting laughter of women drifted from within the pavilion, adding a distinctive charm to the bustling city of Su. The carriage carrying Su Chun and his companions rolled forward slowly, the rhythmic sound of hooves and wheels blending seamlessly into the lively ambience of the surroundings. Zhao Wan'er, brimming with excitement, lifted the curtain and peered out, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she chattered incessantly. Meanwhile, Su Chun sat within the carriage, gazing through the curtain's gap at the vibrant street scene, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. Make way, clear the path. Just as Su Chen's contemplations took flight, a booming voice jolted him back to reality. He looked up to see several riders galloping down the street, causing pedestrians to scatter. In the middle of the road stood a tattered little girl, oblivious to the impending danger. Su Chen's expression tightened, and he immediately called out to Jun Wuhan, quickly save that little girl. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Wuhan sprang into action, darting toward the girl like a flash of lightning. In a heartbeat, he securely cradled her in his arms, just as the horse thundered toward him. An aura of formidable power emanated from Jun Wuhan, causing the horse to sense an overwhelming threat. It skidded to a halt, its front hooves rearing up, letting out a terrified neigh. The surrounding onlookers were momentarily stunned by the spectacle, before erupting in astonished murmurs. What remarkable agility this young man possesses. Truly, a hero in the making. With such swift reflexes, Jun Wuhan, holding the little girl, wore a stern expression as he glared at the disheveled riders, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Haven't you any sense? You nearly harmed an innocent person. The riders, taken aback, exchanged glances, one of them retorting with a hint of ire, "You kids, step aside. We have urgent matters at hand, and you cannot afford to delay us." Unmoved, Jun Wuhan continued to clutch the girl tightly, his gaze unwavering as he confronted the riders. No matter your urgent business, it is unacceptable to recklessly endanger lives in this bustling city. The riders, incensed by his defiance, grew increasingly irate. One among them raised his whip in a threatening manner, declaring, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, get out of the way, or you'll regret it." Jun Wuhan, with a cold laugh, replied, "I would very much like to see how you intend to make me regret it." As soon as he finished speaking, a rider swung his whip toward Jun Wuhan. In response, Jun Wuhan's eyes narrowed, and he leaped into action, delivering a powerful kick that sent the rider sprawling to the ground with a painful grunt. The other riders, witnessing this, were filled with a mix of shock and fury. One individual bellowed angrily, "How dare you harm our people? Let's all charge together." Observing this, Jun Wuhan remained entirely unperturbed. His figure vanished in an instant, moving with such swiftness that only a fleeting shadow remained. In the next moment, he appeared like a specter beside the mounted assailants. In the blink of an eye, those who had just been threatening to advance together now lay sprawled upon the ground, some clutching their abdomens, others cradling their heads, groaning in agony, their previous bravado utterly extinguished. The onlookers erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause, exclaiming, "What a magnificent display!" Jun Wuhan brushed off his garments and stood calmly, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. He then glanced down at the little girl in his arms and softly inquired, "My dear, are you unharmed?" The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration as she fervently shook her head, exclaiming, "Big brother, I'm fine. You are so impressive." Subsequently, Jun Wuhan paid no heed to those lying on the ground, but instead carried the little girl to the carriage. Upon seeing her, Zhao Wan'er gently reached out to embrace the girl, her gaze filled with compassion. She observed the child's grimy little face and tenderly asked, "Little one, where are your family? Why are you all alone wandering the streets?" The girl's expression darkened as she quietly replied, "I have no family. I have always been alone, wandering in this city." Hearing this, Zhao Wan'er felt a pang of sorrow and tightened her hold on the girl, whispering, "Poor child, then you shall stay with us. Your elder sister will take care of you." Xiao Chui chimed in, "Yes, little girl, do not be afraid. We will all treat you kindly." The girl looked up, her eyes filled with surprise and disbelief, and timidly asked, "Really? Sister, are you truly willing to take me in?" Zhao Wan'er affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and smiled. "Of course, it is absolutely true." Su Chen then addressed the girl gently, "What is your name, little one?" The girl shook her head and replied, "I do not have a name." Su Chen pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, I shall give you one. Since we met in Su City, you shall take my surname, Su. Let us name you Yao for your given name, and we shall call you Little Dumpling as your nickname. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with joy, and she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, I have a name now. I am Su Yao, and my nickname is Little Dumpling." The once dim face now radiated with happiness, as if all shadows had been dispelled. Chapter 23. This little tyrant is my younger brother. After Su Chun and the others bathed Little Dumpling and changed her into clean clothes, she appeared completely transformed. Her previously soiled face was now fair and pristine, her hair neatly combed, and she donned a fitting, clean outfit that endeared her even more to those who beheld her. On the bustling street, Su Chun, guided by the memories of his childhood, led the group towards the Su residence. Sugar figurines, oh, the sweet sugar figurines, a sudden cry caught the attention of the group. Zhao Wan'er glanced at the sugar figurines by the roadside and turned to the little dumpling, asking, "Little dumpling, would you like to have a sugar figurine?" The child initially nodded in agreement, but quickly shook her head as if recalling something. Su Chun perceived the longing in her eyes and approached the stall, purchasing the last sugar figurine. At that moment, a boy of around 7 or 8, accompanied by 2 maidservants and guards, arrived at the stall. The proud little boy approached Su Chun and demanded, "You, give me the sugar figurine in your hand." Su Chun furrowed his brow and assessed the arrogant child before him. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards the boy. "This sugar figurine is mine, little fellow. If you want one, wait for the vendor to make you one," he replied. The vendor, who had just received payment, chuckled and said, "Young master, if you wish for a sugar figurine, you must wait until tomorrow. We have sold out for today." The boy, undeterred, crossed his arms defiantly and huffed. "I want a sugar figurine right now. If you know what is good for you, hand it over, or I'll make sure you regret it." Passers-by glanced over at the commotion. Zhao Wan'er, frowning, stepped forward while holding the little dumpling, saying, "How unreasonable you are, child. There should be a proper order to things. We purchased it first. Why should we give it to you?" The boy's expression darkened at her words, and he pointed at Zhao Wan'er, saying, "Who do you think you are, speaking to me like that? Do you believe I could have my father arrest you all?" One of the maidservants beside the boy quickly grabbed his arm, gently advising, "Young master, you mustn't be so rude. The master and mistress specifically instructed us not to cause trouble outside." The boy, however, forcefully shook off her grip, fuming. "I don't care. I want a sugar figurine right now." With his hands on his hips, he turned to his guards and brazenly shouted, "Zhang Sanli, seize him." Yet, the two guards appeared to ignore his command, their gazes drifting elsewhere, showing no inclination to heed him. Frustrated by their disobedience, the boy's face flushed with anger as he stomped his feet and shouted, "Can't you hear? You dare to disregard my words. Do you believe I won't tell my father when we return?" The guards exchanged glances but continued to feign ignorance, having been instructed to protect the young master without engaging in bullying ordinary people. Seeing his guards unresponsive, the boy turned back to Su Chen. His eyes filled with resentment as he seethed. "My grandfather is the king of northern Jiangsu, and my father is the great general Su Zhan of the north. If you do not hand over the sugar figurine to me, I shall have my father send someone to capture you, and then you shall find yourself imprisoned." Unable to oppose me any longer. Upon hearing these words, Su Chen felt a slight stir within him, suddenly understanding why the boy before him evoked such a sense of familiarity. He murmured to himself, "It appears that my parents have bestowed upon me a younger brother. Yet, this temperament is that of a true little tyrant. As an elder brother, I shall take it upon myself to educate you properly." The young boy, perceiving Su Chen's silence as a sign of fear, grew increasingly arrogant, raising his chin higher and crossing his arms defiantly, declaring, "Are you afraid? It's not too late to realize your fear. If you obediently hand over the sugar figurine, I shall refrain from informing my father." His gaze was fixated on the sugar figurine in Su Chen's grasp, with a subtle smile playing on his lips. Su Chen pretended to extend the sugar figurine toward the boy. The child, elated by this gesture, reached out eagerly. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the figurine, Su Chen abruptly withdrew it. "Little one, open your mouth," he called softly. As the child complied, Su Chen swiftly placed the sugar figurine into his mouth. The boy froze in shock, only to burst into tears moments later. His wails were thunderous, and tears cascaded down his cheeks like pearls strung loose. "My sugar figurine! My sugar figurine!" he cried, stamping his feet in despair, embodying pure indignation. Zhao Wan'er observed the scene with furrowed brows. Although the boy had been rather overbearing, witnessing his current sorrow stirred a twinge of sympathy within her. The little one, with the sugar figurine nestled in her mouth, gazed at the weeping boy, utterly at a loss. She tugged at Zhao Wan'er's sleeve and mumbled, "Sister, the young gentleman looks so pitiful when he cries. Perhaps we should give him the sugar figurine." With that, she took the figurine from her mouth and stepped forward to offer it to the boy. Anguish and fury surged within him, and without a moment's thought, he pushed the little one away. Being so young, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. Seeing this unfold, Su Chen's expression darkened. He rushed forward and seized the boy, crouching down to pin him against his knee. Raising his hand, he began to spank the boy's bottom. The sharp sound of his palm striking echoed through the air. Initially taken aback, the boy soon cried out even louder, "Let me go! How dare you hit me? I will tell my father, and he will have you arrested." Only after several firm spanks did the boy's attendants and guards snap out of their shock. Two maidservants rushed forward in a flurry, exclaiming, "Stop! How dare you strike the young master?" One of the maidservants reached out to pull Su Chen, attempting to rescue the young boy. Upon witnessing this, the two guards also moved forward. At that moment, Mu Jiansheng lightly flicked his sword, and the blade glimmered coldly, positioning itself horizontally before the guards. The two guards, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Mu Jiansheng, hesitated to take any rash action. Su Chen, undeterred by the two maidens, continued to strike the boy's backside, admonishing him with every slap. "Let me teach you a proper lesson on behalf of your father." At this juncture, Zhao Wan'er, having regained her composure, hurried over and grasped Su Chen's arm, exclaiming, "Su Chen, please stop. If this continues, it could lead to serious trouble." Hearing this, Su Chen paused, turned to the boy, and sternly inquired, "Will you dare to act so tyrannically in the future?" The boy, tearful and defiant yet somewhat fearful, weakly replied, "I want tea." Only then did Su Chen release the boy and rise to his feet. Seeing this, the boy immediately dashed away, and after a short distance shouted, "Just wait. I will definitely find someone to deal with you." With that, he quickly ran off, prompting the two maidservants and guards to pursue him without delay. Chapter 24. Are you certain you want my entire family to accompany me to the grave? Zhao Wan'er, witnessing the unfolding events, expressed her anxiety, saying, "Su Chen, this could become troublesome. That child will undoubtedly report us. What if the General of the North holds us accountable?" Yet, Su Chen wore a smile and replied, "What is there to fear? He was in the wrong to begin with. I merely taught him a lesson. How could the General of the North hold me responsible?" Zhao Wan'er remained somewhat apprehensive, concerned that since he was the son of the general, their actions might be too impulsive. Su Chen shook his head slightly, assuring her, "There is no need for concern. Come, just watch. That little rascal will surely fall into my hands. Even the General of the North cannot prevent it." With that, Su Chen continued to lead the group toward the Su residence. The small child, feeling a bit frightened, tugged on Zhao Wan'er's garment. She gently patted the child's head, comforting, "Do not be afraid. Your sister is here." Jun Wuhan and Mu Jianxing followed closely behind. As they made their way, the emotions of Zhao Wan'er, Jun Wuhan, and Mu Jianxing were somewhat complex. However, Su Chen remained remarkably composed, leisurely strolling toward the Su residence. In no time, they arrived near the grand estate. From a distance, the Su residence loomed majestically. The Crimson Gate, tall and wide, displayed neatly arranged brass studs that glimmered with an ancient yet dignified sheen under the sunlight. Flanking the gate were imposing stone lions, their mouths agape, glaring fiercely. Above the gate hung a gilded plaque inscribed with the words Su Residence, the calligraphy bold and vigorous. Zhao Wan'er gazed at the impressive structure before her and quietly remarked to Su Chen, "I had no idea your family possessed such grandeur. I never noticed it before." The small child, equally intrigued, peered around with a face full of wonder, tugging at Zhao Wan'er's sleeve and inquiring, "Sister, this is brother's home. How grand and beautiful it is." Beside them, Mu Jianxing and Jun Wuhan wore expressions of astonishment. Su Chen gazed at the familiar, yet somewhat alien, Su residence. A surge of nostalgia, flooding his heart as childhood memories began to resurface. He took a deep breath and approached the crimson door, prompting the others to hastily follow suit. As Su Chen and his companions reached the entrance of the Su residence, a commotion erupted as a group of people emerged from within. Leading the throng was the small boy from the market. Following closely behind him were a woman clad in armor and several armed guards. Upon spotting Su Chen and the others, the boy immediately pointed at Su Chen, exclaiming, "Sister Qingzhu, it was him. He was the one who hit me. You must avenge me." His eyes gleamed with triumph, as if he could already envision Su Chen and his friends receiving a severe reprimand. One of the guards, upon hearing this, stepped forward with a hand resting on his sword's hilt, casting a menacing glare at Su Chen and his companions, and declared loudly, "You brats dared to attack our young master, and now you have the audacity to show your faces here." The armored woman, exuding a commanding presence, scrutinized the group with narrowed eyes before fixing her gaze on Su Chen. "So, you are the one who harmed my young master," she stated, her tone icy. Zhao Wan'er approached Su Chen, whispering anxiously, "Liang Chen, have we come to the wrong place? This is the residence of the king of Su Bei, not your family's home." Her voice trembled with tension as she furtively glanced at the aggressive figures opposite them. Su Chen, however, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, offering her a comforting look. He then turned his gaze toward the armored woman and the others, his expression betraying no hint of fear. Seeing Su Chen's calm demeanor, Qingzhu felt a flicker of irritation. With a cold snort, she remarked, "You certainly have guts, remaining so composed after striking someone. Regardless of your reasons, you must provide us with an explanation for your actions against my young master." The small boy, eager to incite further conflict, tugged at Qingzhu's sleeve, urging, "Sister Qingzhu, don't waste your breath on him. Command the guards to seize them and throw them into the dungeon to teach them a lesson." Several guards, upon hearing this, unsheathed their swords partially their blades glinting ominously, as if poised to charge at any moment. Jun Wuhan and Mu Jiansheng exchanged glances, stepping forward in unison to shield Su Chun and the others. Yet, Su Chun remained unfazed, signaling for Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhan to step back. With a smile, he addressed Qing Zhu. What sort of explanation do you desire? Qing Zhu raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with menace as she coldly replied. The hand that struck my young master should be severed. Upon hearing this, the small boy beamed with delight, clapping his hands in approval. Indeed, indeed, Sister Qing Zhu remarked. Let us sever his hand and see if he dares to strike me again. The arrogant expression on his face, tinged with a hint of malice, had vanished completely, replaced by the earlier look of grievance he bore at the marketplace. Observing this, Su Chun allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, only to reappear moments later, a silhouette in his grasp, none other than the young boy. Startled by Su Chen's sudden grip, the boy's face turned pale, the earlier bravado evaporating into sheer terror as he cried out, "Ah, let me go, let me go. Sister Qing Zhu, save me." He struggled desperately, but found it impossible to escape Su Chen's firm hold. Qing Zhu, taken aback, had not anticipated Su Chen's swiftness, nor his audacity to act against the young master in front of the Su residents. Overcome with both shock and fury, she barked, "You have the audacity to abduct my young master. Release him at once, or face a fate most dire." With that, her sword was drawn, aimed directly at Su Chun, while several guards swiftly unsheathed their blades, encircling him like a pack of wolves preparing to pounce. Zhao Wan'er, witnessing the scene, wore a worried expression, and the young boy clutched her garment tightly, his face etched with fear. Yet, Su Chun remained unperturbed, surveying the threatening assembly, particularly the murderous glare from Qing Zhu, and merely offered a faint smile in return. Seeing Su Chen's gaze upon her, Qing Zhu gritted her teeth and warned fiercely, "Do not act recklessly. If you harm even a hair on the young master, I shall ensure that your entire family pays the price." To this, a glimmer of mockery flickered in Su Chen's eyes as he retorted, "Are you certain you wish to condemn my family?" Qing Zhu replied resolutely, "I mean every word." Without further ado, much like in the marketplace, Su Chun placed the boy upon his lap and began to deliver firm slaps to the boys behind, all the while stating, "It seems you have yet to learn your lesson. Allow me to impart some wisdom." The resounding sound of each slap echoed loudly before the gates of the Su residence, striking a chord in the hearts of all present. The boy erupted into tears, his wails piercing the sky as he called out, "Father, mother, save me." Chapter 25. Qing Zhu fails to recognize the young master after 10 years. Upon witnessing this, Qing Zhu's eyes widened in shock and fury as she bellowed, "You seek death." She then lunged forward, sword poised to strike, its blade shimmering in the sunlight with a deadly glint, as if intent on piercing Su Chen's heart. Reacting with remarkable speed, Su Chen first tossed the boy aside, who, freed from Su Chen's grasp, scrambled toward the safety of the Su residence, crying out in a trembling voice, "Father, mother, come save me." As Su Chen relinquished the little boy, he deftly shifted his steps, retreating skillfully to evade the long sword thrust by Qing Zhu. In a sudden motion, Su Chen extended his right hand, striking precisely at the wrist of Qing Zhu's sword arm. A sharp pain coursed through her wrist, causing the long sword to slip from her grasp and clatter to the ground. Before Qing Zhu could react, Su Chen swiftly advanced, pulling her into his embrace. Surprised and infuriated, Qing Zhu struggled fiercely, her face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, "You rogue! Let me go, you shameless scoundrel." She attempted to push him away. Yet Su Chen's strength was overwhelming, rendering her unable to break free. With a mischievous grin, he gazed down at her and teased, "Ah, what a beauty you are! Though your demeanor is a tad frosty, nonetheless, I find it quite appealing." Zhao Wan'er, observing from aside, furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of displeasure evident in her eyes. Unconsciously, she bit her lip, reflecting, "Rogue Chun, even at such a moment, you indulge in flirtation with another woman." Her grip on the little one's hand tightened instinctively, causing the child to wince slightly as they looked up and asked innocently, "Sister, what's wrong?" Snap back to reality. Zhao Wan'er hastily eased her grip, gently patting the child's head as she whispered, "It's nothing, little one, do not fear." Yet her gaze remained fixated on Su Chen, unable to suppress the jealousy brewing within her. The surrounding guards, witnessing the scene, paused momentarily before regaining their composure, calling out in unison, "Release Miss Qing Zhu." Unperturbed by Zhao Wan'er's expression or the guard's outcry, Su Chun playfully pinched Qing Zhu's cheek, speaking with a tone of familiarity. My dear, even after a decade, your visage remains so delightful. Initially, Qing Zhu continued to struggle, but upon hearing his words, she seemed enchanted, her eyes widening in shock as she fixed her gaze upon Su Chun, disbelief washing over her. As she scrutinized him closely, his likeness gradually merged with the image of the young master she had cherished in her memories, flooding her heart with waves of nostalgia. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her voice quivering as she whispered, "Young master, is it truly you? Have you returned?" The anger and embarrassment that had once consumed her vanished, replaced by boundless joy and excitement. However, the abruptness of her emotional shift left her momentarily bewildered, causing her to forget her intent to escape from Su Chen's embrace. The guards surrounding them, who had been shouting for Qing Zhu to be released and were preparing to charge forward, froze upon hearing her words. They exchanged bewildered glances, their weapons gradually lowering as they turned to look at Su Chun with expressions of confusion. Zhao Wan'er, witnessing Qing Zhu's sudden transformation, was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing as she thought, is this Chen really the young master of the Su family? The little one blinked her big eyes, glancing between Su Chun and Qing Zhu, still unaware of the unfolding events. Jun Wuhan and Mu Jiansheng also stared at Su Chun in astonishment. Observing this, Su Chun let go of Qing Zhu and teased, "What is this? After 10 years, you can't recognize your young master? Just a moment ago, you mentioned wanting my entire family to accompany you to the grave." Only then did Qing Zhu snap back to reality, hastily stepping back a couple of paces, her face flushing with a mix of joy at their reunion and embarrassment from her earlier harsh words. She stood there, flustered and stammering, "Young master, I." Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. Su Chun, noticing the redness around Qing Zhu's eyes, approached and gently ruffled her hair, offering soothing words. There. You're all grown up now. No need for tears." At his words, Qing Zhu quickly wiped her tears, her eyes sparkling with joy as she exclaimed, "The young master is back." Qing Zhu is so happy. Her voice was filled with excitement, as if she were eager to express all the longing she had felt over the years. After speaking, Qing Zhu turned to the guards behind her and commanded, "You all may disperse." The guards promptly scattered upon hearing her words. "Young master, you should return home first. I will inform the madam of your return." With that, Qing Zhu dashed toward the Su residence without looking back, her heart set on sharing the wonderful news with the madam. Su Chun watched her retreating figure, a smile escaping him. It's been 10 years, and she is still the same. Once Qing Zhu had completely disappeared from view, Zhao Wan'er and the others approached Su Chun. "Su Chun, are you the young master of the Su family?" Zhao Wan'er inquired. "Indeed, without a doubt," Su Chun replied, brimming with pride. Zhao Wan'er huffed lightly, pouting as she remarked, "Seems like Qing Zhu is quite fond of you." Hearing this, Su Chun deliberately leaned closer to Mu Jiansheng, sniffing the air and grinning as he asked, "Brother Mu, do you detect a hint of sourness?" Mu Jiansheng, looking baffled, followed suit and sniffed, scratching his head as he replied, "Not at all, whereas the sourness." However, Jun Wuhan couldn't help but burst into laughter, doubling over as he held his stomach. Zhao Wan'er's face turned crimson at this, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed. She stamped her foot, declaring, "I am not jealous." The little one, observing the unfolding scene, though still somewhat perplexed about the situation, joined in the laughter, tugging at Zhao Wan'er's hand and playfully chiming in with her childish voice. "Sister, your face is quite flushed. Are you unwell?" Zhao Wan'er hastily touched her own face, shot a glare at the little one, and replied, "Little one, do not speak carelessly. I am not ill." She then turned her gaze towards Su Chun, huffed softly, and averted her head, adopting a petulant demeanor. Observing this, Su Chun found Zhao Wan'er's blend of anger and shyness exceedingly endearing. However, he refrained from further teasing and instead suggested, "Let us proceed inside." The group then made their way into the Su residence, and the guards at the entrance, having overheard the exchange between Su Chun and Qing Zhu, did not dare to intervene. Chapter 26. Recognition. The protective nature of Mother Su. Shortly after entering the Su residence, they were approached by his younger brother, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Despite not having seen him in 10 years, Su Chen immediately recognized the man as his father. Su-san. As the group drew nearer, Su Chen's younger brother, Su Nianchen, pointed at him and exclaimed, "Father, it was he who struck me." At that moment, Su Nianchen appeared utterly innocent, tears brimming in his eyes, his aggrieved expression evoking sympathy from all who beheld him. Heeding these, Su San scrutinized Su Chen, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though he did not connect him to his long-lost eldest son. Instead, he assumed he had encountered Su Chen somewhere before, and thus, with an expression of authority, he addressed Su Chen. Which family do you belong to, and why did you strike my Nianchen? Su Chen felt a sense of helplessness. Despite standing right there, his father failed to recognize him. Zhao Wan'er and Mu Jiansheng Jun Wu Hen exchanged glances, sensing the peculiarity of the situation. Rather than immediately clarifying, Su Chen responded to his father. Your son forcefully seized the candy I had purchased for my sister in the market, and when I confronted him, he resorted to violence. Do you not think he deserves a lesson? Su Zhan looked down at Su Nianchen and inquired. Is what he says true? I just wanted some candy, Su Nianchen stammered, gazing at Su Zhan's stern countenance. Realizing the truth in Su Chen's words, Su Zhan turned his attention back to Su Chen, stating, My son has erred, and it is my duty to discipline him. It is not for an outsider like you to interfere. His tone was laced with undeniable authority, and his gaze reflected a father's fierce defense of his child. Su Chen chuckled quietly, a mischievous thought bubbling to the surface. He looked at Su Zhan and remarked, I wonder what General Su intends to do. It is quite surprising that the renowned general of the North is such an unreasonable man. Upon hearing this, Su Zhan's expression darkened. As the general of the North, he had never been confronted so brazenly. Enraged, he retorted, You insolent brat, how dare you be so audacious? Do you think I will not take action against you? Today, my son has suffered injustice, and you dare to speak so insolently? I shall ensure that your father teaches you a proper lesson. As he spoke, a commanding aura emanated from him, as if the very air around them had grown heavy and oppressive. Yet, Su Chen appeared unfazed, maintaining his gaze upon Su Zhan, a faint smirk of derision gracing his lips. Oh, is the general attempting to exert his authority? Is it true that you judge right from wrong solely based on personal connections, without discernment? If so, the family values of the Su residents are truly enlightening. Su Zhan trembled with fury at Su Chen's words, immediately ordering the guards to seize him for a thorough reprimand. However, at that moment, a clear voice rang out from a distance. Stop. The crowd turned to see Shangguan Shui, adorned in splendid attire, hastening toward them, her face alight with excitement, her eyes glistening with tears of joy and urgency. Su Chen followed the sound, recognizing his mother, Shangguan Shui, approaching him with fervor. Overcome with emotion, tears welled in his eyes as memories of tender moments shared with her flashed like a lantern in his mind. Soon, Shangguan Shui stood before them, and Su Zhan inquired, Madam, what brings you here? Yet, she paid him no heed, walking past him with unwavering focus on Su Chen. From the moment she laid eyes on him, she recognized her son, the one she had yearned for over the past decade. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in her eyes, unable to accept that her son had returned. She slowly approached Su Chen, tears cascading down her cheeks, her hands gently caressing his face, her lips trembling. Seeing this, Su Chen could no longer contain his tears, softly uttering, Mother. That single word, imbued with boundless longing and affection, made Shangguan Shui's body tremble. She opened her arms and embraced Su Chen tightly, weeping uncontrollably. Chen'er, my Chen'er, you have finally returned. All these years, I have longed for you day and night, believing I would never see you again. Su Chen held her tightly in return, his voice thick with emotion. Mother, your child has returned. I'm sorry for the suffering you endured. Nearby, Qing Zhu could not hold back her tears, watching the poignant reunion between the young master and his mother, her heart filled with sentiment. Zhao Wan'er and the little one also had reddened eyes, overwhelmed by the profound familial bond. While the little one did not fully grasp the situation, the tears in everyone's eyes conveyed a unique atmosphere, prompting him to grasp Zhao Wan'er as him tightly. Initially bewildered, Su Zhan's confusion dissipated as he came to realize that the figure before him was none other than his son, who had been missing for a decade. His gaze fixed upon Su Chen, and with each passing moment, the resemblance grew more pronounced. The youthful visage from his memories began to converge with the present image of Su Chen, and the familiar contours of his brows and eyes intensified the recognition. A complex tide of emotions surged within Su Zhan, a blend of guilt and joy. He stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly as he uttered, Sure, it truly is you. At that moment, under Su Chen's soothing presence, Shangguan Shui regained her composure. Upon hearing Su Zhan's voice, she swiftly turned and, without waiting for Su Chen to respond, delivered a kick towards him. Caught off guard, Su Zhan was sent sprawling to the ground, landing heavily. Shangguan Shui glared ferociously at the fallen Su Zhan, demanding, "Was it you who intended to harm Chen?" Her brows knitted in anger, her eyes alight with a mixture of rage and pain, as if she could burn holes into Su Zhan with her fierce gaze. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, eyes wide. Qing Zhu was taken aback. She had never witnessed Madame so enraged. Little Tuanzi buried his head in Zhao Wan'er's embrace, peering out with wide, curious yet frightened eyes at the unfolding scene. Su Zhan opened his mouth, ready to explain, but Shangguan Shui interrupted, turning back to Su Chen and declaring, "Chen, come, let us return home. Do not mind your father. I shall deal with him later tonight." With that, she took Su Chen by the hand and began to leave. Before departing, Su Chen cast a helpless glance at his father, his eyes seemingly conveying, "Father, may you seek your own fortune." Seeing this, Qing Zhu, Zhao Wan'er, and the others hurriedly followed suit, leaving behind the bewildered Su Nianchen, the regretful Su Zhan, and a multitude of guards frozen in place. Chapter 27. The fearful General Su and the protective King of the North. As Su Zhan watched the retreating figures, a sense of regret washed over him. Just as he prepared to rise and chase after them, Su Nianchen approached cautiously, inquiring, "Father, are you all right?" Upon hearing this, Su Zhan slowly turned to Su Nianchen, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Su Nianchen shivered at the sight, an unsettling chill creeping up from his feet to his heart. Instinctively, he took a step back. Just as he was about to say something further, Su Zhan coldly commanded the nearby guards, "Take this ungrateful child to the ancestral hall and make him kneel. No one is to allow him to rise without my permission." The guards promptly responded, advancing to seize Su Nianchen. Panic-stricken, Su Nianchen struggled and cried out, "Father, I understand my mistake. Please spare me this once." Yet, Su Zhan paid him no heed, hastening towards the direction in which Shangguan Shui and Su Chen had departed, his silhouette radiating urgency. Su Mu led Su Chen to the small courtyard where he had once lived. Upon entering, Su Chen was struck by how the courtyard remained exactly as he remembered it from 10 years prior, a wave of nostalgia causing his eyes to glisten with emotion. He strolled slowly, taking in the surroundings, his heart brimming with sentiment. He softly spoke to his mother, "Mother, I never imagined that after all these years, this place would remain unchanged, just as I recall." Shangguan Shui gazed at him with a warm smile, her eyes filled with affection as she replied, "My dear Chen, ever since your disappearance, I instructed the servants to leave this place untouched, hoping that one day you would return and see everything familiar once more." Hearing her words, a warm current surged through Su Chen's heart. He stepped closer, grasping his mother's hand tightly, and said with emotion, "Mother, you have worried so much. I have been unfilial, causing you to carry this burden." Shangguan Shui gently patted his hand, saying, "Silly child, why speak such nonsense? As long as you can return safely, what I have done means little." At that moment, Su Fu entered the courtyard. Upon seeing him, Su Mu's brows furrowed, her eyes igniting with anger. The warmth that had adorned her features turned into a cold sternness. With a disdainful huff, she turned away, unwilling to spare Su Zhan even a glance, and coldly inquired, "What do you want now? Were you not just instructing others to reprimand Chen?" Su Zhan, filled with remorse, stood at the doorway, caught between advancing and retreating. He opened his mouth to explain, but hesitated, fearing to provoke his wife's ire, leaving him momentarily flustered. Observing this, Su Chen hurriedly intervened, stepping forward to grasp his mother's arm gently. "Mother, please do not be angry. Father did not recognize me, which led to his actions. He did not intend to trouble me." After 10 years, his appearance had changed considerably, making it understandable that his father might not have recognized him. "Please forgive Father this time." Su Fu quickly chimed in, taking a few cautious steps forward, his face etched with regret and guilt. He spoke gently, "Madam, Chen is right. I have already chastised myself harshly. If you remain upset, feel free to strike me again. As long as it eases your anger, I will accept it." He slightly bent his body, adopting a submissive demeanor. His usual battlefield bravado vanished without a trace. Listening to Su Chen's entreaty, Su Mu's anger had already diminished somewhat, and seeing Su Zhan's demeanor softened her expression further. She then addressed Su Zhan, "For Chen's sake, I shall spare you this time." With a light huff, she took Su Chen by the hand, turning to enter the house, saying as they walked, "Chen, let us go inside. Do not waste more words with him here. I have so much more to discuss with you." Su Chen nodded in agreement. Following his mother into the house, not forgetting to cast a meaningful glance back at Su Zhan. Upon hearing this, Su Zhan's expression brightened, and he eagerly followed the two into the room. As soon as the three were seated, Shangwan Shui could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Chen, do tell your mother what transpired a decade ago. How is it that you vanished without a trace upon awakening?" Su Zhan's countenance turned grave, an undercurrent of lethal intent flickering in his eyes, as if the mere revelation of the kidnapper's identity would compel him to rally troops for vengeance. Su Chan furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before he replied slowly, "Father, mother, I too am uncertain about the events of that night. When I regained consciousness, I found myself on a mountain brought there by my master, after weaving an elaborate tale to placate his parents." Su Chan recounted the events that unfolded after his emergence from the systems realm. Upon concluding his narrative, Su Zhan, astonished, exclaimed, "Chen, are you truly the sword god that has recently captivated the martial world?" Su Chen nodded in affirmation, observing his reaction. Su Mo chided gently, "Oh, do not be so astonished. It is only natural for our son to achieve such greatness." She then turned her gaze towards Su Chan, her eyes brimming with affection and pride. Noticing Su Chen's nod, Su Zhan's expression shifted slightly as he pressed on. "And what the young lady who returned with you?" Before Su Zhan could finish, Su Chan interjected with a smile, "Father, her name is Zhao Wan'er, whom I encountered on my journey home." At this revelation, Su Zhan's demeanor grew somber, prompting Shangwan Shui to inquire, "What troubles you?" Your expression darkens at the mention of the Zhao girl. With a wry smile, Su Zhan explained, "Madam, the young lady brought back by Chen is none other than the daughter of the Zhao family, betrothed to the second prince." Shangwan Shui, momentarily jolted from her joy at Su Chen's return, pondered this information and replied slowly, "She is indeed the daughter of Zhao Wujia. This could lead to complications." "What complications could arise?" "The woman my grandson has chosen is now one of the Su family. I dare say, who dares to lay a finger on her?" Just as Shangwan Shui's words echoed through the room, a resonant voice suddenly boomed from the entrance. The group turned in surprise to see a vigorous elder striding into the room with purpose. The elder stood tall and robust, showing no signs of frailty despite his advanced years, exuding an aura of vitality and strength. His silver hair, as pristine as snow, was meticulously styled at the back of his head, while his piercing eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a falcon, revealing a depth of wisdom and insight born from a lifetime of experience. It was as though a mere glance from him could unveil the innermost thoughts of others. Every gesture he made resonated with the grandeur and authority accumulated from years of battlefield conquests and courtly maneuvers, inspiring a profound sense of reverence in those who beheld him. At that moment, he strode into the room, his formidable presence instantly enveloping the entire space, drawing the gaze of every individual present towards him. Su Zhan and Shangwan Shui, upon witnessing the elder's entrance, swiftly rose to their feet, respectfully addressing him as father. Su Chun, observing the figure before him, now aged far beyond his recollection, affectionately called out, "Grandfather." Chepter 28 Yivumink. Su Jinyue hastened to Su Chen's side, placing his hands upon Su Chen's shoulders, joyfully exclaiming "Good." Twice, with a hint of tears glistening in his eyes. As Su Chen gazed upon his grandfather, he was reminded of the tender moments from his childhood spent in his grandfather's embrace, and he softly uttered, "Grandfather, I have returned." Su Jinyue's hands trembled slightly as he clasped Su Chen's shoulders tightly, his voice slightly hoarse as he replied, "It is good to be back, good to be back. My child, you have endured much hardship over the years." His gaze was filled with love and relief, as if he sought to compensate for all the affection Su Chen had missed throughout the years in that very moment. Witnessing this scene, an indescribable emotion surged in the hearts of those present. Shangwan Shui gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, while Su Zhan quietly stood by, his expression reflecting deep sentiment. Su Chen looked at Su Jinyue and responded, "Grandfather, I have not suffered, though I have faced many trials over the years. I have also grown significantly." Su Jinyue nodded emphatically, proclaiming, "Indeed, you are a worthy descendant of the Su family." He continued, "You need not worry about that girl from the Zhao family. With me around, the sky cannot fall." A warmth enveloped Su Chen's heart as he gratefully regarded his grandfather, saying, "Grandfather, I do not wish to bring trouble to the family. What trouble could we possibly fear? If I cannot even protect my own granddaughter-in-law, what sort of king of the north would I be?" As these words fell from his lips, an immense aura emanated from him, palpable and expansive. saturating the air within the room with a palpable weight. Listening to his grandfather's words, Su Chen felt a surge of emotion. Who could resist the love of such a protective grandfather? In the following 2 days, Shangguan Shui remained by Su Chen's side, never straying even a step away. It was not until the 3rd day that he, guided by Qing Zhu, arrived at the small courtyard where Zhao Wan'er and her companions resided. Upon their first meeting, Zhao Wan'er teasingly remarked, "Do you still remember us, young Master Su?" Su Chen looked at her and, turning to Qing Zhu, inquired, "Qing Zhu, why does it smell so sour over there?" After sniffing the air curiously, Qing Zhu responded with a puzzled expression, "Young master, I do not detect any sour scent." Unable to contain his laughter, Su Chen chuckled heartily, while Zhao Wan'er shot him an annoyed glare, her eyes betraying both irritation and a subtle hint of shyness. Just then, a small figure emerged from the room, exclaiming, "Ro brother, you have come," and promptly dashed towards Su Chen. Originally smiling, Su Chen's expression darkened upon hearing the words. Zhao Wan'er, observing Su Chen's demeanor, revealed a cunning glint in her eyes, as though she had discovered an opportunity for retaliation. Beside them, Xiao Chui could not suppress her laughter, her melodious giggles echoing like silver bells throughout the courtyard. With a resigned shake of his head, Su Chen bent down to lift the little bundle of joy, feigning seriousness as he said, "Little one, you mustn't call me that. If you continue, your older brother might become displeased." The little one, however, blinked her large eyes innocently and replied, "Sister Wan'er said you are a rogue and instructed me to call you rogue brother. I did not err." Su Chen cast a fierce glance at Zhao Wan'er before responding, "Little one, from now on, you shall call me brother, not rogue brother. Do you understand?" The little one nodded earnestly, understood, brother. Only then did Su Chen, satisfied, pat the little one's head and turn to Zhao Wan'er, remarking, "Your behavior will lead to poor influences on children." Zhao Wan'er, however, remained unperturbed, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she retorted, "Humph, who told you?" To the rest of her words were lost on Su Chen. "Wan'er, would you care to stroll around Sioux City?" Su Chen proposed, looking up at Zhao Wan'er. "Certainly," she agreed with a nod. Thus, the group began to make their way out of the Sioux residence, unaware of the small shadow trailing closely behind them. As they meandered through the streets of Sioux City, a group of burly men escorted a man clad in a flamboyant crimson brocade robe towards their direction. The man, draped in an ostentatious purple-red garment and cinched at the waist with a wide jade belt adorned with gemstones the size of thumbs, exuded an air of decadence. His complexion was pale, and he carried an aura of superficiality, the result of prolonged indulgence in revelry. Though his eyes were not large, they shone with a lewd glimmer. Darting restlessly, brazenly scanning the women passing by, his gaze betraying unabashed greed. Suddenly, one of the burly men pointed towards Su Chen and his companions, exclaiming, "Young master, there are beauties." At the mention of this, the man's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he turned to follow the direction indicated. When his gaze fell upon Zhao Wan'er and Qing Zhu, his eyes widened with astonishment, and an involuntary lecherous smile crept upon his lips. He hastened his steps toward Su Chen and the others, the burly men quickly surrounding him. As they drew nearer, the man's gaze grew ever more brazen as it roamed over Zhao Wan'er, as if attempting to see through her very being. With each step, he wore an expression of unrestrained desire, muttering under his breath, "Hee, today is my lucky day." Upon reaching Su Chen and his companions, he obstructed their path, fixating his gaze on Zhao Wan'er and declaring, "My dear lady, upon beholding your exquisite beauty, I am compelled to inquire if I might be so fortunate as to gain your favor." Zhao Wan'er furrowed her delicate brows, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes as she coldly stated, "I'm not acquainted with you. Step aside." The burly man beside the gentleman interjected, "Do you comprehend the status of my master? How dare you speak to him in such a manner?" Su Chen, upon hearing this, offered a slight smile, stepping forward to position himself protectively in front of the two women, gazing at the man and inquiring, "I am quite curious to know your identity." The man, brimming with arrogance, replied, "Pay attention, for I am Ji Wuming, the young master of the Ji clan. In Sioux City, no one dares to disregard my presence. You would do well to comply and allow these two beauties to accompany me. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." Su Chen let out a cold chuckle, retorting, "Ji Wuming? I have not heard of you." The lackey beside Ji Wuming chimed in, "The Ji family is a renowned clan in Sioux City. My master is the esteemed young master of the Ji family, wielding immense power." Should you dare to offend him, you shall undoubtedly suffer grave repercussions. With a sardonic expression, Su Chen responded coldly, while I may be unfamiliar with the Ji family, I assure you, if you do not depart, your Ji will indeed be without life. As he spoke, Su Chen's gaze shifted pointedly towards Ji Wuming's legs. At these words, Ji Wuming felt a chill sweep through him, causing him to involuntarily shudder and take 2 steps back. However, he quickly regained his composure and, with a darkened expression, bellowed, You audacious brat! How dare you threaten me? I'm the illustrious young master of the Ji family. I would never fear a mere child like you. Bring him down and break his 3rd leg. Upon his command, the burly men lunged toward Su Chen, their expressions fierce with intent. Su Chen's eyes turned icy, and instead of retreating, he advanced, weaving through the men like lightning. In mere moments, the thugs surrounding Ji Wuming found themselves sprawled on the ground. Ji Wuming, witnessing this spectacle, was struck with shock, fear etched across his face. The bystanders began to murmur among themselves, expressing their disdain. This scoundrel deserves his fate. Ji Wuming has long exploited his family's power, bullying the common folk and abducting maidens. The daughter of Old Li was ravaged by him, and when Old Li sought justice, he was brutally beaten to death by Ji's lackeys. Such a person needs to be dealt with, and today, he has finally encountered someone formidable. As the crowd voiced their outrage and contempt towards Ji Wuming's misdeeds, his expression grew increasingly grim. Casting a furious glare at Su Chen, he inwardly resolved, I cannot contend with this brat. I shall summon my allies to deal with him. With that thought, he prepared to flee. Yet, just as he turned to escape, Su Chen called out to him, Are you truly intending to leave in such a manner? At Su Chen's words, Ji Wuming's heart sank, but he feigned calmness and questioned, What do you desire? With a mischievous grin, Su Chen approached him. Having clearly heard the murmurs of the surrounding townsfolk, he recognized the man before him as a veritable scoundrel. And as a law-abiding citizen who had traversed from the 21st century, he was not one to let such an affront slide easily. I advise you not to overstep your bounds. The Ji family is not to be trifled with, he warned. Ignoring his words, Su Chen advanced with a subtly cold smile. Ji Wuming, upon seeing the expression on Su Chen's face, felt a chill run down his spine, a surge of intense unease swelling within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Yet, how could he outpace Su Chen? In an instant, Su Chen was behind him, seizing his collar and hurling him to the ground. The impact left Ji Wuming dazed and momentarily incapacitated. As he regained his senses, he looked up to find Su Chen regarding him with a frosty glare directed between his legs, as if appraising something profoundly distasteful. This thing is nothing but a menace. It seems unnecessary to keep it, Su Chen declared coldly. Panic washed over Ji Wuming, his complexion paling as he squeaked in a voice tinged with desperation. You dare. If you lay a hand on me, the Ji family will not let this go. You will pay dearly. Before he could finish, Su Chen's foot struck towards his groin, and a scream akin to a slaughtered pig erupted from Ji Wuming as he fainted from the excruciating pain. The onlookers burst into applause, their cheers ascending to the heavens. At last, this tyrant has received his comeuppance. Indeed, he has terrorized us for far too long. He deserves this fate. Let us see how he continues to bully the young maidens. At that moment, Qing Zhu and Zhao Wan'er approached, casting a glance at the crumpled Ji Wuming without an ounce of pity. Zhao Wan'er frowned slightly, her eyes filled with disdain. Such a villain deserves this. I just fear that the Ji family will not rest easy. Do not fret, young madam. The Ji family is not worthy of troubling our young master, Qing Zhu replied. The group then turned away from Ji Wuming and made their way toward the Su residence. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the crowd, Sun Yinchen, having witnessed Su Chen incapacitate Ji Wuming, hurried toward the Su estate, flanked by 2 attendants. As he ran, he muttered to himself, That brat has actually crippled the eldest son of the Ji family. I must return and inform father, so he can deal with him. A smile adorned his face, one that radiated malicious glee and the satisfaction of a plan come to fruition, as though he could already envision Su Chen receiving a severe reprimand. The 2 guards accompanying him exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of inscrutable meaning as they regarded Sun Yinchen. Soon, Sun Yinchen returned to the Su residence. Upon his arrival, he hurriedly made his way to the quarters of Su Zhan and Shangwan Shui. At that moment, Su Zhan and Shangwan Shui were sipping tea and discussing Su Chen when suddenly, Sun Yinchen's voice echoed through the room. Father, mother, something terrible has happened. Startled by the urgency in his tone, Su Zhan and Shangwan Shui quickly set down their teacups, their expressions turning grave. Su Zhan furrowed his brow and asked, Nianchen, why are you so flustered? What has occurred? Breathless, Su Nianchen rushed into the room, an exaggerated look of panic etched on his face as he gasped, Father, Mother. Su Chen has gotten himself into serious trouble. Upon hearing that it was Su Chen in trouble, Shangwan Shui hurried to Su Nianchen's side, her concern evident. What has happened to your elder brother? Su Nianchen, eager to convey the gravity of the situation, exclaimed, Su Chen has incapacitated Ji Wuming, the eldest son of the Ji family, and now Ji Wuming's fate is uncertain. With that, Su Nianchen fixed his wide eyes on Shangwan Shui and Su Zhan, awaiting their reaction. To his surprise, after a glance exchanged between them, they turned back to him and asked, Is that all? Taken aback by their reaction, Su Nianchen assumed they had not fully grasped his words, so he raised his voice and spoke rapidly. Father, Mother, please listen. Su Chen has defeated Ji Wuming. Shangwan Shui interjected, Lower your voice. We have heard you. Dumbfounded, Su Nianchen stood frozen, unable to comprehend his parents' response. Before he could gather his thoughts, Shangwan Shui seemed to remember something and, with a hint of anger, turned to Su Nianchen, saying, Repeat what you just said. Delighted, Su Nianchen believed Shangwan Shui had finally recognized the seriousness of the situation and eagerly continued, Su Chen. Before he could finish, Shangwan Shui lunged forward, grasping his collar and yanking him closer. Su Nianchen felt a sudden force and found himself unceremoniously pressed down onto a chair. Alarmed by the unexpected action, he widened his eyes in shock. Just as he was about to inquire, he was met by Shangwan Shui's fiery gaze. In the next moment, her hand struck Su Nianchen's backside, accompanied by her admonitions. Is Su Chen someone you can just refer to so casually? He is your elder brother. It is our indulgence that has led you to forget such basic respect. With each smack, Su Nianchen yelped in protest. Mother, please, I was wrong. I want to do it again. It hurts, please stop. He attempted to awaken Shangwan Shui's maternal instincts, but she was not swayed easily. Desperately, he called out to Su Zhan, Father, please tell Mother to cease. I understand my mistake. I truly do. Responding to the commotion, Su Zhan cleared his throat and assumed a serious demeanor, preparing to address the situation. Suddenly, I recalled there were matters to attend to, so I hurriedly stood up and exited, my steps brisk and resolute, showing no inclination to dissuade Shangwan Shui. Chapter 30, Su Chen Mother. It is essential to educate children early. As Su Zhan departed, Su Chen's figure entered the room. Upon seeing Su Chen, Su Nianchen felt as if a savior had arrived and exclaimed, Elder brother, save me. Please tell Mother to cease her punishment. Shangwan Shui, hearing this, turned to Su Chen, pausing her actions, and remarked, Chener, you have returned. Upon witnessing this, Su Nianchen's heart leapt with joy as he thought that with Su Chen's arrival, he would be spared from further punishment, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. However, to his dismay, Su Chen's subsequent words extinguished that flicker of hope entirely. Mother, please continue. It is vital to educate children early. After uttering this, Su Chen seemed to recall something, quickly rushing into the room to retrieve a ruler, which he handed to Shangwan Shui, saying, Mother, use this. I have found that a slap does not leave a lasting impression. He cast a knowing glance at Shangwan Shui. Upon hearing this, Su Nianchen's eyes widened in disbelief, and with a quivering voice, he cried out, Elder brother, how could you do this? I already know my mistake. Why would you still have Mother punish me? Woe is me. Shangwan Shui's eyes brightened at his words, as she accepted the ruler from Su Chen and shook it before Su Nianchen, purposefully adopting a stern expression and stating, Humph, it is indeed thoughtful of Chener. You, mischievous boy, have been spoiled by us. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson with this ruler. Su Nianchen, gazing at the looming ruler, trembled in fear and hastily pleaded, Mother, please do not use that ruler. I truly understand my mistake, and I promise I shall not dare again. Just spare me this once, please. Woe is me. Elder brother, I beg you, do persuade Mother. If she strikes me again, I shall be ruined. Su Chen, however, wore a serious expression, showing no inclination to intercede on his behalf. Instead, he supported Shangwan Shui's stance, saying, Mother, you must not soften your heart. If you do not discipline Nianchen properly today, he may cause significant trouble in the future. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Shangwan Shui nodded in agreement, stating, Chener is right. A lenient mother often spoils her child. If I easily pardon you today, it will be a disservice to you. With that, she raised the ruler, poised to strike Su Nianchen's rear. Seeing this, Sun Yinchen, in despair, shut his eyes tightly. Yet, just as the ruler was about to descend, Shangguan Shui unexpectedly tempered her force, merely tapping the ruler lightly against Sun Yinchen's backside. After a moment of anticipation and feeling no pain, Sun Yinchen opened his eyes in confusion, only to find his elder brother watching him with a bemused expression. Then, he heard his mother's voice continue. "You impudent rascal. This time it was merely a scare. Should there be a next time, I shall not hesitate to use the cane until your derriere is thoroughly sore." Sun Yinchen, as if granted a reprieve, nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains, exclaiming, "Mother, I shall never dare again." Subsequently, Shangguan Shuesong released him, and after standing up to rub his sore backside, Sun Yinchen timidly called out to Su Chun, elder brother. The timbre of his voice bore the remnants of a near escape and a hint of trepidation, as if fearing Su Chun might devise another method to chastise him. Su Chun, observing his demeanor, chuckled softly and then retrieved a sugar figurine from behind, extending it towards him. Sun Yinchen posed momentarily, gazing at the sugary treat in Su Chen's hand, hesitantly reaching out to accept it. At that moment, Su Zhan, who had been stationed at the doorway, entered with a smile, encouraging Sun Yinchen to go and play. Sun Yinchen shot an irked glance at Su Zhan, his eyes filled with reproach, as if to say, "You did not intervene when I was punished, and now you wish to send me away." Nevertheless, he dared not voice his discontent further, letting out a huff before storming out in a huff. Once Sun Yinchen had departed, Su Zhan turned to Su Chun, a hint of amusement still gracing his features as he inquired, "Chener, I heard Yinchen say you incapacitated the eldest scion of the Ji family. What transpired?" Su Chen, upon hearing this, smiled and recounted the events that had unfolded on the street. Su Zhan, upon hearing, clapped his thigh and remarked, "That lad had it coming. The fact that you did not eliminate him is already a mercy." Shangguan Shui nodded in agreement, her face reflecting her approval, stating, "Indeed, it was a leniency." Then Su Zhan continued, "Enough of such trivial matters. I have something of greater import to convey." "Oh, what is it?" Su Chen Guayev. Su Zhan regarded Su Chun with utmost seriousness and slowly articulated, "Your grandfather intends to host a banquet in 5 days' time at our residence, partly to celebrate your return, and partly to announce to the world that you are the heir of the Subei lineage, the successor to the king of Subei." At this revelation, Su Chun was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and exclaimed, "How can this be? The king of Subei should be you, and failing that, it should be my second uncle. How could it possibly be me?" Su Zhan, observing Su Chinistarkaldvizik, approached and gently patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Chener, this is the resolution we have reached after much deliberation, and your second uncle has voiced no objections. Moreover, as the legitimate eldest son of the Su family, this responsibility is inherently yours to bear. You must not shy away from it. Furthermore, should you wish to protect the Zhao family girl, this burden is one you must accept." Upon hearing this, Su Chun comprehended his grandfather's intentions. He wished for him to assume the identity of the Subei heir to safeguard Wan'er. Contemplating this, he furrowed his brow. Although he was confident in his ability to protect Wan'er, he understood the potential repercussions for the family. A torrent of thoughts surged within Su Chun, as he recognized that becoming the heir of Subei entailed the acceptance of immense responsibility. He fell silent for a moment, slowly raising his head to gaze at Su Zhan and Shangguan Shui, and spoke, "Father, mother, I comprehend my grandfather's good intentions. Yet I fear this may usher in an even greater crisis for our family." Su Chun continued, "If I were to become the heir of the Su family, would His Majesty consent to my union with Wan'er? The Zhao family is one of the 4 great clans, and due to my mother's lineage, our ties with the Shangguan family are already close. Should the Su family forge an alliance with the Zhao family, the court would undoubtedly regard us with heightened suspicion. At that point, if the court seeks to suppress us." Upon hearing this, Su Zhan chuckled lightly and replied, "We have already contemplated your concerns, but do you think that by refusing, the court would spare us? The 4 great clans have long been under the emperor's scrutiny. Otherwise, why would the Zhao family seek a marriage alliance with the second prince?" Su Zhan paused thoughtfully before continuing. "Initially, the court was merely applying pressure from the shadows. But now that you have brought back the daughter of the Zhao family, who is also the fiancée of the second prince, if you were the emperor, would you relinquish such a splendid opportunity?" Su Chen's brow furrowed even more deeply as he responded, "Father, by your reasoning, it seems our Su family is already teetering on the edge, regardless of my consent. Indeed, Su Sun affirmed. But if you were to marry the Zhao girl as the heir of Su Bei, binding our families together, even the court would hesitate to act against us. Yet, as you mentioned, how could the court easily agree to my union with Wan'er? Su Zhan smiled slightly and turned to Su Chun, saying, that is not for them to decide, surprised by his father's response. Su Chun was about to inquire further when Su Zhan added, the court may not fear the heir of Su Bei, but they would certainly regard an heir with the prowess of a sword god with caution. Hearing his father's words, Su Chen's eyes flashed with astonishment, and then a resolute determination surged within him as he declared, in that case, I shall accept the position of heir of Su Bei. Observing Su Chen's unwavering demeanor, Su Zhan felt a swell of pride, clapping Su Chen's shoulder firmly and exclaiming with fervor, excellent! This is the spirit befitting a son of the Su family. Chapter 31, Heir of Su Bei. 5 days swiftly passed, and as dawn broke, the entire Su residence bustled with activity. Just after the SI hour, guests began to arrive in succession, creating a lively atmosphere before the gates of the Su residence, filled with the sounds of animated voices. In Master Su's study, Su Chan sat across from the elder, the atmosphere in the room heavy with seriousness. The elder, with a deep gaze fixed on Su Chun, slowly inquired, Chen, have you made your decision? Once you embrace the identity of heir of Su Bei, you shall confront a myriad of formidable challenges. Su Chun regarded his grandfather's earnest expression and replied with a calm smile, do not worry, grandfather. I am fully prepared. These past few days, I have been contemplating these matters. Having decided to shoulder this responsibility, I shall not fear the malevolent forces that may arise. With the sword in my hand, I will safeguard our Su Bei. Su Jinyue, upon hearing these words, felt a wave of relief wash over him, though a hint of concern lingered in his eyes. Chen, with your assurance, I can rest easy. Su Chun noted the old man's reaction, silently vowing, in this lifetime, I will wield my sword to create a haven for my family. Just then a voice resonated from outside, Old Su, Old Su. A smile graced Su Jinyue's face as he turned to Su Chun, saying, your grandfather has arrived. As soon as the words left his lips, the door swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman striding into the room. The old man stood tall. Despite his years, he exuded vitality. His thick brows arched like swords, framing a pair of deep, piercing eyes. This was Su Chen's grandfather, Shang Wanxiong. With a beaming smile, Shang Wanxiong entered with purpose, and before Su Jinyue could speak, he hurried to Su Chen's side, exclaiming, is this my fine grandson? He scrutinized Su Chun from head to toe, his gaze filled with affection and admiration. Su Chun quickly rose, respectfully bowing to the elder. Grandson, Su Chun greets you, grandfather. Shang Wanxiong laughed heartily, lifting Su Chun with a gesture. Good boy, no need for such formalities. As he continued to examine Su Chun, his satisfaction grew, and he turned to Su Jinyue, asking, Old Su, are you truly prepared to pass the position of heir to Chen? Su Jinyue nodded earnestly in response. The outside world was aware that the king of Su Bei would announce the heir today, yet they remained oblivious to the identity of the chosen successor. Shang Wanxiong's brow furrowed slightly as he spoke gravely. Old Su, this is indeed a perilous gamble. The current landscape is fraught with intricate factions. Though Chen possesses potential, he is still young. Once he becomes the heir, he will undoubtedly become a target. Are you not concerned? Su Jinyue sighed, acknowledging the risks. Am I not aware of the dangers? Yet the circumstances compel us. I believe in Chen-er's ability to navigate these challenges. In turn, Su Chun looked at his grandfather, assuring him, grandfather, rest assured. Having made the decision to accept this position, I am ready to face all challenges that lie ahead. Shang Wanxiong regarded Su Chun's resolute expression and laughed heartily. Ah, splendid. Truly my good grandson. In that case, you may assume the position of heir with confidence. With your grandfather and me by your side, none shall dare to threaten you easily. No sooner had Shang Wanxiong finished speaking than footsteps echoed from outside, and a servant announced, Master, the auspicious hour has arrived. The guests are awaiting. Su Jinyue rose, adjusting his attire, and smiled as he said, let us proceed. It is time for those individuals to witness the splendor of my grandson. As the words left his lips, Su Chan followed closely behind the two others, making their way into the courtyard designated for receiving guests. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard, which was already brimming with people, all of whom were prominent figures from Su Bei. Among them were wealthy merchants, high-ranking officials, and military generals. They were engaged in fervent discussions regarding who would become the heir to Su Bei. Some speculated it would be Su Zhan, while others believed it might be Su Chen's second uncle, Su Long. The atmosphere in the courtyard was akin to a boiling cauldron, with various conjectures echoing throughout. As Su Jinyue and the two others arrived, a profound silence enveloped the courtyard. All eyes turned towards them. Approaching the table, Su Jinyue cleared his throat and began. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for taking the time to visit the Su residence today. I have invited you here to announce two significant matters. The first is to introduce my grandson, who has recently returned after a decade of absence. With a glance, he beckons Su Chen to step forward. Understanding the cue, Su Chen gracefully approached and stood beside Su Jinyue. This is my eldest grandson, Su Chen, Su Jinyue proclaimed to the assembly. Su Chen stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, Esteemed elders and honored guests, I am Su Chen, and I greet you all with the utmost respect. As soon as he finished speaking, a man clad in a brocade robe, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, remarked, Young Master Su possesses an exceptional aura. Meeting him today confirms his reputation. The crowd resonated with agreement. Echoing, Indeed, young Master Su is remarkably talented and has garnered the esteemed regard of the king of Su Bei. His future is boundless. The Su family is fortunate to have such a son. One can tell from his bearing that he is no ordinary individual. Hearing the praises, Su Jinyue raised his hand slightly, and the murmurs subsided. He then continued, having addressed the first matter, we shall now proceed to the second. Today, I am here to announce the successor to the throne of Su Bei, the rightful heir to the title of Su Bei's heir apparent. I am certain that all present are filled with curiosity and speculation regarding this title. Now, I shall reveal the answer. Pausing momentarily, he cast a sweeping gaze over the assembly, who were all intently focused on him, eagerly awaiting his next words. I have decided to bestow the title of Su Bei's heir to my eldest grandson, Su Chen, Su Jinyue declared solemnly before the captivated audience. At this proclamation, the courtyard erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. A myriad of emotions, surprise, skepticism, envy, intertwined in response to the unexpected announcement. Su Chen, who had been missing for a decade, was now suddenly designated as the heir, leaving many wondering what remarkable qualities he possessed to receive such favor from the king of Su Bei. After all, Su Bei was the territory of the Su family. The king could choose whomever he wished as his successor, leaving others with no say in the matter. Naturally, there were those who voiced their doubts as well. In his youth, Su Chen has just returned to Su Bei. How much can he truly comprehend the circumstances here? Can he genuinely bear the weight of the title of heir? Indeed, the position of heir is of great significance, and such a decision cannot be made hastily. Su Jinyue observed the reactions of those present and continued, I understand that many of you may harbor doubts regarding my decision and Su Chen's capabilities. Upon hearing Su Jinyue's words, all eyes returned to him. Chapter 32. The heir is the Sword God. After surveying the crowd once more, Su Jinyue spoke again. You must have heard of the legendary Sword God in the martial world. As his words resonated, a tall, resolute middle-aged man with a short beard and piercing eyes turned to Su Jinyue and remarked, I have heard that Sword God Su Chen commanded a myriad of swords in Xuanwu City, compelling thousands of soldiers to retreat. Later, in a battle against the carefree Sword Immortal on the river, he forced the Immortal to concede defeat. The name of the Sword God echoed in the hearts of many sword practitioners, symbolizing an insurmountable pinnacle. The man hesitated for a moment, casting an awestruck glance at Su Chen before addressing Su Jinyue. Your Highness, are you referring to the Sword God? He did not elaborate further, but his implication was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, the crowd regained their composure, their curious gazes fixed upon Su Jinyue. The once boisterous discussions in the courtyard fell into an almost palpable silence. As if a pin dropping could be heard, with everyone awaiting Su Jinyue's revelation of the truth behind it all. Su Jinyue nodded slightly, a proud smile illuminating his face as he declared, You are correct. My grandson Su Chen is indeed the renowned Sword God of the martial world. This proclamation struck like a boulder cast into still waters, stirring up a tempest of reactions. The crowd paused in shock, followed by an uproar of astonished gasps and exclamations. As Su Jinyue confirmed the identity of Su Chen, admiration filled the eyes of the soldiers present. For these battle-hardened warriors, strength is always the object of their respect and allegiance. The middle-aged man immediately turned towards Su Chen, clasping his fists in respect, and proclaimed, We congratulate the heir. We are willing to follow you. To protect Su Bei, dedicating our lives without hesitation. The other soldiers rose in unison, echoing, "We vow to follow the heir." To protect Su Bei, dedicating our lives without hesitation. Seeing this, Su Chun stepped forward, emanating a formidable aura. Under the weight of his presence, the crowd felt an invisible pressure, the dignity of a true warrior. His gaze was resolute and piercing as he surveyed those gathered. "I am grateful for your kind regard. I shall not disappoint your expectations. As the heir of Su Bei, it is my duty to safeguard our land." Su Chen's voice resonated steadily and powerfully throughout the courtyard. In the courtyard, the thoughts of the gathered individuals varied widely. Wealthy merchants contemplated how to cultivate a favorable relationship with Su Chun, while members of illustrious families calculated the implications of a figure like Su Chun ascending to the position of the Prince of Su Bei, which would undoubtedly herald a significant transformation in the region's dynamics. Standing amidst them, Su Chun observed the myriad reactions with keen awareness. Soon, the banquet concluded amidst a flurry of flattery and obsequious remarks. However, the news of Su Chun becoming the Prince of Su Bei, as well as the revelation of his lineage as the offspring of the Sword God, swiftly spread throughout the martial and imperial realms like a seismic shock, igniting fervor across both the court and the underworld. Within the royal palace of the capital, in a grand and opulent hall, the sovereign, Li Zhao, wore a dark expression. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers lightly tapping against the armrest of the dragon throne, his mind swirling with turbulent thoughts. Beside him, a eunuch attended carefully, hesitant to utter a word. Li Zhao mused inwardly. The Su family is already a powerful entity. With the emergence of a Sword God heir, they pose a formidable threat. Furthermore, should the Zhao family's daughter truly align with them, suppressing their influence would become exceedingly difficult. Li Zhao furrowed his brow, a menacing aura gradually emanating from him. Su Chun must be eliminated swiftly, otherwise the repercussions will be endless. Resolutely, Li Zhao made up his mind. He then instructed the eunuch beside him, summon the prime minister. The eunuch complied and hurried off to execute Li Zhao's command. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense as Li Zhao sat upon the dragon throne, his gaze betraying deep concern and determination. Shortly thereafter, Prime Minister Lu Jinwen entered the hall with measured steps. Tall and imposing, he retained a vigorous spirit despite having surpassed middle age. A neatly groomed, long beard swayed gently with his movements, adding an air of scholarly elegance. As Lu Jinwen approached Li Zhao and prepared to bow, Li Zhao interrupted, saying, "No need for formalities." Without further ado, Li Zhao inquired, "Have you heard the news from Su Bei?" Lu Jinwen responded with a calm demeanor, "I have just received the information." Li Zhao pressed on, "What are your thoughts?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jinwen replied, "This individual cannot be allowed to remain. The Su family already wields immense power, and with the emergence of a Sword God heir, if we do not act swiftly to eliminate him, he will surely become a grave concern for the court in the future." Li Zhao nodded slightly, his expression grave as he replied, "I share this concern. Do you have a viable plan?" After a brief period of reflection, Lu Jinwen suggested, "To eliminate him within Su City would be akin to climbing to the heavens. We must lure him away from Su City." Li Zhao remained silent, gazing at Lu Jinwen, awaiting his further elaboration. "Your Majesty could leverage the situation with the Zhao family's daughter. Zhao Wan'er has fled from the second prince and is currently with the Su family. Your Majesty could issue an edict to escort Zhao Wan'er back to the capital, expressing that the marriage can be discussed further. This way, we can draw Su Chun out of Su City, away from his sphere of influence, allowing us to set an ambush along the way to eliminate him. Moreover, should Su Chun defy the imperial decree, His Majesty could justifiably hold the Su family accountable, thereby suppressing their influence." Li Zhao revealed a hint of satisfaction, proclaiming, "Very well. Let us proceed with your plan. Swiftly arrange for someone to head to Su Bei." Subsequently, the Chief Minister Lu Jinwen withdrew, leaving Li Zhao alone on the dragon throne, lost in contemplation. In the residence of the second prince, Li Haoran's countenance darkened upon receiving news from his dispatched spies. Just as he was about to vent his frustration by smashing objects, a guard hurried in to report, "Your Highness, someone has delivered a letter." With due respect, the guard presented the confidential missive. Li Haoran furrowed his brow, snatched the letter, and quickly perused its contents. After reading, the fury on his face dissipated entirely, replaced by a sinister smile. The strategist beside him inquired, "Your Highness, what has transpired?" Li Haoran cast a glance at him, smiling as he replied. Father has issued an edict for Su Chen to escort Zhao Wan'er back to the capital, intending to ambush him on the way. Haha, this truly is divine assistance. Su Chen is undoubtedly doomed this time. The strategist nodded slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Your Highness, this presents an excellent opportunity. With His Majesty taking action, Su Chen will certainly find it difficult to escape. Li Haoran's lips curled into a smug smile, as though he could already envision Su Chen's tragic fate. Achimipiche, Su Chen, once you perish, Zhao Wan'er will naturally return to my side, and I shall gain the support of the Zhao family. Chapter 33. The grandfather and grandson enter the capital together. In the Zhao family, the head, Zhao Wujin, also received news from the envoy. At this moment, Zhao Wujin sat upright in his chair, narrowing his eyes as he remarked, I never anticipated that the sword master protecting Wan'er would be the eldest grandson of the Su family, now the heir to the Su Bei throne. Zhao Wujin turned to an elderly man in a gray robe nearby and asked, Elder Geng, what is your perspective? Elder Geng pondered briefly before responding with a slight smile. I believe this is not necessarily a bad thing. It provides us with an additional option. The Su family's heir is the sword master, and should Wan'er elope to the Su family, regardless of their current relationship, the court will undoubtedly find ways to deal with the Su family. Meanwhile, our Zhao family can remain neutral in this turmoil and observe the situation's development. If the Su family manages to stabilize under the court's pressure, we may ally with them to collectively resist the court. Conversely, if the Su family falters, we can seize the opportunity to demonstrate loyalty to the court and reap greater benefits. Zhao Wujin nodded slightly, contemplating Elder Geng's words. After a moment, he inquired, what about Wan'er? Before he could finish, Elder Geng interjected, you need not worry about Wan'er's safety. Neither His Majesty nor the Su family's heir would allow her to come to harm. Zhao Wujin fell silent, conceding, very well, we shall follow Elder Geng's advice, observing changes and awaiting the right moment to make our choice. At the Su residence, Su Chen remained oblivious to the fact that he had been placed on the blacklist of the current emperor. He was playing with the little one, Su Nianchen, alongside Zhao Wan'er. After receiving a few reprimands from Su Chen, the once arrogant Su Nianchen had lost his bravado. Now, the little fellow obediently played beside the child. Observing this heartwarming scene, Su Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Zhao Wan'er wore a gentle smile, occasionally teasing the little one, evoking bursts of joyous laughter from her. Su Chen squinted slightly, relishing this moment of tranquility, aware that it was merely the calm before the storm. Zhao Wan'er seemed to sense Su Chen's thoughts. She approached him gently, concern evident in her eyes. Liamong Chen, what troubles you? Su Chen shook his head slightly, smiling as he replied, it's nothing, just pondering a few matters. At that moment, a servant hurriedly approached. Young master, someone from the capital has arrived. The prince requests your presence in the hall, along with Miss Wan'er. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. They have finally arrived. He glanced down at Zhao Wan'er, noticing her complexion had grown tense. Placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, he whispered, with me here, there is no need to fear. No one can take my wife away. Hearing this, Zhao Wan'er felt a wave of security wash over her, but quickly reacted, blushing as she swatted Su Chen's hand away. You rogue, who is your wife? Though she scolded him, the shyness in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. The two followed the servant swiftly to the hall, with Su Chen maintaining a calm demeanor while his mind was already calculating the impending situation. Zhao Wan'er occasionally glanced up at Su Chen, her eyes reflecting both concern for the unknown and unwavering trust in him. Soon, they arrived at the hall. Upon entering, they saw Su Jinyue seated at the head of the table, his expression inscrutable. Beside him lay an open imperial edict. A pale, cold-looking eunuch stood trembling before him, and Su Chen recognized him immediately. Upon noticing Su Chen and Zhao Wan'er's arrival, a fleeting, almost imperceptible change crossed the eunuch's eyes. Su Jinyue addressed Su Chen, Chun'er. This is the eunuch sent by the emperor, bearing His Majesty's edict. Please take a look. Stepping forward, Su Chen accepted the edict and, upon reading its contents, could not help but smirk coldly. After finishing, he turned to the eunuch, saying, Esteemed eunuch, I acknowledge the emperor's decree. I will ensure that Wan'er and I travel to the capital as instructed. The eunuch lifted his chin slightly, his voice sharp as he replied, Young master, the emperor's command must not be delayed. I hope you will expedite the journey to escort Miss Zhao back to the capital so that we may return to report. Su Jinyue's expression darkened at the eunuch's words, and he responded sternly, the Su family will carry out the decree as we see fit. so there is no need for you to urge us." The eunuch, upon witnessing Su Jinyue's fury, dared not utter another word. He slightly bowed and turned to leave. After watching the eunuch depart, Su Jinyue cast a glance at Su Chen and Zhao Wan'er, then spoke, "Chener, what do you intend to do?" Su Chen raised the imperial edict in his hand and replied, "The edict has been issued. If we do not comply, it would be considered defiance. The emperor will certainly use this as a pretext to suppress us. Therefore, we must make the journey." Su Jinyue furrowed his brow. Concern etched across his face. "Chen, this journey is fraught with peril. The emperor is clearly intent on using this opportunity to strike at you. He will not allow you to reach the capital alive." Su Chen nodded slightly, his gaze steady and resolute. "Grandfather, I am well aware of the risks. Those who wish to take my life are not worthy of their intent." Zhao Wan'er, listening from the side, felt a pang of guilt. She turned to Su Chen and Su Jinyue, saying, "Grandfather, Su Chen, it is my fault. If it were not for me, the Su family would not be in this predicament." Su Jinyue chuckled softly. "My dear, there is no need for you to feel remorse. This is not your doing. You are merely a catalyst. Whether you are here or not, the court would still target the Su family. Moreover, since Chener has chosen you, you are now my Su family's granddaughter-in-law. We shall protect you." Zhao Wan'er, upon hearing this, couldn't help but blush. Stealing a glance at Su Chen, she said, "Thank you, grandfather." Su Jinyue nodded, then turned to Su Chen. It has been ages since I last ventured out. Since you are heading to the capital, I shall accompany you to visit some old friends." Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that his grandfather was concerned for his safety and wished to join him in the capital. A warm sensation surged within him, but he hastily replied, "Grandfather, the journey to the capital is perilous, filled with traps set by the court. You are of advanced age. There is no need for you to go." Before he could finish, Su Jinyue raised his hand to silence him. "Chener, do not speak further. My decision is made." Though Su Chen wished to say more, the resolute expression on his grandfather's face compelled him to swallow his words. He could only smile wryly and respond, "Very well, grandfather. I shall heed your wishes, and together we will head to the capital." Upon hearing this, Su Jinyue laughed heartily. "You rascal, worry not. I, your grandfather, am a formidable force of the Tianxiang realm. After so many years of absence, some may have forgotten the prowess of the Su family." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from Su Jinyue, filling the hall like surging waves, allowing everyone present to truly feel the profound depth and formidable strength of the king of Subnorth. The next morning, Su Jinyue, Su Chen, and Zhao Wan'er set forth towards the royal city, enveloped by a retinue. At the gate of the Su residence, Shangguan Shui gazed at the gradually disappearing carriage, her face a mask of concern. Su Zhan gazed at Shangguan Shui's expression and reassured her, "My lady, there is no need for concern. With my father present, they will surely return safely." Within the palace of Wang City, a figure cloaked in black stealthily entered the hall, kneeling on one knee and lowering his voice to report, "Your Majesty, the individuals dispatched have sent word. The king of Su Bei and the heir, Su Chen, are approaching Wang City alongside Zhao Wan'er, daughter of the Zhao family." Emperor Li Zhao displayed no surprise at the sudden appearance of the cloaked figure. However, upon hearing the report, his body stiffened abruptly, and his hand, which had been casually resting on the armrest, clenched tightly. His expression faltered momentarily, only to be replaced by a furrowed brow as he leaned forward, fixating intently on the scout. Suppressing his rage, he spoke slowly, "Are you certain? It is indeed the king of Su Bei and Su Chen together?" The scout hastily lowered his head, responding with unwavering certainty, "Your Majesty, it is absolutely true." A dark cloud enveloped Li Zhao's countenance, his fury simmering like a volcano on the verge of eruption. "What audacity from Su Jinyue! He dares to openly challenge me." Li Zhao gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws, the veins on his forehead bulging with the intensity of his wrath. At that moment, a high-pitched voice echoed from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, Chief Minister Lu requests an audience." Li Zhao inhaled deeply, striving to restore his voice to its customary authority and composure, and replied, "Let him enter." He then gestured dismissively to the cloaked figure, lowering his voice, "Withdraw and continue to monitor closely. Report any developments immediately." The cloaked figure complied, retreating silently until he vanished from the hall as if he had never existed. Simultaneously, Lu Jingwen entered the grand hall with measured steps. As he prepared to bow, Li Zhao raised a hand slightly, signaling him to forego the gesture. You have received the news as well. What is your perspective? Lu Jingwen's expression momentarily faltered. After a respectful nod, he began, Your Majesty, the actions of the king of Su Bei are indeed unexpected yet entirely within reason. He likely anticipates the court's intentions towards the heir, Su Chun, and fears for his safety, which is why he has come personally. However, such behavior undoubtedly serves as a display of defiance, a blatant provocation against your authority. Yet, Your Majesty, the Su family wields considerable power, and the court currently relies on them to counter the Northern Court. This is certainly not the opportune moment to confront the Su family. Li Zhao scoffed, his anger unabated. Does Su Jinyue believe I am unaware of his intentions? This old fool is so brazen. Does he truly think I am powerless against him? Observing the emperor's demeanor, Lu Jingwen contemplated before responding, Your Majesty, do not be perturbed. Even if the king of Su Bei arrives, what of it? Our objective remains Su Chun. Should assassins from the enemy nation target the king of Su Bei and Su Chun perish while protecting him, it would provide a plausible explanation. At that moment, even if the Su family harbored suspicions, it would be difficult for them to procure irrefutable evidence to challenge the court. What do you think, Your Majesty? Li Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly and, after a considerable pause, slowly replied, Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. However, it is imperative that every detail is meticulously arranged, leaving no room for any flaws. Lu Jingwen hastily bowed in response, assuring, Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall devote my utmost efforts to prudently strategize this affair. Subsequently, Lu Jingwen withdrew, leaving the grand hall enveloped in silence once more. On the official road, after 5 days, Su Chun and his companions had completely exited the borders of Su Bei. At this juncture, they traversed through a dense forest, and, as the sky darkened, Su Chun turned to Su Jinyue and said, Grandfather, there are no signs of habitation around. Let us set up camp here for the night. Su Jinyue nodded slightly, and, surveying the surroundings, replied, Then we shall rest here tonight and continue our journey on the morrow. Upon receiving the command, the group promptly busied themselves, erecting tents and preparing meals. Before long, darkness enveloped the area entirely. Su Chun, Zhao Wan'er, and the others gathered around a campfire, listening to Su Jinyue recount tales from his youth. The wooden, sword-wielding Jun Wuhan, along with 3 other guest disciples of the Su family, dispersed a short distance away, discreetly observing their surroundings. Grandfather, you are truly remarkable, Zhao Wan'er exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration as she listened to Su Jinyue's account of repelling the Northern Court. Just then, Su Chun sensed something amiss and looked up to see a soldier returning from the woods, a faint smirk involuntarily appearing on his lips. Noticing Su Chen's unusual demeanor, Su Jinyue furrowed his brow and inquired, Chen, what is troubling you? Su Chen offered a slight smile and, glancing at Su Jinyue, softly replied, It is nothing, Grandfather. Merely a stray fish has infiltrated our midst. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyue discreetly glanced in the direction Su Chen indicated, quickly locking his gaze onto the soldier in question. After a mere glance, he withdrew his gaze, remarking, Indeed, just a stray fish. Meanwhile, Zhao Wan'er, observing the situation, anxiously scanned the surroundings but found no suspicious individuals after a prolonged search. Concurrently, among the soldiers preparing food, the assassin who had just blended into the crowd sensed that he was being scrutinized by something. A surge of tension gripped his heart, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, feigning nonchalance as he continued with his tasks. However, his eyes frequently darted towards Su Jinyue and Su Chun, surreptitiously monitoring their movements. Su Chun glanced at Zhao Wan'er before beckoning Jun Wuhan, who was idly surveying the area. Wuhan, come here for a moment. Upon hearing Su Chen's call, Jun Wuhan promptly turned and approached with swift steps. Master, what is the matter? Su Chen rolled his eyes at the address, but chose not to respond verbally. Instead, he indicated the direction of the soldier with a subtle gesture and lowered his voice, saying, A stray fish has infiltrated. Handle it. Jun Wuhan followed Su Chen's gaze and quickly locked onto the target, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly responded, Interesting, leave it to me. With that, he adjusted his attire and casually let his hands hang by his sides, seemingly nonchalant as he approached the soldier's location. The assassin, noticing Jun Wuhan advancing from a distance, feigned a casual action of adding fuel to the fire, though his demeanor grew increasingly stiff. He struggled to maintain an air of composure, attempting to feign ignorance. Yet the wariness in his eyes betrayed him as he furtively glanced at the approaching Jun Wuhan. Feigning indifference, Jun Wuhan drew nearer to the assassin. Suddenly he struck, delivering a powerful blow to the assassin's back. The assassin, already on high alert and acutely aware of Jun Wuhan's movements, found the attack far too abrupt to evade. With a resounding thud, Jun Wuhan's palm met the assassin's back, sending him reeling forward as a spray of blood erupted from his mouth, splattering onto the ground before him. Dizzy and disoriented, the assassin struggled to regain his footing, turning to face Jun Wuhan with a visage twisted in terror and rage. "How dare you ambush me?" He spat through gritted teeth. Jun Wuhan merely brushed off his hands, as if removing dust, responding with an air of indifference. Ambush? Can a legitimate attack be called an ambush? Why not admit your own incompetence? To be a killer and fail so miserably is truly shameful. His eyes gleamed with disdain. The assassin, incensed by Jun Wuhan's words, coughed up another mouthful of blood. After glaring fiercely at Jun Wuhan, he suddenly began to bleed from his orifices. By the time Jun Wuhan approached to investigate, he realized the assassin had succumbed to death. Chapter 35. Astonishing, one can play this way too. Furrowing his brows. Yun Wuhan approached Su Tian. Master, the assassin has died from poison. Su Chun, unfazed, replied with a smile, as expected. Such an assassin would never be allowed to live and face interrogation. Turning towards Su Jinyue, Su Chun inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Grandfather, do you think this was sent by the court?" Upon hearing this, Su Jinyue chuckled and shook his head, slowly responding, "I cannot say for certain. However, I doubt the court would dispatch such inept individuals." He continued, "This kind of assassin is mediocre at best, easily detected, which does not seem like the court's method." Jun Wuhan stroked his chin in agreement. Indeed, even if the court wished to act against Master, they would surely consider their approach. Sending such lowly pawns would serve no purpose and would merely alert the target. Upon hearing these words, Su Chen pondered for a brief moment before inquiring, "If it is not the court, then who could it be?" As his voice fell, Su Chan sank into deep contemplation. After a while, he found himself unable to discern any clarity. Observing Su Chen's perplexity, Su Jinyue chuckled heartily, saying, "If you cannot fathom it, do not dwell on it further. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall redirect it. There is no need for us to fret over such matters. Let them come. One we shall slay, a pair we shall vanquish." As he spoke, a formidable aura of murderous intent suddenly erupted from Su Jinyue, its intensity spreading like a tangible force, chilling the air around them to the bone. The flames in the campfire flickered violently, bowing under the weight of his presence. Although Su Chun possessed considerable strength, he could not help but feel the bone-chilling pressure emanating from his grandfather. He marveled inwardly at his grandfather's formidable prowess, a testament to his experience on the battlefield and the terrifying nature of his killing intent. Jun Wuhan, sensing the overwhelming aura from Su Jinyue, first stiffened, his facial muscles involuntarily tightening and his brows furrowed deeply. A flicker of unmistakable horror flashed in his eyes as the potent killing intent surged towards him like a torrential wave, plunging him into a realm of carnage and despair. Zhao Wan'er, too, was taken aback by the oppressive aura, her body trembling slightly, her complexion paling in an instant. Seeing her distress, Su Tian embraced Zhao Wan'er, softly reassuring her, "Do not fear, Wan'er, for I am here." Leaning against Su Chun, Zhao Wan'er nodded slightly, though her pallor persisted. Noticing the reactions of Jun Wuhan and Zhao Wan'er, Su Jinyue promptly reined in his killing intent, returning to his previous demeanor. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "My apologies for startling you. It was unbecoming of me." Jun Wuhan, having regained his composure, respectfully regarded Su Jinyue, his face alight with admiration. "Your Highness, the aura you exhibited was truly awe-inspiring, evoking both fear and reverence. It is no wonder that only one who has emerged from the crucible of countless battles could possess such an overwhelming presence." Su Jinyue waved his hand dismissively, responding with a smile, "Ah, you flatter me. I appreciate your kind words." A night of silence passed, and the following day, Su Chun and his companions resumed their journey towards the royal city. Unbeknownst to them, as they ventured forth, a bounty concerning Su Chun rapidly spread throughout the martial and assassin circles of the Biting Dynasty. A myriad of martial experts and assassins from the Biting Dynasty were converging upon the inevitable path of their journey through Wulong Valley. Oblivious to the unfolding events within the Biting Dynasty, Su Chun and his companions continued their advance, encountering no attempts on their lives in the days that followed. On that day, they caught sight of a distant valley, and the moment Su Chun laid eyes upon it, an unusual sensation surged within his heart. Halt! With a commanding shout from Su Chun, the entire party came to an abrupt stop. Chen'er, what is it? Su Jinyue inquired, lifting the curtain. Su Chun responded with a faint smile. Grandfather, for reasons unknown, this valley stirs an inexplicable feeling within me. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyue uttered a soft "oh," raising his gaze towards the canyon before them. Towering peaks flanked the valley, their heights piercing the clouds, while dense trees vied for space in their ascent. The valley was eerily silent, as if time itself had frozen in this place. Apart from the occasional rustling of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze, no other sounds could be heard. There were no bird song, no beastly roars, only an unsettling silence that sent shivers down one's spine. The atmosphere felt oppressively heavy, as if each breath carried the weight of an enigmatic stillness. Su Jinyue observed the valley and remarked, "This Wulong Valley has always been like this. It doesn't seem particularly abnormal." Su Chun replied, "Grandfather, do you not find this place excessively quiet?" Su Jinyue furrowed his brow slightly, attentively listening to the surroundings once more. After a moment, he conceded, "You make a valid point, Chen'er. This valley is indeed unnaturally quiet. Typically, even in the absence of birds and beasts, one would hear the sounds of insects. Yet here, it is as silent as a grave." At that moment, Jun Wuhan stepped forward, gazing into the valley. "Your Highness, Master, this place is so silent that it raises suspicion. Perhaps I should scout ahead." Before he could depart, Su Chun called out to him, his expression grave. "Wuhan, you and Brother Mu should stay back to protect Grandfather and Wan'er. Leave the rest to me." Without waiting for Mu Jiansheng or Jun Wuhan to respond, he strode towards the mouth of Wulong Valley. However, he did not enter, but instead paused at the entrance, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. He then shouted into the valley, "Sword, come!" The instant his voice echoed, dozens of gleaming swords shot forth from the depths of Wulong Valley. These swords hummed in the air as if possessing a spirit, swirling around Su Chun. With a sharp gaze, he moved his hand slightly, and the swords arranged themselves neatly in the air, their tips pointed directly into the valley. This display left the accompanying members in astonishment. Jun Wuhan, watching the swords circling above Su Chun, remarked slowly, "Wow, it can be played this way too." Beside him, Mu Jiansheng, though equally surprised that Su Chun had discerned the ambush within the valley with just a shout, did not express it as Jun Wuhan did. Instead, he approached Jun Wuhan and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Do not be astonished. This may well illustrate the disparity between man and the divine." Jun Wuhan nodded in a daze, then turned his fervent gaze back to Su Chun, not far away. Chapter 36. Shadows of the twin assassins within the confines of Wulong Valley. A cadre of skilled warriors and assassins from the northern court lay in ambush, their breaths held in anticipation as they awaited the arrival of Su Chun and his companions, ready to spring their meticulously crafted trap. The moment Su Chen's voice echoed through the valley, proclaiming the sword comes, their swords, seemingly possessed, leapt from their grasp, creating a dazzling display of cold light as the clangor of steel rang through the air. In an instant, they realized their concealment had been compromised, transforming the once serene valley into a cauldron of tension. The assassins emerged from their hiding spots, some gracefully descending from branches, others stepping forth from behind boulders, their eyes gleaming with ferocity and resolve. A few rose from the underbrush, speckled with grass clippings, yet they paid no heed to their disheveled appearance, clutching their weapons tightly as they focused intently on Su Chun at the valley's entrance. Dressed entirely in black, the leading pair possessed a profound mastery of the celestial realm. Their expressions were steely, and their eyes blazed with a palpable intent to kill. Without uttering a word, they gestured, and a throng of black-clad assassins surged forward like a dark tide, intent on claiming Su Chen's life. Observing this, Su Chun let out a cold chuckle, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes. His sword danced through the air like a bolt of lightning, weaving effortlessly among the throng, the shadows of his blade flickering as it sliced through the atmosphere with a series of sharp, piercing sounds. In a heartbeat, the assassins rushing towards him were frozen in place, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Moments later, they crumpled to the ground, silent and lifeless. Their bodies bore countless wounds, blood pouring forth and staining the earth a deep crimson. The valley was permeated with the heavy scent of blood, shattering the stillness and replacing it with an eerie silence. Su Jinyue, Zhao Wan'er, and Mu Jianwu watched this scene unfold without a trace of surprise. As if it had all been anticipated, they possessed a comprehensive understanding of Su Chan's prowess and were acutely aware of his capacity to confront such a situation. However, the Su family soldiers accompanying them were utterly astonished, their eyes wide as they took in the gruesome tableau, their hearts brimming with shock. Amidst the chaos, an unknown voice from the ranks of the Su family cried out in exultation, the shout resonating like a stone cast into a placid lake, inciting ripples of fervor throughout the ranks. The young master is formidable. A chorus of fervent cheers erupted in response, their voices merging and reverberating throughout the valley. A mighty wave that seemed poised to break through the valley's confines and resonate beyond. The expressions of the Su family soldiers, initially taut with shock, were now wholly transformed by exhilaration and pride, their gazes toward Su Chen ablaze with respect and fervor, akin to flames consuming the night. As Su Chen absorbed the invigorating shouts that echoed around him, a swell of pride surged within him, yet his focus remained unwaveringly fixed on the two black-clad leaders. The two figures cloaked in black observed as the individuals they had brought fell one after another, their eyes betraying no emotion. They turned to Su Chen and remarked, "It's no wonder your head is valued at 100,000 taels of gold. You indeed possess some power. However, that is merely the extent of it. The shadow duo has never missed their mark when it comes to elimination. Boy, if you have any last words, now is the time to divulge them." Their voices were chillingly cold, as if emanating from the depths of the underworld, instilling a sense of dread. The tone was ambiguous, devoid of gender, carrying an eerie rasp, reminiscent of blades honed by time, with each word piercing the heart like a sharp ice shard. Their intonation was flat, yet imbued with absolute confidence and ruthlessness, as if Su Chen's fate was firmly in their grasp. The shadow duo, as they were known, elicited a sense of astonishment from Mu Jiansheng as he gazed at them across from Su Chen. Zhao Wan'er, upon hearing this, turned to Mu Jiansheng and inquired, "Brother Jianxi, are you familiar with the shadow duo?" He replied, "I have heard of them. They're the premier assassins of the infamous shadow organization of Biting, second only to the leader, Shadow. Over the past decade, they have never failed a single assassination, both being masters of the celestial realm." Zhao Wan'er's expression shifted to one of concern. "Is that rogue Chen in danger?" Mu Jiansheng shook his head, uncertain of Su Chen's true capabilities. He then looked up at Su Jinyue, who, upon hearing Mu Jiansheng's words, felt a twinge of worry. However, noticing Zhao Wan'er's gaze upon him, he reassured her with a calm demeanor, "Do not fret, my dear. With me around, Chen will be safe. Just watch." Zhao Wan'er nodded slightly, though her eyes still reflected her unease as she fixated on Su Chen, her hands nervously entwined. On the battlefield, Su Chen paid no heed to the taunts of the shadow duo. Instead, his gaze was drawn to a mountain peak within Wulong Valley. There, he sensed a familiar aura and a potent will to fight. Meanwhile, the shadow duo, noticing Su Chen's lack of response, exchanged glances of irritation. One of them snorted coldly and waved his hands, unleashing a torrent of black spiritual energy that surged towards Su Chen like a massive serpent. The other vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Su Chen, brandishing a gleaming dagger aimed at his heart. With a sharp gaze, Su Chen moved with ghostly speed, evading both the oncoming wave of energy and the dagger's thrust. Regaining his composure, he looked at the shadow duo with a mocking glint in his eyes. "Are you so eager to meet your demise?" The shadow duo retorted, "Boy, with death looming, you still dare to speak. Once you are gone, I will ensure that your tongue is severed." They were resolute in their belief that it would be they who ended his life, rather than the other way around. Amidst the echoes of laughter in the valley, the shadow duo erupted with mirth, their derisive cackles resonating with a profound sense of scorn, as if Su Chen's recent utterance was the most ludicrous jest in existence. In an instant, their figures vanished like phantoms, only to re-emerge before Su Chen with astonishing swiftness. One stood to the left, wielding a dagger that sliced through the air like a flash of lightning, aimed directly at Su Chen's throat, the speed accompanied by a sharp gust of wind. The other, positioned to the right, deftly maneuvered closer, his dagger glinting ominously as it descended upon Su Chen, raining down a flurry of lethal strikes aimed at his vital points. Yet, Su Chen remained composed, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of confidence. Just as the assault was poised to make contact, he spun with remarkable agility, transforming into a fleeting shadow that deftly navigated the onslaught of his assailants. In that moment, he sensed a familiar presence and battle intent approaching. While evading the duo's relentless strikes, he glanced upward to behold two figures leaping gracefully from a nearby peak. One of whom was the carefree sword immortal, with whom he had clashed a month prior on the river. Chapter 37. The Ageless Sword Saint. Have you ever known defeat? The shadow duo, undeterred, continued their frenzied assault on Su Chen, their fierce demeanor suggesting a relentless pursuit of victory. The daggers whistled through the air, each thrust executed with cunning precision, showcasing their lethal intent. Observing their fervor, Su Chen's smile took on a colder edge as he remarked, "I had intended to toy with you a while longer, but it seems someone is growing impatient." With those words, a formidable aura surged from Su Chen, radiating outward like a tumultuous tide, rendering the air around them dense with tension. His gaze sharpened as he turned to face the advancing shadow duo. In a flash, his sword, Qi Xiao, was drawn from his waist, and a brilliant beam of sword light erupted forth, as if tearing the very fabric of space. Imbued with an unstoppable momentum directed at the shadow duo. With a resounding clash, Qi Xiao met the daggers of the shadow duo, igniting a dazzling shower of sparks. However, the force contained within Su Chen's strike was overwhelmingly potent. The shadow duo felt an insurmountable power surging through their daggers, rendering them incapable of resistance. And they were sent hurtling backward as if struck by a mighty gale. Their bodies arced through the air like tattered kites before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Both were left pale, blood trickling from their lips, their eyes wide with disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that Su Chen could unleash such tremendous power, incapacitating them with a single stroke. After exchanging a glance, the two individuals simultaneously rose to flee. However, just as they had taken a few steps, they were forcefully kicked back. Upon raising their heads, they beheld two figures materializing before them. One of these figures was none other than the carefree sword immortal, unchanged from a month prior, still clad in his gray robe and holding a wine gourd. Beside him stood a stern-looking man, dressed in white, with hawk-like sharp eyes radiating a formidable aura. His countenance was youthful, resembling that of a boy. At that moment, his gaze was intensely fixed upon Su Chen, brimming with martial spirit. The carefree sword immortal observed the shadow twins, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Little brother Su Chen, it has been a while. Am I still as dashing as ever?" Su Chen responded with a faint smile, "Indeed, you remain as shameless as before." The man beside him let out a cold chuckle, saying, "I tell you that you lack shame, yet you refuse to acknowledge it." This individual possessed a refined appearance, yet his voice carried a hint of age, rich with the weight of years, imbued with a unique sense of antiquity. What do you understand? This is called confidence," the carefree sword immortal retorted, his dissatisfaction evident as he took another swig of wine. "You are the eternal sword saint," exclaimed the shadow twins, lying on the ground, their voices tinged with shock and dread, as if they had encountered the most terrifying entity in existence. Their already pale faces drained of color, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The eternal sword saint, standing beside the carefree sword immortal, cast a cold, piercing glance at the shadow twins. His gaze felt as sharp as a tangible blade, plunging the two into an icy abyss, a chill rising from their very core. It seems the lesson I imparted to you last time was insufficient, as you have resurfaced so swiftly," he spoke, his voice maintaining that unique timbre of age, yet laced with an unsettling authority. Each word struck like a hammer, reverberating through the frail nerves of the shadow twins. Su Jinyue and Mu Jiansheng, upon hearing the name of the eternal sword saint, were equally astonished. Having traversed the rivers and lakes and the court for many years, Su Jinyue had encountered countless masters. Yet the title of the eternal sword saint still sent a shiver down his spine. His brow furrowed, revealing a profound apprehension in his eyes. Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhan were filled with a mix of excitement and concern. They were thrilled to meet the legendary sword master, the eternal sword saint, yet anxious about his allegiance, as he hailed from the North Court. Zhao Wan'er regarded the suddenly appearing duo with evident worry. She had initially intended to inquire, but upon witnessing the reactions of the others, she suppressed her questions, anxiously watching Su Chen instead. Su Chen, unfazed by the shadow twins on the ground, glanced at the carefree sword immortal and the eternal sword saint, asking, "Have you come to kill me as well?" The carefree sword immortal laughed heartily. taking a sip of wine as he responded. Su Chun, my dear brother, you seem to have misunderstood me. Even if I wish to harm you, I lack the capability. After taking another swig of wine, the carefree sword immortal continued. Su Chun, allow me to introduce you to my esteemed friend, Gu Chun, the third greatest swordsman in the northern rivers, known as the ageless sword sage. I told this old fellow that your swordsmanship surpassed his, but he did not believe me. Fortunately, I came across a bounty notice about you in the northern rivers and thought to bring him to meet you. Su Chun, do not let me down. Show this old man a thing or two, so he understands that there are always greater talents beyond oneself. I had my doubts when I first heard from the Carefree One about your exceptional sword skills, but having witnessed your earlier display, I now concede you possess some talent. As the Carefree Sword Immortal finished speaking, Gu Chun took a couple of steps forward, gazing at Su Chun. However, based on your earlier moves, you are still far from earning my complete acknowledgement. Since I am here today, I shall grant you an opportunity to engage in a proper duel with me. If you can withstand 100 of my strikes, it will suffice to demonstrate your capabilities and provide you with ample tales to boast about in the future. Gu Chun raised his chin slightly, his eyes brimming with arrogance, and added in a haughty tone. Upon hearing this, Su Chun was initially taken aback, but soon felt an intense surge of anger rising to his head. A cold smile gracing his lips as he turned to the Carefree Sword Immortal and inquired, "Is your friend not quite right in the head?" He gestured to his own head. Gu Chen's expression darkened instantly at Su Chen's words, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to respond, the Carefree Sword Immortal burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Su Chun, my dear brother, do not take offense. Old Gu simply has that temperament. As he finished speaking, he swiftly approached Su Chun and whispered in his ear, Su Chun, if you cannot stand him, then give him a good beating. If you do, I owe you a favor. He then raised his voice again. Su Chun, while old Gu may have a difficult personality, his swordsmanship is indeed formidable. Engaging him in battle will greatly benefit you. While speaking, he also cast a knowing glance at Su Chun. Su Chun, upon hearing this, paused momentarily, then suppressed the amusement in his eyes and looked at Gu Chun with a similarly proud expression. Ageless Sword Sage, have you ever suffered defeat? Chapter 38. Do we not agree that I would allow you 2 moves? Gu Chun, taken aback by Su Chen's words, was about to reply when Su Chen continued. Are you prepared for a defeat so complete that it leaves you in utter despair? Gu Chen's anger flared instantly. You insolent child, how brazen. Today, I will make you witness what true swordsmanship entails. With that, a formidable and piercing sword intent emanated from him, spreading outwards like a surging tide. The originally clear sky suddenly became shrouded in delicate rain. Each droplet, under the influence of the formidable sword intent, appeared to transform into a sharp, hidden weapon, glinting with a chilling radiance. Gu Chun stood there, clad in flowing white garments, his gaze as piercing as that of a hawk. The aura surrounding him was so potent that it rendered the air suffocating, as if he were the very embodiment of the sword path, an indomitable force. The long sword at his waist seemed to sense its master's battle intent, trembling slightly. In the distance, the onlookers felt the overwhelming pressure, their expressions shifting dramatically. Members of the Su family army widened their eyes in astonishment, gripping their weapons tightly, their hearts filled with concern for Su Chun. Zhao Wan'er's heart raced with anxiety. Her small hands clutched her garment tightly, her eyes brimming with worry. Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhan exchanged a glance, both recognizing the profound shock reflected in each other's eyes. Though Su Jinyue appeared calm, the tension in his clenched fists revealed his readiness to strike at a moment's notice. As the intensity reached its zenith, Gu Chun addressed Su Chun. I do not wish to be labeled as one who bullies the young, so I shall grant you 2 moves. You may strike first, lest you claim I did not afford you an opportunity. With that, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his powerful aura unabated, resembling an immovable mountain. Beside him, the Carefree Sword Immortal paused at his friend's words, muttering to himself, this old fellow has fallen back into his old habits. He looks as if he deserves a good thrashing. Turning to Su Chun, the Sword Immortal grinned mischievously. Su Chun, my young brother, this old man is asking for a beating. Do not hold back. Give him a good thrashing. Su Chun squinted slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He turned his gaze toward Gu Chun, his eyes filled with confidence. Since Senior Gu is so generous, I shall graciously accept your challenge. Observing this, Gu Chun placed one hand behind his back, a proud expression on his face. Come then. Without uttering another word, Su Chen positioned the Qi Shao sword before him and unleashed the technique, sword Qi rolling dragon wall, striking toward Gu Chen. Initially, the attack bore no significant might, akin to Su Chen casually swinging his sword through the air. However, as the sword energy approached Gu Chen, the seemingly mundane attack erupted with astonishing force. The ground trembled slightly, and then a dragon-shaped wave of sword energy surged upward from the earth with a deafening roar. The sword energy intertwined and rolled forward, like a ferocious dragon awakening from the abyss. The sand and stones on the ground were swept into the air by the powerful sword energy, swirling chaotically. Wherever the sword energy passed, the earth was riven with deep fissures. The rolling sword energy, akin to a colossal dragon stirring beneath the surface, exuded a chilling might, as if it could obliterate any obstacle in its path. Gu Chen also sensed the power of this strike. His expression changed dramatically as he swiftly drew his sword from his waist, attempting to counter Su Chen's formidable blow. However, Su Chen's sword was exceedingly swift. Despite his rapid response, he was still forced to retreat, leaving 2 deep gashes on the ground. Once Gu Chen steadied himself, a flicker of shock and anger crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated Su Chen possessing such formidable strength. The power of this strike far exceeded his expectations. His white attire fluttered slightly under the impact of the sword Qi, and the previously stern expression on his face now bore a hint of gravity. Observing the scene, Su Jinyue slowly relaxed his tightly clenched fists and exclaimed, "Well done. Truly, you're my grandson." Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhan exchanged a glance, both reflecting a mixture of astonishment and excitement in each other's eyes. Zhao Wan'er, displaying a tense demeanor, revealed a trace of delight, her grip on her clothing loosening slightly. The carefree sword immortal erupted into laughter, relishing Gu Chen's somewhat disheveled appearance. "Old Gu, you truly have your day today." Once Gu Chen regained his composure, his gaze fixated on Su Chen, brimming with battle intent. "You are quite the young one. I concede I underestimated you. But be cautious moving forward." The aura surrounding Gu Chen surged once more, his sword intent now more tumultuous than before. The gentle rain, under the influence of this formidable sword intent, transformed into countless minuscule blades, whistling through the air. He flicked his long sword, producing a clear, ringing sound, ready to strike at Su Chen. Noticing this, Su Chen flashed a charming smile and remarked, "Did you not just say you would allow me 2 moves? Why the eagerness to engage now?" At this, Gu Chen's momentum faltered momentarily, his expression darkening. "When I say 2 moves, I mean 2 moves. Cool me." Before Gu Chen's words could fade, Su Chen lightly tapped the ground with his toes and ascended gracefully into the air, once again swinging his sword. An invisible sword Qi, infused with an intent to shatter all, surged toward Gu Chen. Though intangible, the sword Qi bore a palpable sense of oppression. Wherever it passed, the air was compressed, emitting a mournful whine, as if it trembled in fear of this overwhelming power. The previously swirling rain, upon encountering this sword Qi, seemed to be drawn together by an invisible force, converging into what appeared to be a blade forged from water. Gu Chen, refusing to show any sign of weakness, inhaled deeply. His already tumultuous sword intent now roared like a raging sea around him. He raised his long sword high and shouted, swinging it down to meet the oncoming brilliance of Su Chen's sword Qi. This radiant sword Qi, imbued with years of arduous training and the unparalleled authority of the ageless sword saint, collided fiercely with Su Chen's invisible sword Qi. At the moment of impact, time itself seemed to pause, followed by a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. A formidable impact emanated from the point of collision, radiating outward in all directions. As the ground, sand, stones, and flora were swept away by this immense force, the surrounding air seemed ignited, rippling visibly in concentric circles. Once tranquility returned, Su Chen and Gu Chen stood facing one another, their expressions unchanged. The gentle rain continued to fall, creating a soft patter on the ground, yet in the tense atmosphere. Each drop echoed as if amplified, heightening the already oppressive tension. The 2 men fixed their gazes upon one another, engaged in a silent standoff. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with confidence, while Gu Chen's demeanor remained stern, his gaze fiercely locked onto Su Chen, ignited by a burning desire for battle. Chapter 39. The Great Struggle of Heaven and Earth versus the 2 Sleeves of the Green Serpent Plus Edition. Gu Chen broke the silence first. Addressing Su Chen, 2 exchanges have passed. Now, prepare to witness my sword technique. shattering mountains and rivers. As his words fell, he slowly raised his long sword, eyes gently closing as if attuning himself to the surroundings. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, which gleamed with fierce intensity. His figure began to move with astonishing speed, and with each motion, a flurry of sword energy erupted from his blade, giving the illusion of countless afterimages wielding swords in unison. These phantoms layered upon one another, dreamlike yet imbued with a chilling sharpness. Due to his extraordinary velocity, the myriad afterimages unleashed sword energy that seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, swiftly converging into a singular point. In an instant, a sword energy coalesced into a striking arc, radiating an overwhelming force as it hurtled towards Su Chen. As the arc sliced through the air, it tore apart the atmosphere, producing a sharp, explosive sound. The once gentle rain above was instantly cleaved in two by the onslaught of sword energy, as if an invisible blade had violently parted the curtain of rain. The fierce sword energy rushed toward Su Chen like a tempest, causing his garments to flutter wildly. Su Jinyue and Zhao Wan'er, witnessing this scene, instinctively clenched their fists, their hearts heavy with concern for Su Chen. In contrast, Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhan appeared unfazed, having witnessed Su Chen's battle with the carefree Sword Immortal. They knew that the Elder Sword Saint's strike posed no true threat to him. The carefree Sword Immortal watched the two, a faint smile gracing his lips, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. As Gu Chun unleashed his sword technique, a sudden epiphany struck Su Chen. He murmured to himself, "He is unleashing sword energy at an extraordinary speed, akin to gathering the power of multiple strikes into one. Could I perhaps achieve something similar? If I could simultaneously control dozens of swords?" Su Chen's gaze suddenly brightened, his eyes fixated on the oncoming torrent of sword energy, his mind racing with thoughts. In this critical moment, however, Su Chen's state of mind was remarkably tranquil. It was as though he had entered a wondrous realm, where everything around him slowed down, allowing him to distinctly perceive the myriad strands of sword energy within the torrent. The onlookers beheld the sword energy hurtling towards Su Chen, yet he remained utterly still, causing their hearts to leap into their throats. The previously serene expression of the carefree Sword Immortal shifted to one of seriousness as he intently observed Su Chen, silently pondering what had befallen the young man, why he was not moving. Meanwhile, Su Chen seemed entirely absorbed in his own world, his gaze focused and profound, locked onto the approaching sword energy. He could vividly sense the power of each strand within the torrent. The sword energy, imbued with the intent to annihilate all, surged towards him with alarming speed. Just as the crowd believed Su Chen was about to be struck, he suddenly sprang into action. With a swift swing of his sword, a beam of sword energy erupted from the heavens above, colliding spectacularly with the torrent of sword energy unleashed by Gu Chun. The immense force from the clash radiated outward, and Su Chen was pushed back several paces, barely managing to deflect Gu Chen's strike. The spectators collectively exhaled in relief at this turn of events. Gu Chun, slightly displeased, glared at Su Chen and shouted, "You dare to be distracted while battling me, thinking my sword technique cannot harm you?" As his voice fell, he deftly propelled himself forward, moving with such speed that he left behind a flurry of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, Gu Chun closed in on Su Chen, and with a flick of his wrist, his sword transformed into a multitude of shimmering sword shadows. These shadows, dense and overwhelming, coalesced into a massive net that enveloped Su Chen from all directions, each shadow brimming with formidable sword energy, intent on engulfing him. Su Chen, however, remained unfazed. With agile footwork, he maneuvered through the web of swords like a darting fish, his own Qishao sword dancing through the air. The sounds of clashing swords echoed incessantly, each impact erupting into brilliant sparks. After a series of exchanges, the two combatants once again distanced themselves. The gentle drizzle continued to fall, yet appeared to be influenced by the powerful auras of the two fighters, becoming increasingly frantic and disordered. Gu Chen's eyes, once filled with arrogance, now reflected only deep-seated combativeness. At this rate, we could fight indefinitely. Why not settle it with one decisive strike? Gu Chen proposed earnestly, gazing intently at Su Chen. "Wholeheartedly," Su Chen replied. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing their exchange, could not help but feel a surge of tension. The carefree Sword Immortal also set aside his earlier nonchalance, now watching the two with eager anticipation. The subsequent technique is a sword move that I have meticulously crafted over the course of 45 years of dedicated study in the art of swordsmanship. Even in my battle against the elusive one, I was never compelled to unveil this particular strike. Gu Chun gazed at Su Chun, his voice imbued with a distinct sense of pride and assurance. He then gently closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, as if reminiscing about his decades-long journey in swordsmanship. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant light shining forth from within. His presence surged like a volcano on the verge of eruption, both oppressive and formidable. The fabric of his white attire billowed in the gentle breeze, seemingly heralding the imminent arrival of an unparalleled sword technique. This move is named Wielding the Universe. As the words left his lips, he appeared to teleport, soaring into the sky in an instant. In midair, his figure seemed to merge with the cascading fine rain, yet it exuded an overwhelming aura that could not be overlooked. With his sword raised high, Gu Chun swung it with fierce determination, unleashing a sword energy that erupted from the blade like a rainbow, piercing the sun. Initially, this energy manifested as a slender beam, but in the blink of an eye, it expanded in midair, transforming into a colossal curtain of sword energy. This formidable curtain, infused with the power to shatter mountains and overturn the heavens, surged towards Su Chun with ferocity. As it passed, the air was violently torn apart, the previously tranquil space disturbed by an invisible giant hand, producing visible ripples that spread rapidly outward. At the very moment Gu Chun executed his sword move, Su Chun too sprang into action. With a mere gesture of his finger, dozens of long swords flew into position behind him. Then, with a delicate tap of his toes, he ascended into the air, reaching the same altitude as Gu Chun. He turned to Gu Chun and declared, "The technique is named Two Sleeves of the Azure Serpent Plus Edition." With that he wielded the Qi Shao sword, striking forth, while simultaneously commanding the suspended swords to attack. In that instant, a breathtaking scene unfolded, leaving all onlookers in sheer astonishment. Chapter 40. The Carefree Sword Immortal. Old Gu. Why are you spitting blood? As Su Chun unleashed his sword strike, every witness turned to him, their faces etched with shock. Hundreds of sword energies, resembling azure serpents, surged forth simultaneously from the various swords. As these energies converged before Su Chun, they formed two enormous serpentine figures, more accurately described as azure dragons of sword energy. They coiled and twisted, emanating an overwhelming aura that instilled fear. The surrounding air seemed to be dominated by these two azure dragon sword energies, causing chaotic gusts of wind that swept the sand, stones, and grass into a swirling tempest. The fine rain, under the influence of this potent energy, was repelled, scattering into countless tiny droplets that splashed outward. In the next moment, the two azure dragon-like sword energies surged towards Gu Chen's sword energy vortex with astonishing speed. As the sword energy of the azure dragon was on the verge of colliding with the sword energy whirlwind of Gu Chun, time seemed to freeze. The onlookers widened their eyes, anxiously observing this breathtaking moment. At last, the two streams of azure dragon sword energy forcefully clashed with the sword energy whirlwind. In an instant, a tremendous shockwave radiated from the point of impact, expanding wildly in all directions. The earth was upheaved, forming colossal waves of soil that surged far away. The air, compressed by the overwhelming force, emitted a sharp, piercing howl, while visible shockwaves propagated outward, leaving destruction in their wake. The crowd was staggered by the sheer force, retreating involuntarily. The members of the Su family military struggled to maintain their footing, gripping their weapons tightly, their faces etched with astonishment. The azure dragon sword energy writhed violently, propelled by an indomitable momentum, relentlessly assailing Gu Chen's sword energy whirlwind. Although Gu Chen's whirlwind was formidable, it could only withstand for a brief moment against the might of the azure dragon's sword energy before being effortlessly torn apart like fragile glass. With a thunderous roar, the sword energy whirlwind of Gu Chen shattered. Yet the azure dragon's sword energy showed no signs of diminishing. It continued with its residual power, charging towards Gu Chun. Startled, Gu Chen had not anticipated such overwhelming force from Su Chen's strike. He hastily swung his sword to defend himself, weaving the blade through the air in a desperate attempt to counter the oncoming azure dragon sword energy. However, the power of the azure dragon sword energy was insurmountable. The remnants struck his sword like a ferocious dragon, crashing down upon it. Gu Chun felt an immense force surge towards him, as if struck by a colossal mountain, causing him to lose balance instantaneously. He was propelled backward, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Gu Chen could be seen supporting himself with his sword, kneeling on one knee. His figure appeared precarious, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him again. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, the vivid crimson stark against his pale visage. The look in Gu Chen's eyes was one of shock and unyielding defiance. He gasped for breath, striving to steady himself, yet the tremendous impact from the Azure Dragon sword energy had seemingly displaced his very organs, with each breath bringing waves of agony. Observing this scene, Su Jinyue felt his earlier worries dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming pride. He straightened his posture, his gaze fixated on Su Chen, who had displayed such formidable prowess in battle, filling him with confidence for the future of the Su family. Zhao Wan'er, beaming with joy, turned to Su Jinyue and exclaimed, "We have won, grandfather. Su Chen has triumphed." Her small hands were tightly clasped together, excitement radiating from her being. Jun Wuhan and Mu Jiansheng stared intently at Su Chen in the arena. With a wry smile, Jun Wuhan remarked, "Though we all practice swordsmanship, how can the disparity be so vast?" Mu Jiansheng, equally astonished, shook his head and responded, "I thought I had grasped the entirety of Su Xiao's swordsmanship from our last encounter with the Wandering Sword Immortal, only to discover today that his mastery is truly unfathomable." At that moment, the Wandering Sword Immortal, having regained his composure from his initial shock, squinted slightly, his gaze reflecting a complex mix of admiration for Su Chen's stunning display and a tinge of regret over Gu Chen's defeat. He murmured, "This lad must have begun his training from the womb. How can he be so extraordinary?" His eyes then shifted to Gu Chen, who was half kneeling on the ground, and a wicked grin appeared on his lips. Striding over to Gu Chen, he laughed heartily. "Old Gu, are you all right? Why are you on the ground? Oh, and you've coughed up blood." Gu Chen shot him a fierce glare upon hearing the Wandering Sword Immortal's words and gritted his teeth, saying, "Humph, spare me your gloating. If you have the skill, go challenge this brat yourself. We've fought before, and, alas, some people still boast of being the third in biting, only to be brought to their knees by a junior. If I were him, I would." Before he could finish, Gu Chen coughed up more blood, his face paling with indignation. Observing this, the Wandering Sword Immortal swallowed the words on his lips, approached Gu Chen, and helped him to his feet, inquiring, "How are you? You won't die, will you?" Gu Chen replied gruffly, "I'm fine." The Wandering Sword Immortal shook his head in exasperation and chuckled. "Well, now you must believe what I said." Gu Chen shot him an irritated glance and responded, "This lad indeed possesses some talent. Had he not held back earlier, I would likely be." Just as Gu Chen's words trailed off, Su Chen had already approached them. Looking at Gu Chen with a slight smile, Su Chen asked, "Elder Gu, are you all right?" Upon hearing this, Gu Chen shook his head and straightened his back, declaring, "I'm fine. I apologize, Elder. I gained some insight from your sword techniques earlier, but in my first attempt, I inadvertently injured you." Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Sparring inherently carries the risk of injury. You cannot be blamed." Yet, as if struck by a sudden realization, he fixed his gaze on Su Chen and exclaimed, "What did you just say?" Su Chen was startled by Gu Chen's unexpected reaction and looked at him in confusion. The Wandering Sword Immortal, equally baffled by Gu Chen's sudden outburst, remarked, "Old Gu, you didn't hit your head, did you? Why the sudden shock?" Gu Chen ignored the Wandering Sword Immortal's teasing, instead lost in recollection of Su Chen's swordplay. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with realization, first casting an incredulous glance at Su Chen, then turning to the side to address the carefree Sword Immortal. "Carefree? Do you not find Su Chen's sword technique rather familiar?" The carefree Sword Immortal, observing Gu Chen's serious demeanor, began to reflect upon the scene where Su Chen had executed his swordplay. After a moment, he suddenly looked up with astonishment, gazing at Gu Chen. "Old Gu, how does Su Chen's sword technique echo your shattering mountains and rivers?" Seeing the two fixated on him, Su Chen offered a slight smile and explained, "Earlier, I gleaned some insights from Elder Gu's demonstration of shattering mountains and rivers and endeavored to infuse that understanding into my own sword intent. To my surprise, it manifested into such a technique." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the two exchanged a glance, then simultaneously turned their attention back to him, exclaiming, "A prodigy indeed." Gu Chen could not help but exclaim again, "To gain such an understanding merely from observing my technique once, and to integrate it into your own swordplay. This level of talent is something I have never encountered in my years traversing the martial world." Su Chen responded, Elder, you flatter me. It was merely a stroke of luck and a moment of inspiration. Gu Chen remarked, there is no need for such modesty. I, Gu Chen, can see clearly that you held back on your final strike, did you not? Had you not restrained yourself at that moment, I fear I would be in far worse condition than merely coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood. Su Chen paused, a faint smile on his lips, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he turned to the carefree sword immortal and inquired, Elder Carefree, you mentioned seeing a bounty placed on my head and biting. What is the story behind that? Upon hearing Su Chen's question, the carefree sword immortal's expression grew serious as he slowly replied, after our battle in the river, I went to biting to find old Gu. 10 days ago, I stumbled upon a bounty concerning the Dragon Martial Sword God, only to discover that the individual being sought was you. Coincidentally, I had just spoken to old Gu about your prowess, which he found hard to believe. Thus, on a whim, we decided to follow these martial artists and assassins here. With a hint of jest, the carefree sword immortal continued, tell me, young man, what sort of formidable enemy have you crossed that they would place a bounty of 100,000 taels of gold on your life? Su Chen shook his head, a bitter smile crossing his face. I truly cannot fathom when or where I might have offended such a powerful individual. Ancient Dust interjected, to offer a bounty of 100,000 taels of gold is no trivial matter. You must exercise caution, young one. There may be numerous assassins lurking in the shadows, observing your every move. Su Chen furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon regained his composure, responding with a smile, haha, as long as they are not afraid of death. Let them come. The carefree sword immortal chuckled in response. Old Gu, you should be more concerned about your own safety. With this young lad's prowess, how many in the martial world could possibly harm him? Acknowledging this, Ancient Dust nodded in agreement before turning to Su Chen. Young friend Su Chen, this battle has been immensely enlightening for me, and I have witnessed your remarkable skills. However, I must tend to my injuries and take my leave. Su Chen clasped his hands in farewell, saying, very well, if the mountains do not turn, the waters will flow. We shall meet again. Ancient Dust nodded slightly and departed, while the carefree sword immortal winked at Su Chen and remarked, well done, little brother. I shall accompany old Gu back until we meet again. With their laughter echoing in the air, the two figures gradually faded from view. After watching them leave, Su Chen turned his attention to the two assassins from the Shadow Organization, who had been rendered unconscious by the carefree sword immortal at the onset of their duel. Recognizing that no information could be gleaned from them, he acted without hesitation. With a flash of his sword, two crimson jets of blood erupted from their necks. He then pivoted and walked toward the direction of the carriage. Upon his return to the carriage, all eyes fell upon him, each gaze infused with distinct yet equally fervent emotions. Su Jinyue's eyes brimmed with pride as he squinted slightly, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemingly harboring a wealth of admiration for Su Chen. Zhao Wan'er, with her sparkling eyes, fixed her gaze on Su Chen, her affection unmistakable. Meanwhile, Jun Wuhan, Mu Jiansheng, and the members of the Su family army looked upon him with reverence. Both Jun Wuhan and Mu Jiansheng were acutely aware of Su Chen's formidable strength and extraordinary talent. Yet each time they beheld his swordplay, they were profoundly moved. Their eyes reflected a deep admiration for his mastery of the sword, coupled with the honor of standing alongside such an extraordinary figure. Such valor in the air, invincible in the way of the sword. The fervent cries of the Su family army reverberated through the air, eliciting a faint smile from Su Chen. In the carriage, Su Chen recounted the information he had gleaned from the carefree sword immortal to Su Jinyue. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyue regarded Su Chen with a hint of perplexity and inquired, to offer a bounty of 100,000 taels. Who do you think could be behind it, Chunner? Su Chen sighed, a wry smile crossing his face. Grandfather, I cannot fathom who it might be. Since descending from the mountain over a month ago, I have not offended anyone. Listening to Su Chen's response, Su Jinyue's gaze sharpened, and he slowly spoke. There is only one possibility. Are you suggesting the court, Grandpa? Su Jinyue nodded slightly, his expression grave as he continued. Only the court could offer such a substantial reward without revealing the reasons behind it. Moreover, the reward was issued 10 days ago, which aligns perfectly with the timeline. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan'er glanced at Su Jinyue and Su Chen, her face etched with concern as she said, Su Chen, if it truly is the court, then your journey to the royal city could be perilous. Perhaps you should reconsider. Su Chen looked at Zhao Wan'er's worried expression, feeling warmth in his heart. Before she could finish, he smiled and replied, Wan'er, some matters cannot be evaded. Rest assured, the court will only dare to strike at me from the shadows. Su Jinyue interjected confidently, You are right, Chen. Avoidance will not resolve the issue. The truth is earned through strength. As Su Chun and his companions gradually vanished from Wulong Valley, three figures emerged from a nearby location. If Su Chun were to glance back, he would recognize one of them as the brocade-robed man who had attempted to forcibly seize the Qi Shao at the Yujin sect. You think being the heir of Su Bei makes a difference? I will ensure your demise, the brocade-robed man said through clenched teeth, watching the carriage disappear from sight. He then waved his sleeve, leading Mo Hansheng and another away. Chapter 42. The Conspiracy of Lu Jinwen. Wangshan City, a city encircled by mountains. With towering peaks serving as a natural barrier, the terrain steep and rugged. Any force wishing to invade the royal city must first conquer Wangshan City. Otherwise, they would be left lamenting from afar, thwarted by the formidable landscape. Su Jinyue tilted his head slightly to gaze upon Wangshan City, his eyes deep and distant. As he slowly recited, surrounded by peaks as a protective screen, the perilous terrain locks away Wangshan. To breach the royal city, one must first take this place. A grand fortress stands amidst the clouds. Chen, once we reach Wangshan City, our rivalry with the court will truly commence. Every subsequent step must be taken with utmost caution. We cannot afford to be careless. Su Chen nodded slightly, his gaze steady. Grandpa, do not worry. Your grandson understands. He lifted his eyes to the towering city gates. Knowing that upon entering Wangshan City, he would step into the eye of the storm, where various forces intertwined and dangers lurked at every corner. Yet he felt no fear. After all, one must confront what is inevitable. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's residence of the Imperial City, Lu Jinwen sat quietly in the Grand Hall. Duanren, considering the time, Su Bei and his party should be nearing Wangshan City. How are the arrangements on that side? Duanren stood respectfully beside him, cupping his fists in reply. My lord, everything has been arranged according to plan. The remnants of the sword are already waiting in Wangshan City. Lu Jinwen nodded slightly, a barely perceptible cold smile gracing his lips. Excellent. Let us proceed as planned. I intend for the king and prince of northern Su to find no escape from Wangshan City. Yes, my lord, Duanren replied, clasping his fists in respect. Prepare to withdraw. Lu Jinwen continued. Exercise caution. Do not allow the hidden guards to catch you off guard. Duanren hesitated briefly, his expression turning serious as he responded. Rest assured, my lord, I shall tread carefully and ensure the hidden guards have no grounds to act against me. He then swiftly turned and vanished into the hall. Lu Jinwen slowly rose, his hands clasped behind his back as he strolled to the window, his gaze penetrating the distance. He mused inwardly, do not blame me. King of Northern Su, only your demise will plunge this world into chaos. At the city gates of Wangshan, the city guard stood vigil with a group of men, observing the approaching entourage. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in the guard's eyes, quickly masked once more. As the carriage drew near, a smile emerged on the guard's face. He hastened forward and announced loudly, Zhang Ji, the city guard of Wangshan, respectfully welcomes the prince. Su Jinyue slightly lifted the carriage curtain, glancing at the guard before saying, no need for formalities. Zhang Ji bowed his head respectfully and replied, Your Highness, I have heard of your passage through Wangshan City and have brought the local officials to greet you. Accommodations have been arranged. Su Chun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the city guard with a sense of wariness. He silently thought, such warmth from the city guard must conceal ulterior motives. In that case, please lead the way. Su Senua murmureth. The guard promptly responded, Yes, Your Highness. Please follow me. With that, he gestured for his subordinates to clear the path and proceeded alongside Su Jinyue's carriage into the city. Inside the carriage, Su Chen remarked to Su Jinyue, Grandfather, we have traversed several cities without encountering any officials to greet us. Yet, even before reaching Wangshan City, this guard seems to have received news. I fear he may not come with good intentions. Su Jinyue nodded slightly, saying, From the moment we entered this city, we have become pawns in another's game. Since we are here, we must remain at ease and proceed step by step, observing what tricks they may employ. After following the city guard for some time, they finally arrived at a secluded residence. The estate stood quietly, seemingly isolated from the clamor of the outside world. Surrounding the residence was a profound silence, with no signs of life within a 2-kilometer radius. Your Highness, we have arrived. This is the retreat I have prepared for you, the guard announced. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyue dismounted and, under Zhang Ji's guidance, entered the estate. As they stepped inside, Zhang Ji began his introduction. Your Highness, While this residence may not rival the opulence of the royal palace, it offers tranquility and serenity. I hope it meets your and the prince's satisfaction. Su Jinyue gazed upon the estate before him, a flicker of satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. He then turned to Zhang Jidao, acknowledging his efforts. You have been thoughtful. I have traveled tirelessly for several days and find myself somewhat fatigued. You may withdraw for now. Should any matters arise, I shall summon you. Zhang Ji, upon hearing this, hurriedly responded, It pleases your highness, and I shall not intrude upon your rest with the young master. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. He then addressed the servants and maids within the estate, instructing them to be exceedingly cautious in their service to the prince and the young master, leaving no room for error. Understood, my lord, they replied in unison. Zhang Ji offered a respectful bow to Su Jinyue before departing with great reverence. At the city guard's residence, within a modest courtyard, a man clad in black attire sat upon a flight of steps. He stood tall and straight like a pine, reminiscent of a sword poised for action. The fabric of his black clothing clung to his physique, delineating his muscular contours. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his long, powerful legs exuded an aura of formidable strength. The man's countenance was stern, akin to a marble statue encased in frost. His sword-like brows slanted toward his temples, and his deep-set, icy eyes bore a chilling gaze. In his hand, he wielded a broken sword, its damaged blade emanating an aura that instilled fear. His long, strong fingers gripped the hilt tightly, as if the broken sword were an extension of his very being. His gaze remained fixed on the shattered blade, devoid of any emotion, resembling a machine without feelings, radiating an air of frigid detachment. This chill seemed capable of freezing the very air around him, evoking a sense of dread in those nearby. Standing before him, Zhang Ji felt an overwhelming pressure, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The oppressive atmosphere rendered him nearly breathless. I have arranged for the king of Su Bei to be settled into the residence as planned, Zhang Ji managed to say, suppressing his trepidation as he addressed the man. The figure in black slowly raised his head, his gaze still icy. He barely moved his lips, his voice as frigid as ice. Have all the personnel been arranged? All has been prepared. Arrangements will be made for poison to be introduced into their evening meal tonight. This poison is colorless and tasteless, and it will take several hours to take effect. Once they are afflicted, we shall act, ensuring success beyond doubt. The man in black nodded slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Excellent. Exercise utmost caution. Do not reveal any flaws. Zhang Ji replied solemnly, Understood, my lord. With that, he hurriedly departed, oblivious to the mysterious expression that flickered across the black-clad man's face at his turning. After Zhang Ji's departure, the man remained seated, his grip on the broken sword unwavering, his eyes filled with ruthless intent. Chapter 43. The maid delivered to the doormaster. Your Highness, we have conducted our investigation and found no anomalies thus far. Jun Wuhan and Mu Jiansheng entered the hall and reported to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded slightly, contemplating for a brief moment before instructing, Wuhan, keep a close watch on the city guard. Exercise utmost caution and avoid detection. Brother Jianxi, please observe the individuals and maidservants in the shadows, and discern if there are any unusual behaviors. Jun Wuhan clasped his fists and replied, Yes, master, I shall proceed with utmost caution. With that, he swiftly departed. Mu Jiansheng also bowed and assured, Rest assured, young master, I will keep a vigilant watch over everyone in the residence. Subsequently, he too began to discreetly patrol the house. Once the two had left, Su Chen turned to Su Jinyue and said, Grandfather, although Wuhan and the others have not yet detected anything amiss, I sense a tempest brewing beneath this calm. Su Jinyue nodded slightly, his voice low and grave. You are correct. Now that we have immersed ourselves in this predicament, exercising caution is prudent. At that moment, a remarkably beautiful maidservant entered abruptly, kneeling before Su Jinyue, Su Chen, and Zhao Wan'er with a thud. Su Jinyue furrowed his brow and asked sternly, Who are you, and why this alarm? Your Highness, I am but a maidservant from the city guard's residence, and I have urgent news to convey. Speak at your leisure, Su Jinyue commanded. Your Highness, a few days ago, I inadvertently overheard a conversation among the city guard officials. They plan to poison the dinner of your Highness and the young master this very night, intending to harm the young master. The maidservant continued, Knowing your Highness's benevolent nature, I could not bear to see you and the young master fall victim to such treachery, hence I took the risk to inform you. Su Jinyue's expression darkened as he exchanged glances with Su Chen. A fierce glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the kneeling maidservant and inquired, "Can you ascertain the truth of what you have heard?" The maidservant nodded fervently. "Young master, I assure you, I heard it distinctly, and not a word of it is false. The city guard official even claimed that this plan is foolproof, ensuring that your highness and the young master would have no means to escape." Zhao Wan'er, who had remained silent until now, expressed her astonishment. How audacious of a mere city guard to act thus. Even the emperor would not dare to strike against grandfather. Su Chen remained silent. His eyes locked on the maidservant for a prolonged moment before slowly articulating, "Why should I trust you? What compels you to warn us?" "Young master, my father was an honorable merchant from Wangshan City, wrongfully accused and murdered by Zhang Ji. For a year, I infiltrated the city guard's residence seeking vengeance, and I never anticipated hearing of their plot against your highness. I ask for nothing but that your highness and the young master assist me in avenging my father." As she spoke, the maidservant bowed her head repeatedly before Su Jinyue. Su Chen, observing the kneeling maidservant, emanated a potent aura. "If your words prove false, you are surely aware of the consequences. Young master, should I utter a single lie, I would willingly accept 1,000 tortures." After a moment's contemplation, Su Jinyue turned to the maidservant and stated, "I have comprehended all you have conveyed. You may take your leave." The maidservant lifted her head, her eyes filled with a blend of hope and anxiety, and after bowing once more, she expressed, "Thank you, your highness and young master. I implore you to grant justice for me." Having spoken, he slowly rose and retreated. Once the maid had departed, Su Chen turned to Su Jinyue and inquired, "Grandfather, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Su Jinyue furrowed his brow slightly and responded, "Chener, we must remain vigilant. However, we cannot solely rely on the maid's account. We must approach this with caution." Su Chen nodded in agreement, saying, "Your words are indeed wise, grandfather. I shall send Mu Jianshang to the kitchen to keep watch. If what the maid has claimed is true, we can turn the tables on them. If it proves false, we can deal with her later." Su Jinyue concurred very well. "Let be as you suggest." Before long, darkness enveloped the outside world entirely. Inside the kitchen, the flickering lights cast shadows. Following Su Chen's instructions, Mu Jianshang had arrived early, concealed in the shadows, quietly observing the actions of the cooks and servants. The cooks busily prepared the evening meal, the sounds of clashing pots and pans blending with the crackling flames of the stove. The servants darted about, carrying ingredients and seasonings back and forth. Mu Jianshang's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, missing no suspicious sign. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a servant whose behavior appeared somewhat furtive. This servant, when unnoticed by others, discreetly retrieved a small paper pouch from his bosom, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, before hastily pouring the contents into a pot of soup. Witnessing this scene, Mu Jianshang did not raise an alarm. He silently left the kitchen and made his way to the chamber where Su Chen and Su Jinyue were. "Your Highness, I have discovered a suspicious servant in the kitchen." This individual took advantage of a moment of inattention to pour a pouch of powder into a pot of soup, which I suspect to be the poison reported by the maid. Su Jinyue nodded slightly, a mysterious expression flickering in his eyes. It seems the maid's words hold merit. A glimmer of an inscrutable smile crossed Su Chen's face as he replied, "In that case, we shall indeed turn their scheme against them." As the words of the two men lingered in the air, a shadow flitted past outside their chamber. Following the departure of that figure, Su Chen and Su Jinyue exchanged knowing smiles. In a small courtyard of Wangshan City, Mu Jianshang lay atop a roof, closely observing the movements below. From his vantage point, the city guard, Zhang Ji, stood surrounded by a group of men clad in black, their expressions grim and exuding an aura of menace. Beside the city guard, Han Jian appeared to observe the assembly before him. Yet if one looked closely, they would notice that his peripheral gaze frequently drifted toward the direction of Jun Wuhan, his eyes betraying a hint of a cold smirk. Jun Wuhan held his breath, straining to listen. "Tonight is our moment to act. The king of Su Bei, his heir, and their retinue. None shall be spared. Do you understand?" The black-clad men responded in unison. "Yes, we shall root them out completely, leaving not a single one behind." Jun Wuhan's heart tightened, and just as he prepared to return and report to Su Chen, Qin Jian suddenly bellowed, "Who goes there?" Yun Wuhan paused momentarily, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The sharpness of the residual sword exceeded his expectations. Jun Wuhan dared not be negligent and swiftly employed his lightness skill to escape. You proceed according to the plan. I shall pursue him, said the residual sword as he turned to the city guard, Zhang Ji, before vanishing like a specter in pursuit of Jun Wuhan's fleeing figure. Zhang Ji, not pausing to ponder, issued a command, and a throng of cloaked figures hastened towards the residence of Su Chen. Unbeknownst to them, Su Chen had already meticulously arranged everything within the abode, poised to receive them. Chapter 44. Have we been waiting long? Not far from the residence where Su Chen and his companions resided, Zhang Ji concealed himself and his men in the shadows. His gaze was fixated intently on the direction of the abode, as if anticipating something. After a brief wait, Zhang Ji observed an individual emerging from the side entrance of the courtyard. The figure scanned the surroundings for any onlookers and then dashed towards Zhang Ji's position. How goes it? Has the task been completed? Zhang Ji inquired in a hushed tone as the person approached. The newcomer nodded eagerly, ingratiatingly stating, "Rest assured, my lord." All proceeded smoothly. I witnessed them bring in the poisoned broth, and by the time they carried it out, the bowls were thoroughly emptied. A faint smile of satisfaction crept upon Zhang Ji's lips as he gestured, "Excellent. Once our plan comes to fruition, your contributions shall not go unrecognized. Come, let us enter. We must ensure the roots are severed." With a sweeping motion of his hand, Zhang Ji led the way into the courtyard, his expression brimming with pride. A cadre of dark-clad figures trailed closely behind him, advancing menacingly towards the residence. Their footsteps echoed heavily in the stillness of the night. Upon entering the courtyard, an eerie silence enveloped them, reminiscent of a dormant grave. An inexplicable thrill surged within Zhang Ji as he envisioned the scene of the king of Su Bei and the young master of Su Bei lying amidst pools of blood. However, he remained oblivious to the vigilant eyes watching them intently from the shadows. Zhang Ji and his cloaked companions proceeded cautiously, every step laden with trepidation. Soon, they arrived at the courtyard where Su Chen and his companions resided. Zhang Ji commanded his subordinates, "Act." Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when the previously dark courtyard was suddenly illuminated. Countless torches flared to life, bathing the entire area in a brilliance akin to daylight. From the rooftops and the surrounding walls emerged a battalion of Su family soldiers, clad in armor and wielding weapons, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Zhang Ji and his dark-clad subordinates were rendered speechless by this unforeseen turn of events. They had not anticipated that Su Chen and his companions would be so well prepared. Zhang Ji's complexion paled instantly, beads of sweat beading on his forehead. The Su family soldiers, positioned above, formed a tight encirclement, entrapping Zhang Ji and his cohorts in their midst. Su Jinyue slowly emerged from the room, followed closely by Su Chen and Zhao Wan'er. His gaze was as cold as ice, exuding an air of authority that enveloped him, as he fixed his eyes on Zhang Ji and questioned, "What is your intention in bringing people to my residence at such an hour?" Zhang Ji stared back at Su Jinyue, his eyes filled with astonishment and resentment. Trembling, he inquired, "How is it that you are not poisoned? My men clearly witnessed you consuming the soup to the last drop." Stepping forward, Su Chen allowed a faint smirk to grace his lips, laced with a touch of derision as he retorted, "Do you really think your meager tricks could harm us? We have long seen through your scheme. We merely played along, waiting for you to walk into our trap." Grinding his teeth, Zhang Ji spat vehemently. "What does it matter if you are unharmed? I am prepared to sacrifice my life to drag you down with me." With that, he abruptly drew the sword from his waist, its blade glinting ominously in the torchlight. "Brothers, since death is inevitable, let us fight to the end." Su Sinuous scoffed. "You dare think you can take me down? You are utterly deluded." With a deafening roar, Zhang Ji unleashed his aura, a force indicative of his mastery at the profound realm, and charged at Su Jinyue with his sword raised. The intensity of his presence seemed capable of cleaving the very air around him, his eyes ablaze with determination and madness. Yet, before he could reach Su Jinyue, Mu Jiansheng appeared like a flash of lightning, blocking his path. With a stern expression, he positioned his sword horizontally, intercepting Zhang Ji's assault with unwavering steadiness. The clash of metal echoed through the night, sparks flying in all directions. The other men in black, witnessing this, surged forward with furious cries. However, the Su family army was well prepared, drawing their bows and releasing arrows that rained down upon the attackers like a swarm of locusts. The black-clad assailants fell one by one beneath the relentless barrage, their cries of agony rising in the air. In a matter of moments, all of Zhang Ji's men lay lifeless in a pool of blood, the air thick with the metallic scent of carnage. illuminated by the flickering flames that cast a grim tableau. As Zhang Ji and Mu Jiansheng clashed in several exchanges, the former began to show signs of fatigue. In contrast, Mu Jiansheng grew increasingly formidable, his strikes becoming more lethal with each passing moment. A wave of despair washed over Zhang Ji as he realized the futility of his struggle. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Mu Jiansheng redirected his sword, striking Zhang Ji's wrist at a precise angle. Pain surged through Zhang Ji, causing his sword to clatter to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, Mu Jiansheng delivered a swift kick to Zhang Ji's knee, sending him crashing to the ground, where his sword was soon poised at his throat. At the very moment Zhang Ji was subdued, Jun Wuhan descended from a rooftop, appearing somewhat disheveled, a trace of blood staining his lips. Noticing this, Su Chen's expression sharpened, and he urgently inquired, "Wuhan, are you all right? How did you sustain those injuries?" Jun Wuhan gasped for breath, placing a hand on his chest as he replied, "I found myself pursued by a figure clad in black after tracking Zhang Ji. The assailant possessed formidable strength, and during our encounter, I sustained a minor injury, nothing of great consequence. Yet the ability to harm me indicates the black-clad individual's considerable prowess. With that said, I turned my gaze toward Zhang Ji and inquired, 'Pray tell, what is the identity of this black-clad individual, and who sent you to assassinate us?' Zhang Ji merely scoffed, turning his head away and remaining silent. Recognizing his unwillingness to divulge information, I refrained from pressing further and instead addressed the Su family guards. 'Fetch that maidservant.' Shortly thereafter, the guards returned, escorting an exceptionally beautiful maid into the courtyard. She appeared somewhat apprehensive, timidly surveying the chaos and bloodshed that surrounded her. Trembling slightly, she quickly knelt before Su Jinyue and myself, her voice trembling with fear as she greeted us. 'This humble servant greets His Highness and the young master.' I leaned slightly closer and spoke. 'We owe you our gratitude for the timely warning. It allowed us to evade disaster. Now, your enemies stand before you. What do you wish to do?' 'Please, Your Highness, assist me in avenging my grievances,' the maid replied, her head bowed in trepidation. Upon hearing the exchange between myself and the maid, Zhang Ji was momentarily taken aback, then turned his attention to her. Although her gaze was cast downward, it seemed as if he glimpsed something unfathomable, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stammered, "You." But before he could complete his thought, he suddenly coughed up blood and succumbed to death. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the maid, brimming with rage and resentment. Mu Jiansheng promptly knelt to examine Zhang Ji before rising and declaring, "Your Highness, he has drawn his last breath." Upon hearing this, the maid's lips curled slightly, a fleeting smirk that suggested a sense of triumph, though it vanished almost instantaneously, barely discernible without careful observation. Su Chen noted every detail, but chose to remain silent. Suddenly, as if uncovering another revelation, Mu Jiansheng reached towards the lifeless body of Zhang Ji. Chapter 45, News from Yue Ridge Tavern. After probing Zhang Ji's face for a moment, Mu Jiansheng peeled away a human skin mask, eliciting gasps of astonishment from all present as their gazes turned towards the revelation. Beneath the mask lay a completely unfamiliar visage. Su Jinyue's expression sharpened as he exchanged a glance with me before stating, "Since the matter is settled, let us tend to the remains and retire for the night. We shall continue our journey at dawn." With that, Su Jinyue began to lead me and Zhao Wan'er back towards the interior of the building. At that moment, the kneeling maid suddenly implored urgently, "Your Highness, young master, I beseech you to take me in. I have nowhere else to turn. If I leave now, I fear I may fall into the hands of nefarious individuals once more. The prince's heir has avenged me, and I am willing to toil like a beast of burden to repay the kindness of the prince and his heir." As the maid spoke, she prostrated herself, her forehead soon flushed with crimson. Upon hearing her words, Su Chen halted his steps, turned around, and a knowing smile graced his face as his gaze lingered on the maid for a considerable time before he spoke slowly. "Given your earnest plea, I shall temporarily take you in. However, you must remember, should you harbor any treacherous intentions, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." The maid's face brightened with joy at his words, and she hurriedly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Highness, thank you, young master. I shall remain ever loyal and would not dare entertain any disloyal thoughts." Observing the maid kneeling on the ground, Su Chen contemplated inwardly, pondering what schemes they might be plotting. Subsequently, Su Jinyue, Su Chen, and Zhao Wan'er entered the room. Zhao Wan'er prepared tea for the two. And after Su Jinyue took a sip, Su Chen remarked, "Grandfather, this individual has utilized Zhang Ji's identity to assassinate us, placing us in a precarious situation. It appears that the mastermind behind this has invested considerable effort, employing another to masquerade as Zhang Ji. Even if the operation fails, they leave us no incriminating evidence. What a cunning strategy." Su Chen furrowed his brow, lightly tapping the table, his eyes filled with contemplation, before continuing, "Moreover, that maid possesses an air of peculiarity. She is far from the simpleton she appears to be." Listening to Su Chen, Zhao Wan'er softly inquired, "Su Chen, if you suspect that maid of being problematic, why agree to let her stay by your side? Is this not inviting danger into your home?" Su Chen lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, before shaking his head slightly. "Wan'er, it is precisely because I find her suspicious that I wish to keep her close. By having her here, we can observe her every move. Should she act out of line, she will inevitably reveal her true colors. I am keen to see what tricks they might attempt." Su Jinyue nodded slightly, agreeing. Chen speaks wisely. This is a strategy of stillness to counter movement. Furthermore, we are in the open, while the enemy lurks in shadows. Having an additional opportunity to observe them is advantageous for us. However, this maid must be closely watched. Su Chen assured confidently, "Rest easy, grandfather. I will assign someone to keep a constant watch on her." Su Jinyue nodded approvingly. "That is splendid." After a brief discussion, the three retired to their respective rooms for the night. As Su Chen accompanied Zhao Wan'er to her door, grinning mischievously, Sister Wan'er, "Are you not afraid to be alone at night? Would you like me to stay and keep you company?" Zhao Wan'er blushed at his words, then regarded Su Chen with a wary expression. "You rogue, Chen. I do not need your company. I am not afraid." With that, she stuck her tongue out at him before quickly entering her room and shutting the door. As Zhao Wan'er closed the door and leaned against it, the blush on her cheeks had yet to fade, yet her lips involuntarily curved into a subtle smile. Meanwhile, after her entrance, Su Chen retreated to his own room. He did not immediately retire to bed, but instead sat by the window, gazing into the night beyond, lost in contemplation. At dawn the following day, Su Chen and his companions resumed their journey. The entire Wangshan city lay in tranquil silence, as if the events of the previous night had never transpired, failing to stir even a ripple in its calm. As their figures departed from the city on the city wall, the expressionless Zhang Jian turned to the person beside him and inquired, "Is everything arranged at Yue Ridge?" The cloaked figure nodded slightly, responding in a low voice, "Rest assured, everything has been set according to plan." Zhang Jian's gaze turned cold, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips as he declared, "Proceed as planned. Instruct our informants not to act rashly. Let those useless fools from the U.S. sect wear them down first, and we will ultimately coordinate with the actress." The dark-clad man bowed his head in acknowledgement before swiftly departing. Zhang Jian, fixated on the broken sword in his hands, spoke ominously, "Sword God, ha! My sword eagerly anticipates tasting your blood." Standing atop the city wall, his eyes brimmed with madness and resolve. At that moment, Su Chen and his group were en route to Yue Ridge. 2 days later, after considerable exertion, they arrived at the foot of a towering mountain. From a distance, Su Chen spotted an inn. Su Jinyue, upon seeing it, was instantly elated and promptly led Su Chen, Zhao Wan'er, Mu Jiansheng, Jun Wuhan, and all the maids from Wangshan City into the inn. As they settled at a table, they overheard 4 individuals at a nearby table, all clad similarly and evidently inebriated, engaged in discussion. "What do you think the sect leader intends with so many brothers lying in wait at the mountain's base?" One of them whispered. "Who knows? But it must be something significant," another replied. "I heard the left guardian mention that an important figure is expected to pass through here. Our presence may be to deal with that notable individual." Upon hearing their conversation, Su Chen exchanged a wary glance with Su Jinyue, both recognizing the caution reflected in each other's eyes. Zhao Wan'er peered at the group beside them and gently tugged at Su Chen, saying, "Do you think they're speaking of us?" Su Chen shook his head slightly, responding in a hushed tone, "Let us listen first." At that moment, one of the maids standing behind Su Chen and the others, listening intently to the discussion, inwardly scorned, "A bunch of fools." She lowered her gaze, yet a fleeting glimmer of icy coldness flickered in her eyes. That gaze resembled a frigid pool, devoid of warmth, as if the individuals before her were mere pawns to be manipulated at will. However, this unusual expression vanished as quickly as it appeared, and she soon resumed her docile demeanor, standing there with lowered eyes, as if nothing had transpired. Su Chen and the others continued to eavesdrop on the discussions of a few individuals, striving to extract more information. In the tavern, as several cups of wine were consumed, the voices of the drinkers grew progressively louder. Whoever that prominent figure may be, it has nothing to do with us. We brothers shall simply enjoy our drinks. Another chimed in, with the sect leader and the guardians present. Even if the heavens were to fall, they would shield us. What do we have to fear? As the four engaged in their banter, a man seated directly opposite Su Chen suddenly lifted his gaze and noticed Zhao Wan'er. His eyes gleamed with interest, prompting him to exchange glances with the other three. In unison, they turned to observe Su Chen's group, and upon seeing Zhao Wan'er and her maid behind her, their eyes sparkled with intrigue. After a brief exchange of looks, they rose and approached Su Chen's table, a sinister smile etched upon their faces. Stumbling toward them, the leader leered at Zhao Wan'er and said, this young lady is quite enchanting. How about accompanying us for some fun? The other three joined in the lewd banter, their gazes filled with malice. As a man reached out with an inappropriate hand toward Zhao Wan'er, Jun Wuhan stepped forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the leader sprawling to the ground with a heavy thud. The other three, witnessing this, erupted in fury and drew their knives. Qiaoting a Yun Wuhan. With a piercing gaze, he evaded their attacks with uncanny agility. Subsequently, he swung his sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that sent the three crashing to the ground, unconscious. The leader, seeing this unfold, struggled to his feet, his eyes betraying a mix of vigilance and fear as he addressed Jun Wuhan. Kid, I didn't realize you were a fighter, but this is the territory of a Shadow Moon sect. You should have done your homework. Having provoked us today, you shan't leave so easily. With a cold scoff, Jun Wuhan pointed his sword at the man, declaring with authority, "And what of the Shadow Moon sect? Dare to harass my masteress wife, and you shall face dire consequences." Upon hearing Jun Wuhan's words, Zhao Wan'er blushed deeply, lowering her head in embarrassment. Su Chen, observing her reaction, couldn't help but chuckle, casting a knowing glance at Yun Wuhan. However, Jun Wuhan's focus remained fixed on the leader, oblivious to Su Chen's expression. At that moment, the leader, sensing their distraction, harbored a sinister glint in his eyes as he stealthily retrieved a signal flare from his pocket, preparing to call for help. Yet, his clandestine maneuver did not escape Su Chen's keen eye. "Wuhan, apprehend him," Su Chen commanded. Without hesitation, Jun Wuhan sprang into action, dashing toward the leader like a bolt of lightning. The leading man was taken aback, hastily attempting to launch a signal flare, but Jun Wuhan moved with remarkable speed, appearing before him in an instant. With a swift motion of his sword, Jun Wuhan sent the signal flare crashing to the ground, followed by a decisive kick to the leader's wrist, causing him to yelp in pain and drop his weapon. Do you still think you can call for help in my presence?" Yun Wuhan scoffed. The leader, filled with terror, glanced at Jun Wuhan and then at Su Chen and the others, realizing he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Trembling, he stammered, "What do you want from me?" Jun Wuhan seized the man's collar and flung him towards Su Chen. The man tumbled awkwardly to the ground, fear evident in his gaze as he looked up at Su Chen and the others. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing down upon him with an air of authority, and inquired, "I overheard you mention that your brothers from the Moonlit sect are lying in ambush at the foot of the mountain. What is the story behind that?" The man's face betrayed hesitation, his eyes darting uneasily, clearly reluctant to divulge information easily. With a disdainful snort, Su Chen warned, "If you do not speak, you will soon regret it." As he raised his hand slightly, Jun Wuhan stepped forward, brandishing his sword which gleamed ominously. The man trembled uncontrollably and quickly exclaimed, No. I'll tell you. I only heard the Protector mention that a significant figure would be passing through the Moonlit Ridge, but we mere pawns are unaware of the specifics. The sect leader and the Protectors are taking this matter very seriously. Hence, they dispatched numerous brothers to lie in wait at various locations below the mountain, prepared to seize this important figure upon their arrival. We are merely following orders. We truly know nothing more. Where are your men lying in ambush? Su Chen pressed, his brow furrowing in concentration. The man's eyes flickered anxiously across the faces of Su Chen and his companions, as if weighing his options. Observing this, Jun Wuhan subtly adjusted his grip on the sword, a trickle of blood seeping from the man's neck. The man quaked in fear. "I will tell you. Please, don't harm me." His voice was filled with dread and panic. "Our people are hiding in the bamboo groves within the Moonlit sect, having obtained the desired information." Su Chen ordered his men to escort the man, along with the three who had already succumbed to unconsciousness, away. The significant figure they spoke of was likely to be us. Grandfather, are you familiar with this moonlit sect? Su Chen Tento Susfeng, who shook his head in response. Your Highness, during my travels through the martial world, I have heard of the moonlit sect, interjected the swordsman Mu Jiansheng. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Jiansheng continued. The moonlit sect is a nefarious cult, notorious throughout the martial realm. It has two malevolent leaders, known for their cunning and ruthless natures, willing to employ any means to achieve their goals. One of the leaders is particularly adept at the use of poison, crafting strange and unpredictable toxins that are exceedingly difficult to guard against. Another leader is proficient in concealed weapons, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with. Besides the two leaders, the U.S. sect boasts 8 formidable guardians, each possessing unique martial arts skills. After Mu Jiansheng finished speaking, Su Chan furrowed his brow and remarked, "It appears that the U.S. sect is indeed a formidable adversary. I fear nothing else, but the poison they wield is truly insidious and hard to guard against." Su Jinyue's expression grew grave as he concurred. "You are right, Chener. Those who employ poison are the most treacherous, making them nearly impossible to defend against. We must proceed with utmost caution and never let our guard down." Zhao Wan'er suggested, "Since we are aware of their ambush, should we not take a detour? The surrounding mountains encircle us, and the Yue Ridge is an essential passage to the royal city. If we wish to divert our path, we would have to traverse steep mountains, and the terrain is treacherous, making it easy to lose our way. Additionally, we might encounter wild beasts or other hidden dangers," Mu Jiansheng replied. Su Chun nodded slightly in agreement, saying, "What Jiansheng says is true. The uncertainties of taking a detour are far too great, and the risks may not be less than confronting the bamboo forest head-on." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chan turned to Su Jinyue and said, "Grandfather, you and Wan'er should wait here while I venture into the bamboo forest to clear the obstacles before we proceed." Su Jinyue immediately frowned in opposition. "No, Chener, the bamboo forest is fraught with danger. It is far too perilous for you to go alone." Zhao Wan'er anxiously added, "Su Chun, you cannot go by yourself. With so many members of the U.S. sect, along with their poisons and concealed weapons, what if something were to happen to you?" Jun Wuhan also hastily interjected, "Master, you cannot go alone. If you must go, I will accompany you." Feeling the concern of those around him, Su Chan was filled with warmth. He looked at them with unwavering determination and said, "Grandfather, Wan'er, you need not worry about me. Are you not aware of my capabilities? I will act with caution, and should I sense any danger, I will retreat immediately. Brother Wuhan, your task is to ensure the safety of Grandfather and Wan'er. I can handle the bamboo forest on my own, and having you there would only distract me." Observing the resolute gaze of Su Chun, Su Jinyue realized he could not alter his decision and could only sigh in resignation, saying, "Chener, you must exercise great caution." Zhao Wan'er, seeing Su Jinyue acquiesce, bit her lip and softly urged, "Su Chun, you must return safely. We will be waiting for you." Although Jun Wuhan remained worried, he had no choice but to comply with Su Chun's plan. Su Chun nodded, then stood up and resolutely walked towards the depths of Yue Ridge. Chapter 47. Please be silent. Your presence is causing the bamboo leaves to wither. Within Yue Ridge, Su Chun held the Qishao sword and advanced slowly. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only the faint sound of his footsteps echoing through the air. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and occasionally, a few birds would swoop by emitting crisp calls, only to vanish in an instant. Not long after setting off, a grove of bamboo came into view not far ahead. The bamboo stalks stood tall and slender, their verdant leaves rustling softly in the breeze. Within the grove, light seemed to be filtered away by the layered bamboo leaves, creating an ambience of profound darkness. As Su Chun stepped inside, a thick carpet of bamboo leaves cushioned his every footfall, each step eliciting a faint creaking sound that resonated distinctly in the stillness of the surroundings. Upon entering the bamboo grove, Su Chun keenly sensed an unusual aura, a barely perceptible yet chilling presence of malice. Nonetheless, there was no trace of anxiety upon his face. A subtle smile played at the corners of his lips, almost imperceptible upon closer inspection. In a concealed nook of the grove, 2 figures lay hidden among the bamboo leaves, their eyes fixed intently on Su Chun. "Old 6, I think this lad bears a striking resemblance to the person in the portrait," one remarked. "Old 7, surely you're mistaken. Did the reports not indicate a large troop approaching? This lad is alone. He cannot be the one we await, replied the other. Who knows? Let us observe for now, until we receive the command from the master. Meanwhile, in another part of the bamboo grove, several figures also concealed themselves, having sensed Su Chan's entrance, exchanging knowing glances. Perched atop a bamboo stalk, two figures stood proudly, resembling deities surveying the world below. Since Su Chan had stepped into the grove, their gaze had remained unyieldingly fixed upon him. To the left stood a figure with a delicate appearance, his skin pale as jade, exuding a sickly pallor that somehow added an air of sinister allure. Clad in a flowing purple robe, his long hair cascaded like ink down his back, with a few strands framing his face. This was Ziyue, one of the two leaders of the Yue sect. Beside him stood another figure, his rugged features chiseled like stone, exuding an aura of coldness and resolute strength. Tall and imposing, he emanated a formidable presence, his long fingers adorned with small yet sharp metal pieces, clearly capable of launching lethal projectiles in an instant or serving as deadly weapons in close combat. This was Ziyue, the other leader of the sect. Ziyue tilted his head slightly, his slender fingers playfully twirling a lock of hair, his gaze revealing a hint of amusement. He. His laughter was melodious, yet carried an unmistakable masculine timbre, imbued with a peculiar intrigue. Ziyue, look at this lad. He is truly handsome. Just observe those brows. Those contours. How can one be so exquisitely formed? As he spoke, his fingers continued to dance around the strand of hair, his eyes glinting with heightened interest, as if he had already marked Su Chan as an intriguing prey to be scrutinized. Ziyue, witnessing this, furrowed his brow and cast a disdainful glance at Ziyue. Do not let your fervor cloud your judgment. Remember why we are here. His voice was deep and hoarse, akin to the abrasive sound of sandpaper, brimming with unmistakable impatience. Yet, Ziyue remained unfazed, lightly curling her lips in a playful pout, a demeanor that, when paired with his androgynous visage, appeared somewhat peculiar. He languidly remarked, Ziyue, you are truly insipid. They will undoubtedly pass this way. If we lie in wait, how could they possibly evade our grasp? Ziyue haft coldly, disregarding Ziyue siest. Her gaze returning to Su Chan, her eyes sharp and penetrating, as if they could pierce through him. As Su Chan strolled through the bamboo grove, he was acutely aware of the two figures atop the bamboo peak, yet he continued his leisurely pace, feigning ignorance. Ziyue, undeterred by Ziyue's frosty demeanor, wore a smile that danced on the edge of mirth, and with a few graceful leaps, she alighted before Su Chan. Upon noticing her, Su Chan gradually came to a halt, lifting his gaze to the figure before him, his expression devoid of surprise. Ziyue scrutinized Su Chan from head to toe, her penetrating gaze drifting from his face to the sword in his hand and back to his countenance, her eyes now glimmering with intrigue. Her lips parted slightly, her voice maintaining that charmingly eerie pitch. She spoke, Ah, young master, you possess quite the audacity, wandering alone in the bamboo thicket of Yue Ridge. Are you not afraid of being robbed of both your wealth and virtue? Her laughter, a silvery chime, echoed through the grove, tinged with an unsettling undertone. As Su Chan regarded Ziyue's appearance and listened to her voice, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. He furrowed his brow, a flicker of disgust crossing his features. Before he managed a slight smirk, your visage and voice are indeed repulsive. Upon hearing Su Chen's remark, Ziyue's smile faltered momentarily, only to return to her enigmatic grin, though her eyes now reflected a hint of frostiness. Su Chan, undistracted by her expression, continued, No one can impede my path wherever I choose to go. Is that so, rash youth? You certainly possess a bold spirit, Ziyue interjected, the moment Su Chen's words fell. An imposing figure appeared beside Ziyue, his face etched with fury, bore a countenance that seemed shrouded in a layer of frost, his brows knitted tightly, and his eyes ablaze with ire, glowering at Su Chan with malice. His voice, once again, resonated with the roughness of sandpaper, laced with disdain and menace. A mere fledgling dares to voice such arrogance here. Today, I shall ensure your demise. As he moved to strike, Ziyue interposed herself, stifling a laugh with her hand, her laughter still tinged with an eerie playfulness. Ziyue, how unfortunate it would be to end the life of such a handsome young man so swiftly. Why not allow me a moment's indulgence with him? Upon hearing these words, Ziyue's gaze towards Su Chan ignited with an even fiercer fury, as if intending to reduce him to ashes in an instant. Yet, he refrained from striking again. Ziyue, undeterred by Ziyue's displeasure, turned her eyes back to Su Chen, her gaze resembling that of a sinuous viper, evoking a chill of dread. Young master, you are indeed fortunate. Today, I find myself in a good mood, and thus grant you an opportunity. Should you succeed in pleasing me, I might just spare your life. Zhu Chen, suppressing the turmoil in his stomach, cast a disdainful look at Ziyue. You, neither man nor woman, with your twisted thoughts, should hasten to silence that foul mouth of yours. Go find a mirror to behold your ghastly visage. Even the bamboo leaves wilt in disgust at your presence. Instantly, the smile vanished from Ziyue's face, replaced by an expression rife with malice. Her previously charming features contorted grotesquely, her pallor darkening to a sickly hue, rendering her all the more terrifying. What? Have you already broken my defenses? Su Chen remarked with a smirk. You dare to insult me so? I shall make you experience a torment beyond death. Her voice, once laced with playful charm, now dripped with bone-chilling venom and palpable resentment, akin to a venomous serpent coiling in fury, poised to strike at Su Chen. No sooner had she spoken than Ziyue violently flicked her sleeve, causing her purple robe to billow with the wind, releasing a noxious miasma that surged toward Su Chen. This poisonous mist, a strange shade of purple-black, rapidly wilted the surrounding bamboo, turning the once vibrant leaves to a sickly yellow. Observing the impending threat, Su Chen grasped his sword, Qi Xiao, and unleashed a swift arc of sword energy, propelled by formidable strength, charging directly into the oncoming toxic wave. The sword energy whipped through the air, stirring the surrounding bamboo leaves into a frenzied dance, while those that lay quietly on the ground were swept up in a powerful torrent, crafting a majestic tableau. Ziyue, taken aback, was astounded that her noxious release had been effortlessly countered by Su Chen. Ziyou, quick to respond, seized Ziyue's arm, exerting force beneath his feet, and with a ghostly swiftness, he whisked her aside. Once they regained their footing, both cast wary glances towards the path of the sword energy. Where the bamboo had been cleaved as if struck by a colossal axe, the severed ends jagged and chaotic, while the leaves lay shattered, cascading down like a green snowfall. Simultaneously, they turned their apprehensive gazes upon Su Chen, demanding, "Who are you?" Su Chen let out a light chuckle, his smile imbued with a hint of nonchalance and composure. "Were you not waiting for me? How is it that you now fail to recognize me?" Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the two exchanged glances, and, as if recalling something, they swiftly took a few steps back, stating, "You're the young master of Su Bei, the sword god, Su Chen." Chapter 48. Your poison seems rather lackluster. Ziyu, be silent. The moment Ziyu's words fell, she was met with a sharp reprimand from Ziyu. Realizing her misstep, Ziyu suddenly became aware of her error. However, Su Chen was unfazed. He turned to the two of them and remarked, "You indeed came for me, but I am quite curious. Whose orders do you serve?" At Su Chen's inquiry, the expressions of the two shifted slightly, and they exchanged silent glances, remaining reticent. Ziyu's gaze flickered, seemingly contemplating how to navigate this question. Observing their silence, a smirk of derision played upon Su Chen's lips. "What is the matter? Afraid to speak? Or is it that your puppet master instills such trepidation that you dare not even mention their name?" Ziyu furrowed her brows, a glimmer of wariness in her eyes. "Su Chen, do not become too arrogant. Even if you are the young master of Su Bei, what does it matter? Since you have fallen into our snare today, do not expect to leave here alive." Su Chen chuckled lightly, grasping the Qi Xiao sword firmly, its blade shimmering faintly. "A snare? You think you can kill me with mere numbers? Do you believe we are alone in this bamboo grove? Brothers, emerge!" As Ziyu's words echoed, figures suddenly soared from within the bamboo thicket, their movements stirring up gusts of wind. In an instant, the serene bamboo forest was enveloped in a flurry of leaves. Su Chen exhibited no surprise, his expression calm as he surveyed his surroundings. Within the grove, each figure donned the distinctive attire of the US sect, their garments billowing in the breeze, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Their faces were stern, and their eyes betrayed an unmistakable blend of ruthlessness and mockery. The weapons they wielded glinted with a chilling gleam in the dim light of the bamboo grove, as blades and swords intertwined, casting a shroud of frost over the tranquil locale. Some followers brandished long sabers, while others held taut bows, their arrows seemingly coated with an unknown venom, glimmering ominously in the shadows. The assembly formed a tight encirclement around Su Chen, their gazes sharp as wolves locking onto their prey, waiting for a command to unleash their deadly projectiles upon him. At the forefront of the throng, 8 figures formed a fan-shaped formation, enclosing Su Chen, a manifestation of the 8 great protectors of the U.S. sect. With the congregation of followers now present, Ziyu turned to Su Chen, her fingers delicately covering her mouth as she laughed. Do you truly believe we can't kill you? Look around. These are the elite of the U.S. sect. Today, even if you possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, you shall find your demise here. After a brief pause, he feigned shyness and smiled, saying, If you are willing to heed my words and bring me some joy, I might consider granting you a swift end otherwise. Upon hearing these words, Su Chen's expression darkened momentarily before he cast a cold, disdainful glance at Ziyu, retorting, If I am to perish here today, it will surely be due to your repulsiveness. Ziyu's face turned ashen with fury, his delicate features contorting grotesquely. In the next instant, his voice, sharp and filled with rage, echoed through the bamboo grove. Kill him. The disciples of the Ghost Moon sect sprang into action at the command. A flurry of piercing sounds filled the air as poisoned arrows, glinting ominously, rained down upon Su Chen, weaving a deadly net amidst the dimly lit bamboo. The arrows sliced through the air, the rushing wind reminiscent of the whispers of death, instilling terror. However, Su Chen remained unfazed, his countenance betraying no emotion or movement. Yet, the arrows halted a mere foot before him, suspended in midair, casting an eerie shadow in the twilight of the bamboo forest. The disciples of the Ghost Moon sect widened their eyes in astonishment. Ziyu and Ziyu exchanged grave glances before taking swift action. Ziyu waved his hand, sending several leaf-shaped projectiles, infused with true energy, hurtling towards Su Chen. Unyielding, Ziyu revealed a small porcelain vial from his sleeve, hurling it towards Su Chen's position. The vial shattered midair, releasing a sinister blue mist that enveloped Su Chen. With venom in his gaze and a cruel smile playing on his lips, Ziyu declared, Su Chen, taste my specially crafted poison. Once afflicted, no matter your prowess, you shall fall and be at our mercy. In response, Su Chen tilted his chin slightly, a glimmer of scorn in his eyes. With a mere flick of his sleeve, the suspended arrows redirected with even greater speed towards the disciples of the Ghost Moon sect. The projectiles from Ziyu and the toxic mist from Ziyu followed suit, hurtling towards their comrades. Look out! Quick dodge! Ziyu shouted, and only then did the disciples awaken from their stupor, scrambling to evade. However, their movements proved too slow. The arrows streaked through like meteors, striking the front line of the Ghost Moon sect. In an instant, cries of agony echoed throughout the bamboo grove. Ziyu and Ziyu's expressions turned grave as they realized they had grossly underestimated Su Chen's strength. Exchanging a knowing glance, they swiftly ascended into the air, landing atop a bamboo peak. Ziyu bellowed, attack. As his words fell, countless bamboo stalks sprang forth from the ground, shooting towards Su Chen like arrows. These bamboos whistled sharply, slicing through the air as if to pierce Su Chen. A faint smile graced Su Chen's lips as he cleaved the nearest bamboo with a single stroke of his sword. Yet at that very instant, a cloud of blue-purple poison swiftly enveloped him. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and he inwardly admonished himself for being careless. He quickly held his breath, wielding his Qishao sword to summon a powerful gust of wind, attempting to disperse the toxic miasma. However, in the next moment, a dense swarm of bamboos surged forth once more. Upon reaching above Su Chen, the figure of Ziyu, perched atop the bamboo, unleashed hidden projectiles, the sound of explosions echoing incessantly. The bamboos above Su Chen burst apart upon contact with the projectiles, releasing a thick cloud of poisonous powder that descended upon him, obscuring his figure from those outside. Ziyu and Ziyu stood atop the bamboo, their faces adorned with smug smiles as they fixated on the toxic mist. Ziyu's voice rang out sweetly. Even if you are a sword deity, what does it matter? You shall still perish beneath my poison. The members of the U.S. sect shared in their delight, seemingly envisioning Su Chen's agonizing struggle within the fog. Yet at that moment, Su Chen's voice unexpectedly emerged from the dense poison. Your poison seems rather unimpressive. Chapter 49. The Elegance of the Sword. U.S. sect annihilated. The smug expressions on Ziyu and Ziyu's faces instantly froze, replaced by shock and disbelief. Their eyes widened as they stared intently at the toxic mist, a wave of profound unease washing over them. Suddenly, a fierce sword energy surged from the fog, tearing a gash through the poisonous veil. Following closely, Su Chen's figure leaped forth from within the mist. Ziyu and Ziyu, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons and poisoned needles toward Su Chen, while poisoned arrows from the surrounding bamboo forest also soared toward him. In midair, Su Chen's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the incoming projectiles and poisoned arrows, an imposing aura radiating from him, saturating the air with formidable sword energy. With a focused gaze, he swung his Qi Shao sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy that radiated outward from him. Initially, the sword energy appeared as a slender silver glimmer, but in an instant, it transformed into a resplendent silver tempest, sweeping through the surroundings with devastating force. The hidden weapons and poison needles, upon contact with the sword energy, were obliterated like fragile paper, scattering into the air. Yet, the might of Su Chen's strike did not cease there. The sword energy continued its relentless assault, first targeting Zio and Ziyue. As they beheld the encroaching wave of sword energy, they sensed the chilling threat of death looming over them. The two individuals widened their eyes, their faces betraying a look of terror as they hastily summoned all their inner strength, thrusting their hands forward in a desperate attempt to withstand the terrifying sword energy. However, Su Chen's furious strike was overwhelmingly potent. In the instant that the sword energy collided with their inner force, Ziyu and Ziyu felt an irresistible force surge towards them, their internal energy dissipating in an instant. After merely a brief struggle, they were sent flying by the sword energy, their bodies soaring backward like kites severed from their strings, crashing through several sturdy bamboo stalks midair. Ultimately, they fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The sword energy, undiminished in its ferocity, continued to radiate outward. Wherever it passed, bamboo snapped as cleanly as if cut by a mirror-like blade. The entire bamboo grove appeared to have been ravaged by a tremendous storm, leaving chaos in its wake. As tranquility descended, Su Chen's figure slowly descended to the earth. He stood tall and imposing, exuding a formidable aura. From a distance, one could see that the bamboo within a radius of several hundred meters lay shattered. Those once towering bamboo stalks now lay scattered on the ground, their cut ends smooth and glimmering with a cold silver sheen. Amidst the swirling bamboo leaves, Su Chen, clad in white, stood as if a celestial being banished to the mortal realm. The members of the U.S. sect stood frozen in place, their faces marked by sheer terror as they beheld the devastation surrounding them. Their eyes were filled with despair and reverence. Some even found their legs weakening, collapsing onto the ground. Ziyu felt a tumult within, as if his internal organs had shifted. A metallic taste filled his throat, and he coughed up blood. Struggling to rise, he discovered that his entire body was racked with excruciating pain, rendering him utterly powerless. Ziyu's complexion was even more ashen, his delicate features contorted with agony and fear. He trembled as he pointed a shaking finger at Su Chen, exclaiming, "How can you be so strong?" Su Chen scoffed, replying, "It is not my strength, but rather your utter weakness." At this, Ziyu's face flushed with shame and indignation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He bit his lip, his gaze filled with resentment. Su Chen, however, did not spare them another glance. Instead, his cold eyes swept over the members of the U.S. sect, instilling a chilling dread within them. "He is no mere mortal. I do not wish to die. Run quickly," a voice cried out from the crowd. In an instant, the members of the U.S. sect scattered like panicked wild boars. The 8 guardians, after exchanging glances with Ziyu and Ziyu, also joined the throng in their flight. Glaring at the fleeing guardians and the rest of the sect, Ziyu and Ziyu were consumed by a mix of fury and despair. Ziyu, suppressing his agonizing pain, cursed vehemently, "These cowards dare to flee in the face of battle. They shall face severe punishment upon our return." Hearing this, Su Chen turned to Ziyu with a smile, saying, "Return? Do you truly believe you can go back? Your U.S. sect has committed countless atrocities. Today, I shall do a good deed by ridding the martial world of pests like you." With that, Su Chen pointed his sword, and the shattered bamboo poles shot up into the sky like arrows. Beneath the radiant sun, the bamboo poles shimmered with a chilling silver light, resembling countless arrows poised for release. Suddenly, the bamboo pierced through the air with a sharp, whistling sound, diving towards the fleeing followers of the moonlit sect like a torrential downpour. The adherents, hearing the terrifying sounds behind them, turned in horror, witnessing a veritable deluge of bamboo surging towards them. Some stood frozen in fear, their eyes filled with despair, while others attempted to evade. But the speed of the poles was too swift for any reaction. The bamboo fell like meteors, instantly piercing through the bodies of the congregation. Blood splattered, and cries of anguish resounded in the air. Observing this scene, Zihyu and Ziyue's faces paled further, realizing that the moonlit sect was about to face utter annihilation. Trembling, Ziyue uttered, "Su Chun, how ruthless you are," but before she could finish, another spurt of blood erupted from her lips. Zihyu clenched his jaw tightly, his eyes brimming with anger and helplessness. The entire bamboo grove transformed into a gruesome battlefield, strewn with corpses and shattered poles. Su Chun stood quietly, his white garments billowing, his gaze coldly surveying the carnage. He turned his eyes towards the two fallen figures with a mocking expression, echoing Ziyue's earlier words. "Now, I can offer you both a chance. If you reveal your mastermind, I might consider granting you a swift end. Otherwise," the two exchanged a glance before responding. "Release us, and we will divulge the identity of our backer." As they spoke, both discreetly reached into their sleeves. Su Chen's face flickered with anger at this, and without hesitation, a blade of sword energy surged towards them. Caught off guard, they had no time to react. The sword energy struck them instantly, their eyes widening in disbelief as they fell. The concealed weapon in Zihyu's hand clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound, while Ziyue revealed a vial of poison, its eerie blue liquid spilling out and emitting a pungent odor. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the bamboo leaves and bloodstains on the ground. Su Chen observed the fallen pair with no trace of compassion in his gaze. His white attire fluttered in the wind, resembling an untouchable deity. Chapter 50. Su Sinuetaques Action. Inside the tavern, Zhao Wan'er occasionally cast glances towards the moonlit ridge, entirely oblivious to the expression on her maid's face as she looked at her. Returning to the table, concern etched on her features, she inquired of Su Jinyue, "Grandfather, Su Chen has been gone for so long. Surely nothing unforeseen has occurred?" Su Jinyue took a sip of his drink and, glancing in the direction Su Chen had departed, replied, "Just now, I sensed a powerful sword intent. It must be Chun'er engaged in battle with the followers of the Moonlit Sect. Esta Suot Vania." With Chun'er's mastery of the sword, the disciples of the Moonlit Sect should not pose a threat to him. Zhao Wan'er slightly furrowed her brows, her hands unconsciously twisting together. "Yet, grandfather, the Moonlit Sect is notoriously cunning and treacherous. I remain anxious that Su Chen may fall victim to their schemes." Su Jinyue set down his cup, his eyes filled with affection and trust. "Wan'er, we must have faith in Chun'er." Just as Su Jinyue's words fell, he suddenly sensed a strange aura emanating from outside the tavern. His brow furrowed, and he called out loudly towards the entrance, "Whoever you may be, why not reveal yourself?" "Ha ha, truly worthy of the king of Su Bei. Even from such a distance, you discern our presence," a somewhat aged voice responded, drifting in like a whisper from afar, imbued with a sense of time's passage. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyue rose and strode towards the tavern's exterior. His steps were steady and powerful, each one resonating with an air of authority. Jun Wuhan and Mu Jiansheng exchanged glances before quickly following Zhao Wan'er and her maid. Upon exiting, Su Jinyue beheld three figures swiftly descending from the treetops nearby. One figure, clad in a gray robe and wearing a ghostly mask, exuded an enigmatic presence, the mask glinting with an eerie luminescence in the sunlight. Another was the remnant sword, who had stood atop the city wall when they left Wangshan City. His gaze was frigid, wielding a shattered sword, emanating a sharp aura. The final figure was a burly man, appearing to be in his 40s, with a thick beard. Shouldering a hefty blade, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes fixed intently on Su Jinyue. Observing the three before him, Su Jinyue's demeanor grew serious. "What purpose do you pursue by following us?" The figure in gray laughed heartily. "Did you not already surmise?" Su Jinyue fixed his gaze on the gray figure. "Has the emperor dispatched you?" The gray figure did not respond directly, but turned to Su Jinyue. "King of Su Bei, spare me your probing. I shan't divulge anything regardless. We are here today to request the heads of the king of Su Bei and his heir. Your grace, the one wielding the broken sword is the very individual who injured me in Wangshan City." Jun Wuhan whispered to Su Jinyue, casting a glance at the remnant sword. Mu Jiansheng, overhearing Jun Wuhan's words, scanned the remnant sword before his gaze settled on the man with the hefty blade. "How familiar he seems. I feel as if I have encountered him somewhere before," Mu Jiansheng murmured to himself. Upon hearing Jun Wuhan's comment, Su Jinyue nodded and said, "If a confrontation arises, you must ensure Wan'er's safety. Leave the rest to this old man. Mu Jiansheng nodded slightly, determination evident in his eyes. Rest assured, Your Grace. We shall protect the young lady. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, prepared for any eventuality. Ha ha! If you seek the heads of our grandfather and grandson, you must first prove your worth, Su Jinyue remarked, directing his gaze towards the figure in the gray robe. As their conversation unfolded, the Su family army, led by two esteemed guests, swiftly approached Su Jinyue's side. Protect the prince. The synchronized thundering of their footsteps echoed like distant thunder. As the Su family army quickly formed a protective formation around Su Jinyue and his companions. Clad in ebony armor and wielding long spears, they exuded an indomitable spirit. The two esteemed guests flanked either side, their expressions stern and vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the gray-robed figure and the Sword of Remnants. Sunlight glinted off their armor, casting a dazzling glow. The gray-robed figure regarded the Su family army with a flicker of appreciation in his eyes, acknowledging the reputation of the Su family from the north. Indeed, they live up to their name. Alas, alas, what do you lament? Su Senyuing Wei Basiv. The tone of the gray-robed man shifted ominously. What a pity it is to lose such fine warriors. Today, you shall meet your demise here. With a sweeping gesture, a horde of cloaked figures surged forth from the shadows, charging at the Su family army. They advanced like a relentless tide, their movements swift and their gazes cold. The weapons they bore shimmered ominously in the sunlight, exuding an aura of death. Undaunted, the Su family army gripped their long spears tightly, preparing for combat. The two esteemed guests, their expressions steeled, shouted in unison, "Prepare to face the enemy." The Su family army responded in a thunderous chorus, their voices resounding like a storm. In an instant, the two sides clashed. The sounds of metal colliding reverberated, sparks flying in the air. Despite the valiant efforts of the Su family army, the gray-robed man had evidently come well prepared. One by one, they fell before Su Jinyue's eyes. Witnessing this, the two esteemed guests were ignited with fierce anger. In a flash, they darted into the throng of cloaked figures with the swiftness of arrows released from a bow. Their swords danced with lethal precision, each strike imbued with formidable strength. The blades sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, whistling sound as they felled several of their opponents. At this moment, the Sword of Remnants, positioned beside the gray-robed figure, narrowed his eyes and instantly appeared beside the two esteemed guests. His speed was astonishing, his form flickering like a specter. One esteemed guest barely registered the movement before a flash of cold steel severed his throat. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief as blood gushed forth, tracing a gruesome arc in the air. As his body slumped to the ground, the sword clattered from his grasp with a resonant chime. The other esteemed guest, witnessing this tragedy, glared furiously, wildly swinging his sword in a desperate attempt to avenge his fallen comrade. The Sword of Remnants, however, remained impassive, subtly trembling the half-broken blade in his hand as he launched another attack. The onslaught was fierce, imbued with the scent of death. The esteemed guest gritted his teeth, raising his sword to defend himself. Yet the power of the Sword of Remnants exceeded his wildest imaginings. At the moment when the broken sword clashed with the longsword, he felt an overwhelming force surge through him, causing his arm to tingle and nearly lose grip on the hilt. The remnants of the sword, emboldened, lunged once more towards the guest with a fierce slash. The half-broken blade glimmered with a chilling gleam under the sunlight, its momentum akin to a tempest. Even before the sword arrived, the sharp aura it exuded had already carved a deep gash upon the ground. The guest, witnessing this lethal strike, displayed a glimmer of despair in his eyes, yet stubbornly raised his sword to defend himself. Just at that critical moment, Su Jinyue bellowed, "Halt!" His voice resonated like a mighty bell, reverberating through the air. In an instant, his figure appeared behind the broken sword like a leopard, his speed leaving onlookers astounded. Su Jinyue's eyes widened in fury, emanating a tremendous aura, as he swung his fist towards the remnants of the sword. The wind from his blow seeming capable of shattering the void itself. The broken sword, sensing the imminent threat from behind, sharpened its gaze and unhesitatingly abandoned its assault on the guest, vanishing like a specter. It narrowly evaded Su Jinyue's formidable punch, which struck with tremendous force. Chapter 51, Fierce Battle. Both sides of the conflict were drawn to this sudden turn of events. The soldiers of the Su family, witnessing Su Jinyue's intervention, felt a surge of hope ignite within them. Their fighting spirit intensified. As the broken sword evaded, Su Jinyue darted swiftly through the throng of dark-clad figures. He moved among them like a tiger amidst sheep, the sound of his fists howling through the air. With each swing, the black-clad assailants at the forefront were sent flying backward like kites severed from their strings. The remaining adversaries hesitated at the sight, gripping their long knives, their expressions rife with uncertainty. In that moment, Su Jinyue stood before them like a war god, his formidable presence instilling dread in their hearts. The Su family soldiers, witnessing this scene, raised their weapons high and shouted, "Long live the prince!" Their voices echoed through the heavens, brimming with pride and exhilaration. In that instant, the soldiers of the Su family felt an infusion of boundless strength, their morale soaring. Zhao Wan'er, Mu Jiansheng, and Jun Wuhan gazed at Su Jinyue with profound admiration. Ha ha ha! Hearing the cries of the Su family soldiers, the man in the gray robe suddenly let out a cold chuckle, then turned to Su Jinyue, saying, "Indeed, you're the prince of Su Bei, possessing some skill. However, today you shall all perish here." The gray-robed man's voice was chilling and hoarse, imbued with an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Su Jinyue's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the man in gray. "Oof. Do you think you could take my life?" Such a delusion. The gray-robed man, unfazed by the retort, turned to the burly man beside him, who was shouldering a large blade, and commanded, "I will confront Su Jinyue alongside the broken sword. You handle them." As he spoke, he gestured towards Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhan. The remnants of the sword, upon hearing this, glanced at Su Jinyue, a glimmer of bloodlust flashing in its eyes, and coldly remarked, "Leave this old man to me. I alone am sufficient." The figure in the gray robe slightly tilted his head and threw the ghostly mask. A chilling gaze pierced towards the remnant sword. Do not underestimate him. The king of Su Bei is not so easily dealt with." The remnant sword paused momentarily, seemingly displeased with the gray-robed man's command. He did not respond with force, but tightened his grip on the half-broken sword, the bloodthirstiness in his eyes intensifying. In the next instant, the remnant sword's form shot upwards, wielding the broken sword as he slashed towards Su Jinyue. His speed was akin to lightning, the broken sword carving a fierce arc through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. It felt as though the very air was being cleaved apart by this strike. Su Jinyue's gaze sharpened. In the face of the remnant sword's rapid assault, he exhibited no hint of panic. He slightly parted his feet, firmly grounding himself, as an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. Just as the broken sword was about to descend upon Su Jinyue's head, he abruptly raised his arm, his fist enveloped in rich, true energy, striking out to meet the broken sword. The moment their forces collided, a thunderous sound erupted, reminiscent of a sudden clap of thunder. The immense shockwave caused the surrounding air to ripple, dust swirling around them. The remnant sword felt a tremendous force emanating from the broken sword, under its influence. His body tumbled through the air before he managed to dissipate the power, landing steadily on the ground. With a more ferocious gaze after landing, the remnant sword once again swung the broken sword, launching an even more vigorous attack against Su Jinyue. The broken sword fell like a torrential storm, its blade flickering, dazzling to behold. Su Jinyue, however, remained composed, his fists akin to steel, each strike precisely deflecting the remnant sword's onslaught. On the battlefield, the two figures moved like flashes of lightning, swift and agile. Zhao Wan'er and the others watched with wide eyes, their faces etched with concern for Su Jinyue. The burly man shouldering a large blade observed the clash between Su Jinyue and the remnant sword for a moment, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth before he forcefully slammed the massive blade into the ground. The impact resounded with a deafening boom. "It's my turn," he announced, dragging the blade towards Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhan. The heavy blade carved a deep groove in the ground, accompanied by a harsh scraping sound. With each step the man took, the earth seemed to tremble slightly, his imposing figure radiating a formidable pressure. Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhan fixed their gazes on the burly man, their eyes brimming with vigilance. They sensed the dangerous aura emanating from him, not daring to let their guard down. Zhao Wan'er, anxiously observing the scene, was filled with worry, occasionally glancing in the direction Su Chan had departed, murmuring to herself, "Rogue Chun, please return swiftly." The burly man halted a short distance before Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhan, gradually lifting his blade, its tip pointing towards them. "You two, come at me together," he declared, his voice deep and resonant, a trace of disdain gracing his features. Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhen exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They understood that, in the face of such a formidable adversary, they must exert their utmost efforts. Subsequently, Mu Jiansheng turned to Zhao Wan'er, who stood behind him, and said, "Wan'er, you should enter the tavern first." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan'er glanced at them, realizing that her presence would not only be unhelpful, but could also distract them. Thus, she addressed the two, "Brother Jianxi, Wuhin, you must be extremely cautious." Having said this, she entered the tavern with her maidservant. Once inside, Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhin once again focused their attention on the heavily armed man. "Are you prepared for death?" The man inquired, slightly lifting his chin, his gaze filled with provocation. Mu Jiansheng's expression turned icy. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of sword energy shot forth. "Enough of your nonsense, behold my sword." Jun Wuhin swiftly moved to the side, launching an attack on the man. The man snorted coldly, swinging his large blade with great force, effortlessly slicing through the sword energy. He then spun around, his blade cutting through the air towards Jun Wuhin. In a rush, Jun Wuhin dodged to the side, the edge of the blade barely grazing his body. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Jiansheng pressed forward, his sword darting towards the man's vital points like a serpent. The man reacted with remarkable speed, blocking the strike with his blade. The sound of metal clashing ringing out as sparks flew. In an instant, the three were embroiled in a fierce melee, the flashes of swords and blades creating a mesmerizing spectacle. After several exchanges, they separated momentarily. Suddenly, Mu Jiansheng's heart stirred as he glanced at the man's large blade, his expression turning grave. "Are you the Mad Blade, Overlord?" The man momentarily paused, then erupted into hearty laughter. "I never expected someone would remember that name." He positioned his blade horizontally, pride glimmering in his eyes. "Since you are aware of my title, you should comprehend that today, victory is beyond your reach." Mu Jiansheng tightened his grip on his sword, replying solemnly, "I concede you are indeed powerful, but the outcome of this encounter remains uncertain." The man's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Unaware of your own demise. Let me show you the true might of the Mad Blade, Overlord." Chapter 52. The Su family army, sworn to protect the prince. With that, the Mad Blade Overlord's aura surged dramatically as he stepped forward, causing the ground to crack beneath him. He raised his large blade high above his head, a massive blade aura coalescing above him. "Melt Blilslesh," he bellowed, then propelled himself off the ground, leaping into the air, his blade descending violently towards Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhin. The blade aura erupted like a colossal silver lightning bolt, streaking through the sky with an overwhelming pressure that sent chills down their spines. The air was torn apart, emitting a piercing shriek, as if the very heavens trembled beneath the force of this strike. Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhin wore solemn expressions, acutely aware of the terrifying power behind this blow, as if an immense mountain were bearing down upon them. However, the two individuals exhibited no signs of trepidation. Jun Wuhin deftly wielded his sword, causing several long swords scattered on the ground to soar into the air, launching an assault against the Mad Blade Sovereign. The Mad Blade Sovereign, observing the incoming swords, remained unfazed, swiftly bringing his great blade down upon the two. The blade's aura surged forth like a furious tide, descending with an unstoppable force. Under the immense pressure of the blade's energy, the long swords momentarily faltered in their speed. Yet, Jun Wuhin gritted his teeth, vigorously waved his sword, and the long swords surged forward once more towards the Mad Blade Sovereign. Ignoring their advance, the Mad Blade Sovereign pressed on with his great blade, which swiftly descended upon the heads of Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhin. The two hastily evaded. However, despite their prompt reactions, they were still caught by the wave of blade energy. The formidable impact struck them like a crashing tide, sending them hurtling backwards. The relentless force continued to push them away. Subsequently, the Mad Blade Sovereign executed another rapid horizontal slash, unleashing a fierce wave of blade energy from his great sword. In the face of this overwhelming energy, Jun Wuhin's long sword was instantly cleaved away. The sword spiraled through the air, emitting a sharp cry before finally embedding itself into the distant ground, quivering slightly. The Mad Blade Sovereign landed with his blade in hand, casting a scornful glance at Jun Wuhin as he taunted, "Swordsmanship is merely this." Jun Wuhin's expression darkened, fury blazing in his eyes. He fixed his gaze upon the Mad Blade Sovereign, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Do not revel in your triumph. This is merely the beginning." Mu Jiansheng stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jun Wuhan, his long sword quivering slightly, exuding a chilling aura. The two exchanged a glance, and in the next moment, countless sword shadows erupted from Mu Jianxing's blade, propelling him swiftly towards the Mad Blade Sovereign. Jun Wuhan, unwilling to be outdone, summoned the scattered long swords once more, forming a sword formation to attack the Mad Blade Sovereign. Sensing their onslaught, the Mad Blade Sovereign's eyes gleamed with excitement as he bellowed. Now, this is getting interesting. He then swung his great blade with great vigor, spinning rapidly in place. His figure resembled a high-speed spinning top, the great blade creating a dense defensive barrier. The clash of blade light and sword shadows resonated with a series of sharp metallic sounds. Sparks flew as the tremendous force radiated outward, causing the surrounding ground to tremble slightly. After several rounds of fierce combat, the elder in gray robes, observing with growing impatience, addressed the Mad Blade Sovereign, Mad Blade. Cease your games and finish this swiftly. Delays can lead to unforeseen changes. With these words, the elder launched himself towards Su Jinyue, who was engaged in battle with the remaining sword. Upon hearing the elder's admonition, the Mad Blade Sovereign furrowed his brow slightly. He turned his gaze towards Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhan, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. In that case, let us conclude this, he stated, gripping his great blade tightly as his aura surged once more. To fall beneath this blade is your honor. The air surrounding them seemed to be suffocated by the imposing aura of the Mad Blade Overlord, growing heavy and oppressive. He slowly lifted his great sword, its blade shimmering with a chilling radiance. Split the mountains, the Mad Blade Overlord bellowed. In an instant, the sword in his grasp appeared to be infused with boundless power, its brilliance intensifying. He gripped the sword tightly with both hands, his muscles taut and veins protruding. His gaze was filled with resoluteness and coldness, as if he intended to sever everything before him in twain. Then, with a fierce downward swing, he unleashed the sword. The speed of that strike was akin to lightning. The blade's aura transformed into a colossal torrent of silver, sweeping towards Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhan with an unstoppable force. Wherever the blade's aura passed, the ground was violently torn apart, and the air was compressed to its limits, producing a series of thunderous booms that threatened to shatter eardrums. Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhan widened their eyes in shock, staring at this terrifying strike. They could sense that the power of this blow far surpassed any previous attack. From it, they felt a lethal threat. The blade's aura rapidly approached, the powerful gusts of wind rustling their garments. The two dared not show any complacency, immediately mobilizing their entire essence to resist. Mu Jiansheng's sword shadow danced wildly, attempting to diminish the oncoming torrent of blade aura. Yet, the might of the Mad Blade Overlord strike was simply overwhelming. The blade's aura charged like a ferocious beast, mercilessly crashing against their defenses. With a thunderous roar, the tremendous impact surged like a raging tide, sending Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhan hurtling through the air. Their bodies traced an arc before crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths and staining the earth. Dust swirled around them, leaving the battlefield in disarray. The Mad Blade Overlord stood firm, resting his great sword on his shoulder, coldly observing the two figures sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, Su Jinyue, engaged in combat with the remnant sword, was suddenly ambushed by the gray-robed man. He sidestepped to evade, his eyes widening in fury as he shouted, "I never expected one of your skill to resort to such shameless treachery." The gray-robed man let out a chilling laugh, retorting, "Humph, old prince in a life-and-death struggle. There's only victory or defeat. Where's the shame in that? Any means are justified as long as I can slay you." With that, he charged again alongside the remnant sword towards Su Jinyue. Enraged, Su Jinyue swung his fists in defense, but two fists could not withstand four hands. After a fierce exchange, he was sent flying backward, ultimately landing beside Jun Wuhan and Mu Jiansheng. Su Jinyue's figure appeared somewhat disheveled. His garments were tattered from the fierce battle, and his hair was slightly tousled. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the three before him, devoid of any trace of fear, as a palpable aura of bloodlust surged from him, rendering the surrounding air exceptionally frigid. Behind him, Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhan struggled to prop themselves up, their faces pale and lips stained with blood, yet their eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit. The man in the gray robe and the ruthless sword stepped beside the Mad Blade Overlord, their gazes fixed intently on Su Jinyue and his companions. The voice of the gray-robed man was cold and hoarse, Su Jinyue, today marks your demise." As soon as his words fell, the remnants of the Su family army surged forward, encircling Su Jinyue and shouting in unison, "We vow to protect the prince with our lives." Chapter 53. Those who dare harm my grandfather shall not escape alive. The gray-robed man regarded the encroaching Su family army with a sneer of disdain. "You insignificant insects dare to obstruct us?" The ruthless sword wielded his broken blade, its cold gleam flickering as if yearning for blood. Observing the dire situation, Su Jinyue bellowed, "Sons of Su Bei, are you willing to fight alongside this king?" Upon hearing his call, the Su family soldiers raised their arms in fervent response. "We shall follow the prince, braving fire and water. Together with the prince, we live and die." Their eyes burned with unwavering resolve, devoid of any hint of fear. Witnessing the loyalty of his soldiers, a warm surge filled Su Jinyue's heart. Taking a deep breath, he laughed heartily. Truly the sons of Su Bei. Today, we shall engage these brigands in a battle to the death." With that, his aura surged once more, a powerful pressure emanating from him, causing the very air around to tremble. The Mad Blade Overlord sneered at the formation of the Su family army. "A rabble dares to challenge us? Today, I shall ensure your complete annihilation." Gripping his great blade tightly, his murderous intent intensified. The gray-robed man coldly observed the scene and commanded the ruthless sword, "Finish this swiftly, do not waste time." The ruthless sword nodded slightly, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he tightened his grip on the broken blade, preparing to launch an assault alongside the Mad Blade Overlord. Su Jinyue stomped fiercely on the ground, his figure propelled forward like a cannonball, charging towards the ruthless sword and his companions with unwavering momentum. Behind him, Mu Jiansheng, Jun Wuhen, and the four Su family retainers followed closely, their eyes equally resolute, their weapons gleaming with a chilling light. The black-clad assailants surged forth like a tide, their battle cries resounding like thunder. The two forces collided in an instant, blades and swords intertwining to create a scene of brutal warfare. Su Jinyue swung his fists, each strike imbued with tremendous force. However, faced with the combined might of the gray-robed man and the ruthless sword, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. After merely a few exchanges, he was once again struck and sent flying by their united assault. Seeing this, the ruthless sword's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty cruelty as he vanished from sight, thrusting the half-broken blade towards the airborne Su Jinyue. Within the restaurant, Zhao Wan'er cried out, "Grandfather!" and swiftly dashed towards the direction where Su Jinyue had fallen, with her maid trailing closely behind, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhen, witnessing this scene, also leapt into action, hitting Dou Su Jinyue. "You are in no position to save him," roared the Mad Blade Overlord, glaring at the two. With a powerful swing of his blade, a wave of lethal energy surged forth towards them. Su Jinyue gazed at the remnant sword descending upon him, held by an individual whose cruel smile betrayed no fear. He appeared utterly unperturbed, as if everything unfolded according to his design. "Old fool!" Su Jinyue suddenly shouted, but before he could complete his thought, a thunderous voice interrupted. "Dare to lay a hand on my grandfather, and you shall meet your demise." In an instant, a long sword sliced through the air with astonishing speed. The blade radiated a fierce aura, striking like lightning towards the remnant sword. The wielder of the remnant sword sensed the overwhelming force and paled, hastily attempting to evade. However, the speed of the long sword was too swift for him to fully escape. With a resounding clang, the long sword collided with the broken blade, producing a crisp sound. The remnant sword was sent reeling back from the tremendous impact. Almost immediately, the long sword pivoted, unleashing a wave of sword energy that countered the Mad Blade Overlord's assault. "Chen, Rogue Chen, young master!" The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations. A figure, resembling a wraith, swiftly caught the descending Su Jinyue. It was Su Chen. His gaze was steely, exuding an aura of formidable power. Upon landing, Su Chen turned to Su Jinyue and asked with concern, "Grandfather, are you all right?" Su Jinyue slightly shook his head, revealing a grateful smile. "Chener, your timing is impeccable." At that moment, Zhao Wan'er arrived at their side, anxiety etched on her face, her eyes slightly reddened. "Grandfather, are you unhurt?" she implored. "He is fine, Wan'er. Do not worry," Su Jinyue reassured her. Su Chen then faced the gray-robed figure, the Mad Blade Overlord, and the remnant sword, his expression icy, fury igniting in his eyes. "Those who dare to harm my grandfather shall not walk away from this," Su Chen declared coldly. The gray-robed man sneered. "Such bravado from a mere child. Do not think that being called a sword god by those in the martial world makes you one." Su Chen, however, had lost all patience for further words. Without waiting for him to finish, he positioned his sword across his chest and struck out with a single blow. This strike seemed to encapsulate the might of the heavens, the intent of the sword surging forth like a tempest. Imbued with overwhelming power as it hurtled towards the gray-robed man, the remnant sword, and the surrounding dark-clad figures. Under the tremendous impact of the sword's aura, the figures cloaked in black were instantaneously swept away like fallen leaves caught in a tempest, sent flying several meters, their fates uncertain. The expressions of the gray-robed man and the two others, Remnant Blade and Mad Blade Overlord, shifted dramatically as they felt the overwhelming force of the strike. They hurriedly summoned all their strength to defend against it. The gray-robed man wielded his hands with rapidity, channeling his inner energy in an attempt to dissipate the impending sword energy. A grave look etched itself onto Remnant Blade's face as he poured his vital energy into his broken sword, straining to withstand the onslaught. The Mad Blade Overlord bellowed fiercely, raising his large blade to cleave through the sword energy, hoping to shatter it. Yet, the furious blow from Su Chen was not something they could easily withstand. Despite their utmost efforts, they were violently struck by the raging sword energy, their bodies soaring through the air like kites severed from their strings. Simultaneously, they coughed up blood, their faces paling instantly, their breaths becoming chaotic. The mask on the gray-robed man shattered under the force, revealing a face that appeared somewhat aged. His visage was gaunt, with high cheekbones and sunken eye sockets, his gaze imbued with a chilling severity and ruthlessness. At that moment, his hair was disheveled and streaked with silver, lending him an air of disarray. The elder, upon seeing the mask on the ground, hurriedly attempted to cover his face with his sleeve. However, before he could do so, Su Jinyue at his side exclaimed in shock, "Oldemo, how can it be you?" Su Jinyue looked at the figure on the ground, disbelief flooding his eyes, his body trembling slightly. Chapter 54. Is this all the strength you possess? Observing Su Jinyue's reaction, Su Chen inquired, "Grandfather, do you know him?" Su Jinyue slowly nodded, the astonishment still evident in his eyes, filled with complexity and sorrow. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. "His name is Mo Yuan. We once fought side by side on the battlefield, sharing a bond of life and death. He was once a man of fiery passion and unwavering righteousness. I believed I had never wronged him. I truly cannot fathom why it has come to this." At this point, Su Jinyue's gaze fixated on the gray-robed elder, as if seeking answers from his eyes. Hearing Su Jinyue's words, Mo Yuan's body stiffened momentarily, a flicker of barely perceptible guilt crossing his face. Yet it vanished just as swiftly, replaced by his usual cold and fierce demeanor as he scoffed, "My lord, times have changed. The martial world is no longer what it once was. I am merely adapting to the prevailing circumstances." Upon hearing this, Su Jinyue sighed deeply, his expression returning to calmness as he turned to Mo Yuan with a hearty laugh. "What a fine adaptation to the prevailing circumstances. Montak Yuan, for the sake of the so-called trend, you would seek to kill a brother who once saved your life. Can you truly disregard the bonds of the past?" Mo Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, as if stirred by this statement, yet it was swiftly overshadowed by the resolve in his gaze. "My lord, the past is but a memory. Speaking further is futile. The current situation differs greatly, and we stand on opposing sides, compelled to rely solely on our own capabilities." Upon hearing this, Su Chen furrowed his brows, gripping his long sword tightly, a faint sound of ringing echoing through the air. Coldly, he remarked, "Humph, what grand scheme do you speak of? It seems you are blinded by greed, lost to your true self. Now that you have struck, injuring my grandfather, do not blame me for disregarding our past ties." As Su Chen spoke, the broken sword beside Mo Yuan suppressed its injuries, a glint of cold light flashing in its eyes. With a powerful swing of the broken blade, a surge of sword energy instantly sliced towards Su Chen. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight, moving with such swiftness that only a blurred afterimage remained in the air. Almost simultaneously with the arrival of the sword energy before Su Chen, the broken sword appeared like a specter, thrusting the broken blade toward Su Chen's throat. The blade shimmered with a chilling glint, imbued with a deadly intent. "Boisto bir Su Chen Svinpipe. What a sword god!" He too shall perish beneath my blade. The broken sword murmured to itself. A cruel smile curled at its lips, eyes glinting with madness and triumph, as if it had already envisioned the scene of Su Chen's blood splattering upon the ground. At that moment, Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and a formidable aura erupted from within him. This presence materialized like a storm, swirling around him with ferocity. As the sword energy from the broken sword drew near, it dissipated as if a cow had plunged into the sea, creating not a single ripple. The broken sword's thrust halted mere inches from Su Chen's neck, unable to advance any further. The powerful aura emanating from Su Chen formed an invisible barrier that firmly resisted the broken sword's assault. Su Chen's expression was icy, his eyes boring into the broken sword as if capable of piercing through its very soul. You overestimate yourself, he uttered coldly, his voice akin to the shattering of ice, carrying an essence of bone-chilling frost. Birish, roared the Mad Blade Overlord, swinging his massive blade, propelled by a fierce gust of wind towards Su Chen. The blade's light flashed ominously, its momentum seeming to split Su Chen in two. Witnessing this, Mo Yuan hesitated not for a moment. With a flourish of his hands, a torrent of black energy surged forth, bearing a chilling force that rushed toward Su Chen's face. The assault from the Mad Blade Overlord and Mo Yuan, much like the broken swords, faltered before Su Chen's aura, unable to breach his defenses. The broken sword's eyes widened in disbelief, the madness and triumph within fading, replaced by profound shock and reluctance. The Mad Blade Overlord, too, wore an expression of astonishment. His once unstoppable blade was now suspended mid-air, immovable despite his efforts. Mo Yuan's demeanor darkened like murky waters, contemplating in his heart how this young man had cultivated such power at such a tender age. Could it be that today he would truly meet his end here? Observing the trio's disarray, a mocking smile curved Su Chen's lips. Is this truly all the strength you possess? To think you believe you can kill me with such meager power. You have greatly underestimated me. His voice, though soft, struck the trio's hearts like a heavy hammer. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, the three individuals felt an immediate sense of foreboding. Without a moment's hesitation, Kan Jian and Mo Yuan swiftly maneuvered to take refuge behind the formidable figure of the Mad Blade Overlord, channeling their vital energy into his being in a desperate attempt to harness his immense power for a final confrontation against Su Chen. The Mad Blade Overlord gritted his teeth, his face flushed with determination, as he relentlessly swung his massive blade towards Su Chen. Yet, mere inches from Su Chen's form, the blade seemed to become ensnared in a viscous mire, rendered immovable. Observing this, a chilling resolve enveloped Su Chen. He wielded the Qishao sword with a swift upward stroke. In an instant, a piercing wave of sword energy erupted forth, resembling two colossal serpents, imbued with the capacity to obliterate all in their path, hurtling toward the trio. The Mad Blade Overlord bore the brunt of this onslaught, his eyes widening in terror and despair as he perceived the overwhelming force contained within the sword energy. He felt his own strength diminish, rendered as powerless as a mere child, with no hope of resistance. The sword energy struck with ferocity, shattering the protective vital energy enveloping the Mad Blade Overlord and subsequently tearing through his very form, blood spraying forth as the air thickened with the scent of carnage. Though Kan Jian and Mo Yuan had sought shelter behind the Mad Blade Overlord, successfully avoiding much of the initial impact, the residual force of the sword energy still battered them mercilessly. Their bodies were flung backward like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spilling from their mouths, they struggled to rise, but found their limbs shattered, utterly devoid of strength. Su Chen approached the two slowly, as Kan Jian's gaze remained locked onto him, filled with a mixture of defiance and a frenzied smirk lingering on his lips. His trembling lips seemed poised to utter something, but only blood was coughed forth. His eyes then drifted to the maid, standing a short distance away, her fists clenched tightly, mirroring his struggles. With a faint shake of her head, she succumbed, her head bowing to the ground, lifeless. Su Chen, perceptive to her subtle gesture, cast a fleeting glance in her direction, absorbing her expression with quiet intensity. His attention then shifted to Mo Yuan, who, upon meeting Su Chen's gaze, remained silent yet cast one last glance at Su Jinyue. A fleeting expression of regret and liberation crossed his features before he closed his eyes and uttered, "Make your move." Chapter 55. 100 of you? Too few. Rather than striking immediately, Su Chen turned his gaze towards Su Jinyue. Understanding the unspoken command, Su Jinyue revealed a contemplative expression, his eyes struggling with indecision. After a long sigh, he conceded, Chen do as you see fit. He then turned and walked toward the carriage. With Su Jinyue safely inside, Su Chen hesitated not for a moment. With a swift motion of the Qishao sword, a crimson line appeared across Mo Yuan's neck. Su Chen did not spare him a glance, instead turning to stride purposefully toward Zhao Wan'er, Mu Jiansheng, and Jun Wuhan. The maidservant standing behind Zhao Wan'er felt a flicker of anxiety as she observed Su Chen's approach. Her hands trembled slightly within the confines of her concealed sleeves. When Su Chen's gaze brushed past her, she instinctively lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Although she endeavored to maintain her composure, the subtle quaking of her body betrayed her trepidation. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Zhao Wan'er inquired with concern, What troubles you? Are you unwell? The maidservant hurriedly shook her head, her voice quavering as she replied, Miss, I am fine. I was merely startled. Su Chen cast a brief glance at the maidservant before turning his attention to Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhan, asking, How are you both faring? Mu Jiansheng shook his head slightly, responding, My lord, we are not gravely injured, just sustained some minor wounds. It is nothing to worry about. Master, you can rest assured. We can endure. Yun Wuhan était promptly. Su Chen nodded appreciatively, saying, Today's events were largely thanks to your efforts. Liang Chen, you were not harmed, were you? Zhao Wan'er asked with genuine concern as soon as Su Chen's words fell. Isu tien smiled tientli esau vena, eshuingha, vena, with. There's no need for concern. After burying the fallen soldiers of the Su family, the group resumed their journey towards the royal city. As they passed through the bamboo forest, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The once lush bamboo grove lay in ruins, with shattered stalks scattered haphazardly across the ground. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, a nauseating aroma that pierced the nostrils. Bodies lay strewn across the forest floor, their wide-open eyes and frozen expressions silently narrating the despair they experienced in their final moments. Within a radius of several hundred meters, every bamboo had been mercilessly severed, leaving only solitary, leafless stumps standing desolately. The remaining members of the Su family army, along with Jun Wuhan and Mu Jiansheng, could not help but direct their gazes towards the slowly advancing carriage. I once believed my master to be formidable enough. Yet now I realize that even 100 of me would scarcely rival his prowess, Jun Wuhan remarked, his eyes filled with admiration as he stared at the carriage. Too few, Mu Jiansheng replied with a grave expression, his gaze reflecting both agreement with Jun Wuhan's sentiment and an inscrutable depth. What do you mean by too few? Yun Wuhan asked. Perplexed, Mu Jiansheng turned his head slightly to regard him, stating earnestly, 100 of you is too few. Beings of your caliber would be of no consequence before the young lord. Jun Wuhan opened his mouth slightly, pausing in silence for a moment before nodding in agreement. Was the true extent of Master S' strength? Mu Jiansheng tilted his head slightly, gazing at the sky, seemingly pondering how to respond to this inquiry. After a moment, he slowly articulated, The prince's prowess has likely surpassed our wildest imaginations. Upon hearing this, Jun Wuhan fell silent, internally vowing to earn Master S recognition and, one day, attain a strength akin to his. As the party continued onward, a lingering unease enveloped them, the harrowing bamboo grove still vivid in their minds. A stark reminder of the breathtaking battle they had just endured. In the capital's chief minister's residence, Lu Jingwen sat in his study, deep in contemplation. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Lu Jingwen's brow furrowed slightly, and with a tone tinged with irritation, he inquired, Who is it? My lord, it is I. Duan Run, came the response. Lu Jingwen's expression softened upon recognizing the voice of Duan Ren. Come in, he commanded. The study door creaked open, and Duan Ren stepped inside. What news do you bring? Lu Jingwen could not contain his curiosity as Duan Ren entered. My lord, I have just received word that our plan has failed. Aside from the actress infiltrating the Su Bei Wang's ranks, all others have perished. Now, the Su Bei Wang and his faction are hastening toward the capital. Likely to arrive within a few days, Lu Jingwen's countenance darkened immediately, a glint of ruthlessness and frustration flashing in his eyes. After a few moments of suppressing his anger, he pressed, What exactly transpired? How could the combined efforts of Mo Yuan, Qin Jian, and Kuang Dao have faltered? Zhao Wan'er lowered his head slightly, his expression grave as he continued, "My lord, we underestimated the prince's strength." According to the message from the actress, the trio could not withstand even 2 strikes from him. He merely unleashed 2 swords, and they were rendered powerless. Lu Jingwen was taken aback, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Has he truly stepped into the realm of earthly immortals? Yet how can that be? Even the carefree sword immortal only grazed the threshold of that realm." He paused, furrowing his brow, taking a deep breath to steady himself. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, "Prepare my carriage. I must enter the palace." "Yes, my lord," Zhao Wan'er replied promptly. Before long, Lu Jingwen arrived at the imperial palace, standing before Emperor Li Zhao. "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report," he said respectfully, observing the emperor diligently practicing calligraphy. "But have you received news from the Sube Wang?" Li Zhao inquired without lifting his gaze. Lu Jingwen inhaled deeply, stating, "Your Majesty, all those I sent have failed. Sube's heir, Su Chen, has presumably broken through to the earthly immortal realm. All my subordinates have been slain by him, and they are now approaching the capital, likely to arrive in mere days." Upon hearing Lu Jingwen's words, Li Zhao's writing hand froze. Gradually, he raised his head, his eyes filled with astonishment and gravity. He fixed his gaze firmly on Lu Jingwen and asked in a low voice, "Is the information accurate? Does the Prince of Sube truly possess such strength?" Lu Jingwen slightly bowed his head, his expression grave as he replied, "Your Majesty, it is indeed true." Upon receiving this confirmation, Li Zhao's countenance turned ashen, fury igniting within his eyes. With a fierce grip, he crushed the pen in his hand, shattering it into 2 pieces, and then hurled the broken remnants to the ground, producing a sharp sound that echoed in the stillness of the grand hall. An oppressive silence enveloped the chamber, allowing one to distinctly hear the breaths of the 2 men. After a prolonged pause, a glimmer of resolve and ferocity shone through Li Zhao's furious gaze. "Let them come. Su Chen must die." Chapter 56. Arrival at the Royal City. "Are you threatening me?" Li Zhao's voice resonated throughout the silent hall, each word laced with a chilling malice. Lu Jingwen hastily responded, "Your Majesty, the Prince of Sube possesses extraordinary power. It may be difficult to kill him. You need not concern yourself with this matter any further." "Withdraw," Li Zhao interrupted. "I shall make the necessary arrangements." Startled, Lu Jingwen quickly bowed respectfully, stating, "Your Majesty is wise. I shall take my leave." He then gradually exited the grand hall. Inside the hall, Li Zhao remained seated on the dragon throne for considerable time before rising and making his way deeper into the palace. In the martial world, the news of the U.S. sect's annihilation at the hands of the sword god Su Chen spread like wildfire, once again stirring a tremendous uproar surrounding his name. Various discussions erupted, each more fervent than the last. The U.S. sect, infamous for its notoriety, had been besieged multiple times by various sects, only to meet with failure. Yet, it had been effortlessly eradicated by the sword god. It was said that with a single strike, the sword god had severed bamboo groves spanning hundreds of meters. In his presence, the U.S. sect stood no chance. Indeed, the might of the sword god was terrifying beyond measure. Days later, after nearly a month of travel, Su Chen and his companions finally arrived at the royal city. From a distance, they beheld a majestic city standing resolutely before them. The city walls, constructed from massive stone blocks, exuded an air of authority, even after enduring the ravages of time. Upon the walls stood guards clad in gleaming armor, brandishing long spears, their postures as upright as pines. Su Jue squinted slightly, gazing at the imposing royal city ahead, and declared, "We have arrived at the royal city." The group's eyes turned toward the grand structure, each lost in their own thoughts. Su Chen understood that the true confrontation with the dynasty lay ahead. As they approached the city gate, they noticed the contingent awaiting them. Upon drawing closer, a figure swiftly advanced, lifting his chin slightly, a hint of arrogance upon his visage as he exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, "Prince of Sube, we have come at the behest of the emperor to welcome you. Please, your highness and the young lord, make haste to the palace to meet the emperor." Su Jinyue's countenance darkened momentarily upon hearing the eunuch's words. Yet the anger swiftly dissipated from his face. "Grandfather, this emperor has actually dispatched a eunuch to welcome you? He is clearly attempting to assert his authority," Su Chen remarked, his brows furrowed and a hint of indignation evident in his demeanor. Casting a glance at Su Chen, Su Jinyue replied with a calm smile, "Sure, there is no need for anger. Since we have arrived, Let us accept it and observe his true intentions. The carriage of Su Jinyue proceeded towards the royal city, entirely disregarding the eunuch. The eunuch's expression darkened, irritation flickering in his eyes, yet he dared not express it, hastening to keep pace. Before long, they reached the entrance of the imperial palace, but were halted by the eunuch as they attempted to enter. Your Highness, the emperor has instructed that only you and the heir may enter the palace together. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly at Su Jinyue, who remained composed, giving a subtle nod. Subsequently, they instructed Zhao Wan'er and the others to wait at the palace gates, while Su Jinyue and Su Chen followed the eunuch into the palace. His Highness, the Prince of Su Bei and the heir have arrived, the eunuch proclaimed loudly before a grand hall. As his voice echoed, the doors of the hall slowly opened, releasing an imposing aura. Su Jinyue and Su Chen entered with heads held high. Within the hall, Emperor Li Zhao sat regally upon the dragon throne. As Su Jinyue prepared to bow in greeting, Li Zhao spoke first. Prince of Su Bei, please rise. It has been many years. You remain as robust as ever. With a slight smile, Su Jinyue replied, it is all thanks to your majesty's grace. Li Zhao's gaze then shifted to Su Chen. So this is Su Bei's heir, Su Chen. Indeed, a fine figure. I have heard that you single-handedly eradicated the Yue sect on your journey here and even severed a bamboo grove spanning hundreds of meters with a single strike. Is this true? Feeling a shiver of trepidation, Su Chen recognized the emperor's intent to test him and replied, your majesty is too kind. It was merely a fortunate encounter, ridding the people of a menace. Upon hearing Su Chen's response, a flicker of concealed malice crossed Li Zhao's eyes. Then he remarked, neither arrogant nor impetuous. No wonder you are the successor chosen by the Prince of Su Bei. He then turned his attention back to Su Jinyue. Pray tell, what brings the Prince of Su Bei to the royal city on this occasion? Su Jinyue slightly bowed, neither servile nor overbearing, and replied, your majesty, I have come to the royal city primarily for two matters. First, although Chen possesses some talent, I am concerned that he alone may struggle to fulfill the tasks assigned by your majesty, hence my accompaniment. Li Zhao responded with a knowing smile. The Prince of Su Bei shows great concern for this grandson. And what is the second matter? After a brief pause, Su Jinyue continued. The second matter is that I have a request for your majesty's gracious approval. Li Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired, oh, what is it that requires my consent? Pray, share it with me. Su Jinyue respectfully stated, your majesty, the daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Wan'er, and Chen share a mutual affection. I dare to request that your majesty grant them a marriage. Upon hearing this, Li Zhao glared at Su Jinyue with a face full of fury and exclaimed, Prince of Su Bei, you must be aware that I have already betrothed the Zhao family's daughter to the second prince, am I not? Su Jinyue, undeterred by Li Zhao's wrath, slightly bowed and replied, your majesty, I am indeed aware of this matter. However, Chen and Zhao Wan'er are genuinely in love. I beseech your majesty to consider my years of service in safeguarding Su Bei and grant them your blessing. Li Zhao snorted coldly and retorted, my decree has been issued. How can it be altered? Su Jinyue bowed once more and said, your majesty, it is simply that Chen harbors deep affection for Zhao Wan'er. If they are forcibly separated, it may lead to Chen harboring a heavy heart. As the heir of Su Bei, should he be troubled by this matter, I fear it may adversely affect his future service to the court. Upon hearing this, Li Zhao cast a dark gaze upon the bowed Su Jinyue, his expression as gloomy as a stormy sky, his fingers deeply embedded in the armrests of the dragon throne. Su Chen, standing beside Su Jinyue and listening to his grandfather's words, was momentarily taken aback, but then silently thought to himself, grandfather, you are formidable. He then defiantly turned to the brooding Li Zhao and boldly stated, I implore your majesty to grant us your favor. Li Zhao observed the two, and after a prolonged silence, he suppressed his anger and coldly remarked, Prince of Su Bei, are you attempting to threaten me? Su Jinyue, sensing the rising tension, replied in a tone of panic, I would not dare, your majesty. I harbor no intentions of defiance. This matter concerns the stability of Su Bei, and I implore your majesty to show compassion. The hall fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere oppressive, pierced only by Li Zhao's slightly labored breaths. At this moment, Li Zhao's mind was a tempest of anger and apprehension, their conflicting emotions intertwining. His gaze fixated on Su Jinyue and Su Chen, and he could not help but recall the words of his ancestor. This child must not leave the royal city alive. If necessary, we shall take action. Chapter 57. the monarch's kill intent. In the Grand Hall, Li Zhao and Su Jinyue remained in a stalemate. After a considerable time, Li Zhao finally spoke. Prince of Su Bei, you must be weary from your travels. You may return to rest, and I shall ponder this matter further. Su Senyuan Su Chen exchange glances, slightly bowed, and said, "Thank you, your majesty. We take our leave." They then slowly exited the Grand Hall. As soon as Su Jinyue and Su Chen stepped out, Li Zhao smashed the teacup before him onto the ground. The sharp sound of shattering echoed through the silent hall, and Li Zhao's pent-up fury erupted in that moment. The audacity of the Prince of Su Bei, daring to disregard me so. Since you are so eager for your demise, I shall oblige. Li Zhao's countenance darkened, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Summon the Prime Minister to appear before me. Grandfather, if we threaten the Emperor this way, will he not leave the Great Hall? Su Chening Guayir, Castinaglan Sat Su Senyue. Su Jinyue furrowed his brow slightly and replied in a deep voice, "Sure, given the circumstances, we have no other choice." Although the Emperor is enraged, he must weigh the pros and cons. He is unlikely to openly confront us at this moment. Even if he does decide to act against us, we need not fear. Had it been before, I would have had my reservations, but now that you are here, the outcome is uncertain. As he spoke, Su Jinyue chuckled confidently. The two then strolled towards the palace exit, engaged in conversation, unaware that a pair of eyes was glaring at them from behind. This individual was the robed man from the sword challenge at the sword sect, Prince Li Haoyan of the Longwu dynasty. As Su Chan walked away, Li Haoyan turned to Mo Hansheng, his face alight with mockery. "Hansheng, how should I exact revenge for the humiliation I endured at the sword sect?" Mo Hansheng frowned at his words and slightly bowed, cautioning, "Your Highness, the heir of Su Bei possesses formidable strength. I advise against provoking him. What if he is strong? To dare insult this prince comes with consequences. Moreover, we are in the royal city. I need not dirty my hands to deal with him," Li Haoyan retorted icily. He then turned and made his way toward another part of the palace, while Mo Hansheng, worried for him, hurriedly followed suit. Shortly after the third prince departed, Lu Jingwen entered the Great Hall. Inside, Li Zhao paced restlessly, still simmering with anger. Upon hearing the eunuch announce Lu Jingwen's request for an audience, he impatiently commanded, "Let him in." Upon entering, Lu Jingwen observed the fury etched on Li Zhao's face and immediately bowed in respect. "What has caused the Emperor such displeasure?" Li Zhao snorted coldly, his gaze piercing. Today, the king of Su Bei had the audacity to threaten me, demanding that I bestow the Zhao family's daughter, who is already betrothed to the second prince, upon the heir of Su Bei. Such behavior is a blatant disregard for my authority. Do they truly believe I would not dare to take action against him? A flicker of delight crossed Lu Jingwen's heart, though his face remained impassive. He lowered his head and remarked, "The king of Su Bei's brazen demands are indeed audacious, showing no respect for your majesty. What do you suggest I do?" Li Zhao inquired, his gaze scrutinizing Lu Jingwen. After a moment of feigned contemplation, Lu Jingwen lifted his head and replied, "The king of Su Bei's audacity to threaten your majesty warrants execution of his entire clan. However, as the Su family has held sway in Su Bei for many years, their roots run deep. If we act rashly, it may incite turmoil and jeopardize the stability of the realm." Li Zhao's expression darkened further, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him as he regarded Lu Jingwen. Jeopardize the stability of the realm? I'm most curious to see how the Su family intends to threaten my empire. After a brief pause, Li Zhao seemed to have resolved himself and spoke again. "Make the arrangements. 3 days hence, I shall host a banquet in the palace for the king of Su Bei and the heir. They shall not leave the palace alive. Oh, and invite that daughter of the Zhao family as well. He wishes for me to bestow a marriage upon them. In his presence, I shall grant the Zhao girl to my second son." As the words fell from his lips, a cold smirk appeared on Li Zhao's face. Hearing this, Lu Jingwen hurriedly lowered his head, a glint of cunning satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He replied, "Your servant shall obey. I shall mobilize the troops to ensure they do not leave the capital alive." With that, Lu Jingwen withdrew. Li Zhao watched Lu Jingwen's departing figure, casting a meaningful glance in his direction before summoning a trusted eunuch to whisper a few words. The eunuch nodded repeatedly and hurried away. At the residence of the second prince, Li Haoyan perused a secret missive in his hand. Initially, his face was marked with anger, but it was soon replaced by a gloating smile. A strategist beside him inquired, Your Highness, what news brings you such delight? Liaoran Shukalat, handing the missive to the strategist, saying, "You will understand upon reading." The strategist took the missive, scanned it quickly, and a similar expression of triumph emerged on his face. He flattered, "Your Highness, this is a providential opportunity. The king of Su Bei and his heir are walking into their own demise. The emperor has already set his mind to kill. Once the king is dead, you may marry Zhao Wan'er. Your prestige in the court will undoubtedly rise." Li Haoran's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes gleaming with greed and calculation. "Indeed, it is time to pay a visit to my future princess." With that, he straightened his robes and, accompanied by a retinue of guards, strode confidently towards the quarters of Su Chen and his entourage. Along the way, Li Haoran brimmed with self-satisfaction, envisioning Zhao Wan'er by his side, demure and obedient, completely oblivious to the humiliation that awaited him. Meanwhile, Su Chen, Su Jinyue, and Zhao Wan'er arrive at their lodgings, guided by a eunuch. Their residence was located at the end of an unremarkable alley in the capital, a somewhat dilapidated courtyard serving as their temporary abode. The vermilion paint on the gate had peeled away, revealing the weathered wood beneath, and the brass ring was covered in rust. Upon entering the courtyard, while the house was not in ruins, it was undeniably far too rudimentary. The guest of the Su family, following closely beside Su Jinyue, surveyed the surroundings with a furrowed brow and sternly addressed the guiding eunuch. "Is this the dwelling you have arranged for the prince?" The young eunuch trembled in fear and replied, "All of this was arranged by the emperor. I am merely carrying out orders and have no authority in the matter." Seeing this, Su Jinyue waved his hand, signaling the guest not to trouble the young eunuch, and spoke in a deep voice. "It is what it is. Since we are here, we might as well settle down. Now is not the time to dwell on such matters." Subsequently, Su Jinyue stepped into the house, with Su Chen following closely behind. The others, upon witnessing this, refrained from speaking and dispersed quietly. Chapter 58. Su Jinyue. Do I need you to teach me how to conduct myself? The second prince, Li Haoran, arrived at the front of the dilapidated residence where Su Chen and his companions were staying, accompanied by a retinue of loyal guards. The Su family troops stood at the ready, blocking the entrance to the second prince and his entourage. How audacious! To dare obstruct the second prince. The sycophants beside him glared with indignation, their faces betraying a sense of arrogance. The Su family troops remained undaunted, and the commanding soldier spoke in a deep voice. "Without a command from the prince, no one is permitted to enter." Li Haoran's face turned ashen with anger, just as he was about to erupt. At that moment, a soldier from a Su family turned and swiftly ran towards the courtyard to report the second prince's arrival to Su Jinyue. Upon hearing the report, Su Jinyue furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, "Let them in." Upon receiving the order, the Su family troops promptly returned to the entrance and allowed Li Haoran to enter. Li Haoran snorted coldly and strode in with his guards, surveying the modest surroundings with disdain. Upon reaching the main house, he adjusted his robe slightly and entered with an air of arrogance. Inside, Su Jinyue sat comfortably in an ancient wooden chair, holding a steaming cup of tea. "What brings His Highness the second prince to visit unexpectedly?" Su Jinyue inquired, taking a sip of tea without shifting from his position. Although Li Haoran's expression remained unchanged, he was seething with indignation internally. He thought to himself, "How dare this king of the north treat me with such indifference? This is utterly intolerable. Just wait, in a few days, I shall see how you maintain your arrogance." A smile then appeared on Li Haoran's face as he addressed Su Jinyue. "Since my youth, I have heard from my father and mother that the king of the north is the pillar of our Longwu dynasty, having defended the north for many years, making the northern court think twice before invading. I have come to the royal city, hoping to pay my respects and witness your esteemed presence." Hearing this, Su Jinyue regarded Li Haoran intently and then smiled. "Your Highness the second prince is overly complimentary. I am merely an inconspicuous old man. I possess no such capabilities. All of this is due to the contributions of the soldiers of the north." Upon hearing these words, Li Haoran was momentarily taken aback before forcing a smile and responding, "The king of the north is being too modest. Your merits are well known throughout the entire dynasty." Su Jinyue gently waved his hand and replied, "Your Highness, you flatter me excessively. May I inquire whether your visit today serves any purpose beyond mere pleasantries? If there is nothing else, I fear this humble abode may not be suitable for your esteemed presence." Li Haoran's gaze darkened slightly, yet his forced smile remained as he stated, "Do not be anxious, King of the North. I indeed have a matter to discuss. Su Jinyue's lips curled into a faint smile as he took a sip of tea and remarked, Your Highness, I believe you have come to the wrong place. Instead of seeking your imperial consort at your own residence, you find yourself here with this old man. Are you perhaps a bit confused? Li Haoran's expression stiffened, a flicker of irritation flashing in his eyes as he coldly replied, King of Su Bei, must you feign ignorance? Are you not aware that His Majesty has betrothed Zhao Wan'er to me? Once betrothed, she is indeed my future imperial consort. He paused, leisurely savoring another sip of tea before continuing. However, while the decree has been issued, I fear you have also heard of the bond between Chen and Wan'er. Such a forced union will never bear sweetness. Li Haoran's brow furrowed deeply, his irritation mounting as his voice rose slightly. King of Su Bei, the Emperor's decree is absolute and cannot be defied. As a prince, you should set an example and adhere to the edict, rather than jeopardizing important matters for personal feelings. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyue's eyes narrowed slightly, an aura of authority emanating from him as he regarded Li Haoran and replied, How I conduct my affairs is not for His Highness to instruct. After a long journey, I find myself rather weary. I kindly ask you to take your leave. Li Haoran, upon witnessing this, felt a wave of anger wash over him, his face alternating between pale and flushed. The audacity of the king of Su Bei to openly dismiss him was intolerable. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, Humph, King of Su Bei, you may regret your attitude today. With a flare of indignation, he swept his sleeve and strode toward the door, his guards hastily following. Once outside, Li Haoran's expression turned a deep shade of anger. His teeth clenched as he muttered, Humph, the king of Su Bei shall see how arrogant he can remain after 3 days. He was about to return to his residence when a sycophant rushed over from a distance. Your Highness, a report has come in. It appears the heir of Su Bei and the imperial consort are out on the street, laughing and appearing quite affectionate. Upon hearing this, Li Haoran halted abruptly, his fury igniting like a wildfire. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, knuckles whitening from the pressure, while veins throbbed on his forehead, indicating he was on the brink of rage. Let's go, take me to see. He gritted through his teeth, hastening towards the bustling street with his guards in tow. Meanwhile, on the street, Su Chen and Zhao Wan'er strolled casually. Zhao Wan'er appeared troubled, while Su Chen wore a cheerful expression, playfully teasing her. Just then, a group approached them, led by none other than Li Haoran. Upon witnessing the intimate scene before him, Li Haoran's fury threatened to overflow. Su Chen, noticing the unfriendly faces blocking their path, furrowed his brow and remarked, Good dogs do not obstruct the way. Before Li Haoran could speak, one of his attendants interjected, You audacious young man, how dare you be so disrespectful to the second prince? Both Su Chen and Zhao Wan'er were taken aback by this remark, and they turned their attention to the royal prince standing before them. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen smirked slightly and inquired, Might I ask why His Highness the second prince is obstructing our path? Li Haoran, upon hearing Su Chen's words, chose to disregard him and instead fixed his furious gaze upon Zhao Wan'er. Zhao Wan'er, having already entered into a betrothal with me, how can you be so familiar with another man in public? Are you not concerned about acquiring a reputation for being unfaithful? Zhao Wan'er's complexion turned pale with anger, yet her eyes sparkled with defiance. Before she could respond, Su Chen cast a cold smile in Li Haoran's direction and asked, Have you two actually been wed? Li Haoran merely shot a glance at Su Chen without replying, but his sycophantic lackey immediately retorted, The second prince is conversing with the princess consort. What business do you have here? Step aside. With that, he advanced to shove Su Chen. In response, Su Chen let out a chilling laugh. The moment the lackey's hand made contact with him, a pain scream erupted from the man, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground in silence. The surrounding townsfolk quickly gathered around, intrigued by the commotion. Chapter 59. Su Chen y excel in reasoning. On the street, Su Chen, with a cold smile, addressed the visibly furious Li Haoran. Your dog was not properly restrained and has been biting indiscriminately. I merely took the liberty of handling the situation for you. No need for thanks. Li Haoran, filled with shock and rage, glared at Su Chen and said coldly, You dare to kill in front of me? Do you think I am inconsequential? Su Chen stepped forward assertively, locking eyes with Li Haoran. Oh, I am right here. What do you intend to do about it? Li Haoran instinctively took a step back, a flicker of panic crossing his face, though it was soon masked by anger. He bellowed, Su Chen, you have some audacity. How dare you show such disrespect to me? Unfazed, Su Chan replied coldly, "Your Highness the Second Prince, it was your man who instigated me first. I merely reasoned with him, and he chose to lay down afterwards. If you disagree, feel free to engage me in discourse. I may lack in other areas, but I excel in reasoning." Li Haoran glared at Su Chan with icy eyes. "Are you threatening me?" Su Chen's lips curled into a rebellious smile. "Your Highness, you are misinterpreting my intentions. I merely stated my desire to reason with you. How could that be construed as a threat?" Seething with rage, Li Haoran pointed at Su Chan. "Well done, Su Chan, with your sharp tongue. Today, I have witnessed your capabilities. But do not forget, my father's decree has been issued. Zhao Wan'er is already my betrothed princess. Should you persist in your entanglement, you will be openly defying the imperial order. And do not blame me for being merciless." As the words fell, Li Haoran secretly vowed to himself, "Su Chan, in 3 days, I shall ensure your complete annihilation." Without waiting for Su Chan to respond, Li Haoran turned his gaze back to Zhao Wan'er, his eyes brimming with malice and an unwavering determination. He coldly declared, "Zhao Wan'er, you cannot escape the grasp of this prince. Await your fate. Soon, I shall claim you." Tiresome, Su Chan scoffed, drawing his sword Qi Xiao in an instant. In the next moment, countless sword shadows danced before Li Haoran, who was rendered motionless by fear. When Su Chan sheathed his sword once more, Li Haoran's garments fell to the ground in tatters. Hog! The women in the vicinity quickly covered their eyes and scattered. The men, however, erupted into hearty laughter, their mirth echoing through the streets. Some chuckled while whispering to their companions, casting furtive glances at Li Haoran's exposed form. At that moment, Li Haoran's face flushed crimson. The fury that once twisted his features now mingled with embarrassment. His body trembled slightly as he frantically attempted to cover himself, unsure of where to shield first, rendering him utterly vulnerable. His loyal guards stood dumbfounded, taking a while to regain their wits. In a flurry, they stripped off their outer robes to drape over him. But chaos ensued as several collided, nearly tumbling to the ground, their clumsiness only amplifying the laughter around them. Zhao Wan'er, witnessing the scene, was initially taken aback but soon succumbed to a fit of laughter. Once Li Haoran managed to don a servant's robe, his eyes were filled with disbelief and seething rage as he glared at Su Chan. Gritting his teeth, "Su Chan, you are utterly treasonous. How dare you humiliate this prince so? Just wait. I shall have your flesh torn asunder and eradicate your entire clan." With that, he covered his face and, under the guise of his attendants, hastily retreated. Not far from where Su Chan stood, in a nearby tavern, the third prince Li Haoran watched Li Haoran fleeing in disarray. Unable to contain his hearty laughter, which resonated with both delight and mockery within the elegant chamber, he lifted his wine cup, swirling the fine wine within, his eyes glinting with mischief, and remarked to his companion, "Hanshang, behold, my normally arrogant second brother find himself in such a pitiful predicament today. It truly brings joy to the heart." Hanshang chuckled softly in agreement. "Indeed, your highness. After such a lesson from young Master Su, the second prince will surely not let this go lightly." Li Haoran took a sip of his wine, narrowing his eyes slightly, and after a moment's pause, he spoke slowly. "Let them contend as they will. Whether my brother suffers greatly or Su Chan loses his life, this prince shall revel in the outcome. Should we proceed with our arrangements?" asked Hanshang. Li Haoran slightly shook his head, responding, "Let us pause for now. We shall observe the unfolding events from a distance." On the street, after Li Haoran's departure, Zhao Wan'er gazed at Su Chan with a worried expression. "Rascal Chen, your humiliation of the second prince will not be taken lightly." Before Zhao Wan'er could finish her thought, Su Chan chuckled softly and reassured her, "Wan'er, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, all will be well. There is no problem that cannot be resolved with a sword. If there is, then Zhao Wan'er, taking in Su Chen's confident smile, nodded silently. And the two made their way back into the residence. Within the second prince's manor, upon returning, Li Haoran, consumed by fury, swept every item off the table, shattering porcelain that echoed through the room, reflecting his inner rage. "Su Chan dares to humiliate this prince. I shall make him wish he were never born." Li Haoran shouted through gritted teeth. His attendants and servants stood cautiously nearby, none daring to approach. News of the second prince being publicly stripped by the young master of Su Bei swiftly spread throughout the royal city, igniting discussions both in court and among the populace. The tidings soon reached the ears of the sovereign, Li Zhao, whose face darkened ominously upon hearing the news, intensifying his murderous intent towards Su Chen. Inside the residence, Su Jinyue sat across from an elderly man clad in simple garb. The old man, his brow furrowed, inquired, "Are you truly unafraid of forcing the sovereign's hand?" Su Jinyue nodded slightly, responding gravely, "It is time. The court has already begun to act against the four great families. The example of the Zhao family stands clear." With resolute eyes, Su Jinyue declared, "What has transpired with Chen is merely a spark. Since the court has prepared a strike against us, can we sit idly by?" The old man sighed. "Ah, they were able to eliminate the Zhao family without a trace." Before he could finish, the voices of Su Chen and Zhao Wan'er echoed from outside, and without a moment's hesitation, the old man vanished from sight. Chapter 60. The Feast at Hongmen. 2 hurried days passed. On this midday, after Su Chen and his companions had finished their meal, a loud proclamation echoed from outside. "The imperial edict has arrived." Shortly thereafter, a eunuch entered with the edict in hand, striding confidently. It was the same eunuch who had delivered a message to Su Bei a month prior. Su Jinyue led Su Chen and Zhao Wan'er to the courtyard, where the eunuch announced loudly, "The Prince of Su Bei, young master of Su Bei, and the royal consort Zhao Wan'er, receive your decree." Su Jinyue and Su Chen remained rooted in place, while Zhao Wan'er glanced at the two, observing that they did not kneel, and stood quietly, watching the decree's bearer. The eunuch, holding the imperial edict, was about to remind the three individuals to kneel and receive it when he met the imposing gaze of Su Jinyue. His heart sank, and the words that were on the tip of his tongue were instantly swallowed back. Regaining his composure, the eunuch cleared his throat and began to announce the edict. "By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, Su Jinyue, king of northern Su, and Su Chen, heir of northern Su, are entrusted with escorting Princess Zhao Wan'er back to the royal city. Therefore, I summon King Su Jinyue, heir Su Chen, and Princess Zhao Wan'er to the palace for a banquet at noon tomorrow to express my esteem. Thus it is decreed." Upon completing the reading, the eunuch cautiously glanced at Su Jinyue before extending the edict towards him, saying, "Your Highness, please accept the decree." Su Jinyue merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction and did not reach out for it. Instead, the guest official beside him stepped forward and took the edict from the eunuch's hands. Not daring to utter another word, the eunuch observed Su Jinyue's somewhat frigid expression and quickly departed. After the eunuch's exit, Su Jinyue furrowed his brows, a look of gravity overtaking his features. Su Chen turned to Su Jinyue with a smile, saying, "Grandfather, do you think this could be a trap akin to a feast at Hongmen?" After a moment of silence, Su Jinyue replied, "Chen, it seems you are correct. This is indeed a banquet set by the emperor as a trap for us." "Did you hear the title used for Wan'er in the edict? Princess Zhao Wan'er. The emperor is resolute in marrying her off to the second prince. Our invitation to the palace is ostensibly for a banquet, but the true objective is likely to target us, grandfather and grandson." Upon hearing Su Jinyue's words, Su Chen understood the implications, and, after a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of cold amusement flickered in his eyes. He turned to Su Jinyue and said, "Grandfather, do you trust Chen?" Su Jinyue was momentarily taken aback, but upon meeting Su Chen's steadfast gaze, he slowly responded, "Chen, I naturally believe in you. What are your thoughts?" Su Chen, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Grandfather, if you truly believe in me, then tonight take Wan'er and leave the royal city for northern Su. Allow me to attend the banquet alone tomorrow." Su Jinyue's brow furrowed immediately, and with a serious tone that brooked no dissent, he replied, "Chen, what are you saying? I would never permit you to venture into danger alone. That is out of the question. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the banquet. Even if it means traversing a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, we shall face it together." As soon as Su Jinyue's words fell, Zhao Wan'er, standing nearby, earnestly interjected, "Su Chen, I will not leave either. This predicament arose because of me. How can I abandon you? I wish to stand by your side, even if it means facing death together." Moved by the sentiments expressed by both, Su Chen felt a surge of emotion, but still urged them, "Grandfather, the emperor is clearly targeting our duo. With both of you present, I would need to divide my focus to protect you. However, if I go alone, I would have fewer concerns. Do you not believe in your grandson's capabilities?" Su Jinyue shook his head repeatedly, his gaze steadfast as he looked at Su Chen, proclaiming loudly, "Chen, let's not speak of this matter any further. As members of the Su family, we have always stood together in both triumphs and trials. How could we abandon our kin and flee alone in such times?" Observing the resolute expressions of the two, Su Chen let out a helpless sigh and replied with a smile. Very well, if that is the case, let us proceed together. At this, Su Jinyue smiled slightly and reassured him. Fear not, Chen. Should the need arise for action, your grandfather has contingencies in place. Do not forget, I am a king of Subei, haha. The following day, shortly after the hour of Su Jinyue, Su Chen, and Zhao Wan'er made their way towards the imperial palace, while Jun Wuhan and his companions remained in the residence to await their return. Upon reaching the palace gates, they were met by the stern faces of the imperial guards, their expressions serious as they scrutinized the trio. As Su Chen stepped into the palace, he immediately sensed an atmosphere of unusual intensity. Compared to their visit 3 days prior, the number of soldiers within the palace had evidently increased, their presence exuding a palpable aura of menace, as if they had just returned from the battlefield. Su Jinyue, observing this scene, narrowed his eyes slightly. He could discern that these soldiers were no ordinary guards. The aura of ferocity surrounding them could only stem from genuine encounters with life and death. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on this, for he understood that the outcome of today as confrontation would not hinge upon mere numbers. Before long, the trio arrived at the palace where the emperor was hosting a banquet. Upon entering the grand hall, they found it already filled with guests. As they made their entrance, the collective gaze of the assembly fell upon them, each pair of eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. King of Subei, it has been a long time. Your charisma remains undiminished, one official remarked as the others hastened to greet Su Jinyue, who responded with a calm nod. Su Chen, feeling at ease, trailed behind Su Jinyue, discreetly surveying the surroundings. He distinctly sensed the presence of numerous concealed, yet formidable auras within the hall. A faint smirk of disdain played upon Su Chen's lips as he absorbed the hidden energies surrounding him. Beside him, Zhao Wan'er appeared anxious, her body trembling slightly from nervousness. Noticing this, Su Chen gently grasped her hand and whispered soothingly, Wan'er, do not fear. I am here. The warmth of his palm provided a comforting reassurance that quickly calmed her racing heart. At that moment, Su Chen felt a piercing gaze upon him. He lifted his head to meet the eyes of the second prince, Li Chungang, which were brimming with hostility. Aware of the intensity in his stare, Su Chen subtly raised the hand holding Zhao Wan'er, a hint of a provocative smile gracing his features. Upon witnessing this, Li Chunggang's face contorted in an instant, the veins on his forehead prominently visible due to his anger. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale, clearly agitated by Su Chen's provocative demeanor. Yet, he quickly composed his expression, inwardly sneering. Su Chen, let you be arrogant a while longer, soon it will be your demise. However, Su Chen paid him no further heed, taking Zhao Wan'er by the hand and following Su Jinyue towards their seats. With the arrival of the emperor, a sharp voice resonated through the hall. Emperor Li Zhao slowly emerged from the side chamber. Chapter 61, I oppose this marriage. Inside the grand hall, after taking a seat, Li Zhao exchanged pleasantries with the attendees, then gradually surveyed the gathering. His voice, steady and powerful, declared, Today's banquet is primarily for 2 matters. Firstly, the king of Subei has guarded the northern frontier for many years, contributing immensely to the stability of our dynasty. Today, he personally escorts the royal consort back to the capital. I have specially arranged this feast to express my respect and gratitude towards the king of Subei. As Li Zhao's words echoed, all eyes turned towards Su Jinyue. A minister clad in a purple official robe stood up immediately, bowing obsequiously. Your Majesty speaks true. The king of Subei has safeguarded our northern borders for years, proving himself to be a pillar of our dynasty. His statement was met with a chorus of agreement from the other officials present. None noticed the fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in Li Zhao's eyes as he gazed at the purple-robed minister. Li Zhao raised his hand slightly, and the hall fell into an immediate silence. As for the second matter, as you all know, I have previously betrothed the second prince to the royal consort Zhao Wan'er. Now that she has arrived in the capital, it is time for their marriage to take place. Upon his utterance, a buzz of murmurs erupted throughout the hall, and the eyes of the crowd flitted rapidly between Zhao Wan'er, Su Chen, and the second prince Li Chungang. Li Chungang promptly stepped forward, his face alight with joy as he bowed. I thank my father for this arrangement. He then straightened up, casting a provocative glance at Su Chen, a smirk of triumph dancing on his lips. Zhao Wan'er's complexion drained of color, her body trembling slightly, her tightly clasped hands turning white from the strain. Su Chen continued to indulge in the exquisite delicacies on the table, seemingly unfazed by Li Zhao's declarations or Li Haoran's taunts. Meanwhile, Su Jingyue narrowed his eyes slightly, emanating an air of commanding authority without uttering a word. He gradually rose, bowing slightly to Li Zhao. "Your Majesty, I dare to request that you rescind your command." Instantly, the atmosphere in the grand hall grew tense. None had anticipated that Su Jingyue would audaciously demand the emperor to retract his decree. All gazes converged upon him, many faces betraying a mix of astonishment and concern. Seated opposite Su Jingyue, Lu Jingwen's eyes flickered momentarily before he rose to his feet. "Your Highness, the emperor's decree, once issued, cannot simply be retracted. How can you disregard the emperor's dignity in such a manner? Do you presume that your long tenure guarding the northern frontier grants you the liberty to dismiss his majesty's authority?" Upon hearing this, Li Zhao's eyes glimmered with a barely perceptible amusement. He raised his hand, gesturing for Lu Jingwen to take a seat, then turned his gaze toward Su Jingyue and spoke slowly. "Your Highness, I understand your fondness for your grandson, yet this decree pertains to the imperial family's reputation. Once I have issued it, how can it be rescinded? You have always been a man of reason. Do not allow personal sentiments to complicate my position." Su Jingyue maintained a composed demeanor, meeting Li Zhao's gaze directly as he replied with measured dignity. "Your Majesty, I am not lacking in understanding. Chen and Wan'er are deeply in love. If they are forcibly separated, I fear Chen may succumb to despair and act rashly." Li Zhao's expression darkened at these words, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Your Highness, are you suggesting that if I do not retract my command, your grandson may engage in some act of defiance? Are you threatening me?" Before Su Jingyue could respond, Li Haoran could no longer suppress the smile, tugging at his lips, and stepped forward. "Father, this Su Jingyue dares to threaten you in front of all the ministers. This is utterly disrespectful. I implore you, punish Su Jingyue severely to uphold the majesty of the throne." Upon hearing Li Haoran's words, the ministers began to murmur among themselves, and several stepped forward to support his plea. The official clad in purple robes, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, the second prince speaks truthfully. Su Jinyue's actions are indeed inappropriate, a blatant challenge to the imperial dignity. If not met with stern punishment, it may prove difficult to maintain order in the future." At this, Su Chen could not help but chuckle, drawing the attention of everyone in the hall. The official, noticing this, turned a stern gaze towards Su Chen. "Young Master Su, what is so amusing? We are currently discussing matters that pertain to the dignity of the royal family, and your lack of decorum suggests you do not regard His Majesty with the proper respect." Unperturbed, Su Chen stood, adjusted his attire, and swept a scornful glance at the official. "Sir, I find your ability to change your demeanor swifter than that of a renowned performer in a Sichuan opera. Just moments ago, you were flattering my grandfather, and now you appear with righteous indignation. How amusing." The official's face flushed crimson, and he struggled to retort, momentarily lost for words. Disregarding the official, Su Chen turned his attention back to Li Zhao. "Your Majesty, have you truly made up your mind to uphold the decree without reconsideration?" As Su Chen's words fell, Li Haoran interjected with a loud outburst. "Su Chen, how dare you speak to the emperor in such a manner? This is sheer insubordination." Yet, Su Chen paid him no heed, his gaze firmly fixed on Li Zhao. Li Zhao, noticing Su Chen's gaze, darkened his expression and declared, "Having issued my decree, I shall not easily retract it. My will embodies the authority and resolve of the imperial house. This matter concerns the dignity of the court, and there shall be no alteration." As his words echoed in the grand hall, an immediate silence enveloped the space, with all present rendered mute. Li Hao looked at Su Chen with a smug expression, seemingly assured of his victory. With a cold laugh, Su Chen released a formidable aura, then coldly addressed Li Zhao. "I do not consent to this marriage." The declaration sent a ripple of astonishment through the hall. The audacity of Su Chen's defiance against the emperor's edict left everyone in shock. Li Hao, brimming with delight, pointed at Su Chen and bellowed, "Su Chen, how audacious of you to defy the imperial command. You are courting death." Another minister, filled with righteous indignation, shouted, "Your actions are utterly rebellious. The emperor's decree is absolute. To openly defy it is sheer folly." Li Zhao's expression grew icy as he stated, "Su Chen, do you wish to make an enemy of the entire court?" With a mocking smile, Su Chen retorted, "No, you are mistaken. It is not I who stand against the court, but the court that stands against me." After a brief pause, he continued, "Enough of your performance. Reveal your true intentions." The atmosphere in the hall was tense, like a taut bowstring. All eyes were fixed on Su Chun and Emperor Li Zhao. The emperor's face darkened as he stared at Su Chun, anger flickering in his eyes. Su Chun, your arrogance knows no bounds. Do you truly believe you can contend with the entire court? Unfazed, Su Chun met Li Zhao's gaze with confidence, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. From the moment I inherited the Sword God's legacy, I was destined to be invincible. A powerful aura emanated from him, creating an oppressive atmosphere that weighed heavily on those around. Li Zhao, with a hint of a cold smile, replied, "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Guards, seize him! With a commanding shout, a throng of soldiers surged forth from all directions, encircling Su Chun and his companions, clad in heavy armor and wielding sharp blades. Their eyes glinted with cold determination, clearly well prepared. Kill! With a fierce cry, the soldiers charged at Su Chun and his companions, brandishing their long spears. Seeing this, Su Chun swiftly drew his sword, Qi Shao, and with a powerful swing, unleashed a torrent of sword energy that surged forth like a raging tide. The azure stone floor beneath shattered instantaneously under the force of the sword's might, and the advancing soldiers were swept into the air by this overwhelming energy. Their iron armor was torn asunder, and they were flung backwards like waves crashing, landing motionless on the ground. However, the power of Su Chun's sword was far beyond mere display. The ground continued to tremble as if a colossal dragon was struggling beneath the earth, yearning to break free. With a low growl from Su Chun, waves of sword energy erupted from the ground, converging into a singular force. In no time, an immense dragon, forged entirely of sword energy, manifested before the eyes of all present in the grand hall. The sword energy dragon coiled around Su Chun and his companions, emanating a chilling aura of dominance, its piercing eyes fixed menacingly on Li Zhao. In a moment of reverie, the crowd seemed to hear an earth-shattering roar. Following this, the colossal body of the sword energy dragon violently thrashed, unleashing a power that overturned the entire hall. Massive stone blocks and splintered beams scattered like meteors. Tracing arcs through the air, dust billowed forth like a dense fog, obscuring the vision of all. Amidst the chaos, terrified cries and pained moans resonated. As the dust began to settle, what remained of the Grand Palace was reduced to mere ruins. Among the shattered walls and debris, remnants of bricks and tiles piled high. In the instant the hall collapsed, Li Zhao, Li Daoran, and Lu Jingwen managed to escape with the cover of the skilled masters hidden within. They now stood upon a high platform outside the hall, where 6 formidable figures shielded Li Zhao from behind. Surrounding them were soldiers armed with bows and spears, standing in tight formation. Li Zhao's face was ashen, the fury in his eyes undiminished, now tinged with a newfound fear of survival. Meanwhile, Su Chun gently descended with Zhao Wan'er and Su Jinyue onto the apex of another hall. "Grandfather, Wan'er, wait for me here." Without awaiting a response, Su Chun soared to a distance of 100 meters from Li Zhao, sword in hand, calmly surveying Li Zhao and the throng of soldiers around him. His white robes fluttered in the wind, resembling an immortal, radiating an aura of invincibility that could withstand the might of 1,000 warriors. The soldiers, filled with dread, fixated on Su Chun, their bows and spears trembling slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. The terrifying power he had just exhibited, the tumult unleashed by the sword energy dragon, remained vividly etched in their minds. None wished to be the first to succumb to his blade. Seeing Su Chun regard the multitude of soldiers with such indifference, Li Zhao's anger surged even more violently. He abruptly flicked his sleeve and bellowed at the commander beside him. "What are you all dawdling for? Fire arrows! Shoot him down!" The commander, momentarily shaken, hesitated but then steeled himself, raising the command flag and shouting, "Release the arrows." In an instant, the bowstrings sang in unison. A deluge of arrows surged toward Su Chun like a swarm of locusts, blotting out the sky as if intent on filling the very heavens above him. Yet, Su Chun remained unperturbed, his gaze icy and disdainful. Without any visible movement from him, the barrage of arrows halted mid-flight around him, as if an invisible hand had firmly grasped them. Su Chun slightly raised his gaze, his eyes sweeping over the hovering arrows, a hint of a cold smile flickering within them. He then waved his hand, causing the previously motionless projectiles to swiftly change direction and accelerate towards Li Zhao. Li Zhao, witnessing the arrows hurtling towards him, wore an expression of rage and bellowed, "Su Chun, you are exceedingly bold." Li Haoran, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground. His complexion as pale as paper, his lips trembling uncontrollably. As the dense barrage of arrows sped toward Li Zhao, 6 formidable figures surged into action before him. They moved with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly aligning themselves in a row to shield Li Zhao. The leader issued a low command, and, simultaneously, all 6 harnessed their inner energy, forming a robust barrier of true qi in front of them. The arrows descended like a torrential rain, crashing against the true qi barrier with a series of muffled thuds. With each impact, ripples spread across the barrier. Standing behind the 6, Li Zhao's expression darkened, and as the last arrow fell to the ground, his voice roared forth. "All soldiers, heed my command. Whoever slays Su Chen shall be rewarded with a fortune and granted the title of Marquis." The enticing yet coercive words landed like a heavy hammer on the hearts of every soldier present, transforming their previously hesitant gazes, born of fear, into fervent zeal. Those armed with bows and long spears, upon hearing of such generous rewards, momentarily forgot the terrifying prowess Su Chen had just displayed. And their shouts once again resonated through the skies as they charged frantically towards Su Chen. In that instant, the scene resembled a surging tide, a formidable momentum sweeping towards him. Upon hearing Li Zhao's proclamation and observing the soldiers rushing at him, Su Chen smiled coldly. He lightly tapped his toes against the ground, gradually elevating his form into the air as an invisible yet powerful aura emanated from him, spreading outward like a tempest. This aura, palpable as a storm, caused the surrounding air to hum ominously. Dust from the ground was whipped up, forming miniature whirlwinds that spiraled around his feet. With a gleaming red sky, sword in hand, Su Chen unleashed a mighty shout, swinging the blade with ferocity. In an instant, a resplendent sword chi erupted from the red sky sword, cascading forth like a galaxy spilling its brilliance, imbued with the boundless power of the heavens, sweeping forward with a destructive momentum. As the sword was drawn, the expressions of the 6 celestial realm experts beside Emperor Li Zhao shifted dramatically. They sensed the cataclysmic force contained within Su Chen's sword chi and hastily summoned their full strength in an attempt to resist. However, the moment they made contact with the sword chi, they were met with an overwhelming force akin to a mountain crashing down. Their bodies flung away as helplessly as ants colliding with a primordial beast, unable to withstand the onslaught. Shadows traced haunting arcs through the air, akin to a tattered kite, before plummeting heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust, their fates uncertain. In the wake of this, a surge of sword energy once more hurtled towards Li Zhao, Li Daoran, and Lu Jingwen, threatening to engulf them entirely. In that critical moment, a dark figure seemed to emerge from thin air, appearing before the trio with a ghostly swiftness. The speed of this individual was so extraordinary that one could scarcely perceive any trace of movement, as if merely a fleeting glimmer of light had passed. Subsequently, with a swift motion, he thrust both hands forward, gathering brilliance between his palms, and in an instant, a formidable and tangible essence of true energy materialized. It stood defiantly against the torrent of sword energy unleashed by Su Chen. In an instant, the blade's force collided violently with the barrier of true energy. A powerful shockwave radiated outward in a circular fashion, compressing the air as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, emitting a thunderous roar reminiscent of the depths of the earth. A ferocious wind rose, wreaking havoc upon the surroundings, scattering remnants of shattered walls and debris. Fragments of stone were swept into the heart of a tempest, swirling chaotically, obscuring the sky. In stark contrast, those soldiers charging towards Su Chen were far less fortunate. With a single stroke, countless lives were mercilessly reaped. The soldiers at the forefront had no chance to react. Their eyes widened in terror. Yet before fear could fully register, they were consumed instantly by the horrifying sword energy. This overwhelming blade was akin to a primordial beast awakened from the ancient past, clawing and tearing at their very beings. The once imposing soldiers, clad in heavy armor and wielding long spears like iron fortresses, now appeared as fragile as autumn leaves caught in a tempest, shattered under the onslaught of sword energy. In an instant, blood erupted like a fountain, limbs scattered in disarray, transforming the once mighty warriors, who had roared their battle cries upon the battlefield, into lifeless, cold corpses strewn across the ground. The air was thick with the palpable stench of blood, inducing nausea, as if the very essence of life had been wrenched from their bodies. As far as the eye could see, The ground was piled high with bodies. Broken armor and shattered weapons littered among them, all glistening with a ghastly and tragic light under the crimson stain of blood. The earth was soaked in a river of vivid red, coursing forth in shocking streams. Even the majestic palace, standing 100 meters away, seemed no more than a fragile toy made of paper, utterly incapable of withstanding the residual might of Su Chen's sword. As the sword energy rampaged, the walls of the palace appeared to be struck by an invisible hand from the void, collapsing with a thunderous crash. In an instant, bricks and stones flew as dust clouds rose, obscuring the heavens. It was as if everything in this world, before the unparalleled might of that sword, was rendered pitifully weak, destined to become mere ruins. For a moment, the entire square was enveloped in a profound silence, as the might of Su Chen's sword left everyone in a state of deep astonishment. Li Zhao, standing amidst the ruins, appeared pale, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was aware that Su Chen had reached the realm of earthly immortals, yet he could not fathom that Su Chen's strength could be so terrifying. He found himself murmuring inwardly, "Is this truly within the capabilities of a human?" Just as Li Zhao was lost in thought, the figure in the black robe before him turned to Su Chen and spoke. "I never expected that Su Jinyue would have such an extraordinary grandson as you." Hearing the words of the figure in black, Su Jinyue, who stood atop the grand hall, snapped back to reality from the shock brought on by Su Chen's sword. He squinted at the black-robed man, and after a long moment, a look of surprise flickered in his eyes. Then, he leaped from the top of the hall to land beside Su Chen, gazing gravely at the figure in black, and said in a low voice, "Li Tianyi, you are still alive." Upon hearing this, Li Tianyi let out a low, hoarse laugh. "Ha! Su Jinyue, if you are still alive, how could I possibly be dead?" "Grandfather, do you know him?" Su Chen inquired, looking at Su Jinyue. With a serious expression, Su Jinyue replied slowly, "Chener, this man is the second uncle of Emperor Li Zhao, named Li Tianyi." True to his name, he was recognized 30 years ago as the #1 in the world across the 4 great dynasties. Li Tianyi, upon hearing this, glanced at Su Jinyue and Su Chen, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Su Jinyue, it has been many years. Your grandson has indeed impressed me. However, it seems you shall not leave this palace alive today." As the conversation unfolded, Li Zhao, Li Daoran, and Lu Jingwen gradually emerged from the fear instilled by Su Chen's sword. Li Zhao turned to Li Tianyi and said, "Second uncle, I must trouble you to take action and eliminate this boy to uphold the dignity of our royal family." Li Tianyi narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Su Chen, his aura steadily rising. He spoke in a deep voice, "Zhao, rest assured, although this boy is strong, with me here, he cannot escape." Su Chen, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh and looked at Li Tianyi. "Your abilities are rather limited, yet your claims are quite grand." He then turned toward the section of the palace and called out loudly, "Since you are here, why not step forward? I shall deal with all of you at once, to save everyone the trouble." As soon as Su Chen's words fell, an elderly figure slowly emerged from the direction he was facing. The old man's hair and beard were as white as snow, gently swaying in the breeze. His long beard hung down to his chest, quivering slightly with each breath. His eyebrows resembled 2 sharp swords, slanting into his temples, and his piercing gaze exerted an invisible pressure upon anyone who met it. Though the old man's steps were somewhat unsteady, each movement appeared laborious, as if a gust of wind could topple him. Yet, he emanated an overwhelming aura. This presence surged forth like tumultuous waves, spreading outward and instilling an undeniable sense of reverence in those who beheld it. The elderly man appeared to move slowly, yet within mere steps, he stood before Su Chen. Once he halted, Li Zhao and Li Tian both hastily bowed in reverence, their expressions filled with awe. The elder first offered a slight nod to the group before his calm gaze swept over the assembly, ultimately resting upon Su Chen, remarking, "At such a tender age, to possess such prowess is indeed extraordinary. Ancestor, this young man disregards our royal family. I implore you to eliminate him to preserve our dignity." Li Zhao's voice echoed from behind as soon as the elder concluded. However, Li Tian interjected with a chuckle, "Zhao, though this boy is formidable, he is not worthy of the ancestor's intervention. I alone can vanquish him." Chapter 64. Heaven did not give birth to me. Su Sword God. The path of the sword endures through endless nights. Besides Su Chen, Su Jinyue regarded Li Tian and the seemingly unfathomable elder with a grave expression. Following Li Tian's declaration, he shouted into the void, "Old fossil, Someone seeks to slay your grandson. Do you intend to merely watch? As Su Jinyue's words fell, a figure leapt from the hall where Zhao Wan'er was, landing beside him. Su Chen regarded this figure without a hint of surprise. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Tian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Su Jinhai, I did not expect you to still be alive. Su Jinhai squinted slightly at Li Tian and replied solemnly, Li Tian, after all these years, you remain as arrogant as ever. Li Tian smirked, a trace of disdain gracing his lips. Humph, Su Jinhai. You were no match for me 30 years ago. Now I have advanced further. What can your arrogance accomplish against me? As Li Tian laughed heartily, Su Chen's lips curled into a sly smile. With a mere thought, a brick beneath his feet suddenly soared forth, hurtling toward Li Tian with astonishing speed. Caught off guard by Su Chen's sudden assault, Li Tian was struck squarely on the head by the brick, his laughter abruptly ceasing as a sharp pain coursed through him. Realizing what had transpired, he glared furiously at Su Chen, seething, You dare to ambush me. Unfazed, Su Chen shrugged and retorted coolly, Ambush? Have you ever witnessed such an overt attack? I merely wish to convey with this brick that arrogance brings misfortune. Those who are presumptuous will face consequences. Nearby, Su Jinyue and Su Jinhai could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing Su Chen's words. Suskengi, Chakaling, remarked to Su Chen. You are truly of my Su lineage, akin to your great-uncle. Li Tian, trembling with rage at Su Chen's taunt, roared as his aura surged once more. His eyes locked onto Su Chen, brimming with murderous intent. Boy, I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death. Beside Li Tian, the elder with white hair, sensing the impending violence, spoke up, The young man of the Su family, I offer you a chance. If you pledge your unwavering loyalty to the Dragon Martial royal family, I shall spare you today. Otherwise, haha. Before the white-haired elder could finish his words, Su Chen burst into laughter as if he had heard a jest. Beside him, Su Jinyue and Su Jinhai wore mocking smiles. Su Chen stifled his laughter, a sharp glint in his eyes as he gazed directly at the elder. You expect me to pledge allegiance to your royal family? Do you truly believe you are worthy? The elder's expression remained unchanged, his tone calm as he replied, Young man, do not provoke fate. Do you know the consequences of opposing the royal family? A smirk crept upon Su Chen's lips as he lightly swung his Qishao sword, a fierce sword aura radiating from it. I'm rather curious to see what the outcome of defying your royal family will be. Su Jinhai and Su Jinyue steadfastly stood beside Su Chen, with Su Jinhai solemnly declaring, Should the royal family seek battle, the Su family shall accompany you to the end. Li Qiani, filled with fury, bellowed, Since you seek death, I shall grant it. With that, he shouted Black Dragon. In an instant, a shadow darted from afar like lightning, landing firmly in Li Qiani's hand, a long spear, entirely black and exuding a chilling glimmer. As he grasped the spear, his aura surged once more, the black spear complementing his dark robes, resembling an invincible war deity. His figure gradually ascended, casting the spear into the air, and in the next moment, countless spear shadows materialized behind him, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, exuding a cold, murderous intent, all aimed at Su Chen and his companions below. Su Chen gazed at Li Qiani hovering above, a flicker of battle intent igniting within him. Since acquiring the pinnacle inheritance from Li Chungang, he had yet to unleash his full power. Today, encountering Li Qiani, a being of the earth immortal realm, along with the white-haired elder, provided the perfect opportunity to test his strength. He turned slightly to Su Jinhai, smiling, Uncle, please protect my grandfather and Wan'er. The rest is up to me. Just as Su Jinhai was about to respond, he felt an overwhelmingly powerful aura emanating from Su Chen. This aura manifested as a tempest, sweeping outward from Su Chen's center. The air around him trembled with a resonant hum, and his garments danced wildly, as if invisible hands were tugging at them. Su Chen's gaze remained sharp, fixed upon Li Qiani in the air, his Qishao sword vibrating with excitement, as if echoing its master's fervor. Li Qiani sensed the sudden surge in Su Chen's aura, his heart tightening, causing his previously arrogant demeanor to wane slightly as he tightened his grip on the spear. The white-haired elder also focused intently, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by a profound murderous intent lurking in the depths of his gaze. Su Chen's figure slowly ascended into the air, and he called out, Sword, come forth. As Su Chen's voice faded, an array of swords surged through the royal city, creating a magnificent celestial river of blades in the sky. The sound of clashing swords resonated like thunder, echoing through the clouds. Countless swords glimmered with a chilling light, slicing through the air at an astonishing speed, their trajectories intertwining like a splendid meteor shower. In the royal city, at that moment when the myriad swords took flight, everyone stood frozen in awe. Some rubbed their eyes, unable to believe the spectacle before them. Su Chen hovered in the air, wielding the crimson sky sword, with innumerable swords standing around him like stars surrounding the moon. The fierce wind howled past, causing his garments to flutter and his hair to dance wildly. Below, the crowd, except for Zhao Wan'er, gazed up at this breathtaking scene, all overwhelmed by Su Chen's formidable presence. They had previously heard tales of Su Chen commanding a multitude of swords, but witnessing it firsthand stirred a tempest of astonishment within them. The heavens bore no sword god like Su Chen, and the path of the sword would remain eternally shrouded in darkness. In midair, Su Chen's aura surged once more, rippling outward in waves from his center. The countless swords behind him trembled slightly, emitting a series of clear, melodious sword cries, as if responding to Su Chen's powerful presence. Li Tianyi, feeling the surge of Su Chen's might, revealed a hint of seriousness in his gaze and declared, "You put on a show, but watch how I cut you down." Following this, a torrent of spear shadows erupted from behind him, hurtling towards Su Chen like a violent downpour. The multitude of spear shadows, imbued with a chilling intent to kill, sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound. A flicker of disdain crossed Su Chen's eyes. With a mere gesture, the swords behind him shot forth like meteors, propelled by an unyielding momentum towards the oncoming spear shadows. The clash of sword and spear erupted in a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 thunders breaking the silence, the deafening roar reverberating above the royal city. Chapter 65. If I do not perish from this strike, I shall yield to you. In the air, the dense formation of swords swiftly pierced through Li Tianyi's spear shadows, advancing toward him. Upon witnessing this, Li Tianyi let out a long howl, gripping his black spear tightly and swinging it rapidly. As he wielded the spear, a colossal black dragon gradually coalesced behind him. The dragon's body writhed, its scales shimmering with a cold brilliance under the sunlight. Li Tianyi's eyes were filled with madness and determination as he clutched the spear, merging as one with the dark dragon. He swung the spear once more, and the black dragon surged forward with lightning speed, shattering the swords in its path into fragments that rained down like droplets. Li Zhao and Li Daoran observed this spectacle, with Li Daoran muttering arrogantly, "Su Chen, no matter how powerful you are, you will ultimately fall before my royal family's experts." Li Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly, a smug expression gracing his face as if he had already envisioned the scene of Su Chen's defeat. Su Jinyue and Zhao Wan'er observed the relentless advance of the dark dragon shadow and the falling shards of long swords, their faces etched with concern. In no time, the colossal black dragon surged forward like a tumultuous storm, approaching Su Chen with overwhelming force. Its massive form obscured the sky, a palpable sense of oppression enveloping the atmosphere. Simultaneously, Li Tian's spear lunged towards Su Chen's face. The spear sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek, its tip glinting with a lethal brilliance, as if capable of penetrating anything. As he beheld Su Chen, now within arm's reach, a glint of madness and triumph flickered in Li Tian's eyes. He poured all his strength into this strike, vowing to obliterate Su Chen in one decisive blow. In that critical moment, the air around Su Chen seemed to solidify. Time appeared to slow, each fleeting instant stretching into eternity. Just as peril loomed, Su Chen sprang into action. His gaze sharpened like a keen sword. He summoned his inner energy, and with a swift motion, he unleashed his sword, Qi Shao. At the instant of his sword's arc, two immense azure dragon sword energies manifested. These colossal sword energies seemed almost alive, coiling and twisting, exuding an aura of formidable pressure. In the next heartbeat, they surged toward Li Tian and the black dragon. The black dragon sensed the dire threat posed by the azure dragon sword energies. It roared and writhed its massive body, attempting to withstand this terrifying assault. With a thunderous crash, the azure dragon sword energies collided with the black dragon. The overwhelming force of the explosion radiated outward, upheaving the stone slabs beneath and toppling the distant palace walls, clouds of dust rising to obscure the sky. Upon contact, the black dragon was instantly dispersed by the azure dragon's might. It shattered like fragile foam under the ferocious power of the azure dragon sword energies. dark sparks scattering like fireworks in the air. Li Tian's triumphant expression vanished in an instant. Disbelief widened his eyes as he struggled to comprehend how his pride, the Black Dragon, had been so effortlessly shattered by Su Chen's sword energy. Below, Li Zhao and Li Daoran were rendered speechless by the spectacle. In contrast, Su Jinyue and Zhao Wan'er wore expressions of astonishment, pride, and elation as they gazed at Su Chun suspended in midair. The Azure Dragon sword energies, having vanquished the Black Dragon, did not cease their advance. They continued to surge toward Li Tian, exuding an unstoppable momentum and a chilling pressure. Realizing the impending threat of the approaching Azure Dragon sword energies, Li Tian understood he could no longer evade the attack. He braced himself to confront Su Chen's strike head-on. Li Tian's entire being was suffused with vital energy as he wielded his spear to fend off the onslaught of two colossal dragons. Despite his relentless effort, he found himself being relentlessly propelled downward by their formidable strength, just as he was on the verge of being struck into the ground by the dragon sword energy. A white-haired elder, standing before Li Zhao, suddenly appeared beside Li Tian with astonishing speed. One hand grasped Li Tian while the other surged with vital energy, effectively countering the two Azure Dragon Sword strikes unleashed by Su Chun. Then, the elder swiftly transformed his palm into a fist, slightly bending his arm before launching a powerful punch, causing the two Azure Dragon Sword energies to dissipate instantaneously. Li Tian, still reeling from the encounter, looked at the elder with a face full of trepidation and a hint of wariness in his voice, saying, "Ancestor, we have underestimated this young man." The elder's gaze was profound as he fixed his eyes on the sky, addressing Su Chun with a measured tone. "Young man, in this realm of martial artists, the pinnacle is but that of a terrestrial deity. Yet, having been nurtured by the fortune of the dynasty for a century, I have already 1 foot in the realm of celestial beings. If you lay down your sword and serve my cause, I shall grant you a share of my dynasty's fortune." In response, Su Chun let out a boisterous laugh, declaring, "You, an old relic clinging to fortune for survival, dare to dream that I would serve you? You are unworthy." Upon hearing this, a fleeting flash of anger crossed the elder's eyes as he gestured with his hand, summoning the Black Dragon spear from Li Tian's grasp into his own. The moment the spear entered his possession, it vibrated with a resonant hum, seemingly responding to the elder's abundant vital energy. The spearhead glimmered with a cold radiance, even more dazzling than when held by Li Tian, and a faint sound akin to a dragon's roar echoed forth. With the Black Dragon spear in hand, the elder casually swung it, creating a massive fissure in the ground, resembling a gaping wound that stretched far into the distance. He then raised his gaze towards Su Chun, stating, "Young man, since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being ruthless." Su Chun, undeterred, initially chuckled before addressing the elder. "Old man, I shall strike but once. If you and your companion can withstand this blow without perishing, I shall willingly submit to you." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Li Tian could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What arrogance! Do you truly believe you could defeat both me and the ancestor with a single strike? You are nothing but a fool lost in dreams." On the ground, Li Zhao and Li Daoran exchanged amused glances at Su Chen's audacity. They thought to themselves that he was courting death by provoking the elder. They eagerly anticipated his downfall. Su Jinyue turned to Su Zhenhai beside him and inquired, "Do you think Chener has become a bit overconfident?" "Let us observe," replied Su Zhenhai. "If Chener dares to speak thus, he must have his reasons." As the two turned their attention back to Su Chun, suspended in the void, the elder's eyes narrowed slightly at Su Chen's words, a glimmer of doubt momentarily flickering within, though it was quickly replaced by confidence. He scoffed, "Such arrogance in a young man. However, I am eager to witness the strength of your strike. Should I endure it? You must not renege on your words." "Huh, let us see if you can withstand it first," Su Chen retorted. Chapter 66. A Sword to Open the Heavenly Gate. Su Chun stood proudly in the void, his long hair dancing freely with the wind, his gaze filled with an imperious air that seemed to look down upon the world. In that moment, it felt as though time itself had frozen between heaven and earth, with all eyes fixated intently upon him. Taking a deep breath, Su Chun declared in a low voice, "A sword shall open the heavenly gate." His voice was not loud, yet reverberated through the cosmos like a thunderclap, causing pain to resonate in the ears of the onlookers. A mocking smile appeared on Li Tian's face as he heard Su Chen's proclamation, seemingly deriding him for his audacity. However, that smile soon froze upon his lips. As Su Chen's words faded, the Qishao sword in his hand erupted with an unparalleled brilliance. Its radiance as blinding as the sun, compelling everyone to instinctively squint. Immediately, a tremendous sword aura surged forth with a cataclysmic momentum. The space it traversed subtly warped, as if unable to bear the weight of such overwhelming power. The clouds in the sky were instantaneously dispersed like smoke. The once thick layers of vapor torn apart as if they were mere fragile parchment. Then, the Qishao soared skyward, its blades shimmering with light, while simultaneously, the fragments of swords scattered on the ground began to tremble as if summoned by an unseen force. In the next moment, the shards, like birds returning to their nest, converged towards the Qishao. As more and more fragments flocked to it, the brilliance of the Qishao intensified. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the clear sky, and amidst the clamor, bolts of lightning danced like silver serpents in the air. A blinding light erupted from the Qishao, compelling the onlookers below to shut their eyes. When the radiance subsided and they reopened their eyes, they beheld a colossal long sword suspended in the air, emanating an oppressive aura that was both awe-inspiring and fearsome. The sword's body shimmered with a cold light, its blade exceptionally sharp. Even from a distance, one could feel its chilling edge, as if a mere flick could sever the very fabric of existence. This immense sword loomed like a majestic peak in the sky, instilling a profound sense of pressure upon all who beheld it. Su Chen's gaze burned like a torch, fixated on the sword above. With a subtle motion of his finger, the sword, imbued with an earth-shattering might, howled as it pierced the heavens. The clouds above were once more stirred, rolling like tumultuous ocean waves. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted forth, dazzling like the sun, rendering it impossible to behold directly. Accompanying this brilliance was a deafening sound that resonated throughout the cosmos, as if the very heavens and earth were fracturing. In that moment, the world seemed to freeze. Within the intense radiance, a heavenly gate gradually materialized. The heavenly gate stands tall and majestic, emanating an air of mystery and antiquity. Intricate patterns and designs adorn its grand doors. As the onlookers gaze in astonishment, the heavenly gate slowly opens, releasing streams of golden light that illuminate the entire realm. In that fleeting moment, those venerable masters and esteemed families, with their hair as white as snow, seemed to sense an awakening and turn their eyes toward the direction of the royal city. Within the streets of the royal city, the citizens halt their activities, gazing up at the sky in disbelief. Some stand with mouths agape, unable to utter a sound, merely staring vacantly at the celestial gate above. Others kneel upon the ground, hands clasped in prayer, murmuring softly as if beseeching divine protection. The entire royal city is engulfed in chaos. Inside the palace, Su Zhenhai and Su Zhenyue are equally rendered speechless by the spectacle before them, their eyes wide with astonishment. They are aware of Su Chen's formidable swordsmanship, yet they never anticipated such an extraordinary display of power. However, they quickly regained their composure. Glancing at the slowly opening heavenly gate and the white-haired elder still lost in wonder, a proud smile unwittingly spreading across their faces. "Father, what is that?" Li Doudan asks, his face a mask of shock as he gazes at the golden portal above, turning to Li Zhao for answers. Yet, he receives no response. He looks again at Li Zhao, who, along with Lu Jingwen, stands transfixed, staring at the portal in the sky. The heavenly gate, he actually cleaved it open with a single sword strike. How is that possible? Lu Jingwen mutters in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment. The white-haired elder and Li Tianyi gaze at the heavenly gate, initially stunned. Yet, soon, their astonishment is replaced by profound joy. The elder's chest heaves with excitement, his grip on the black dragon's spear trembling slightly. Beside him, Li Tianyi stares intently at the gate, his voice quavering as he inquires, "Ancestor, is this truly the heavenly gate?" Upon hearing this, the elder regains his focus, taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart. "Indeed, it is the heavenly gate," he replies solemnly. "I have waited for over a century. Today, at last, the heavenly gate has opened, and my long-held desires may finally be fulfilled." With that, the elder bursts into hearty laughter. "Old man, have you perhaps rejoiced too soon?" Just as the elder revels in his mirth, Su Chen's words act as a splash of cold water, jolting him from his ecstatic reverie. The elder's laughter abruptly ceases, and he looks up at Su Chen, who stands proudly in the sky, his long hair billowing in the wind, illuminated by the golden light from the heavenly gate, as if a deity has descended upon the earth. The colossal sword, known as the Gate of Heaven, hovered silently above Su Chen, exuding an oppressive aura that sent shivers down the spine. The elderly man with white hair gazed at Su Chen, a flicker of seriousness passing through his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Young friend, the opening of the Gate of Heaven presents a rare opportunity. If you allow us passage, we shall abandon today's endeavor. Moreover, with but a nod from you, I can elevate you to the throne of the Dragon Martial Dynasty. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Li Zhao's expression changed dramatically. Before Su Chen could respond, he interjected, "Ancestor, this cannot be. The throne of the Dragon Martial Dynasty cannot be so easily granted. Enough of this clamor." Li Tianyi, standing beside the white-haired elder, interrupted with an impatient reprimand, followed by a powerful punch that sent Li Zhao hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. With feigned smiles plastered on their faces, Li Tianyi and the elderly man turned their attention back to Su Chen, who regarded them with scorn. "You may forget about entering the Gate of Heaven. I can escort you to paradise instead." As Su Chen's words fell, the insincere smiles on Li Tianyi and the elders' faces froze instantly. They glared at Su Chen, their eyes brimming with fury and resentment. "Boy, don't be ungrateful." Before they could finish their threat, Su Chen acted, pointing his sword at them. The sword, suspended above him, surged forth with an overwhelming might capable of annihilating all. Chapter 67. Celestial Being? Do you dare to descend for a duel? In mid-air, the sword had yet to arrive, yet its aura unleashed a tempest that trembled the very fabric of space. The white-haired elder and Li Tianyi stared at the rapidly approaching blade, terror etched in their eyes, as the looming threat of death enveloped their hearts like a heavy shackle. They could distinctly sense the destructive force that Su Chen wielded with that sword. "The Gate of Heaven is open. None shall impede me. Those who obstruct my ascension shall perish." As the colossal sword hurtled towards them, madness filled the elder's gaze. In the next instant, a powerful aura erupted from him, and as he wielded the black dragon spear, a colossal and more formidable black dragon coiled behind him. With a fierce throw, the elder propelled the black dragon's spear forward, where it hovered before him. "Tianyi, together!" he bellowed, as his true energy surged forth, infusing the spear with power. Without hesitation, Li Tianyi unleashed all his true energy, recognizing that there was no retreat. They had to fight to the death. As their energies poured into the black dragon spear like a torrential tide, the spear blazed with brilliance, trembling slightly as if responding to them. They exchanged a glance, and with their true energy guiding the black dragon spear, they charged towards the colossal sword that Su Chen had unleashed. Su Chen observed the actions of the two individuals. A disdainful smirk etched upon his visage. The distance between the black dragon spear and the colossal sword diminished, and the onlookers on the ground held their breath in anticipation of the unfolding drama. Yet, in an unforeseen turn of events, just as the black dragon spear was poised to strike the giant sword aimed at Su Chen, the white-haired elder abruptly flickered, evading the range of Su Chen's attack and hastily soaring towards the opened heavenly gate. Li Tianyi stood momentarily dumbfounded. He could hardly fathom that his master would abandon him in such a critical moment. By the time realization dawned upon him, his eyes brimmed with shock and fury. However, there was no time left for him to chastise the elder, for Su Chen's giant sword was already upon them. In the next instant, Li Tianyi let out a thunderous shout as the black dragon spear met the giant sword head-on. At the moment of collision, it seemed as if time itself had come to a standstill. The radiance of the black dragon spear dulled under the oppressive force of the giant sword, and almost instantaneously, cracks resembling a spider's web began to spread from the spear's tip. With a resounding crack, the black dragon's spear shattered into fragments, which erupted like meteors in all directions. Li Tianyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could react, the formidable sword aura unleashed by the giant sword surged towards him like a tidal wave. In the depths of despair reflected in his gaze, he was engulfed by the sword energy, his body disintegrating like fragile paper under the onslaught. Blood sprayed through the air, staining the vast sky crimson. Su Chen regarded the now bloodied remnants of Li Tianyi with an impassive expression. His gaze shifted towards the white-haired elder, who was nearing the heavenly gate. With a scoff, Su Chen declared, "Did I grant you permission to enter the heavenly gate?" He then directed his sword once more, the giant sword slicing through the air with breathtaking speed towards the elder in white, leaving a trail of resplendent light, swift as lightning. The white-haired elder felt the looming threat behind him and quickened his pace, desperately propelling himself towards the heavenly gate. However, the giant sword had already closed in behind him. In that critical moment, a voice emanated from within the heavenly gate, resonating with an overwhelming authority that momentarily halted Su Chen's strike. Halt! The voice, seemingly born from the depths of an endless void, instilled a chilling dread. The elder seized the opportunity, urgently calling out, "Senior, save me." His voice trembled with desperation and hope. Su Chen, momentarily startled by the voice from within the heavenly gate, quickly regained his composure. With a flick of his sword, the giant sword surged again towards the white-haired elder. Sensing the relentless approach of death behind him, the elder cried out in despair, "No." He suddenly turned around, his hands moving swiftly as he concentrated the residual true energy within his palms, facing forward in an attempt to withstand Su Chen's fierce strike. Simultaneously, he fervently infused the last vestiges of his true energy into his feet, seeking to unleash greater speed and escape the lethal range of Su Chen's assault. However, Su Chen's colossal sword was not so easily thwarted. Before the blade reached him, the fierce sword energy surged forth like countless sharp blades, crashing against the old man's palms. In the blink of an eye, the elder's hands were drenched in blood, flesh torn and mangled. The gigantic sword descended with an unstoppable force, and the elder's eyes widened in terror. With a sickening sound, the sword effortlessly pierced through the elder's body, the overwhelming impact pinning him firmly against the celestial gate. His form became a grotesque tableau of blood and flesh, with crimson gushing forth like a fountain, staining the frame of the celestial gate. Upon the elder's demise, a translucent golden lotus emerged from within him, gracefully spiraling through the air. Those within the celestial gate seemed to perceive this fateful golden lotus, a tremendous pull emanating from within, drawing the essence slowly toward the gate. Observing this, a smirk tugged at Su Chen's lips as the golden lotus approached the celestial gate. He struck it apart with a single swing of his sword. "Foolish child, you seek your own demise," he proclaimed, inciting the wrath of those within the celestial gate. A thunderous roar reverberated from the boundless void, causing the ears of all present to ache. Immediately, an overwhelming pressure surged towards Su Chen. Yet this force failed to impose any effect upon him. "Celestial being, do you dare descend to the mortal realm for a battle?" He raised his head toward the celestial gate, his voice resonating like a great bell, echoing through the heavens and the earth. His gaze was filled with defiance and provocation, void of fear. After a brief silence within the celestial gate, the immense pressure suddenly intensified, seemingly as a response. Howling winds whipped through the air, clouds churned violently. The entire sky appeared to darken under the fury emanating from the celestial gate. "Humph, you possess the audacity to provoke, yet lack the courage to reveal yourself?" A glint of cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he thrust his colossal sword directly toward the celestial gate, vanishing within an instant. Before long, a cry of pain echoed from within the gate, followed by the sword re-emerging, its blade stained with dark, misty blood. "Boy, I shall remember you. On the day I descend, I will slay you." With that furious voice echoing from within, the celestial gate began to close slowly. Su Chen, regarding the bloodstains upon the blade, smiled faintly, declaring, "Celestial being, you are not beyond my reach." Chapter 68. In the realm of swords, if Chen claims the second position, who would dare to claim it first? On the ground, the spectators stood as if carved from wood, frozen in place, unable to recover from the shock of this monumental battle. Their gazes were fixed upon Su Chen, who hovered in the air like a deity. Li Daoran collapsed to the ground, trembling slightly, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, his face etched with despair and terror. He had never anticipated that Su Chen would possess such formidable strength, capable of slaying even the ancients. Lu Jingwen gazed at Su Chen, suspended in the air, his heart churning with tumultuous thoughts, elusive yet profound. Zhao Wan'er stood atop the grand hall, her gaze fixed fervently upon Su Chen, her eyes betraying an undeniable excitement. Su Jinyue and Su Zhenhai exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction. The heavenly gate began to close slowly. Su Chen floated serenely in the air, his thoughts immersed in the wondrous sensation of the sword soaring into the heavenly gate moments ago. He looked at the void before him, cleaved by the sword's aura, when a flash of spiritual insight suddenly flickered through his mind. In an instant, Su Chen felt as if he were transported to a world frozen in time. Everything around him fell silent, and his consciousness delved deeply into his inner realm, replaying every detail of the moment he had unleashed the sword to open the heavenly gate. Like scenes from a film. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light, seemingly from the boundless void, emerged in his consciousness, radiating a mysterious and formidable power. Instantly captivated by this sword light, Su Chen fixated upon it, a powerful yearning welling up within him. He eagerly began to explore the essence of this sword light, seeking to comprehend the profound swordsmanship it embodied. Time slipped away unnoticed as Su Chen became wholly absorbed in this understanding, oblivious to everything around him. On the ground, seeing Su Chen remain motionless, Su Jinyue turned to Su Jinhai and inquired, "What is Chen doing? Why is he so still?" Su Jinhai did not respond immediately. After scrutinizing Su Chen for a considerable time, he finally spoke with astonishment. He has entered a state of enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyue's face lit up with a mixture of surprise and joy, his gaze filled with anticipation as he watched Su Chen in midair. At this moment, Su Chen remained enveloped in his own world. The brilliant sword light within his mind grew increasingly vivid. As his understanding deepened, the sword aura around him began to stir gently, and the massive sword before him began to tremble. A powerful sword aura emanated from the blade, causing the surrounding air to roil. Seconds passed, and the onlookers on the ground waited in silence, fearful that even the slightest sound might disturb Su Chen. In Su Chen's realm of comprehension, the essence of the sword light gradually revealed itself to him. He felt a transcendent power of swordsmanship, one that was potent and mysterious, as if it could sever all illusions of the world. As time slowly flowed by, Su Chen's gaze deepened with intensity. Within his inner world, he swung his sword time and again, the sword shadows flickering in resonance with the resplendent sword light from the boundless void. After countless attempts, Su Chen finally discerned that delicate sensation. A flicker of joy danced in his eyes as he wielded his sword with an unprecedented might. In an instant, a dazzling radiance erupted from the blade, akin to a brilliant star igniting in the darkness. This luminous force shattered the confines of Su Chen's inner world. Externally, onlookers witnessed a sudden surge of sword energy emanating from Su Chen as a colossal sword shadow ascended skyward. Where the shadow traversed, the very fabric of the void seemed to rend, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars. The stone slabs beneath fractured under the weight of this overwhelming power, while the surrounding air swirled violently, forming a vast vortex. Li Daoran gazed in terror at this spectacle, instinctively retreating. Lu Jingwen's eyes brimmed with astonishment. He had never beheld such a formidable sword technique. As the technique unfolded, everything around appeared to freeze in time. The immense sword shadow, imbued with cataclysmic force, cleaved towards the horizon. The void, struck by this sword shadow, manifested a fissure stretching miles long, resembling a grotesque wound that would not heal. Within the royal city, the populace was left awestruck by the sky's gaping rift. Some cried out in panic, "This is the wrath of the divine. Surely, we have angered the gods." Fear spread like wildfire, prompting many to kneel and beseech divine mercy. In a courtyard, Mu Jiansheng and Jun Wuhan gazed at the celestial rift, momentarily lost in thought. After what felt like an eternity, Jun Wuhan swallowed hard and turned to the still stunned Mu Jiansheng, asking, "Is he still human?" Su Jinhai fixed his fervent gaze upon the airborne Su Chen, stroking his beard and laughing heartily. From this day forth, if Su Chen claims the title of second in the way of the sword, who among this realm would dare to claim the first? In midair, as the sword descended, Su Chen opened his eyes, surveying the rift he had carved through the void, and smiled softly. The system does not deceive me. This transcendent comprehension is indeed delightful. With unwavering focus, he regarded the fissure, a surge of ambition swelling within him. This sword, possessing formidable might, deserve a name of grandeur. It shall be called Heaven-slaying. Though his voice was but a whisper, it resonated clearly in the ears of those below. Upon hearing the name bestowed upon the sword technique, hearts trembled in response. Unperturbed by their reactions, Su Chen gestured with his sword, causing the massive blade to quiver as the Qi Shao soared forth. He then gradually approached Zhao Wan'er, gently setting her feet firmly on the ground. At that moment, the surrounding air seemed to hold its breath. Su Jinyue and Su Jinhai hurried towards him, their faces etched with concern. "Chen, are you unharmed?" Su Senyuing Weiyif. With a faint smile, Su Chen reassured him, "Grandfather, do not worry. I am perfectly fine." Su Chen, You were truly remarkable just now, Zhao Wan'er exclaimed with a radiant smile, her gaze fixed upon him. At her words, Su Chen chuckled lightly, his eyes turning icy as they pierced towards the recently awakened Emperor Li Zhao, who lay slumped nearby, alongside the pallid Li Daoran and the vigilant Lu Jingwen. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, seemingly capable of penetrating their very souls, leaving them shivering in trepidation. Turning to Su Jinyue, he inquired, "Grandfather, having been a prince for several decades, would you care to experience what it feels like to be an emperor?" Su Jinyue chuckled in response. "I have no desire to be an emperor. Being a prince is far more carefree." Upon finishing his words, he glanced at the prostrate Li Zhao and continued, "Chen, should we slay the emperor at this moment, it may incite chaos across the realm. For the sake of the common folk, let us spare his life for now." Li Zhao, upon hearing Su Jinyue's words, felt a flicker of joy in his eyes. Before he could speak, Lu Jingwen, standing beside him, clasped his fists and said, "Your Highness's noble intentions are commendable. I implore the young master to spare the emperor's life for the sake of the people." With a cold snort, Su Chen fixed his piercing gaze upon Li Zhao and the others, declaring, "Today, for my grandfather's sake, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. However, remember this, from this day forth, this realm shall no longer belong to the Li family. Do you comprehend?" Li Zhao felt a surge of fury within. Yet his face betrayed no dissatisfaction as he repeatedly nodded, "I understand." Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "You would do well to remember your words. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to return to the royal city." With that, he turned to Su Jinyue and the others, stating, "Grandfather, Uncle Wan'er, let us depart." The four then slowly made their exit under the watchful gaze of Li Zhao and his companions. Chapter 69, A Letter from Su Bei, Northern Forces Invading, Second Uncle Captured. Days later, despite Li Zhao's deliberate suppression, the news of Su Chen's audacious act of opening the heavenly gate with a single sword within the imperial palace had spread throughout the martial world like wildfire, stirring up tumultuous waves. The sword god Su Chen once again became the focal point of conversations in the realm. Yet, some factions, upon learning this news, grew deeply apprehensive of him. In the dimly lit study of the Bai family, one of the four great clans, the head of the family, Bai Jinduan, sat with a secret letter in hand. The letter detailed Su Chen's feat of opening the heavenly gate and defeating royal experts at the levels of earthly immortals and half-step celestial beings. Bai Jinduan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the contents of the letter, his expression grave. After a considerable pause, he slowly set the letter down, his voice hoarse as he remarked, "Opening the heavenly gate with a single sword is intriguing. I hope you do not become an obstacle for my Bai family, otherwise." A cold smile crept onto his lips as he trailed off. In a pavilion within the Prime Minister's residence, Lu Jingwen, clad in a dark robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slightly tilting his head back, his eyes revealing an inscrutable mystery. Duan Blade stood resolutely beside Lu Jingwen, his demeanor austere, and his posture as upright as a pine tree. Lu Jingwen slightly turned his head to gaze at Duan Blade, his voice steady and powerful. "Have the arrangements been made regarding the actress?" Duan Blade lowered his head slightly, responding with respect, "My lord, everything is in order. She will continue to accompany the young master of Su Bei in the capacity of a maid." Lu Jingwen nodded slightly, instructing, "Inform her that, without my command, she should not act impulsively." "Yes, my lord," Duan Blade replied, his tone succinct and resolute. Subsequently, silence enveloped the pavilion once more. On the official road returning to Su Bei, within the carriage occupied by Su Chen and Zhao Wan'er, Su Chen was teasing Zhao Wan'er with a mischievous grin. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves pierced the air. Su Chen lifted the curtain of the carriage to look outside and beheld a swift steed racing towards them. In a matter of moments, the horse arrived before their carriage, raising a cloud of dust that filled the air with a dull thud. As the dust settled, Su Chen and Su Jinyue turned their attention to the newcomer, who quickly dismounted, kneeling in the middle of the road, and called out loudly, "I pay my respects to the young master. There is urgent military news from Su Bei." Su Jinyue furrowed his brow slightly and spoke in a deep voice, "What is the cause of such urgency? Rise and speak." The soldier, upon hearing the command, promptly stood and hastened to the front of Su Jinyue's carriage, retrieving a letter from his bosom. He then held the letter with both hands, bowing his head slightly as he presented it, his voice tinged with urgency. "My lord, this is an urgent report from Su Bei. Please take a look." After Su Jinyue accepted the letter, the soldiers stepped back, standing quietly to the side, awaiting further instructions. As Su Jinyue perused the contents of the letter, his expression gradually grew grave. His gaze remained fixed upon the paper, as if each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze at that moment, a tense air enveloping the scene. At this juncture, Su Chen also disembarked from his carriage, approaching Su Jinyue. He keenly sensed the unusual tension and inquired, "Grandfather, what has transpired?" Responding to Su Chen, Su Jinyue handed him the letter while saying, "Sure, your father has sent word that while we were en route to the royal city, Beiting seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Su Bei. The Su family army is valiantly resisting, but it appears that Su Bei has deployed experts from the realm of terrestrial immortals. Your second uncle is missing on the battlefield, presumably captured by Beiting, and your father has sustained serious injuries." Upon hearing Su Jinyue's words, Su Chen immediately grasped the letter and began to read it swiftly. The deeper he delved into its contents, the darker his expression became, his grip on the paper tightening, knuckles turning pale. Once he finished reading, Su Chen swiftly turned to Su Jinyue and declared, "Grandfather, the situation is dire. I shall not accompany you any longer. I will return at once." Su Jinyue regarded Su Chen and nodded slightly, imparting, "Chener, since Beiting dares to strike, they must be well prepared. Exercise utmost caution on your journey." In Su Chen's eyes flickered a glimmer of cold light as he spoke. "Rest assured, Grandfather, I shall undoubtedly rescue my second uncle. Those from the North Court who dare to harm members of the Su family will pay dearly for their audacity. Su Chen, you must exercise caution." Zhao Wan'er, who had hurriedly followed Su Chen down from the carriage, implored. Nodding in response, Su Chen reassured her, "Do not worry for me, Wan'er. You should return to Su City with Grandfather. I will come back to find you once I have brought back my second uncle." As his words hung in the air, Su Chen's figure soared into the sky, racing toward the northern border of Su. Simultaneously, Su Zhanhai, having exited the royal palace, was also hastening toward the northern border. Meanwhile, at the northern front, the Su army was struggling to hold its ground. Outside the encampment, the clamor of battle was deafening, with flashes of blades illuminating the chaos, and the soldiers' blood staining the earth. The forces of the North Court surged forth like a relentless tide, emboldened by the presence of their formidable land immortal, their assault growing ever more ferocious. Though the morale of the Su troops remained undiminished, they suffered grievous casualties, their defensive line compressed to its utmost limits. Following the capture of Sujinan, the North Court used this as leverage, persistently urging the Su army to surrender. However, the soldiers of the Su family, with iron wills, stood resolute, ready to sacrifice their lives to defend the dignity of their clan and every inch of land in the north. Within the North Court's camp, an elder appearing to be in his 60s stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the battlefield with a look of pride. This man was Wang Lin, the land immortal of the North Court. Beside him, Su Chen's second uncle, Su Hu, was shackled in iron chains. Despite his grievous injuries, he held his head high, his gaze resolute. The Su family is but a shadow of its former self. In a few days, the North will claim the Northern Territory as its own. Wang Lin boasted with a triumphant laugh. Su Hu glared fiercely, spitting defiantly. "Do not celebrate too soon. Do not forget that my Su family also possesses a land immortal." Wang Lin's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he retorted, "Do you think I am unaware? Whether Su Zhanhai can emerge alive from Longwu King City is a matter of uncertainty. How could he possibly attend to your plight?" At this, a fleeting shadow of worry crossed Su Hu's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, closing his eyes and disregarding Wang Lin. Chapter 70. Those who offend the Su family shall be punished. Inside a tent at the Su army's encampment, Su Zhan listened quietly, his complexion pale, as he absorbed the reports from his soldiers. "General, the North Court's forces are pressing like a tide. Though our soldiers fight valiantly, the losses are severe, and our defensive line is continually being compressed." The voice of the reporting soldier trembled slightly, revealing exhaustion and helplessness in his eyes. The atmosphere in the tent was heavy, and Su Zhan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the sand table before him, searching for a strategy to counter the enemy. His hands instinctively clenched, his knuckles turning pale. Suddenly, a loud shout resonated from outside the tent, followed by a messenger hastily entering and kneeling on the ground to report. "General, the Northern Army is currently gathering at the North Gate, and General Su Hu has been bound to a high pole. The Northern troops are incessantly clamoring for our immediate surrender, threatening harm to General Su Hu if we do not comply. Upon hearing the messenger's words, the atmosphere within the tent plunged into icy silence, with the soldiers displaying expressions of fury. Su Zhan's countenance darkened further, his teeth clenched, and his eyes flickered with flames of indignation. He then turned to the assembled warriors within the tent and inquired loudly, "Brothers, the Northern Army is so audacious as to invade our Su Bay. Are you afraid?" In response to Su Zhan's words, the soldiers unitedly shouted, "Not afraid. We are willing to shed our last drop of blood for Su Bay." Their voices echoed like thunder within the tent, each pair of eyes ablaze with unwavering resolve. Su Zhan nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with determination. "Excellent. The Su family army has no cowards. Today, we shall engage in a decisive battle with the Northern Army." With that, Su Zhan took the lead, striding purposefully toward the city wall. The soldiers followed closely behind, their steps resolute, the sound of clashing armor resonating in the air. Upon reaching the city wall, they beheld the Northern Army, a dark mass of troops. Su Hu, bound high above, swayed slightly in the breeze. The shouts of the Northern Army continued to assail their ears, seemingly intent on shattering the morale of the Su family troops. Upon seeing Su Zhan atop the city wall, a middle-aged man clad in blue armor, over 40 years of age, bellowed, "Su Zhan, you have reached the end of your road. Why do you not surrender at once? If you lay down your weapons and join us in the Northern Army, we shall spare your lives. Otherwise, today marks the demise of your Su family army." Su Zhan glared fiercely, responding sharply, "Northern scoundrel, do not be so arrogant. The Su family army would rather die than submit. If you have the courage, come forth, and we shall fight to the bitter end." As Su Zhan's words echoed, the Su family army on the wall shouted in unison, "Fight to the bitter end. We shall never surrender." Their voices surged like a mighty tide, infused with an indomitable spirit. The middle-aged man pointed at the nearly lifeless Su who suspended in the air and continued, "Su Zhan, do you not wish to save your brother? If your Su family army insists on resisting today, then your brother Su Hu." Before he could finish, Su Hu, bound to the high pole, opened his eyes and summoned all his strength to shout, "Elder brother, do not mind me. The dignity of the Su family army must not be lost. Fight them." That hoarse yet resolute voice pierced through the din of battle, reaching the ears of every soldier in the Su family army. Su Zhan's eyes reddened, his fists clenched tightly, the joints cracking from the force. On the city wall, upon hearing Su Hu's call, the soldiers of the Su family army were further inflamed, shouting in unison, "Kill, kill, kill." That shared spirit of enmity seemed to materialize, resonating through the air. As the middle-aged man beheld this scene, his expression darkened, and a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his gaze. "Very well, since you seek death, I shall oblige." With these words, he raised his long sword and, with a sweeping motion, commanded, "Attack, annihilate the Su family forces and lay waste to Su Bay." With his command echoing, the Northern Court army surged fiercely towards the Su Bay forces. The Su family troops, however, were not to be outdone. Upon the city walls, the archers of the Su family stood with taut faces and resolute gazes, knocking their arrows and drawing their bows in seamless unison. At the sound of the order, a rain of arrows descended upon the Northern Court soldiers like a swarm of locusts, their sharp tips glinting with a lethal gleam under the sun. The front lines of the Northern Court soldiers fell in rows, and soon, the ground beneath the walls was heaped with corpses. Within a lavish carriage, Wang Lin observed this carnage. Gradually, he rose into the air, clad in a black robe that billowed dramatically in the wind, his face bearing an expression of cold pride as he surveyed the brutal battlefield below, resembling a deity of death. Wang Lin swiftly flew to the forefront of the advancing Northern Court army. Gazing at the arrows plummeting like raindrops, he scoffed, "Humph, even at this juncture, you wish to stubbornly resist? You shall perish." His disdainful snort, though soft, reverberated like thunder across the battlefield, leaving the ears of many ringing. Then, with a sudden flourish, he slashed his blade, unleashing a wave of sword energy that enveloped the soldiers atop the city walls wielding bows and crossbows. This blade, energy manifested as a tangible force, howling as it tore through the air and surged towards the walls with astonishing speed. The Su family archers felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them, many faces turning pale, yet they had no time to react further. With a blade, energy passed, bows shattered, wood splintered, and metal shards flew, while soldiers were violently hurled away, crashing behind the walls, their fates uncertain. Next, Wang Lin directed his gaze towards Su Zhan, a mocking gleam in his eyes. Since you refuse to surrender, then meet your demise. I am curious to see how long your Su family forces can endure without their leader. With that, he hurled his sword towards Su Zhan, the blade carving a silvery arc through the air akin to a shooting star. Imbued with a formidable momentum that seemed capable of cleaving mountains and splitting stones, the blade sliced through the wind, stirring up a fierce gust that sent dust swirling into the air, as if to engulf everything in a chaotic vortex. Su Zhan looked up, feeling a chilling aura of death wash over him. The sword's approach was relentless, its speed unparalleled, the glint of its edge akin to the gaze of the Grim Reaper, fixed firmly upon him. In that moment of despair, just as the great sword neared him, a figure materialized like a specter, suddenly appearing before Su Zhan. He looked up to find that it was none other than his uncle, Su Zhenhai. The imposing blade was firmly gripped by Su Zhenhai, poised perilously close to his chest, mere millimeters from his heart. "Uncle," Su Zhan exclaimed, a hint of relief lacing his voice, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. "Su Senai, are you not heading to Longwu King City? What brings you to the north of Su?" Wang Lin inquired, his expression tinged with gravity upon encountering the sudden appearance of Su Zhenhai. In response, Su Zhenhai let out a cold laugh, refraining from addressing the question, and fixated his icy gaze upon Wang Lin, declaring, "Those who offend the Su family shall face annihilation." Chapter 71, Borrowing the Sword. In midair, Su Zhenhai faced Wang Lin, his aura surging with formidable energy, his garments billowing as if caught in a tempest, producing a resonant sound. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms like undulating dragons, while a faint luminescence enveloped his knuckles. In an instant, Su Zhenhai's figure flickered, resembling a bolt of black lightning as he surged toward Wang Lin with breathtaking speed, rendering the scene a blur. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, unleashing a powerful punch toward Wang Lin, a strike that seemed to harness the boundless might of the universe. The wind from his punch roared like a ferocious tornado, creating a sharp, explosive sound, propelled by Su Zhenhai's fury as it hurtled toward Wang Lin's head with an unstoppable force. Confronted with this overwhelming blow, akin to a mountain crashing down, a fierce glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. With a fierce roar, he met the attack head-on, unflinching as he swung his fist to counter. His fist bore an equally potent momentum, akin to a howling gale, colliding with Su Zhenhai's in midair. The moment their fists clashed, a cataclysmic sound erupted, akin to thunder splitting the sky, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. The tremendous shockwave radiated outward, forming a tempestuous blast that sent the soldiers below reeling in disarray. After a brief stalemate, both combatants retreated simultaneously, each taking 5 steps back before halting. "Su Senai, years have passed, yet you remain unchanged, lacking any progress," Wang Lin remarked with a smile, eyeing Su Zhenhai. Disregarding him, Su Zhenhai exuded an even more formidable pressure, and as his internal energy flowed, a colossal tiger silhouette materialized behind him. Observing this, Wang Lin immediately wiped the smile from his face. Summoning a long knife into his grasp with a swift motion, he held the blade tightly, its surface gleaming as a chilling aura of murder permeated the air. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense, with soldiers from both sides watching the two figures in midair, their breaths becoming cautious. Suddenly, Su Zhenhai propelled himself forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, surging toward Wang Lin with unrestrained vigor, his energy surging fiercely, his garments fluttering in the wind. The immense tiger silhouette followed closely, its eyes radiating an authoritative light. Witnessing this, Wang Lin's gaze sharpened, raising his long knife high. In an instant, a colossal blade aura swiftly coalesced behind him. This aura emanated a chilling brilliance, as if it could sever all that existed. Without hesitation, Wang Lin swung his long knife downwards. The immense blade aura surged forth like a ferocious torrent, aiming fiercely at Su Zhenhai. Concurrently, the gigantic tiger shadow behind Su Zhenhai roared and lunged toward the blade aura. The tiger shadow, imposing and formidable, radiated an overwhelming pressure. The two forces collided violently in midair, unleashing a deafening roar that echoed throughout the battlefield. The powerful shockwave rippled outward. However, this time, the two merely held their ground for a brief moment before the tiger shadow gained the upper hand. It let out a thunderous roar that seemed to embody boundless majesty, reverberating across the entire battlefield. In the next moment, the blade aura, which had been resisting the tiger's shadow, fragmented instantly under the tiger's immense pressure. After breaking through the blade aura's obstruction, the tiger's shadow's ferocity intensified. Its eyes glimmered with a terrifying light, charging forward with an unstoppable momentum towards Wang Lin. Seeing this, Wang Lin's expression changed drastically, and he hastily positioned his knife before him in an attempt to block Su Zhenhai's strike. At that very moment, Su Zhenhai's fist, alongside the tiger shadow, landed squarely upon Wang Lin's blade. Wang Lin was sent flying, feeling as though his internal organs had been jolted out of place, an excruciating pain washing over him like a tidal wave. Before he could regain his footing, Su Zhenhai's ghostly figure surged toward him once more. Alarmed, Wang Lin's gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Hu, who was suspended in midair by iron chains not far away. At that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a fierce blade aura, slicing towards Su Hu in an instant. The blade aura raced forth like lightning, imbued with a frigid, murderous intent, as if intent on cleaving Su Hu in two. Su Hu's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the rapidly approaching blade aura, despair flooding his heart. Yet he held his head high, displaying no sign of fear, only a flicker of unwillingness in his gaze. The hearts of the Su family soldiers leapt into their throats, anxiously watching Su Hu, wishing to rush forth and protect him. Observing this, Su Zhenhai sprang into action, dashing towards Su Hu, appearing just in front of him at the moment the blade aura was about to strike. However, the blade aura was too swift for him to mount a defense. The sharp blade aura struck Su Zhenhai squarely, and the tremendous impact forced a muffled groan from him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His body trembled slightly, yet he stood resolutely before Su Hu, using his own body to form a sturdy shield for him. Uncle! Su Hu's eyes widened in shock. He could scarcely believe that Su Zhenhai would unhesitatingly take this lethal blow for him. On the battlefield, the soldiers of the Su family were engulfed by a profound sense of sorrow and indignation upon witnessing the scene before them. Their eyes reddened, and they gripped their weapons tightly, their hatred for the northern court army intensifying. Su Zhenhai, valiantly suppressing his wounds, slowly turned to face Su Hu, offering a reassuring smile. "Fear not, little tiger. As long as I am here, you shall come to no harm." Wang Lin, seeing Su Zhenhai wounded by his blade, was overtaken with joy. A cruel glimmer shone in his eyes, as if he had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. Tightening his grip on the longsword, he lunged again at Su Zhenhai. The blade shimmered with a menacing light, and a chilling aura of malice enveloped the air. Yet, when Su Zhenhai beheld the rapidly advancing Wang Lin, his gaze betrayed no fear. With determination, he severed the chains binding Su Hu and hurled him toward Su Zhan. Then, Su Zhenhai clenched his fists. "If I am to perish," preparing to confront his adversary once more. However, his injuries rendered his movements sluggish, and his strength waned. In the ensuing clash with Wang Lin, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, several miles away, Su Chan seemed to sense a disturbance within him. A frown creased his brow as a wave of intense unease washed over him. With a mere thought, the sword Qi Xiao materialized before him, its essence absorbing the rich sword intent and true energy emanating from Su Chan. Qi Xiao, attuned to its master's urgency and resolve, trembled slightly, producing a resonant hum. "Go!" With a soft command from Su Chan, Qi Xiao soared into the sky like a resplendent comet, darting towards the battlefield at the northern border. The sword radiated brilliant light, slicing through the air and leaving behind a magnificent trail. Chapter 72. A sword that repels the northern court. On the battlefield, Wang Lin's assault descended like a tempest, each strike imbued with formidable power. Su Zhenhai struggled to withstand the onslaught, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, yet his gaze remained steadfast, fixated on Wang Lin's every movement. "Ha ha ha! Su Zhenhai, today marks your demise." Wang Lin cackled, intensifying his ferocious onslaught. Suddenly, seizing the moment when Su Zhenhai faltered due to his injuries, Wang Lin's longsword erupted with blinding cold light. With a thunderous shout, he swung his blade, unleashing a razor-sharp wave of energy that surged directly toward Su Zhenhai's face. Caught off guard, Su Zhenhai could only muster all his strength to gather his true energy before him. Yet, in the face of Wang Lin's overwhelming force, His hastily conjured defense was as fragile as thin paper. The sword energy swiftly tore through his protective barrier, landing a devastating blow upon him. With a thunderous crash, Su Jinhai's body was sent flying like a kite with its strings severed, hurtling dozens of meters before crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. His garments were shredded, revealing a horrifying wound that exposed bone, blood gushing forth like a fountain. "Uncle!" Su Zhan, witnessing this from atop the city wall, shouted in alarm, preparing to leap down. "Do not approach. You cannot aid me," Su Zhanhai forcefully commanded, halting Su Zhan's descent from the city wall. He then staggered to his feet, his expression devoid of emotion, save for the profuse blood cascading from his chest. Wang Lin soared through the air, observing Su Zhan's gradual rise, and erupted into a maniacal laugh. "Su Zhanhai, you have obstructed my northern court army for decades. Today, you shall meet your demise at my hands. Soon, Su Bei will be trampled underfoot, and the Su family will vanish entirely from this world." Upon hearing this, Su Zhanhai slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing like a beacon, fixed intently upon Wang Lin. Spitting a mouthful of blood, he coldly retorted, "Wang Lin, the outcome of this battle is yet to be determined. Even if I were to perish today, you shall not lay a finger on the Su family. The Northern Court will pay a harrowing price for this." Wang Lin sneered derisively, his laughter echoing with arrogance amidst the chaos of the battlefield. "Su Zhanhai, even at this juncture, you still cling to bravado? Look at your current state, and yet you dare to boast. Do you truly believe that with your frail body or the ragtag group that is the Su family, you can withstand the ironclad might of the Northern Court? Such delusions." As he spoke, Wang Lin brandished his long sword, the blade shimmering with a vibrant glow that danced in tandem with his brazen words. With a fierce wind, he swung the sword menacingly towards Su Zhanhai. Gazing at the imminent threat of death, a flicker of resolution flashed in Su Zhanhai's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated the remnants of his true energy into his arms, preparing to fight Wang Lin with every last ounce of his strength. But in that critical moment, a sharp sword cry suddenly pierced the air. The sound resonated like a dragon's roar or a phoenix's song, cutting through the din of battle and the clash of weapons, drawing the attention of all present. As they looked up, a brilliant light streaked across the sky, akin to a shooting star racing towards the moon. The radiance grew ever closer, revealing the silhouette of a long sword. Qi Xiao. In an instant, Qi Xiao hovered before Su Zhanhai, its blade trembling slightly, a continuous hum echoing as if announcing its arrival. A colossal sword intent radiated from Qi Xiao, surging outward like a tidal wave. This sword intent contained immeasurable sharpness and power. Wherever it spread, the air seemed to be sliced apart, producing a hissing sound. Wang Lin's descending longsword faltered against this overwhelming sword intent, as if ensnared in quicksand, its speed drastically diminishing, the brilliance of the blade swiftly fading. At that moment, the battlefield seemed to be awed into silence by the might of the Qi Xiao sword. Both side soldiers halted their actions, gazing in astonishment at the scene before them. In the stillness, only the sharp cry of the Qi Xiao sword resonated, clear and distinct amidst the hushed atmosphere. Wang Lin's gaze fell upon Qi Xiao, his pupils constricting suddenly as he retreated several meters, his eyes brimming with vigilance as he scanned his surroundings. "Who are you? If you possess any skill, reveal yourself instead of lurking in the shadows, conjuring illusions," he bellowed into the void. However, his words were met with silence. A surge of joy swelling within him. Observing Wang Lin suspended in the air, Su Jinhai summoned Qi Xiao with a sweeping gesture. As he grasped the sword, a formidable sword intent emanated from it, igniting a fierce light in his eyes. He tightened his grip on the sword, which trembled slightly as if responding to its master's surging battle spirit. With a sudden movement, Su Jinhai positioned Qi Xiao before him and unleashed a strike towards Wang Lin. In an instant, a blade of sword energy sliced through the air, charged with an overwhelming force that surged towards Wang Lin. With a sword energy passed, the air boiled and twisted violently, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. Seeing this, Wang Lin's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed a profound threat emanating from the sword energy. Not daring to underestimate it, he channeled all his internal energy into his broadsword. The blade erupted with a blinding cold light, and he swung it with all his might to meet the incoming sword energy. The moment the sword energy collided with the blade, a brilliant light illuminated the battlefield, followed by a deafening explosion. A powerful shockwave formed a turbulent vortex, expanding wildly from the point of impact. Debris, weapons, and severed limbs were caught in the maelstrom, swirling chaotically. The soldiers of Biting were swept away by the vortex, crashing to the ground like fallen leaves, their fates uncertain. As the light and dust settled, Wang Lin knelt on the ground, gravely injured and spitting blood. His eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness as he cast a glance at Su Zhenhai before. With great effort, he bolted towards Biting. The commanders of Biting, witnessing this, urgently shouted for a retreat. Fall back. Quickly retreat. Instantly, chaos erupted among the Biting soldiers, their once orderly formation collapsing as they discarded their armor and fled frantically towards Biting. On the side of the Su army, witnessing the retreat of the Biting forces, the soldiers raised their arms and shouted, "Brothers, the Biting army is fleeing. Do not let them escape. Kill. Avenge our fallen comrades." His voice was filled with power, igniting the passion of the Su army. Seeing this, Su Zhan leaped down from the city wall, hastening to Su Zhenhai's side. "Uncle, how are you?" he inquired with a worried expression. As Su Zhenhai turned to respond, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying precariously. Observing this, Su Zhan immediately scooped Su Zhenhai into his arms and rushed towards the tent. Chapter 73. The Killing Intent of Su Chen. Su Zhan hurriedly returned to the tent, with Su Zhenhai gently laying him on the couch. The camp's physician had been waiting nearby, swiftly moving forward to attend to Su Zhenhai's injuries. "Uncle, you must hold on." Su Zhan's voice trembled slightly, filled with concern and urgency. At that moment, Su Chen was racing toward the battlefield with utmost speed. His figure resembled a shooting star, streaking across the sky, his garments billowing violently in the fierce wind, creating a haunting sound. Anxiety surged within Su Chen as he repeatedly whispered to himself, "I hope father and uncle are safe. Otherwise, I shall ensure that the entire northern court pays the price." After what felt like an eternity, Su Chen finally arrived above the battlefield. Gazing down, he beheld a scene of carnage. Bodies lay sprawled in disarray, the ground soaked in a dark crimson hue from the flowing blood. Su Chen is gaze sharpant, a tumult of anxiety and fury swelling within him like a roaring tide. Suddenly, he keenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from a nearby tent. "Ah, this is my great-uncle's presence." A chill ran through Su Chen, compelling him to plunge towards the tent without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen landed steadily outside the tent. He strode in with purpose, and there, on the couch, lay Su Zhenhai. Hearing the commotion, Su Zhan turned towards the entrance and, astonished, remarked, "Chener, are you not in the royal city? How did you end up here?" Su Chen replied, "Father, it is a long story, which I shall share with you later. For now, we must attend to great uncle." His gaze shifted to Su Zhenhai, whose complexion was as pale as parchment, breath shallow. The horrifying wound on his chest gaped open, flesh torn and blood still oozing, staining the bedding a deep crimson. It seemed Su Zhenhai sensed Su Chen's arrival, slowly opening his eyes, attempting to speak, but a grimace of pain crossed his face as the effort strained his injury. "Great uncle, please do not speak. Rest well. You will be fine," Su Chen urged, channeling his inner energy into Su Zhenhai until the military physician finished bandaging the wound. Only then did Su Chen cease his transfer of energy. Rising to his feet, Su Chen inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within him, and turned to Su Zhan, asking, "Father, what is the current situation with uncle? What has transpired on the battlefield?" With a heavy sigh, Su Zhan replied gravely, "Your uncle has been captured by the northern court. Although your great-uncle has rescued him, he too bears serious injuries and is recuperating in the adjacent tent. The formidable warriors of the northern court have also been wounded by your great-uncle and have since retreated." A flicker of cold resolve crossed Su Chen's eyes upon hearing this, and he turned to Su Zhan, saying, "Father, do not worry. Great-uncle's condition has stabilized. With some rest, he will recover. Let's go check on uncle." Su Zhan nodded slightly, though the worry etched on his face lingered like a shadow, unresolved. Suppressing his mounting anxiety, he accompanied Su Chen towards the neighboring tent. As two individuals entered the tent, they beheld Su Hu lying on the couch, his complexion as pale as parchment, his lips devoid of color, and beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, clearly enduring immense suffering. The military doctor within the tent, upon noticing Su Zhan and Su Chen's entrance, hurriedly approached and bowed respectfully. With a heart aflame with anxiety, Su Zhan inquired urgently, "What is the condition of my younger brother?" The doctor's brow furrowed, his expression revealing distress. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke the truth. Reporting to you, General Su, who has had his meridians severed by those from biting. And it appears he may. Upon hearing these words, Su Zhan felt as though struck by lightning. His body swayed, nearly losing his balance. His eyes widened in disbelief. And he exclaimed furiously, "What did you say?" The doctor trembled at Su Zhan's reaction and hastily reiterated, "General Su, whose meridians are severed. His vital energy is in chaos. Though he still clings to life, it may be difficult for him to walk again." Su Chen stood quietly beside them. Memories of his uncle's playful laughter during his childhood flooding his mind like a tide. He slowly approached Su Hu's bedside, gazing at the haggard figure. His eyes brimming with tears. A wave of guilt washed over him, engulfing him completely. He gently clasped Su Hu's hand, a chilling coldness radiating from him, as if he were freezing the very air around them. Gritting his teeth, he declared resolutely, "Biting, if I do not avenge this grudge, I, Su Chen, shall not be deemed a man." With that, Su Chen turned and strode towards the tent's exit. Observing this, Su Zhan hurried after him, exclaiming, "Chen, where are you going?" Hearing his father's voice, Su Chen halted, turning back with a gaze as steadfast as iron, proclaiming, "Father, I must journey to biting. The grievances of today shall be repaid in blood." Su Zhan rushed forward, positioning himself in front of Su Chen. "Chen, do not act rashly. Biting is currently fortified with heavy troops. Although the Earth Immortal has sustained injuries, his strength remains formidable. If you venture forth so recklessly, not only will you fail to exact vengeance, but you may also find yourself in peril." At his father's words, a slight smile curled at the corners of Su Chen's mouth, a glint of confidence flashing in his eyes as he replied, "Father, rest assured, the Earth Immortal of biting cannot harm me." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura began to emanate from him, a powerful force radiating outward like a surging tide. In an instant, Su Chen leaped into the air, soaring towards the encampment of the biting forces. Simultaneously, the red sky sword, resting within Su Zhanhai's tent, seemed to respond to an unseen call, shooting upward and merging with the sword sheath at Su Chen's waist. The blade resonated with a low hum, as if echoing Su Chen's wrath. Su Zhan stood rooted in place, stunned by the spectacle before him. After a considerable time, he regained his senses, murmuring, "Flying through the skies, Earth Immortal. Could it be that the sword which suddenly appeared during my uncle's battle with Wang Lin belongs to Chen?" With this thought, Su Zhan promptly organized his troops and set off in pursuit of the direction Su Chen had taken. Su Chen followed the traces of the retreating soldiers of Biting and arrived at a crucial border stronghold at the junction of Biting and Su Bei. This was the station of the Biting army, and from a distance, Su Chen could see the banners of Biting unfurling violently in the fierce wind atop the city walls. Soldiers patrolled the walls, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Suspended in midair, Su Chen's gaze was piercing, coldly scrutinizing this stronghold. Thoughts of his uncle lying in bed ignited a roaring fury within him, akin to an unquenchable flame. "Biting, it is now time for you to pay for your actions," Su Chen whispered, his voice soft yet imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Chapter 74, One Man Against 10,000. Su Chen took a deep breath and slowly unsheathed the Qishao sword. The blade shimmered with radiant light, resonating with his current murderous intent. In the next instant, Su Chen swung his sword fiercely, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming sword energy that surged forth like a colossal tsunami, crashing toward the city walls below with unstoppable force. Before the soldiers on the walls could react, the terrifying sword energy descended upon them like an avalanche. In an instant, the soldiers atop the walls were struck by an invisible yet colossal force, their bodies uncontrollably propelled backward. They arced through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground of the buildings behind, raising clouds of dust, their fates uncertain. The thick city walls trembled violently, emitting a deep, resonant roar. The surface of the walls was instantly riddled with a network of cracks, spreading out like a spider's web. A cloud of dust, mingled with shattered bricks, ascended into the air, enveloping the area around the walls in chaos. As the dust began to settle, a staggering fissure appeared across the walls. The edges of the crack were uneven, resembling the jagged fangs of a monstrous beast. The citizens within the city were thrown into a state of panic by the deafening sound and tremor, rushing from their homes to gaze at the walls. Upon witnessing the collapsed structures and the billowing dust, terror washed over them like a tidal wave. At that moment, Within a tent at the biting army's encampment, several generals were engaged in discussions about the battle when they were abruptly interrupted by a tremendous noise. The commander-in-chief, Yi Linfeng, sprang to his feet, his face etched with gravity, and bellowed, "What is happening? Is the Su army attacking? Go and see." Upon hearing their commander's orders, the generals rushed out of the tent, hastening towards the city walls. When they arrived and beheld the devastating scene before them, they collectively gasped in shock. The walls were shattered, bricks scattered, and the bodies of soldiers lay sprawled across the ground, creating a tableau of death and devastation. At this moment, Su Chen stood proudly atop the relatively intact section of the walls, the fierce wind howling past him, wildly tossing his immaculate garments. Surrounding him were the scattered corpses, the acrid stench of blood mingling with the choking dust, permeating the air and inducing a wave of nausea. In Su Chen's grasp, the Qishao sword quivered slightly, emitting a resonant hum, as if it reveled in the impending carnage. "A terrestrial immortal?" Yi Linfeng exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Su Chen perched atop the city wall. He quickly regained his composure and called out, "Old Wang, hurry and summon Old Wang." Upon hearing this, Su Chen first cast a glance into the distance, then turned his gaze to Yi Linfeng below, sneering, "There is no need for that. He has already fled far away." As his words fell, Su Chen's finger flicked, and the long swords at the waists of the northern court soldiers shot skyward in an instant. Following this, the swords, under Su Chen's control, descended with a fierce whooshing sound, raining down upon the northern court soldiers like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. The soldiers in the front line had no time to react. The long swords pierced through their chests like lightning. Accompanied by their anguished cries, the soldiers' bodies fell back helplessly, like marionettes with severed strings, crashing to the ground with a muted thud. The soldiers in the rear watched in horror as their comrades were slaughtered in an instant, fear engulfing them like a tidal wave. Some soldiers, their eyes wide with terror and despair, stood frozen, as if all strength had been drained from them, only to be pierced through the neck by a flying sword, warm blood gushing forth and splattering the ground around them. Those who reacted slightly faster understood that resisting such a terrifying force was as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They screamed in terror and turned to flee in all directions. In the chaos, some stumbled over the corpses on the ground, falling heavily. Before they could rise, the long swords had caught up, pinning them mercilessly to the earth. The entire battlefield plunged into a quagmire of chaos and despair. Thus billowed, the sounds of battle and cries intertwined, as the figures of the northern court soldiers fled like frightened wild dogs amidst the turmoil. Meanwhile, Su Chen stood atop the city wall, resembling a death deity from the depths of hell, surveying the scene with eyes as cold as frost, devoid of any compassion. Yi Linfeng, witnessing this spectacle, felt a swell of bitterness. He stared at Su Chen, who appeared as a demonic figure upon the wall, yet found himself at a loss for words. How could he be so terrifying? Yi Linfeng's heart screamed in despair. He glanced around at the once unified and spirited northern court army, now scattered like loose sand, utterly powerless before Su Chen's overwhelming might. This cannot end like this. Yi Linfeng suddenly snapped back to reality, suppressing his inner dread. He shouted hoarsely, "Steady yourselves, gather together and resist." However, his voice was but a whisper amidst the chaos of the battlefield, drowned out by the cries and frantic footsteps of fleeing soldiers. A flicker of despair crossed Yi Linfeng's mind, yet he did not yield. His gaze locked onto Su Chen once more, his face etched with resolve. Drawing his sword from his waist, he deftly leapt into the air, propelling himself towards Su Chen's direction. Su Chen looked down from his elevated position at the oncoming Yi Linfeng, his eyes filled with an intensified chill, as if he were gazing at an audacious insect. With a flick of his finger, several long swords shot forth like arrows released from their bowstrings, cutting through the air with a whistling sound, directly aimed at Yi Linfeng. Though Yi Linfeng attempted to defend himself, he was caught off guard by the sheer number of swords, and one pierced through his chest. His body stiffened midair, a piercing scream escaping his lips before he was propelled forward by the sword. His limbs fell helplessly, blood gushing from the wound, leaving a trail of crimson behind him. Two swords, bearing the lifeless form of the commander, flew straight toward a tall pole at the edge of the city. With a dull thud, the swords drove deep into the pole, securing Yi Linfeng's corpse atop it. His body swayed slightly on the pole, his eyes wide open, still reflecting the remnants of terror and resentment. At that moment, a cloud of dust billowed behind Su Chen as the Su family army surged forth like a tidal wave. The sight before them left them stunned, as they beheld the crumbling city walls, rubble scattered across the ground, the dust still lingering in the air, mingling with the acrid scent of blood. The bodies of northern court soldiers lay haphazardly, some pierced by long swords, others contorted in grotesque positions, their deaths horrific. It was unclear who reacted first, but a sudden shout rang out. "The heir is invincible!" This exclamation struck like thunder, igniting the fervor of the Sioux family army. "The heir is invincible! The heir is invincible!" The deafening cries echoed like rolling thunder, reverberating across the battlefield. The soldiers of the Sioux family sparkled with fervor and adoration in their eyes as they gazed at Su Chen atop the city wall, their hearts swelling with awe and pride. In that moment, Su Chen had become a god of invincibility in their eyes. Chapter 75. Your mistake lies in having incapacitated my uncle, Su Chen, upon the city wall. Su Chen directed his gaze toward the direction from which the earlier aura had dissipated, then lowered his head to speak to Su Zhan. "Father, please lead the army back to camp. Do not concern yourself with me. I must make my way to the northern court." With that, he did not allow Su Zhan a chance to respond, swiftly pursuing the direction in which Wang Lin had fled. Su Zhan, initially intending to dissuade him, found himself at a loss as Su Chen's figure vanished beyond 100 meters. His brow furrowed deeply, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally turned the army toward the encampment. In a dense grove of dark trees, the air was occasionally filled with the soft chirping of birds. Deep within the forest, Wang Lin lay beside a gently flowing stream, eagerly drinking in the clear water, which drenched his face in freshness. After a considerable time, he slowly sat up. At this moment, he was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion as pale as parchment. He licked his cracked lips, and a lingering expression of reluctance remained in his eyes. Subsequently, he reached into his chest and retrieved a porcelain vial, for which he poured several black pills into his mouth, swallowing them whole. Before long, a faint blush began to appear on his bloodless face. "How fortunate I am to have fled quickly. Otherwise, I would likely have met my demise here today," Wang Lin murmured to himself, still shaken. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling voice suddenly echoed behind him. "Oh, did you truly believe you could evade me?" Wang Lin's heart contracted violently, and he hastily turned around to find Su Chen standing firmly behind him, his gaze fixed intently upon him, exuding a formidable aura that startled the birds in the forest into a frantic chorus of cries. Fear gripped Wang Lin's face, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at Su Chen, whose presence radiated a sharp, murderous intent. Instinctively, he recoiled several steps, his expression tinged with wariness. "Your second uncle, Su Hu, was it not you who incapacitated him?" Su Chen's piercing gaze bore down on Wang Lin as he inquired coldly. Wang Lin upright said Su Chen, contemplating his next move. "It seems today will not end well. I must fight with all my might." With that thought, he slowly grasped the long blade at his waist and declared, "In battle, life and death are commonplace. I merely incapacitated him, not taking his life. Besides, we each serve our masters. What wrong have I committed?" At this, Su Chen's lips curled into a slight, contemptuous smile, and he spoke with an undeniable authority. "Your error lies in the fact that the one you incapacitated is my second uncle, Su Chen. Those from the northern court who dare to harm my uncle will inevitably pay a heavy price." Though Wang Lin felt a flicker of fear at Su Chen's unwavering words, the ruthlessness cultivated from years of struggle in the martial world compelled him to resist. He tightened his grip on the long blade, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes as he sneered. "Do not be too arrogant. I, Wang Lin, am a member of the Wang family of the northern court. Should you kill me today, neither my family nor the northern court will let this matter rest. Do you truly believe you can stand against the entirety of a northern court and my Wang family alone?" As Su Chen listened to Wang Lin's remarks, a sense of familiarity washed over him. His eyes, cold as ice, regarded Wang Lin with disdain, akin to observing a mere jester. After a derisive chuckle, he retorted, "Threatening me? You are not worthy. However, you are correct about one thing. I will not allow this matter to rest with your Wang family in the northern court." Wang Lin's face twisted into a mocking expression as he proclaimed loudly, "I acknowledge that you possess some strength, but do you believe that with your solitary power, you can challenge the northern court and shake the Wang family? You are merely a moth drawn to the flame, leading yourself to ruin." As he spoke, Wang Lin's gaze remained fixed on Su Chen, searching for an opportunity to strike. He was acutely aware that he was gravely injured, and if he did not seize this fleeting opportunity to fight with all his might, he would likely face his demise today. Su Chan observed his movements with keen eyes, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. Since it has come to this, I shall grant you the chance to witness how I will make the Wang family and Biting pay a most painful price. As Su Chen spoke, Wang Lin concentrated the remaining essence within him and suddenly swung his sword, unleashing a blade of energy that surged forth like a roaring beast, charging towards Su Chen. The air was violently torn asunder in its wake, producing a sharp, piercing sound, while nearby trees were reduced to mere splinters. Su Chen did not flinch nor retreat. His sword, Qi Xiao, was drawn in an instant, releasing an extraordinarily fierce sword energy that collided with Wang Lin's blade in midair. The clash of sword and blade unleashed a tremendous force that uprooted surrounding trees, sending soil flying. Wang Lin was violently jolted by the backlash, blood spewing from his mouth as his body was hurled backward, akin to a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily against a sturdy tree trunk. The tree, unable to withstand the impact, snapped with a crack and fell alongside Wang Lin. Approaching Wang Lin, who was now in a pitiful state, Su Chen looked down upon him with a cold smile and spoke slowly, "Do not fear. I will not slay you just yet. I promise to give you a chance to see how I will exact a heavy toll from the Wang family in Biting." With a swift motion, Su Chen's right hand shot out, clawing at Wang Lin's wrist with the ferocity of an eagle. A torrent of formidable and domineering energy surged through his fingertips. Wang Lin felt as though countless steel needles were piercing through him, rendering him in unbearable agony. He attempted to struggle, but found his body devoid of strength, utterly immobilized. Under the relentless onslaught of Su Chen's energy, Wang Lin's already chaotic meridians began to shatter, intertwining into a tangle of despair. He emitted a wretched scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, reverberating through the dense forest and sending birds scattering in fright. Within moments, he crumpled to the ground, reduced to a mere puddle of misery. "Now, you shall experience the torment of having your meridians severed," Su Chen stated coldly, devoid of any compassion. Wang Lin's gaze remained fixed on Su Chen, filled with malice and unwillingness, as if he wished to rend Su Chen to pieces to alleviate his seething hatred. With the last vestiges of his strength, he spat out a few words through gritted teeth. "You shall meet a wretched end." Ignoring Wang Lin's curses, Su Chen seized him by the collar and hoisted him up, locating several fleeing soldiers from Biting. Upon seeing Su Chen, they fell to their knees in terror. "Please spare us, my lord. We have elders and children to care for." Before they could finish, Su Chen discarded Wang Lin at their feet, as if he were a mere sack of potatoes. With an icy tone, he commanded, "Take him back to the Wang family in Biting, and inform them that I shall soon visit. They had best prepare themselves and await their reckoning." The deserters exchanged glances, fearful of any defiance, trembling as they hastily lifted Wang Lin and made their swift exit. Su Chen observed their departure, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips before he began to saunter in their direction. Chapter 76. Wang Lin, elder brother, I am not yet deceased. The tidings of the Northern Court's defeat spread like a tempest, swiftly reaching every corner of the realm. The Wang family, as the most illustrious clan of the Northern Court dynasty, resided in a magnificent estate, its opulence on display through intricately carved beams and lavish decor, embodying unparalleled nobility and authority. At this moment, the family head, Wang Chongshan, sat at his desk, brow furrowed, engrossed in the confidential reports sent back from the Longwu dynasty. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, darted through the lines of text. Suddenly, a faint yet hurried sound of footsteps echoed from afar, shattering the stillness of the study. Wang Chongshan lifted his head, peering through the window, and observed a shadowy figure hurrying towards him. In an instant, the shadowy guard arrived before him, kneeling on one knee, their voice quivering with barely contained urgency. "Head of the family, trouble is afoot. A grave situation has arisen." A flicker of displeasure crossed Wang Chongshan's eyes as he regarded the guard and spoke in a low, authoritative tone. "What has transpired to incite such panic?" His voice bore the weight of a ruler's command. The guard raised their head, meeting Wang Chongshan's gaze. "Head of the family, news from the front is dire. Our forces have suffered a catastrophic defeat, and Lord Wang Lin has sustained grave injuries, his life hanging in the balance." The guard's words struck like a hammer, sending shockwaves through Wang Chongshan's heart. Upon hearing this, the muscles of his face tensed abruptly, disbelief and intense fury flashing in his eyes. The news was akin to a thunderbolt, striking him with brutal force. He sprang to his feet, his hands imbued with an overwhelming strength as they slammed onto the desk. The resounding crash sent ink, brushes, and paper scattering chaotically across the surface. The brush clattered to the ground, ink splattered, creating a chaotic black stain upon the pristine paper. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The second son is a master of the earthly immortal realm. How could this be? Could it be? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the contents of the report flashed before him, igniting a sense of foreboding. He suppressed the turmoil of shock and rage within him and addressed the guard in a grave tone. Dispatch someone to locate the second master. I want to see him alive, or his corpse if he has fallen. Report back with any news post-haste. Yes, head of the family, the guard replied, hastily retreating. Once the guard had departed, Wang Chongshan once again grasped the confidential report, fixating on its contents. The young master of the northern court, Su Chun, cleaved open the celestial gates, vanquishing two earthly immortal masters of the Longwu royal lineage. Wang Chongshan murmured the name of Su Chun, then fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he exhaled a long sigh. I hope it is not as I fear. He then called out to those beyond the study, summoned the carriage. I must make my way to the palace. His voice penetrated through the doors and windows of the study, resonating throughout the entire mansion. An hour later, within the northern court palace, Wang Chongshan strode confidently into a grand hall. Inside, the emperor, Shangguan Yuqian, adorned in a dragon robe and crowned with a diadem, sat majestically upon the dragon throne. Upon noticing Wang Chongshan's entrance, Shangguan Yuqian raised his hand to dismiss the eunuchs and palace maids, and the hall instantly fell into silence. Leaving only the two of them, with no one else around, the imposing demeanor of Shangguan Yuqian swiftly faded, and he eagerly approached Wang Chongshan, whispering, Father, have you received any news from the front lines? Wang Chongshan nodded, replying, Yes, I have received word. There is no need for concern. According to the reports, the Northern Army has not launched a counterattack, which suggests their losses are substantial. Shangguan Yuqian nodded in understanding, but upon observing the frown on Wang Chongshan's brow, he inquired, Father, is there more to the story? Wang Chongshan hesitated briefly before slowly reaching into his chest pocket to retrieve a confidential report, which he handed to Shangguan Yuqian. He continued, This defeat of our army may be closely linked to the northern heir, Su Chun. The report states that he opened the celestial gate with a single sword stroke, slaying two terrestrial immortals. If this is true, Su Chen's strength is likely beyond imagination. Your second uncle has probably fallen victim to his treachery. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yuqian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intently at the words on the report. How can this be? How could a master at the level of a terrestrial immortal be so easily slain? After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and stated, Father, there is no need for excessive worry, even if Su Chun possesses some skill. The experts we have nurtured over the years within the Northern Court's fortunes are more than capable of dealing with him. Wang Chongshan initially nodded at this, but then remarked, I cannot shake this ominous premonition I have. His gaze revealed profound concern, as if he foresaw an impending tempest. Following a hushed discussion between Wang Chongshan and Shangguan Yuqian, they departed from the palace. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Wang residence, Wang Chongshan beheld 4 soldiers in military attire carrying a person on a stretcher. A heavy sense of foreboding enveloped him. He practically leaped from the carriage, hastening forward, startling the steward and guards who hurriedly followed in his wake. What has happened? Who is on the stretcher? Wang Chongshan's voice trembled involuntarily, his eyes fixed on the lifeless form being carried. The leading soldier quickly knelt on one knee, his voice quivering with trepidation. It is Lord Wang Lin. Wang Chongshan's gaze fell anxiously upon the seemingly lifeless body on the stretcher, revealing Wang Lin's pallid complexion, blood-soaked clothing, and battered form, almost unrecognizable. His lips were cracked and devoid of color, his hair disheveled and strewn about, as if he had already departed from this world. Wang Chongshan trembled as he extended his hand, gently reaching towards Wang Lin's nostrils. Yet after a considerable time, he felt not a single trace of warmth. In an instant, his heart plummeted into despair, and waves of sorrow and fury surged within him like a tempest. Second brother, Wang Chongshan howled to the heavens, his voice laden with lamentation and resolve. Whoever dares to harm my Wang family, rest assured, I shall avenge you. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion, with flames of vengeance igniting in his eyes. The members of the Wang family, upon hearing their patriarch's heart-wrenching cry, gathered around, their heads bowed in silence, daunted by the sight of Wang Lin's dire state. At that moment, however, Wang Lin's previously motionless body stirred slightly. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing an expression of profound weakness and suffering. His parched lips quivered as he summoned the last of his strength to utter, "Elder brother, I'm not dead yet." Upon hearing this faint whisper, Wang Chongshan's body jolted, a glimmer of astonishment and disbelief flashing in his eyes. He hurriedly leaned closer to Wang Lin, urgency lacing his voice. "Second brother, you're still alive. This is wonderful news." His tone carried the relief of one who had narrowly escaped death. Wang Lin, with great difficulty, lifted his hand, attempting to grasp Wang Chongshan's sleeve, yet lacking the strength. It fell limply. He gasped for breath, speaking in fragmented phrases. "Elder brother, it was Su Chun, the heir of Su Bei, who incapacitated me. He vowed to come and annihilate our Wang family." With those words, Wang Lin succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Chapter 77. Annihilation of a clan, assassination of a man. In the city of Pan'an, less than 100 miles from Baiting, the night enveloped the land like ink, dotted with stars. On the rooftop of an inn within the city, Su Chun, clad in white, sat alone, sipping wine while gazing at the luminous moon suspended in the night sky. In his past life, he had often found the imagery of solitary revelry under the moonlight to be effortlessly elegant, yet now, immersed in it, he realized it was born of solitude. After downing a gulp of wine, Su Chun murmured with a smile. Just as his words faded, a melancholic sound of a flute wafted from a nearby rooftop, resonating with a mournful melody. At first, the notes were gentle, flowing like a serene stream beneath the tranquil night sky, instilling a sense of calm. However, in an instant, the tune shifted dramatically, transforming into a piercing lament akin to the cry of a solitary goose in the cold night, each note strikingly sharp. The emotions encapsulated within the melody were overwhelmingly intense, a potent amalgamation of sorrow, rage, and yearning that crashed over him like a tidal wave. Listening intently to the flute's lament, Su Chun felt a surge of profound curiosity. Driven by this intrigue, he soared into the air, gliding towards the source of the sound. Silently landing on the rooftop, he beheld a figure clad in black. Engrossed in playing the flute with his back turned to him. "Bravo, bravo!" Su Chun exclaimed, clapping in appreciation. Unexpectedly, the black-clad musician, startled by the sound, tensed instantly. In a swift motion, a sword was drawn from his waist with a sharp hiss, its cold gleam flashing as he turned, striking towards Su Chun with fierce momentum. However, the seemingly formidable sword dissipated into thin mist just as it approached Su Chun. The man in black, upon witnessing this, exhibited a flicker of alarm in his eyes and retreated several steps, warily fixing his gaze upon Su Chun, his voice chillingly inquiring. "Who are you?" Su Chun scrutinized the figure before him, feeling an uncanny familiarity. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled that this individual was Li Xiao, whom he had encountered at the Yujian sect. A gentle smile graced Su Chen's lips as he replied, "Brotherly, do not be alarmed. I am merely drawn here by your enchanting flute melody, harboring no ill intentions." Li Xiao, upon hearing this, maintained his vigilance, his expression tinged with skepticism as he regarded Su Chun. "You recognize me?" Su Chun nodded slightly, responding, "I once witnessed your duel with Jun Wu Chun at the Long Wu Dynasty's Yujian sect." At this, Li Xiao's wariness lessened somewhat. He sheathed his sword and spoke in a cool tone. "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit at such a late hour?" Su Chun, with a smile, replied, "As I mentioned earlier, I was simply captivated by your flute's melody, with no ulterior motives." He then tossed a jar of wine to Li Xiao, adding, "Fate has brought us together. Might you be interested in sharing a drink?" Instinctively, Li Xiao caught the wine jar, his gaze shifting between Su Chun and the jar as if weighing his options. After a brief moment, he relaxed his tense posture, still retaining a hint of caution, yet appearing more amenable. "Since you express such interest, I shall indulge you with a drink." With that, Li Xiao raised the jar and took a generous swig, the fiery liquid sliding down his throat, seemingly alleviating some of his inner turmoil. Su Chun let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Refreshing." The two then began to drink heartily on the rooftop. As the wine flowed, Li Xiao's demeanor softened, and he turned to Su Chun, inquiring, "I'm yet to learn your name, brother." Su Chun smiled slightly, meeting Li Xiao's gaze with calm assurance. "I'm Su Chen." Li Xiao's expression shifted to one of surprise as he fixed his gaze upon Su Chun. "You are the sword god, Su Chun?" A smile tugged at Su Chen's lips as he nodded in affirmation. Li Xiao's countenance reflected a complex blend of awe and nostalgia as he slowly remarked, After my duel with Jun Wuchun at the Yujin sect, I departed hastily, missing the chance to witness your legendary battle with the carefree sword immortal. I never anticipated that today I would have the opportunity to drink with the fabled sword god. With that, he raised the jar once more, gesturing toward Su Chun before taking another hearty gulp. Su Chun followed suit, clinking their jars together, the sound resonating crisply as some wine splashed out. And he too drank deeply. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, igniting a sense of exhilaration within him. After finishing his drink, Li Xiao continued, "Pray tell, what brings you to biting?" Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he articulated each word deliberately. To kill a man and annihilate a sect. Li Xiao's heart raced. For even though he had come to acknowledge this sword goddess audacity, he was still taken aback by such a bold declaration. He pressed further, "Brother Su, whom do you intend to kill?" Without a hint of hesitation, Su Chen replied, "Emperor Shangwan Yutian of Biting." Li Xiao, upon hearing this, momentarily froze. Then with a look of astonishment inquired, "Brother Su, do you harbor a grudge against Shangwan Yutian?" Su Chen gently shook his head. "There is no personal vendetta. It is simply because he is the Emperor of Biting. Biting has trespassed upon our borders and harmed my uncle. I demand retribution for this transgression." Li Xiao let out a bitter smile, his expression complex, and sighed softly. "But what if I told you that Shangwan Yutian has been dead for 10 years? The one in the palace now is not the true Shangwan Yutian. Would you believe me?" Hearing this, Su Chen's face flickered with surprise, and he paused slightly. Looking towards Li Xiao, "What do you mean by that?" Li Xiao, feeling the intensity of Su Chen's gaze, pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "Brother Su, to be frank, my real name is not Li Xiao, but Shangwan Shui Xiao. I am a prince of Biting. A decade ago, the Wang family instigated a coup, secretly murdering my father, mother, and numerous siblings. I narrowly escaped due to the valiant protection of my father's guards. Since then, to evade the Wang family's pursuit, I have hidden my identity and continuously sought to enhance my strength, dreaming of one day avenging my father and kin." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, fixating on Li Xiao. No, Shangwan Shui Xiao, seeking any trace of deceit in his expression. Yet, all he found was an ocean of profound sorrow and hatred, emotions so deeply rooted that they could not be feigned. Such a revelation. So, the Shangwan Yutian within the palace is indeed a member of the Wang family. Shangwan Shui Xiao nodded gravely in affirmation. A cold smile crept onto Su Chen's lips, filled with undeniable murderous intent. "Then, it is fortuitous. The family I intend to annihilate is the Wang clan. I shall assist you in avenging your grievances." Shangwan Shui Xiao, serious in demeanor, replied, "Brother Su, the Wang family is immensely powerful, with countless experts under their command. Over the years, they have fortified themselves with the fortunes of Biting. To eradicate the Wang family is no simple task." Su Chen tilted his head back, downing a hearty gulp of wine before slamming the jug down with a resounding thud. Laughing as he declared, "The Wang family is but a trifling concern. I can extinguish them with but a thought." Standing atop the Lingyun Pavilion, would it not be striking to call for a sword? At this moment, Su Chen's exploits in Longwu King City had yet to reach Biting, rendering Shangwan Shui Xiao unaware of Su Chen's capability to single-handedly confront the Wang family. Hearing Su Chen's words, Shangwan Shui Xiao merely shook his head, thinking Su Chen had indulged too much in drink. Unfazed, Su Chen turned to Shangwan Shui Xiao and asked, "Brotherly, oh no, Brother Shangwan, would you dare to join me in obliterating the Wang family?" Shangwan Shui Xiao took a hearty swig of wine, then suddenly hurled the empty jug away, exclaiming loudly, "What is there to fear?" The two exchanged glances, and Su Chen emptied his jug in one go, throwing it aside with a triumphant laugh. "Excellent! How refreshing!" At that moment, a window across from them swung open, and a vividly dressed woman leaned out, her voice ringing out shrilly. "Is it not enough to let anyone sleep at this late hour?" Su Chen and Shangwan Shui Xiao were initially taken aback, then turned their gazes toward the woman. In the moonlight, her heavily painted face exuded a boldness that was unmistakable. The two exchanged awkward smiles, and just as the woman was about to speak again, they leaped into the air, gliding toward the inn. "Ah, they're ghosts!" the woman exclaimed as she watched them soar away. In a flurry, she shut the window, pressed her palms together by the window, and murmured, "Lord of Impermanence." The following morning, after breakfast, Su Chen beckoned Shangwan Shui Xiao to head toward the northern court royal city. Along the way, Shangwan Shui Xiao still bewildered, asked Su Chen, Brother Su, "Were you not jesting last night? Just the two of us are truly going to confront the Wang family?" Without breaking his stride, Su Chen, with unwavering determination, replied with a smile, "Do you think I jest? I, Su Chen, have always been resolute. Are you afraid?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Cui Zhao's expression tightened, and he hastened to match Su Chen's pace, asserting, "Brother Su, do not underestimate me. I am no coward." Thus, the two hastened onward toward the northern court royal city. Meanwhile, within the Wang residence, Wang Chongshan sat beside Wang Lin's bed. After Wang Lin recounted the events at the border, a flicker of gravity crossed Wang Chongshan's gaze. Looking at his solemn elder brother, Wang Lin remarked, "Elder brother, Su Chen's strength should not be underestimated. He easily defeated me, and it is likely that his cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of the earthly immortal realm, perhaps even brushing against the legendary state of unity with heaven and man." Wang Chongshan nodded thoughtfully, then replied, "Impossible. Since the closure of the heavenly gate, it has become exceedingly rare for anyone to attain the realm of heaven and man. Even with our Wang family's fortune in the northern court, my father has only reached the pinnacle of the earthly immortal realm. Although Su Chen possesses some ability, he can never attain the heavenly state. However, from the intelligence received from Long Wu, it appears he has vanquished two formidable earthly immortal experts, suggesting he has indeed reached the peak of the earthly immortal realm." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chongshan turned to Wang Lin and said, "Second brother, focus on your recovery here. As for Su Chen, the family has its strategies in place. Should he dare to come, it will be a death wish. I shall ensure he does not leave the northern court alive." With that, Wang Chongshan rose and strode out of the room, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the corridor. Having departed from Wang Lin's chamber, Wang Chongshan approached a wooden house nestled within a bamboo grove on the back mountain of the Wang residence. From a distance, he spotted an elderly man with hair as white as snow, feeding chickens. Though slender, the man exuded an innate, ethereal grace, his presence reminiscent of a celestial being. His deep, bright eyes radiated calmness and composure in every gesture. "Father," Wang Chongshan called softly from behind the old man. The elder seemed oblivious to his surroundings. Remaining focused on his task, Wang Chongshan stood patiently beside him, waiting quietly. Once the elder had finished feeding the chickens, he slowly turned, his gaze calm as he addressed Wang Chongshan, inquiring, "It has been a long time since you visited the back mountain. What troubles have befallen you?" Standing before the elder, Wang Chongshan wore a grave expression as he spoke slowly. "Father, my second brother has had his meridians destroyed and has lost all his cultivation, reduced to a mere shell of a man." Upon hearing this news, the elder's originally tranquil eyes sharpened like blades, a terrifying aura emanating from him as he coldly demanded, "Who dares to act with such audacity against my Wang family?" Taking a deep breath, Wang Chongshan recounted the events concerning Su Bei's young master, Su Chen, including his astonishing feats at the border, detailing everything to the elder. After listening, the elder furrowed his brow and remained silent for a long while. "This matter is indeed troublesome," he finally spoke. "However, my Wang family has stood firm in the North Court for many years, possessing a profound foundation that cannot be easily manipulated." Wang Chongshan nodded slightly, respectfully replying, "You speak true, father, but Su Chen has threatened that he will soon come to annihilate our Wang family. Should we not prepare ourselves?" The elder gazed into the distance, seemingly contemplating strategies. After a moment, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes as he declared, "Chongshan, our Wang family has harnessed the fortune of the North Court, nurturing our strength for over a decade. Now it is time for the world to witness our true capabilities." Hearing this, Wang Chongshan was filled with excitement as he looked at the elder, asking, "Father, do you mean?" The elder smiled gently without elaborating, instead instructing, "Go summon your second and third uncles back." Elated by this command, Wang Chongshan promptly replied, "I shall obey your orders," and hurriedly made his way out of the bamboo grove. Once he had departed, the elder smiled faintly, saying to himself, "The time has come for the fortunes of this world to unite." Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed through the layers of bamboo leaves, as if he could already foresee the impending storm of changes. At the city gates of the North Court, Su Chen and Shangguan Cui Xiao ambled slowly, finally arriving at the majestic North Court city. Standing before the grand, yet familiar fortress, Shangguan Cui Xiao felt a tumult of emotions stirring within him. Observing this, Su Chen gently patted his shoulder and then proceeded into the city, prompting Shangguan Shui Xiao to quickly follow. Once inside, they spotted a magnificent structure towering in the distance. As a traveler from another realm, Su Chen found himself captivated by the building before him. The edifice was extraordinary, its eaves soaring high as if wishing to take flight, while the bronze wind chimes hanging from the corners swayed gently in the breeze, producing a clear and melodious sound. The structure was adorned in an ancient, inky hue, with golden patterns resembling agile dragons coiling around it, reflecting dazzling rays of light under the sun's embrace. As Shangguan Che Xiao noticed Su Chen gazing intently at the architectural marvel before them, he spoke. This is the iconic structure of a North Court King city, the Lingyun Pavilion. Just ahead lies the Imperial Palace. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his eyes as he turned to Shangguan Shui Xiao and inquired, "Do you think it would be magnificent to stand atop Lingyun Pavilion and shout sword come?" Chapter 79. The young master of Su Bei, Su Chen, arrives for his appointment. Shangguan Shui Xiao, taken aback by Su Chen's words, momentarily paused before glancing at him, then lifting his gaze toward the pinnacle of Lingyun Pavilion. An image involuntarily materialized in his mind, depicting Su Chen standing atop the pavilion, a myriad of swords swirling around him. He murmured, "It should indeed be quite impressive." No sooner had Shangguan Shui Xiao spoken than Su Chen grasped his shoulder, and in an instant, their figures soared skyward toward the apex of Lingyun Pavilion. The fierce wind howled past their ears, and Shangguan Shui Xiao felt the landscape transform rapidly before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, they found their feet securely planted atop the pavilion. Gazing into the distance, a breathtaking panorama unfolded before them. The North Court King's city resembled an expansive ocean of architecture, with houses densely packed and arranged in an orderly fashion beneath them. In the distance, towering city walls coiled like a great dragon, encircling the entire city and exuding an aura of majesty and gravitas. The Imperial Palace, located not far from Lingyun Pavilion, undoubtedly stood as the most resplendent entity within this vibrant scene. The majestic palace complex stretched endlessly, its crimson walls towering and imposing, radiating an air of solemnity and authority that silently proclaimed the supremacy of the royal lineage. After surveying the surroundings, Su Chen turned to face the direction of the palace, channeling his inner energy as he bellowed, "Sword come!" This thunderous proclamation resonated like rolling thunder, unleashing a tempestuous wave that radiated from Lingyun Pavilion, engulfing the entire North Court King city. As the sound waves traversed the air, it felt as though an invisible giant hand had stirred the atmosphere, producing a deep, resounding boom. In an instant, a tempest erupted around Lingyun Pavilion, the fierce winds crashing like surging tides, causing Su Chen and Shangguan Shui Xiao's garments to billow and their hair to dance wildly. In the next moment, Shangguan Shui Xiao witnessed a scene he would forever remember. Countless swords surged upward from various locales within the city, heedlessly converging upon the pinnacle of Lingyun Pavilion. A myriad of swords darted through the air, their blades gleaming with a chilling brilliance, weaving together into a vast sea of steel. Sunlight cascaded upon the blades, reflecting dazzling rays that rendered the very sky pale in comparison. Accompanied by the whistling of the swords, the air was sliced with a sharp, piercing shriek, as if a multitude of swords were whispering, celebrating, and rejoicing for the return of their sovereign. Su Chen stood resolutely atop the pavilion, his robes billowing and hair swirling. Resembling a divine sword deity descended upon the mortal realm. He emanated an unparalleled aura, an invisible yet palpable pressure radiating from him, creating a visible ripple of energy that expanded outward from his very being. The flying swords formed an orderly array beside him, as if awaiting his final, fatal command. Shangguan Shui Xiao stood frozen in place, utterly astounded by the breathtaking spectacle before him. In the streets and alleys of Baiting's royal city, the populace was equally bewildered by this sudden phenomenon. At the marketplace, vendors momentarily abandoned their cries, halting their tasks to gaze in astonishment towards the direction of Lingyun Pavilion. Patrons in the tea houses along the streets were drawn to the windows, captivated by the unfolding scene. A young man, filled with excitement, pointed at the sky and tremulously exclaimed, "Look at the top of Lingyun Pavilion. Is that a celestial being descended to the mortal realm?" Within the royal palace, Wang Chongshan was conferring with the elders of his family regarding strategies to counter Su Chen when a sudden, fierce shout pierced the air, followed by an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanating from the direction of Lingyun Pavilion. His expression shifted dramatically as he leapt to his feet, peering out the window at the multitude of flying swords, a foreboding sense swelling within him. He has arrived, Wang Chongshan murmured, squinting his eyes. In the bamboo grove behind the palace, an elder with hair as white as snow paused his actions, slowly lifting his head to gaze through the layers of bamboo leaves towards Lingyun Pavilion. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but it quickly settled into calmness, the corners of his mouth lifting into a knowing smile. He has come? How intriguing, he whispered softly, atop Lingyun Pavilion. Su Chen's aura surged mightily as he gathered his energy and bellowed across the expanse of Baiting's royal city. I, Su Chen, the heir of Su Bei, have come to fulfill my promise and claim the heads of Shangguan Yutian and the Wang family. This thunderous proclamation struck like a bolt of lightning, sending tremors throughout the entire city. Upon hearing Su Chen's earth-shattering announcement, the citizens of Baiting erupted in fervent chatter. In the streets, they murmured amongst themselves, casting glances at Su Chen atop Lingyun Pavilion. He's Su Bei, making such a grand declaration and audaciously claiming he will take the heads of the emperor and the Wang family, is utterly deluded. Can Baiting truly be shaken by a single individual? This Su Bei heir, Su Chen, is indeed a formidable character, to boldly challenge the royal city alone. I admire his audacity. Similar discussions echoed throughout the streets of Baiting, with some denouncing Su Chen's arrogance while others regarded him with admiration. At a nearby tavern, two figures, the carefree sword immortal and the ageless sword Saint Gu Chun, could no longer contain themselves. They rose from their seats and peered through the window, their gazes fixed upon Su Chen at the pinnacle of Lingyun Pavilion. A glimmer of excitement sparked in the eyes of the carefree sword immortal as he turned to Gu Chun and spoke. Old Gu, is that Su Chen my younger brother? It seems that after a few days apart, his swordsmanship has notably advanced. And look at his posture and demeanor. It reminds me so much of my youth. Upon hearing the first half of the immortal swordmaster's words, Gu Chun couldn't help but nod in agreement. However, when the latter part of the statement emerged, Gu Chun cast a disdainful glance at him and remarked, Xiao Yao, while your cultivation has not significantly progressed with age, it seems your audacity has certainly thickened. The immortal swordmaster was amused by Gu Chen's comment and burst into hearty laughter, completely unfazed by the disdain directed at him. His gaze remained fixed on Su Chen at the pinnacle of Lingyun Pavilion, as if he were witnessing the spirited version of himself from many years ago. Old Gu, don't be so serious. Do you think Su Chen stands a chance against the Northern Court's royal family and the Wang clan in single combat? Gu Chen replied slowly. Su Chen's prowess is indeed formidable, but the Northern Court's royal family and the Wang clan are no ordinary opponents. This endeavor may be rather reckless on Su Chen's part. Just as Gu Chen finished speaking, a voice suddenly resonated from within the palace. The voice was deep and powerful, carrying an intimidating authority that echoed across the skies of Northern Court's royal city. Su Chen, the heir of the Su family, dares to venture alone into my Northern Court royal city and speaks such bold words. Do you truly believe yourself invincible?